The Invincible Big Shot is about to be born Chapter 237 to Chapter 315. However, just as Jin Liang's punch was about to reach Lu Yiping, runes suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Lu Yiping. These runes instantly condensed into an array, and Jin Liang slammed into it. Bang! The runic array did not move at all, but Jin Liang was forced back and crashed into the people of the Su family. The head of the Su family, Su Wen, was shocked when he saw this. All the power in his body surged, and he pressed forward with his palm, trying to catch Jin Liang. The head of the Su family, Su Wen, was a genius of the Su family. His cultivation was not weaker than Jin Liang's, and he was also in the 40th place on the divine roll. However, just as the head of the Su family, Su Wen, pressed his palm on Jin Liang's back, an unimaginable force pushed him back. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. The great ancestor of the Su family, Su Yi, was ranked 5th on the divine roll. His eyes shone brightly as he stood there. His robes fluttered without wind, and the power of the ancient god surged out from his body, causing the space to howl. Su Yi had stepped into the ancient god realm for many years. He was far from what the Lord of 9 Stars, who had just stepped into the ancient god realm, could compare to. The laws of the divine realm shot out from his body like wild dragons, shaking heaven and earth. Su Jiaqing was also shocked by the power of the ancient god. All the experts in the city were shocked. The power of the ancient god. Which ancient god came to Su Jiaqing? Could it be the great ancestor of the Su family, Su Yi? Who angered Lord Su Yi? Under the power of Su Yi's ancient god, everyone in Su Jiaqing felt as if their chests were being pressed down by thousands of mountains. While everyone in Su Jiaqing was shocked, Su Yi suddenly pressed his palms on the backs of Jin Liang and Su Wen, trying to catch them. However, just as Su Yi's palms were about to touch their backs, Su Yi felt his arms shake violently, and a vast power came crashing towards him. This power far exceeded his strength. The power of the ancient god that he had always been confident in was instantly destroyed. The laws of the divine realm on his body instantly shattered and broke apart like brittle pieces. Su Yi was also forced to retreat continuously. The great ancestor of the Su family, Su Yi, ranked 5th on the divine roll, could not catch Jin Liang and Su Wen. In the end, Su Yi, Jin Liang, and Su Wen, 3 experts on the divine roll, crashed into the golden stone wall of the trading hall at the same time. The golden stone wall flew backward and shattered into pieces. In the end, the 3 of them fell to the ground outside the trading hall. The golden bricks on the ground all collapsed. The experts of the Real Gold League and the Su family were stunned. The experts who came to the Real Gold Alliance to trade looked at Su Yi, Jin Liang, and Su Wen, who had fallen on the ground outside the trading hall. They were all dumbfounded. Jin Yaobua, whose face had been completely deformed by the slap, looked at the blue-robed figure and his entire body trembled. He seems to be Lord Lu Yiping, ranked 10th on the god list? In the distance, an expert said with uncertainty. 10th on the divine list, Lu Yiping. The scene was in an uproar. Su Yi, Su Wen, and Jin Liang were shocked. This young man was Lu Yiping, who had killed Fu Xianxia and the Lord of 9 Stars in a row. Su Yi, who was ranked 5th on the divine list, had a look of disbelief on his face. At this moment, a dignified voice suddenly came from the Su family's ancestral land. Su Yi, invite this young friend into our Su family's ancestral land. I have something to discuss with him. When Su Yi heard this voice, he ignored his injuries and quickly stood up. He bowed and said, "Yes, old ancestor." Everyone was shocked. It had always been rumored that there was an existence stronger than Su Yi in the Su family. However, it was just a rumor. No one knew whether it was true or not. Now that they saw Su Yi's respectful attitude, everyone was shocked and doubtful. They wondered if it was that legendary existence. Su Yi came in front of Lu Yiping, cupped his fists, and bowed. He said, "I didn't know Lord Lu's identity earlier and offended you. Lord Lu, our old ancestor would like to invite you in. May I know if Lord Lu would like to meet you?" Lu Yiping glanced at the Su family's ancestral land and said, "All right, I will go with you to the Su family's ancestral land." Su Yi was overjoyed and said respectfully, "Lord Lu, please." The 2 of them flew into the air and left. Everyone looked at each other. After arriving at the Su family's ancestral land, Su Yi stopped in front of a palace in the depths of the Su family's ancestral land. Lu Yiping went in alone. The palace was very spacious. It was 1,000 feet tall. The stone pillars were made of a dark ore. A mind-gathering array was carved on each stone pillar. Cultivating in this place would allow one to have strong vitality and abundant qi and blood. Just as Lu Yiping walked into the center of the palace, a figure suddenly flashed. A white-haired old man appeared in front of Lu Yiping. The old man was extremely skinny, but his eyes were as deep as the stars. "Young friend, you are strong." The old man smiled gently. "May I know which sect you are from? This little old man might know the elders of your sect." Lu Yiping did not speak. He threw a token over to the old man. The old man took the token and was shocked when he saw it. His calm and confident smile was no longer there. The 10,000 deities token. He looked at Lu Yiping in shock. "How do you have our ancestors' 10,000 deities token?" At this moment, Lu Yiping's fingers bent at an unbelievable angle and made a strange gesture. The gesture did not look special, but it exuded an aura of supremacy. Seeing this gesture, the old man's eyes widened. He thought of an ancient legend and record. He looked at Lu Yiping in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. In ancient times, Lu Yiping did not have a token. This gesture represented his identity. After so many years, others might not recognize this gesture, but the direct descendants of Su Qin, the master of 10,000 deities, should recognize it. "You are?" The old man still could not believe that the young man in front of him was that existence. Lu Yiping's expression was calm. Behind him, totems flew out one after another. These totems included the heaven-splitting devil god, the ancestral dragon, the phoenix, and the qilin. Each totem had 100 million laws of the divine realm. There were a total of 49 totems. The 49 totems emitted a dazzling light that filled every corner of the hall. Under this pressure, the old man was forced to the ground. His face was full of disbelief. For experts above the ancient god realm, when they comprehended 10 million laws of the divine realm, they could condense a totem. When they comprehended 20 million laws, they could condense a second totem. Generally speaking, 10 totems was the limit. Only a few monstrous geniuses who obtained great opportunities could break through this limit and condense 11 totems. In the past, the master of 10,000 deities condensed 13 totems. But the Lu Yiping in front of him had a total of 49 totems. Moreover, each of Lu Yiping's totems had 100 million laws of the divine realm. "Su Rong greets Lord." The old man knelt down in excitement. According to the historical records, the revered one of the ancient era broke through all the shackles of the world and condensed 49 totems. This shocked the myriad of worlds, becoming the only miracle in the myriad of worlds. Su Wen stood outside the hall, unaware of the situation inside. After waiting for a long time, he still did not hear Lu Yiping and Su Rong's voices. He could not help but feel puzzled. At this time, the hall's doors opened. Around 1 p.m., second update, when the door of the hall opened, Su Rong, who was originally kneeling in front of Lu Yiping, had already stood up. Su Yi saw that Su Rong was standing respectfully in front of Lu Yiping with his head lowered, as if he was listening to Lu Yiping's lecture. He could not help but be surprised. He knew the identity of the oldest ancestor of the Su family. With the status of their ancestor, he was actually standing respectfully in front of Lu Yiping and listening to Lu Yiping's lecture. What was the background of Lu Yiping? In the main hall of the Real Gold Alliance, Jin Liang and the others were waiting when they saw Su Yi return. However, Lu Yiping was nowhere to be seen. "Senior Su Yi." Jin Liang went up to him. Su Yi shook his head at Jin Liang, then said to Su Wen, "Su Wen, follow me into the ancestral land now. Lord Lu has something to ask you." Su Wen and the rest of the Su family were stunned. Then, Su Yi came in front of Taurus Longjiao. "Lord Xiaojin, Lord Lu wants you to follow me into the Su family's ancestral land." Everyone was surprised to hear Su Yi address Taurus Longjiao as Lord. Then, Su Wen, Taurus Longjiao, He Xia, and the others followed Su Yi into the Su family's ancestral land. Before leaving, Su Yi told the Real Gold Alliance and the Su family to do what they were supposed to do. Jin Liang and the others were stunned when they saw Su Yi, Taurus Longjiao, and the others enter the Su family's ancestral land. It was late at night. Lu Yiping stood in the palace of the Su family's ancestral land. In front of him was a 2-meter-tall tree block. He had obtained this building tree block from the Su family's head, Su Wen. Liu Yiping summoned the building tree. After fusing with more than 70 building tree blocks from the 7 Spirit Fox clan's ancestral land of the Purple Extreme Demons, his building tree had grown to more than 190 meters tall. It was only a few meters away from breaking through to 200 meters. The Xianxia was more than 190 meters tall, and the circumference of the tree had reached more than 30 meters. The 30-meter-long tree trunk was simply a colossus. Liu Yiping standing in front of Xianxia now looked like a tiny dot. Liu Yiping controlled the Xianxia and began to fuse with the 2-meter-tall tree block. As the tree continued to grow, the speed of fusion greatly increased. In the past, when the tree was only a few meters tall, it would take a day and a half to fuse a small piece of tree. Now, it only took a dozen breaths to completely fuse this 2-meter-tall tree piece. After fusing with this 2-meter-tall tree block, the Xianxia grew taller again, and the tree trunk also became a little bigger. However, it was a pity that he was still unable to break through 200 meters. Currently, Xianxia was at 197 meters. After fusing with the tree piece, the chaotic energy around the tree of creation churned. At the same time, a few more leaves grew out from the tree and the patterns on the leaves became even clearer. The heaven-opening cultivation method in the tree of creation was gradually becoming complete. About 100 meters more, Liu Yiping muttered to himself as he looked at the Xianxia that had already grown into a towering tree. When the tree of creation was 300 meters tall and the cultivation method was complete, he could comprehend and cultivate it. Liu Yiping felt that the tree of creation's cultivation method was a cultivation method for cultivating the physical body. After comprehending this cultivation method and cultivating it, his physical body would be as strong as the tree of creation's body in the future. At that time, his physical body would be strong enough to destroy eternity. In this world, only the heaven-opening divine axe and the earth-splitting chisel, which were primal chaos treasures, could hurt him. Liu Yiping sat cross-legged under the tree of creation and began to comprehend the great Daos in the second and third good fortune jade discs. As the tree of creation grew, the speed at which he comprehended the second and third good fortune jade discs increased by a lot. It took him a long time to comprehend the first good fortune jade disc, but with the tree of creation, he could completely comprehend the 200 great Daos in the second and third good fortune jade discs in at most a few 100,000 years. Liu Yiping, who was sitting cross-legged under the tree of creation, was enveloped by the tree of creation's chaotic aura. The tree of creation flickered with light. From afar, Liu Yiping looked like a chaotic demon god. Liu Yiping's aura was as vast as the Milky Way. The Milky Way was boundless and had no end. Liu Yiping's aura was just like the Milky Way. There was no end to it. Just as Liu Yiping was sitting cross-legged under the tree of creation and comprehending the great Daos of the second and third good fortune jade discs, in another palace in the ancestral land, Su Yi, Su Wen, and the elders of the Su family were all kneeling in front of Su Rong. Remember, in the future, when you see Master Liu, you have to be more respectful than when you see me. Su Rong's expression was serious. In the future, Master Lu's words are my words. No matter what Master Liu says, you have to obey. Su Yi, Su Wen, and the elders of the Su family were stunned. Elder, what is the background of this Liu Yiping? Su Yi asked carefully. Su Rong stared at Su Yi sternly, causing Su Yi to feel anxious. Don't ask too much about Master Lu's identity, Su Rong said. Moreover, none of you can talk about Master Liu in front of outsiders. If I find out that anyone dares to talk about Master Liu in front of others, they will be expelled from the Su family. Su Rong's tone was unprecedentedly stern. The experts of the Su family trembled in fear. However, after staying in the Su family for a few days, Liu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others left the Su family and headed to the purgatory of Maha. According to the head of the Su family, Su Wen, he had obtained this piece of tree from the Sea of Magma in the purgatory of Maha. There were several pieces of this kind of tree in the Sea of Magma, and they were bigger than the one he had obtained. However, they were floating in the center of the Sea of Magma. The divine fire in the center of the Sea of Magma was too terrifying, and he could not obtain it at all. The Maha clan's territory was vast, and they were located in the north of the Void Plain. The purgatory of Maha was located in the east of the Maha clan's territory. Normally, the disciples of the Maha clan would enter the purgatory of Maha to hunt beasts or cultivate. The purgatory of Maha was filled with a type of dark spiritual energy, which was very beneficial to the cultivation of the Maha clan's disciples. Because the purgatory of Maha had large amounts of spirit herbs and refined iron ores, experts from the void plane would occasionally enter the purgatory of Maha to search for spirit herbs and other materials. Somewhere in the sky above the purgatory of Maha, a light flashed, and Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao walked out of the void. As for Xianxia and the other three, they had entered the everlasting star palace to cultivate with the masters of the 100,000 planes. Lu Yiping looked around, then flew forward with Taurus Longjiao. The purgatory of Maha was as large as the Shenwu continent, and the Sea of Magma was in the east. Along the way, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao encountered vicious beasts of the purgatory of Maha, and they burned them to ashes with their divine flames, leaving no trace behind. Not long after, a sea of magma formed completely from magma appeared before their eyes. The two of them broke through the waves of fire and arrived above the sea of magma. Due to the extremely high temperature of the sea of magma, the entire space in the sea was distorted. Even ordinary planar masters wouldn't dare to casually enter the sea of magma. However, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao walked forward as if they were walking on flat ground. At the same time, Lu Yiping sensed the changes in the creation tree. Now, the creation tree's sensing range had expanded to nearly 10 kilometers. As long as he passed by a place with a creation tree, he would be able to sense it immediately. Third update at 5:30 p.m. At the same time, Lu Yiping activated the Eye of Lightning punishment and carefully searched the bottom of the lava sea. The temperature of the lava sea is almost the same as the temperature outside the fire world, said Taurus Longjiao. In the past, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao had gone deep into the fire world. The terror of the fire world had left a deep impression on Taurus Longjiao. Lu Yiping nodded. He looked at the various divine flames in the lava sea and said, "There are thousands of divine flames here. It's a good place to cultivate fire elemental techniques." "Master, when will we go to the Thunder World again?" asked Taurus Longjiao. He had the bloodline of the lightning ancestor. Entering the Thunder World was like a fish entering water. "Let's talk about it later." Lu Yiping shook his head. When he came out this time, he felt that there were some changes in the world. This change made him feel a sense of danger. This was a feeling one would have when one's cultivation reached a certain level. This sense of danger did not come from the Inyang Borer tribe, but from the entire world. Therefore, he had to find the other fragments of the creation jade disc as soon as possible and let the creation tree grow as soon as possible. And Buzhou Mountain? Yes. Suddenly, Lu Yiping stopped and pulled at the lava sea in the distance. The surface of the lava sea broke open and a piece of tree flew out from the bottom of the sea. This piece of tree was more than 7 meters tall. It was the creation tree. Lu Yiping was delighted. He did not expect that the first piece of creation tree in the purgatory of Mahanada would be more than 7 meters tall. With this piece of creation tree, his creation tree should be able to break through 200 meters. Lu Yiping threw the piece of creation tree into the space of the creation tree in the cauldron of heaven and earth. The creation tree produced a suction force that pulled the piece of creation tree to its side. Then, it swallowed and merged with the piece. As it merged, the creation tree shone brightly and began to grow taller. 199 meters. Finally, it broke through 200 meters. When the tree of creation reached 200 meters tall, the entire tree of creation shone brightly. Chaotic chi gushed out, and faint patterns appeared on the bark of the tree of creation. Lu Yiping took a closer look. The runes on the tree were actually runes of the Great Tao. They contained a supreme Great Tao. These Great Tao runes resonated with the runes on the builder tree's leaves. Lu Yiping looked at these Great Tao patterns and felt as though he had gained enlightenment of the Great Tao. After fusing with this piece of tree, Lu Yiping and Lu Zilong continued flying forward. Lu Yiping didn't fly too fast in case he missed something. A few minutes later, he found another piece. However, this time, it was not big, only half a meter in size. Lu Yiping also put it into the tree creation space in the heaven and earth cauldron and let the tree creation space fuse on its own. After that, he found a few more pieces. They were not big, and the largest was only 1 meter tall. However, just as Lu Yiping was about to reach the center, the Buzhou mountain in his body suddenly shook. Lu Yiping was dumbfounded. Could there be a Buzhou mountain stone in this sea of lava? Lu Yiping took a step forward and arrived at the location of the Buzhou mountain stone. A suction force came from his hand, and the sea of lava rumbled as a huge object slowly flew up from the bottom of the lava sea. When this huge object flew out from the bottom of the sea, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were pleasantly surprised. In front of them was a Buzhou mountain stone. However, this Buzhou mountain stone was a little big, more than 20 meters tall. This was a pleasant surprise. In the past few days, Lu Yiping had only found Tree of Creation pieces and had not found any Buzhou mountain stone. But now, he found a big one. Lu Yiping put this Buzhou mountain stone into the heaven and earth cauldron space, allowing the Buzhou mountain stone to fuse with it. The two of them continued to search for Tree of Creation pieces and Buzhou mountain stone. Since there was a Buzhou mountain stone in this sea of lava, then there should be more than one. As the two of them headed toward the center of the sea of lava, suddenly, energy fluctuations came from the front. Lu Yiping was puzzled. Looking over with his eye of lightning punishment, he saw 4 black-robed men standing in the air above the center of the sea. These 4 black-robed men were exuding surging devil chi. They were none other than the Purple Extreme Devil Tribe's experts. The 4 Purple Extreme Devil Tribe's experts were holding a giant net, each guarding a different direction. They were trying their best to pull up a giant tree block. That giant tree block floating above the sea of lava was the Tree of Creation piece. Taurus Longjiao's eyes flickered. Through the layers of space, he also saw the 4 Purple Extreme Devil Tribe's experts trying their best to pull up the Tree of Creation piece. Seeing that it was the Purple Extreme Devil Tribe's experts, Taurus Longjiao grinned mischievously. Lu Yiping's eyes were also indifferent as he flew over with Taurus Longjiao. Lu Yiping did not conceal his aura, therefore, the 4 Purple Extreme Devil Tribe's experts soon discovered Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. The 4 of them were surprised. Lu Yiping. One of them recognized Lu Yiping. The 4 of them exchanged a glance, then stopped. Lu Yiping, so it's you. I was just about to look for you. Were you the one who destroyed our 7 Spirits Fox tribe's branch in the 9 Stars Plains ancestral land? The leader of the 4 looked coldly at Lu Yiping. His aura spread out, and the devil chi around him roiled like the sea. Even the Su family's patriarch, Su Wen, ranked in the top 40 on the god list, was unable to enter the center of the sea of lava. Now, these 4 people could enter unscathed, proving their strength. That's right, Lu Yiping said indifferently, all the Dark Boar race's slaves must die. You're courting death. The leader of the 4 suddenly soared into the air, punching at Lu Yiping. When his fist punched out, ancient god realm energy surged out, and devil chi rolled out, plowing a huge gully several li wide and several hundred meters deep on the sea of lava. Purple lightning demonic dragon fist. Purple lightning crackled violently inside his fist, and the faint outline of a ferocious demonic dragon could be seen. Looking at the other party's purple lightning demonic dragon fist, Lu Yiping raised his hand and casually waved it out. A large palm print tore through the air, instantly shattering the other party's purple lightning demonic dragon fist. Then, the palm print landed on the other party's chest, shattering the divine armor on his body. The other party was sent flying, crashing into the sea of lava. Bang, the sea of lava exploded. Lava shot out, and divine flames splashed in all directions. When the other party crashed into the sea of lava, his body exploded, turning into a rain of blood. The other 3 were dumbfounded. Although their leader was not on the god list, his strength was comparable to the 4th ranker on the god list. Now, he was blasted to death by Lu Yiping's palm. Lu Yiping's expression was indifferent. This Purple Extreme Demon Race expert's divine world law was merely several million, and he hadn't even condensed his first totem. At this time, Taurus Longjiao's palm sent the remaining 3 flying. 2 of them exploded, and the last one was barely breathing. Where's your Purple Extreme Demon Race's branch in the Void World? Lu Yiping asked after controlling the other party's consciousness. In the Black Snow Mountain Range. The other party answered, then told Huang Xiaolong the exact location of the Black Snow Mountain Range. Does your branch have this kind of tree block? Lu Yiping asked again. Yes, over the years, we've found more than 90 pieces. The other party answered, we're planning to offer them up. Around 9 o'clock in the evening. More than 90 pieces. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Liu Yiping asked a few more questions. After he was done, Taurus Longjiao tossed him to the Kuan-Pung for it to swallow. Recently, the Kuan-Pung had been following the two of them and swallowing many good things. Its skin had grown even brighter, and its aura had also grown stronger. Liu Yiping arrived at the creation tree that the 4 purple extreme demons wanted to collect. Even if the 4 purple extreme demons pulled with all their might, they still couldn't pull it out. It was obvious how big it was. Liu Yiping hooked his finger, and the creation tree slowly flew out from the bottom of the magma sea. When it was completely out of the magma sea, it was actually 13 meters tall. Taurus Longjiao looked at the creation tree in front of him and said happily, "This is the biggest one, right?" Ever since they had obtained the creation tree, they hadn't found such a big one. Liu Yiping put the creation tree into the space and let it fuse with the creation tree. A moment later, the creation tree had already fused with the 13-meter-tall creation tree. Because the tree trunk grew bigger the further it fused with the 13-meter-tall creation tree, it was only 4 to 5 meters tall. Even though it was only 4 to 5 meters tall, the number of Dao patterns on the creation tree had increased, and the original Dao patterns were much clearer. Half a day later, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao searched every corner of the magma sea. After fusing with several more creation tree pieces, the creation tree had grown to more than 220 meters tall. After confirming that there were no more creation tree pieces in the magma sea, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the magma sea. However, Liu Yiping didn't leave the purgatory of Mahanata immediately. Instead, he walked around the purgatory of Mahanata to see if there were any other creation tree pieces. Liu Yiping really did find one. After walking around the purgatory of Mahanata, Liu Yiping and Xianxia left. However, just as Liu Yiping and Xianxia were about to leave, a large group of experts from the Mahanata clan walked in. That useless Jin Yaobua from the Real Gold Alliance couldn't even find 120 drops of stellar chaos water for me. I asked you to help me find Liu Yiping's whereabouts. How's the investigation going? A Maha clan expert hurriedly said, "Second Princess, we have already mobilized all our forces to search for Liu Yiping's whereabouts. After Liu Yiping left the Su family city, his whereabouts are unknown. However, we're not the only ones looking for Liu Yiping. The sea race of the scattered star ocean is also looking for Liu Yiping. I also heard that the old demon of time's successor, Lord Miaozhe, is also looking for Liu Yiping. Miaozhe was ranked second on the divine list." "Oh, Miaozhe is also looking for Liu Yiping?" Maha Second Princess Mo Man was surprised. Yes, during the Four Seas Sacred Assembly's Sea Race Grand Competition, Liu Yiping used the Divine Fist of Time to instantly destroy Sea God Temple's Hall Master Huati's vitality. This is the Divine Fist of Time's ultimate profundity. The Maha clan expert said, "Lord Miaozhe is probably looking for Liu Yiping to ask for the secret of the Divine Fist of Time's ultimate profundity. I heard that the old demon of time did not pass the Divine Fist of Time's ultimate profundity to him." Maha Second Princess Mo Man said, "I heard that the sea god is still alive?" Watching the Maha clan experts leave, Taurus Longjiao said, "That Brat Tingjia's disciple actually wants to ask for the Divine Fist of Time's ultimate profundity from Master. He really doesn't know the meaning of death." The old demon of time's real name was Tingjia. The sea race is also looking for Master. It seems like they want revenge? Taurus Longjiao said coldly. "Let's go to the Black Snow mountain range first," Liu Yiping said. The two of them tore through the air and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The Black Snow mountain range was located in the extreme north of the Void Plain. Black snow fluttered all year round. Due to the cold weather, there were few signs of human habitation. By the time Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived at the Black Snow mountain range, the sky had already darkened. At night, the snow in the Black Snow mountain range was even thicker. Looking from afar, the mountain range was a vast expanse of darkness. In this Black Snow mountain range, there were very few trees and flowers. Because the weather was too bad, almost no plants could survive. Liu Yiping identified the direction, and the two of them flew forward. The Black Snow mountain range was very large and barren. Not even a ferocious beast could be seen. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stay in this damned place for even a day. Taurus Longjiao shook his head. He liked sunny noons and places with sunlight. He hated this kind of dark, cold, and barren place the most. Liu Yiping came to a stop in front of a tall mountain peak. Then, he abruptly punched out. With a loud bang, the mountain peak was sent flying by Liu Yiping's punch. At the bottom of the mountain peak, figures soared into the sky. For a moment, demonic aura filled the air. These figures had astonishing auras. Each of them was an ancient god realm expert. There were more than 20 ancient gods. Seeing the purple extreme demon clan experts rushing out, Taurus Longjiao, who had long been prepared, waved little tiny fish in his hand. In an instant, the purple extreme demon clan experts were sent flying one after another. 1. 2. Taurus Longjiao kept counting. The 26 ancient gods were all blasted away, and they shot into the mountain range far away. They exploded, and some of them even exploded in midair. Liu Yiping landed and saw a large hole in the ground at the bottom of the flattened mountain peak. The two of them entered it in a flash. After passing through a space tunnel, their eyes lit up. In front of them was a large plain. On the plain, there were piles of all kinds of materials. Some were used to refine weapons, some were used to refine divine pills, and some were used to refine flying ships. On the edge of the plain were dozens of palaces. These were obviously the residences of the Purple Extreme Demon clan. These brats have collected a lot of things. Taurus Longjiao grinned. In the end, Liu Yiping found a piece of the building tree inside one of the palaces. As the Purple Extreme Demon clan expert had said, there were more than 90 pieces. Moreover, each piece was not small. The smallest was 1 to 2 meters, while the tallest was 7 to 8 meters. Liu Yiping looked at the pile of building tree pieces. He went to the largest piece and began to merge with it. Now, his building tree had grown to more than 220 meters. After merging with the pieces in the main hull, it should be able to break through to 300 meters. After 300 meters, the building tree's cultivation method should be complete. As the building tree continued to merge with the pieces, it grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. 230 meters, 240, 250 meters, finally, it grew to more than 290 meters. When the building tree merged with the last piece and its trunk broke through to 300 meters, it suddenly erupted with a strange light. Chaotic aura rolled like a waterfall. The leaves flickered with light, and the patterns on the leaves seemed to come alive. From afar, these patterns seemed to form characters on the tree branch. The cultivation method was finally complete. Liu Yiping stared at these characters and studied them carefully. Tired. This chapter took me 4 hours to write. First update at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Taurus Longjiao also studied the runes carefully. During his time in the sacred forest, he had studied these heaven-splitting talismans while following by Liu Yiping's side. However, even though he recognized these talismans, he was still unable to comprehend their profundities. After Liu Yiping memorized all the runes, he closed his eyes, sat cross-legged under the tree of creation, and began to comprehend them. Before long, Liu Yiping's body radiated a mysterious aura. This aura was similar to the Live Forever incantation that Liu Yiping cultivated. It was brimming with life force, vitality, eternity, and boundless power. This power seemed to come from all worlds, from the primordial world before the world was formed. As this aura spread out, Liu Yiping's body alternated with light, and his Saint Qi rolled like the sea. Taurus Longjiao felt the change in Liu Yiping's body and was shocked. He retreated to the side and guarded Liu Yiping. At the same time, he still widened his eyes and stared at the heaven-splitting runes formed by the veins of the tree of creation's leaves, trying to comprehend the technique within. However, no matter how hard he stared, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't comprehend the power contained in the heaven-splitting runes. In the end, Taurus Longjiao sighed and had to give up. He took a divine pill and threw it into his mouth. He bit it and found it tasteless. He took out the divine beast Kuanping and began to practice his hand strength. Liu Yiping cultivated for a month. A month passed. The rolling Saint Qi on Liu Yiping's body began to evolve. Sometimes the sun was born, sometimes the moon shrouded the earth, sometimes spiritual beasts were born, and then grew into primeval beasts. Sometimes everything grew, and sometimes heaven and earth were destroyed, turning into chaos. All the power of heaven and earth appeared on Liu Yiping's body. While Lu Yiping was meditating on Jiangshu's heaven-splitting technique, the silver-haired Miao Zhe frowned and looked at his guild master. Is there still no news about Lu Yiping? The Chamber of Commerce's president was Miao Zhe's inane disciple. Hearing this, he quickly replied, reporting to Master, we've already used all our resources to search, but there's still no news. At this point, he hesitated for a moment before continuing, I heard that Lu Yiping has a subordinate called Qiyu, who is the sect master of the Zephyr sect, Yu Dawe's martial uncle. Perhaps Yu Dawe of the Zephyr sect knows where Lu Yiping is? Miao Zhe stood up with his hands behind his back. Zephyr Wind sect. Master, how about I make a trip to the Zephyr Wind sect? The Chamber of Commerce's president asked. There's no need. I'll make a trip there myself. After Miao Zhe finished speaking, he tore through the air and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. One day later, Miao Zhe's figure appeared in the air above a mountain range. Looking at the Zephyr Wind sect in front of him, he directly tore through the air and headed towards the Zephyr Wind sect's main hall. At this time, inside the Zephyr Wind sect's main hall, the Zephyr Wind sect's sect master, Yu Dawe, was sitting together with a group of Zephyr Wind sect's ancestors, discussing the incident that happened in the Su family city a few days ago. A few days ago, Lu Yiping sent Su Yi, Su Wen, and Jin Liang flying in the Real Gold Alliance's headquarters, the three divine ranking experts. This matter had slowly spread, and the void plane was shaken. I heard that Lord Lu Yiping didn't even move his hand at that time. Just a surge of energy was enough to send Su Yi and the other two flying out of the Real Gold Alliance's headquarters. The Zephyr Wind sect master, Yu Dawe, sighed. I wonder what realm Lord Lu Yiping's strength has reached. Some people speculate that Lord Lu has already condensed a totem. The Zephyr Wind sect's ancestor, Yang Tong, said. Yang Tong was Qiyu's junior brother, and also Yu Dawe's master. At this moment, a sudden scream rang out. Everyone was stunned. When they looked over, they saw several Zephyr Wind sect's grand elders being sent flying from the outside. A large palm print was imprinted on the Zephyr Wind sect's grand elders' chests. The palm print had almost pierced through their chests. A silver-haired old man walked in from the outside with his hands behind his back. Everyone stood up in shock. The Zephyr Wind sect's sect master, Yu Dawe, looked at the other party in shock and anger. Who are you? Why did you barge into my Zephyr Wind sect and injure our grand elders? The silver-haired old man glanced at Yu Dawe and the others, then said indifferently, this old man is Miao Zhe. Miao Zhe, second on the divine ranking. Hearing this, everyone turned pale with fright. After a while, Yang Tong came to his senses. He cupped his fists and said respectfully, so it's Lord Miao Zhe. May I know why Lord Miao Zhe has come to my Zephyr Wind sect? Miao Zhe looked at Yang Tong and said, You're Yang Tong? That Qiyu is your senior brother, right? Hearing Miao Zhe ask about Qiyu, Yang Tong answered honestly, Qiyu is my senior brother. Miao Zhe continued, I heard that Qiyu is Lu Yiping's slave, then do you know Lu Yiping's whereabouts? Yang Tong, Yu Dawe, and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Miao Zhe to be here for Lu Yiping. Lord Miao Zhe, may I know why you're looking for Lord Lu Yiping? Yang Tong asked cautiously. That, you don't need to know. You only need to tell me Lu Yiping's whereabouts. Miao Zhe said coldly. Our Zephyr Wind sect doesn't know Lord Lu's whereabouts. Yang Tong answered cautiously. However, just as Yang Tong finished speaking, Miao Zhe's fist punched out. Ancient God Realm energy roared and Yang Tong was sent flying, crashing into a corner of the hall, vomiting blood. The vitality in Yang Tong's body started to fade, his flesh and skin started to wither. Master! Yu Dawe was alarmed. In a flicker, he appeared in front of Yang Tong, helping him up and feeding him a medicinal pellet. Miao Zhe's cold voice sounded, I'll give you all one day. If Lu Yiping doesn't appear, all of you in the hall will die tomorrow. The Zephyr Wind sect's experts were shocked and enraged. One of the Zephyr Wind sect's ancestors spoke, when we parted ways with Lord Lu Yiping in the Sea God City, Lord Lu Yiping said that he would come to our Zephyr Wind sect in a few days. Miao Zhe snorted, in that case, I'll wait here for 10 days. If Lu Yiping doesn't appear after 10 days, all of you will die. Several days later. Inside the Black Snow Mountain Range's isolated space, Lu Yiping, who was sitting cross-legged under a tree, opened his eyes. The flickering lights around him slowly dissipated. Taurus Longjia was overjoyed when he saw Lu Yiping had stopped cultivating. He walked up to Lu Yiping and asked, "Master, how was it?" Lu Yiping smiled, "Not bad." He had comprehended the cultivation technique contained in the Tree of Creation. Immortal skyward art. Lu Yiping muttered inwardly. This cultivation technique was the one contained in the Tree of Creation. After cultivating it to perfection, his physical body would be as immortal as the Tree of Creation, and his defense would be impenetrable. Moreover, after cultivating it to perfection, he would be able to control the Tree of Myriad Worlds, all the flowers, grasses, and plants in the myriad worlds. However, although he had comprehended this cultivation technique, it was only the first stage. As the Tree of Creation continued to grow and flourish, the cultivation technique after the Tree of Creation would appear. Lu Yiping put away the Tree of Creation and left the hall with Taurus Longjiao. Second update, 4 p.m. After exiting the palace, Lu Yiping looked at the piles of materials on the plain and collected them. However, before leaving, Lu Yiping laid out a grand formation here. The Purple Extreme Demon clan originally wanted to hand over the foundation tree to Huang Xiaolong. After a few days, the Purple Extreme Demon clan's experts would definitely send someone to investigate if they could not contact Huang Xiaolong. With this grand formation, as long as the Purple Extreme Demon clan's experts appeared, Huang Xiaolong would know. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao sped away. Now that the matter was settled, Huang Xiaolong planned to stay at the Zephyr Wind sect for a few days. After all, he had an agreement with the Zephyr Wind sect. However, just as Lu Yiping released Black Demon, Red Moon, and the others, Red Moon stammered to Lu Yiping, "Lord, there is something I want to report to Lord." Seeing Red Moon's hesitation, Lu Yiping felt strange and asked, "What is it?" Red Moon hesitated for a moment, then said, "A few days ago, Miaozhe was looking for Lord's whereabouts. Miaozhe couldn't find Lord, so he went to my Zephyr Wind sect. Miaozhe seriously injured my junior brother and threatened to kill Yudawei and all of my Zephyr Wind sect's ancestors if Lord doesn't appear in 10 days. Lu Yiping's face sank. When did this happen? It's been 7 days. Red Moon lowered his head. I saw Lord cultivating and didn't dare to disturb Lord. Taurus Longjiao snorted, this Miaozhe is really courting death. He actually dares to threaten Lord with other people's deaths. That year, that brat Tingjia didn't pass on the Divine Time Fist's ultimate secret to him. It seems like there's a reason. Lu Yiping's eyes were cold as he and Taurus Longjiao sped away with Red Moon and the others, rushing towards the Zephyr Wind sect at top speed. The Black Snow Mountain Range was located in the far north of the Void Plain, far from the Zephyr Wind sect. Many ancient gods who had condensed totems couldn't reach the Zephyr Wind sect in 3 days. But Lu Yiping brought Black Demon, and the others, with a single step, they crossed 10,000 li. The speed was so fast that Xianxia and the others felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. However, although it was fast, Xianxia and the others could not hear the sound of the storm. Generally speaking, when the speed was extremely fast, there would be the sound of a storm. However, these people could not hear or feel it at all. After a while, Chiyu's eyes widened when he saw a city below. Soaring Rainbow City? Wasn't this the Soaring Rainbow City near their Zephyr Wind sect? Not far from Soaring Rainbow City was their Zephyr sect's mountain gate. Just a moment ago, they were still in the Black Snow Mountain Range, and now they were almost at the Zephyr sect. At this time, inside the Zephyr Wind sect's main hall, Miaozhe was sitting on the Zephyr Wind sect patriarch's throne. An ancestor of the Zephyr sect carefully served him a cup of spirit tea. Miaozhe took a sip and suddenly spat it out, spraying all over the face of the Strong Wind sect's ancestor. The Strong Wind sect's ancestor's face was covered with Miaozhe's saliva. Miaozhe scolded, "How dare you give me such inferior spirit tea? Does your Zephyr Wind sect want to die?" Saying this, Miaozhe sent the Zephyr Wind sect's ancestor flying with a punch. A large hole was punched in the Zephyr Wind sect's ancestor's chest, causing him to vomit blood continuously. Inside the main hall, Yudawei and the Zephyr Wind sect's ancestors glared at Miaozhe. This Miaozhe was the old Devil Time's disciple. In the Void World, it was rumored that the Zephyr Wind sect's ancestors had a temperamental temperament. In the past few days, whenever Miao Zhe was dissatisfied, he would beat up the Zephyr Wind sex experts, either injuring or crippling them. Indifferent, Miao Zhe looked at Yu Dawei and the others. Go take out the best spirit tea in your treasury for me. Then, he added, no need, I'll go look for it myself. Bring me to the treasury. Yu Dawei and the others' faces tightened. Go to the treasury? Without a doubt, Miao Zhe was eyeing the Zephyr Wind sex treasury again. One of the Zephyr Wind sex ancestors said, I'll go look for it for Lord Miao Zhe. However, Miao Zhe punched out, sending the ancestor who spoke flying. Miao Zhe looked at Yu Dawei coldly. Didn't you hear what I said? Yu Dawei was furious. Miao Zhe, although you're second on the divine list, Lord Lu's strength is not weaker than yours. Miao Zhe smiled. He just defeated Su Yi. He can challenge me after he defeats the Temple Master of the Nirvana Shrine. The Temple Master of the Nirvana Shrine was third on the divine list. In the top 10 of the divine list, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. When the Temple Master of the Nirvana Shrine challenged Miao Zhe, he was easily defeated by Miao Zhe. No wonder Miao Zhe was so confident. Just as Yu Dawei was about to speak, all of a sudden, everyone from the Zephyr Wind sect felt a powerful force. Everyone looked over and saw a blue-robed figure standing in the air in the distant horizon. Behind him, a towering figure appeared. This figure was covered in all kinds of divine lightning. In the distant horizon, Lu Yiping punched out from countless miles away. When Lu Yiping punched out, he merged with the lightning ancestor's incarnation behind him. The lightning ancestor also punched out at the same time. Boom, heaven and earth shook. A fist formed from the 5 elements divine lightning, yin-yang divine lightning, nihility divine lightning, and other types of divine lightning broke through layers of space, arriving in front of the Zephyr Wind sect's main hall in an instant. Then, it blasted into the main hall, right in front of Miao Zhe. Miao Zhe paled, circulating his ancient god force, he punched out with all his might. Divine Time Fist. He roared, his fist bursting with the light of time. The main hall suddenly lit up. A divine fist formed from the power of time broke through the air, colliding with the divine lightning fist. Bang, the entire Zephyr Wind sect shook violently. But in the next moment, Yu Dawei and the others saw the divine thunder fist seal send Miao Zhe flying. Miao Zhe smashed through the wall of the Zephyr sect's main hall and shot out from the peak of the Zephyr sect's main hall to the opposite peak. After smashing through the opposite peak, he continued to shoot through several other peaks before finally smashing into the belly of the 7th peak. The sound of rocks rolling down the mountain was endless. Yu Dawei and the others were stunned. They looked at the blue-robed figure in the distant horizon. Lord Lu Yiping. Yu Dawei was shocked beyond words. In the Su family city, Lu Yiping had sent Su Yi, Su Wen, and Jin Liang flying. The Void Plane guessed that Lu Yiping had already condensed a totem and could fight with the Temple Master of the Nirvana Temple, who was ranked 3rd on the divine ranking. But now, Miao Zhe was sent flying with a single punch. While everyone was still in shock, a figure suddenly shot out from the belly of the 7th peak. It was Miao Zhe, who had just been sent flying. At this time, the divine armor on Miao Zhe's body exploded, as if he was charred by lightning. His skin emitted a charred smell, and his long silver hair was blown up by the divine lightning, making him look like a beggar. Miao Zhe opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Lu Yiping in shock and anger. You're Lu Yiping? Lu Yiping, you sneak attacked me, you're courting death. As he said this, ancient god power surged from his body, and the divine world's law flew out. As Miao Zhe's divine world's law flew out, a totem rose like the sun, its light illuminating heaven and earth. 7 p.m. Third update, Miao Zhe's totem was more than 100 zhang tall, the totem shone brightly, and the divine world's laws coiled around the totem, merging with it. When the totem rose, the surrounding heaven and earth trembled as if they couldn't withstand the totem's power. Ancient gods comprehended the laws of the divine world and then condensed totems. However, every ancient god comprehended different laws of the divine world. Moreover, the laws of the divine world differed in strength. The stronger the laws of the divine world comprehended, the bigger the totems condensed, and the more powerful the totems were. Ordinary ancient gods condensed totems that were several dozen zhang tall, but Miao Zhe's totem was more than 100 zhang tall, surpassing many ancient gods. Under the totem's light, Miao Zhe looked like an ancient god of war bathed in golden light. Lu Yiping, I know you've condensed your own totem. Miao Zhe's voice was cold. What, you don't dare to summon your totem? Then, he punched out at Lu Yiping. Divine Time Fist. Light burst out from Miao Zhe's fist. When Miao Zhe punched out, the totem above his head shone even brighter. Layers of power merged into his fist, shattering space as it flew towards Lu Yiping. When Miao Zhe's fist punched out, the power of time swept across the Zephyr Wind Sect's mountain peaks. All the flowers and trees on the mountain peaks withered as if their vitality and energy were sucked out. Miao Zhe's divine time fist grew bigger and bigger until it was as big as a small mountain, reaching Lu Yiping with unstoppable momentum. Taurus Longjiao shook his head when he heard that Miao Zhe wanted to see Lu Yiping's totem. All gods who have seen Master's totem will feel despair to the point of doubting life. Despair to the point of doubting life? While Miao Zhe and the others were puzzled, Lu Yiping's body emitted a bright light, and a totem flew out from his body. When this totem flew out, the sky darkened. This totem's size was indescribable. Taurus Longjiao's Kuanping totem was half the size of the divine Kuanping divine sect, covering mountain peaks, but Lu Yiping's totem was bigger than that Kuanping. Compared to Lu Yiping's totem, that Kuanping totem was nothing. As for Miao Zhe's 100 totem compared to Lu Yiping's totem, it was like comparing a little bird to a giant abyss beast. Lu Yiping's totem slowly rose, as if even the heavens could not contain this totem. Strands after strand of the totem's body, abnormally thick gods' body. Each strand and then a dragoness's, Huangzi's. 100 million in 100 million, Huangzi's. Ants, SSSSSSS. The totem flew up, towering between heaven and earth. It was as if this totem was the only thing left between heaven and earth. In a city far away from the Zephyr Wind sect, a group of people strolling on the streets suddenly noticed that the sky had darkened. Many experts flew up to take a look and saw a shocking scene. What is that thing? How can it be so huge? Is that the primordial dragon? Zephyr Zhongzhong's experts were dumbstruck looking at the totem behind Lu Yiping. How could there be such a huge totem in this world? Miao Zhe's eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. He had been to more distant planes and galaxies, and had seen many ancient gods' totems. He had even seen the totems of some of the so-called monstrous geniuses from the Desolate Era families. However, he had never seen such a vast totem in this world. The totem in front of him could no longer be described with zhang. How many tens of thousands of li was it? Was it 100,000 li? Or several 100,000 li? Not to mention, this Lu Yiping's totem actually had 100 million strands of God's laws. He had never seen anyone's totem with more than 10 million strands of God's laws. Because 10 million strands of God's laws were preordained by the heavens, the Lu Yiping in front of him had broken the law of the heavens. At this moment, Miao Zhe finally understood what Taurus Longjiao meant by despair. When Lu Yiping's totem was summoned, Miao Zhe's mountain-sized flowing time divine fist stopped in front of Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping didn't even need to use his totem's power. Just the totem's aura alone was enough to stop Miao Zhe's fist imprint. Looking at Lu Yiping's fist imprint, Lu Yiping casually punched out. The totem's light vibrated, and power flowed into Lu Yiping's fist imprint. A huge fist imprint broke through space, instantly shattering Miao Zhe's fist imprint. Carrying golden flames, the fist imprint crossed the horizon and arrived in front of Miao Zhe. Looking at this fist imprint, Miao Zhe's eyes were filled with despair. Miao Zhe was sent flying, crashing through the Zephyr Sect's mountain peaks. In the end, he crashed into a cliff at the end of the Zephyr Sect's mountain peak. Lying there, Miao Zhe's vitality began to fade. Looking at the sky, it was as if he saw the sun. Scenes of the old demon time imparting him the secret art of time flashed through his mind. Master. His voice was hoarse. Lu Yiping took a step forward, arriving in the air above Miao Zhe. Looking at Lu Yiping, Miao Zhe struggled to speak. Why do you know the ultimate meaning of the flowing time divine fist? Lu Yiping said indifferently, because I taught your master the flowing time divine fist. Miao Zhe was stunned, then his expression relaxed. So that's the reason. Previously, he had guessed that Lu Yiping was another disciple of the old demon time. Miao Zhe slowly closed his eyes. Taurus Longjiao, Xianxia, and the others came to Lu Yiping's side. Bury him. Lu Yiping said to Qiyu. Yes, Lord. Qiyu replied respectfully. Night fell. Lu Yiping stood in the courtyard of the largest palace arranged by the Zephyr sect. He took out Mount Buzhou and watered it with the spring of life. After fusing with the 20-meter-tall Mount Buzhou in the sea of lava, Mount Buzhou was already more than 60 meters tall. Moreover, some changes had occurred to Mount Buzhou. Faint patterns of the Great Tao began to appear on the mountain. These patterns of the Great Tao were somewhat similar to the patterns of the Jianshu's Great Tao. Seeing these patterns of the Great Tao, Liu Yiping's heart stirred. Could it be that Mount Buzhou also contained a heaven-opening cultivation technique? The Jianshu grew to 300 meters tall, and the heaven-opening cultivation technique was complete. Could it be that the cultivation technique was only complete after Mount Buzhou reached 300 meters tall? After watering 2 bowls of the spring of life, the rainbow gourd vine on Mount Buzhou surged with light, and the purple gourd grew a little bigger. At this rate, 2 bowls of the spring of life a day would be enough for the purple gourd to mature in a year. Liu Yiping was very much looking forward to this purple gourd. Like the Jianshu, the rainbow gourd vine was one of the top 10 connate spirit roots. The purple gourd's power must be extraordinary. After putting away Mount Buzhou, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao sat cross-legged under the Jianshu and began to comprehend the Great Tao and the Jade Disc of Good Fortune. At the same time, they cultivated the immortal Skywood technique. As they cultivated, Liu Yiping's body was gradually covered with a layer of leather armor that resembled the bark of the Jianshu. From afar, Liu Yiping looked like the incarnation of the Jianshu. Taurus Longjiao's body surged with dragon qi and flashed with lightning. Divine dragons coiled around him, and there was a faint shadow of the thunder god. Tomorrow at 4 a.m., first update at 10 a.m. In the past, the tree was still young, so it wasn't very useful to Liu Yiping and the Dragonhorn Golden Bull. However, now that the tree had grown to over 300 meters tall, the aura of the Great Tao had appeared. Liu Yiping and the Dragonhorn Golden Bull's cultivation speed had increased by a lot. Just as Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were cultivating under the tree, news of Liu Yiping killing Miao Zhe spread, alarming countless masters in the Void Realm. When Maha clan leader Xianxia heard the news, he was shocked. Miao Zhe is dead? Although he was first on the divine list, even he could only defeat Miao Zhe, not kill him. Yes, I didn't expect Liu Yiping to be stronger than we thought. Maha clan leader Xianxia frowned. Let's not worry about Liu Yiping for now. Xianxia muttered, the Firmament Palace has already sent masters to kill him. They should be here in the next 2 days. Xianxia sneered. Liu Yiping had a death wish. He killed the Lord of 9 Stars without investigating her identity. He then added, however, I heard that when Liu Yiping killed Miao Zhe, the totem he summoned was extremely huge. Some say that Liu Yiping's totem is even bigger than the Zephyr sect. Xianxia laughed. That's just an exaggeration. The most monstrous genius in the northern wilderness starfield can only condense a totem of 99 miles. Do you know what a 99-mile totem means? In the past 300,000 years, the northern wilderness starfield has only produced one monstrous genius in the thousands of dimensions. Xianxia then changed the topic. Also, the 4th princess of the undead tribe will be here tomorrow, right? When the time comes, you have to serve her carefully and please the 4th princess. You can't let her pick out any flaws. If our Maha clan can climb up to the undead race, then we won't have to worry about unifying the void plane. Don't worry, father. Xianxia nodded. The next day, a very large spaceship was breaking through the galactic storm and heading towards the void plane at an astonishing speed. This flying ship was similar to Liu Yiping's Black Dragon flying ship. It was 1,000 feet long and had a scarlet blue body. However, the blue body of the ship was emitting a faint scarlet flame. The body of the flying ship was engraved with a huge totem. It was the Undying Beast totem. When encountering galactic storms and hailstones, the spaceship would directly blast through them. A group of people stood at the bow of the ship. They were led by a beautiful young lady wearing red flame armor. Her skin was white, and she had a pair of almond-shaped eyes. Her face was cold and arrogant. She was the 4th princess of the Undying tribe, Wu Mei. 4th princess, up ahead is the void plane, a granny behind Wu Mei said. Wu Mei looked at the void plane in front of her. Her arrogant face was filled with disgust. If it weren't for my father's interest in the Maha bloodline, I wouldn't have come to such a remote place. The granny smiled. Although the Maha 17 planes are remote places, there are still geniuses occasionally. For example, the holy demon, Xianxia, and the old demon of time. Wu Mei shook her head. They're just slightly talented. If they were placed in the chaos plane, they would only be ordinary geniuses. A remote place like this can only produce a few small loaches. At this time, a young man stepped forward and smiled. Cousin, there's something you don't know. Recently, a person has appeared in the Maha 17 planes. I heard that he's the holy demon's master. His name is Liu Yiping. He's rising rapidly. Even Miao Zhe, the second on the divine list, was defeated by him. Wu Mei did not care. The divine leaderboard is just a self-proclaimed leaderboard from the Maha 17 planes. It is nothing in the northern wilderness starfield. With your strength, you can easily kill everyone on the leaderboard. The young man, Wu Li, smiled. I heard that Liu Yiping has a lot of stellar chaos water. Wu Mei was shocked. Stellar chaos water? Wu Li smiled. However, Liu Yiping killed the Lord of 9 Stars. The Firmament Palace has sent experts over. They should be here soon. Zephyr sect. The sun was shining brightly. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stopped cultivating. When they left the palace, Qiyu came in to report. Master, the Void Plane is spreading the news that the other half of the Big Dipper Palace's treasure map has appeared. The other half of the Big Dipper Palace's treasure map? Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao exchanged glances. Previously, the Red Lotus Golden Buddha had half of the treasure map. The other half was with Luo Shui. Now, the other half of the treasure map had appeared. Yes, it said that this person's grandmaster is a disciple of the Big Dipper Palace called Dai Chao. Qiyu said, now, he has escaped into the Red Mist Mountains. The Maha clan, Xianxia Island, Scattered Star Ocean Sea Tribe, Starry Ocean Sect, and even the Nirvana Temple's experts have all gone to the Red Mist Mountains. Some say that in addition to the Big Dipper Palace's treasure map, he also has the Big Dipper Yin-Yang Formation Manual. Taurus Longjiao was surprised. The Big Dipper Yin-Yang Formation? The Big Dipper Yin-Yang Formation was one of the top 10 ancient formations. It was also the Big Dipper Palace's divine formation. Qiyu said, there's one more thing. I heard that the Firmament Palace has sent experts to kill you. However, I can't find out how many there are and how strong they are. The divine world was vast and boundless. There were countless starfields and planes. Now, the 17 Maha and Hingyuan realms belong to the northern wilderness starfield of the divine realm. There were more than 3,000 realms in the northern wilderness starfield. Maha and Hingyuan realms were located at the edge of the northern wilderness starfield. It was the weakest realm in the northern wilderness starfield. The strongest realm in the northern wilderness starfield was the Chaos realm. The Firmament Palace was one of the strongest forces in the Chaos plane. The Lord of 9 Stars Yuan Jiahong came from the Firmament Palace. Liu Yiping had only recently learned that the Lord of 9 Stars Yuan Jiahong's master was the Patriarch of the Firmament Palace. The Firmament Palace was the overlord of more than 3,000 planes in the northern wilderness starfield. Even the most ordinary Patriarch of the Firmament Palace could make many planes in the northern wilderness starfield tremble with a stomp of his foot. It was no wonder that when they saw Liu Yiping kill the Lord of 9 Stars Yuan Jiahong, they felt as if the sky was falling. Hearing that the northern Firmament Palace's experts were coming, Taurus Longjiao waved the little fish in his hand and smiled. Looks like I can practice my hand strength again. Moments later, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the Zephyr sect and headed for the Red Mist Mountains. Liu Yiping and the rest did not fly. Instead, they drove the Black Dragon flying ship. Just as Liu Yiping and the rest drove the Black Dragon flying ship over, experts from various forces gathered above the Red Mist Mountains. The Maha clan's patriarch Moxie said to the Maha clan's experts, seal the Red Mist Mountains. From now on, only people can enter and not leave. We must find Dai Chao. The Maha clan's experts acknowledged respectfully. The experts from the Xianxia Island sect, the Scattered Star Ocean Sea Tribe, and the Star Ocean sect also sealed off every corner of the Red Mist Mountains. This time, the Sea Tribe had sent many experts. Even the Sea Tribe's most elite army, the Sea God's army, had come. Second update, 1 p.m. By the time Liu Yiping's group arrived at the Red Mist Mountains, the Maha clan, Sea Tribe, Xianxia Island, and Starry Sea sect had sealed off the mountain range. However, the Maha clan and Sea tribe only allowed entry and not exit. Therefore, Lu Yiping's group was not stopped from entering the Red Mist Mountains. Since Dai Chao had hidden himself after entering the Red Mist Mountains, the Maha clan and Sea tribe had yet to find him. The Red Mist Mountains were vast. Lu Yiping's group flew forward slowly, searching for Dai Chao as they flew. Lu Yiping opened the Eye of Thunder punishment between his eyebrows. Under the Eye of Thunder punishment, the layers of space in the Red Mist Mountains appeared one by one. No matter how deeply Dai Chao hid, as long as he was in the Red Mist Mountains, he could not escape the Eye of Thunder punishment. Not long after Lu Yiping entered the Red Mist Mountains, the Sea tribe's grand ancestor, Huiqing, received a report from an expert of the Sea tribe that Lu Yiping had entered the Red Mist Mountains. I know. Huiqing's eyes flashed with a cold light. He then crushed the communication talisman to report to the Sea tribe's sea god. At the same time, 10 figures broke through the layers of astral storms and entered the void plane. These 10 figures were all wearing the same Star Palace battle robe, which was the symbol of the Firmament Palace's Grand Supreme Elder. Each of them was an ancient God realm expert. The sect master of the Starry Sea sect just sent a message saying that Lu Yiping has entered the Red Mist Mountains. The leader of the Firmament Palace group said, "Let's go to the Red Mist Mountains now." The 10 people broke through the air and flew towards the Red Mist Mountains. In a short while, the Red Mist Mountains were in sight. At the Red Mist Mountains, experts from various forces almost simultaneously knew that Lu Yiping had entered the Red Mist Mountains. The undead race's flying ship also arrived at the Red Mist Mountains. The Maha clan's young patriarch, Mo Fei, said to the undead race's fourth princess, Wu Mei, fourth princess, experts from various forces have gathered in the Red Mist Mountains. A battle is unavoidable. The princess's status, I think it's better not to enter the Mist Mountains. Wu Mei said indifferently, do you think that with the protection of the undead clan, anyone can hurt me? The young patriarch of the Maha clan, Mo Fei, was stunned. He quickly explained with a smile, that's not what Mo Fei meant. I meant, Wu Mei interrupted, I'm not that precious. With the protection of my undead clan, no one in the void realm can hurt me. Moreover, in terms of strength, I'm much stronger than you. Mo Fei looked embarrassed. Wu Li asked, Lu Yiping just entered the Red Mist Mountains, right? Mo Fei was startled. He nodded and said, yes, about 10 minutes ago, our men reported that Lu Yiping entered the Red Mist Mountain range. Wu Li said, find out where Lu Yiping is in the Red Mist Mountains. What does Lord Wu Li want to do? Mo Fei asked carefully. You don't need to know what I want to do, Wu Li said indifferently. You just need to help me find out Lu Yiping's current location. Mo Fei did not dare to ask any more questions. Since Lu Yiping did not hide his whereabouts, the Maha clan soon found out where he was. The undead clan spaceship flew towards Lu Yiping's location. Just as the undead clan spaceship flew towards Lu Yiping's location, the Oceanic tribe's experts also surrounded Lu Yiping's location. Lu Yiping and the others were searching for Dai Chao's whereabouts when they saw the undead clan spaceship flying towards them. The undead clan spaceship was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Lu Yiping and the others. The spaceship stirred up waves of air that shook the surrounding mountains. It's the Chaos Plane's undead clan. Chiyu was shocked. In the Chaos Plane, whether it was the undead clan or the Firmament Palace, they were both giants in the northern wilderness starfield. Standing on the spaceship, Wu Li's gaze fell on Lu Yiping. You're Lu Yiping? I heard that you have a lot of Star Chaos water on you. Even to the undead clan and the Firmament Palace, Star Chaos water was a rare treasure. Wu Li had been searching for Star Chaos water for a long time. He needed a large amount of Star Chaos water. Otherwise, with his status, he would not have followed Wu Mei to the Void Plane. He had come specifically because he knew that Lu Yiping had Star Chaos water on him. Just as Wu Li finished speaking, the Red Mist Mountains rumbled. 10 powerful auras descended on the Red Mist Mountains. Sensing these 10 powerful auras, the expressions of the experts in the Red Mist Mountain range changed. The Maha clan's patriarch, Mo Xia, also felt the 10 powerful auras and his expression changed. Each of these 10 auras was stronger than his. Clearly, all 10 of them were ancient gods stronger than him. These are ancient gods. 10 ancient gods. the 10 ancient gods descended together. Just the aura they released caused the red fog mountain range to tremble. Even Wooly of the undead clan was surprised. I didn't expect the Firmament Palace to send 10 Grand Elders. The arrival of the 10 Grand Elders of the Firmament Palace in the Red Mist Mountains caused an uproar among the experts. The sect master of the Star Ocean sect led a group of experts to welcome them. Greetings, Zhongyuan. The sect master of the Star Ocean sect came before the 10 Grand Elders of the Firmament Palace and bowed respectfully. Zhongyuan was expressionless. Where's Liu Yiping? Just ahead. The sect master of the Star Ocean sect hurriedly said, the undead clan's experts are also here. Oh. Zhongyuan was surprised. Then, he and the other 9 people tore through the air toward Liu Yiping. The Star Ocean sect's experts hurriedly followed. In the blink of an eye, Zhongyuan and the others arrived at the scene. Zhongyuan glanced at the undead clan spaceship and recognized Wu Mei and Wu Li. His brows furrowed and his gaze fell on Liu Yiping. Just as Zhongyuan was about to speak, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the distance. The Sea Tribe Army and the Maha clan also flew over from the east and south. The Sea Tribe Army was led by a beautiful woman in sea god armor. The Maha clan army was led by Maha clan's patriarch Xianxia. Some of the Void Plains experts recognized the beautiful Sea Tribe woman and were shocked. It's the Sea Tribe Sea God, Lady Aina. The Maha clan, Xianxia Island, and Silence Temple's experts stirred. The Sea Tribe Sea God Aina was 2 generations older than the Sea Tribe's great ancestor Huaqing. Zhongyuan was also surprised when he sensed Aina's aura. Obviously, he did not expect the Void Plane to have such an expert like Aina. Aina held the Sea Tribe Sea God trident, her face cold. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of the crowd. Behind her, the Sea Tribe's strongest army, the Sea God Army, lined up neatly. A murderous aura filled the air. After the Maha clan and the Sea Tribe, the Xianxia Island, Silence Temple, and other super sects of the Void Plane also arrived. Liu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others were completely surrounded. Originally, they had come for Dai Chao, but now, Dai Chao seemed to have been cast aside. Zhongyuan looked at Liu Yiping and asked, did you kill the Lord of 9 Stars? Third update, 5 p.m., Liu Yiping did not answer Zhongyuan of the Firmament Palace. Instead, he glanced at Moxie of the Maha clan, Wu Li of the Undead clan, Aina of the Sea God Aina, the Master of the Starry Ocean sect, and other experts. He said indifferently, why, are you all here for my star chaotic water? Zhongyuan's face darkened when he saw that Liu Yiping was ignoring him. As the highest elder of the Firmament Palace, even Moxie of the Maha clan did not dare to ignore his question. A highest elder of the Firmament Palace behind Zhongyuan could not help but say indifferent, Brother Zhongyuan, there is no need to ask any more questions. I will first cripple Liu Yiping and bring him back to the Firmament Palace for punishment. Zhongyuan nodded. The highest elder of the Firmament Palace stepped forward and looked at Liu Yiping. Without activating his totem, he suddenly threw a punch at Liu Yiping. Limitless Formless Divine Fist. The Limitless Formless Divine Fist was one of the unique skills of the Firmament Palace. The ancient god power surged up like a monstrous wave. The power of the fist print changed the expressions of the surrounding experts. Even Moxie, the clan leader of the Maha clan, was shocked when he felt the destructive power of the opponent's fist. The strength of the 10 highest elders of the Firmament Palace was stronger than he had imagined. Without activating his totem, the power of this punch was much stronger than his totem attack. So strong. Even if 2 of me joined forces, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to take this punch. Moxie said. Many experts were even more shocked when they heard this. 2 of the first on the divine list could not take a punch from the highest elder of the Firmament Palace? And the opponent had not even activated his totem? How could the Supreme Elder of the Firmament Palace be so powerful? In the face of the opponent's punch, Liu Yiping did not even look at it and directly slapped it. The fist power exploded. The highest elder of the Firmament Palace was thrown back as if he had been hit by a terrifying force. After smashing through countless mountains, he smashed into the sky. The 10 highest elders of the Firmament Palace had come from that direction. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the Maha clan or the Sea race, all the masters were shocked. Moxie, in particular, found it even more unbelievable. He was not exaggerating. Even if there were two of him, he would not be able to take a punch from the highest elder of the Firmament Palace. But now, the highest elder of the Firmament Palace had been sent flying by Liu Yiping. Even the sea race's sea god's cold expression changed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Previously, when she heard that Liu Yiping had sent Su Yi, Su Wen, and Jin Liang flying in the Su family city, she had guessed Liu Yiping's strength. She felt that Liu Yiping should be able to fight against the Nirvana Temple Master, who was ranked third on the god ranking list. However, not long after, during the Battle of the Zephyr Sect, Liu Yiping directly killed Miao Zhe, which surprised her greatly. After that, she guessed that Liu Yiping's strength should be slightly stronger than Miao Zhe. But now, it was more than just a little stronger. Liu Yiping glanced at Zhong Yuan. No need to go through so much trouble, both of you can attack together. Then, his gaze fell on Wu Li and the sea god He Yina. Both of you can also attack together. At this time a loud boom sounded. The highest elder of the Firmament Palace who had been sent flying flew out from the pile of rubble. Everyone looked over and saw that the highest elder's divine armor had shattered, and there were streaks of blood on his body. It was a ghastly sight. The highest elder of the Firmament Palace stared at Liu Yiping in shock and anger. The ancient god power in his body surged wildly and the dharma of the god world flew out. Each strand of divine world law was as thick as a baby's arm. Everyone was shocked to see such a thick divine world law. It was no wonder that they were shocked. Miao Zhe's divine world law was only the size of a finger, but this highest elder's was as thick as a baby's arm, several times thicker than Miao Zhe's. Accompanied by strands of divine world law, a totem flew out. This totem had reached a height of 500 feet, the 500-foot totem was as tall as a small mountain, and it broke through the air in a dazzling light. As the totem flew up, waves of shocking airwaves swept through the world. The surrounding mountains were hit by the airwaves and began to crumble. The trees on the mountains were all thrown up. A 500-foot totem. Xianxia was shocked. His totem was only 200 feet. Every ancient god expert knew that the strength of a totem increased with every 10 feet. Therefore, the strength of this highest elder of the Firmament Palace was not only twice his, but more than 10 times his. Die. The highest elder of the Firmament Palace summoned his totem and took a step forward, arriving in front of Liu Yiping. With a ferocious expression, he suddenly punched at Liu Yiping. This time, it was not the limitless formless divine fist, but another unique skill of the Firmament Palace, the Firmament Radiance Fist. The Firmament Radiance Fist was created by the founder master of the Firmament Palace. Its power was much stronger than the limitless formless divine fist. The punch was like the explosion of a bright sun, illuminating the world and hurting everyone's eyes. Seeing the highest elder of the Firmament Palace summon his totem and punch at Liu Yiping with all his might, the crowd was puzzled. Liu Yiping still stood there motionless. Does Liu Yiping not intend to activate his totem? Hu Qing, the great ancestor of the Sea tribe, said in shock. Although the strength that Liu Yiping had just displayed had shocked everyone, the highest elder of the Firmament Palace had not used his totem earlier. Now that he had used his totem, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Did Liu Yiping want to take the highest elder's punch with his bare hands? Everyone stared at Liu Yiping without blinking. They wanted to see how Liu Yiping would take the highest elder's punch. Looking at the highest elder's Firmament Radiance Fist, Liu Yiping raised his hand and punched out as well. When Liu Yiping punched out, the crowd had an illusion that the world was turning upside down. Time and space were crisscrossing. Everything in the world seemed to be moving in the opposite direction. Boom! Liu Yiping and the highest elder of the Firmament Palace collided. The Firmament Light Fist of the highest elder of the Firmament Palace collapsed, and the highest elder of the Firmament Palace was sent flying backward at an even more terrifying speed. Suddenly, the highest elder of the Firmament Palace shattered inch by inch in the air. First, the totem cracked and completely exploded. Then, the highest elder's body burst into a bloody mist. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels, godhead, and soul exploded. An ancient god's blood contained immense power. As the bloody mist fell, the red mist mountains shook, and the surrounding peaks were smashed through. The red mist mountains were originally shrouded in red mist. At this time, the red mist surged out from the surrounding peaks, clearing the world. Silence. Everyone forgot to speak. No one even dared to make the slightest sound. The sea tribe sea god Hyena's chest heaved up and down. It was obvious that she was very excited, and her state of mind was very unstable. Standing on the immortal spaceship, Wu Li's hands trembled. He could no longer maintain the confident smile he had before. Fourth update at 9 p.m. Looking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Before the 6th, the monthly votes were doubled. Now, 1 vote equals 2 votes. I hope brothers will vote for me. He had blown up an ancient god with 1 punch, even his totem had been blown up, and it was an ancient god with a totem that was 500 feet tall. That was an ancient god with a totem that was 500 feet tall. Even Xianxia, who ranked first on the god list, had only condensed a totem that was 200 feet tall. Even Zhongyuan's heart was beating wildly. Defeating an ancient god was nothing, but Liu Yiping had blown it up, not defeated it. And he had done it with his bare hands, without using any divine weapon or totem. Just now, he had not even felt Liu Yiping using any divine power. Liu Yiping had blown up an ancient god with a totem that was 500 feet tall with only his physical strength. Perhaps he was too shocked. Even Zhongyuan stood there, forgetting to speak. Originally, he should have been furious that a Firmament Palace highest elder had been killed, but now, there was only shock in his heart, not anger. Liu Yiping's face was calm, as if he had done something insignificant. He looked at Zhongyuan and the other 8 Firmament Palace highest elders and said, "It's your turn." "It's your turn," Liu Yiping's voice rang in the minds of Zhongyuan and the other 8 Firmament Palace highest elders like thunder. Everyone looked at Zhongyuan and the other 8 supreme elders of the Firmament Palace. "And you?" Liu Yiping looked at Sea Tribe Sea God Hyena and Undead Clan Wu Li. Undead Clan Wu Li's face was ugly. He had wanted to kill Liu Yiping just now. Originally, he had wanted to kill Liu Yiping before the others, and then search Liu Yiping's Star Chaos Water. But he had not expected the Firmament Palace and the Sea Tribe to arrive one after another. "What, you don't dare to attack?" Liu Yiping looked at the gloomy Undead Clan Wu Li and Sea God Hyena. Hyena had led the Sea Tribe Sea God Legion here. Her previous murderous aura clearly indicated that she wanted to avenge the previous Sea God Temple's Hall Masters, Huate and Huade. Hearing Liu Yiping say that he didn't dare to make a move, Wu Li of the undead race was enraged. The undead race's Wu Li soared into the sky and stood in midair. His body was covered in raging divine flames, and a terrifying aura roared out, shaking heaven and earth. This aura was many times stronger than that of the highest elder of the Firmament Palace. Even when the highest elder of the Firmament Palace had activated his totem, his aura had not been so astonishing. "Don't dare to make a move?" Wu Li laughed in extreme anger. "Liu Yiping, do you really think that I don't dare to make a move? I really thought I was afraid of you." At this point, the ancient god realm's power surged, and the divine world's laws intertwined. Each of the divine world's laws was as thick as an adult's thigh. A huge totem flew out. This totem was actually over 3,000 feet long. It was more than 6 times the size of the highest elder of the Firmament Palace and was bursting with flames. Everyone looked at the huge totem in awe. 3,000 feet. Even Zhongyuan of the Firmament Palace was shocked. Condensing a 1,000 feet long totem was definitely a genius. Condensing a 3,000 feet long totem could no longer be described as a genius. Although Wu Li had only condensed 1 totem, his strength was more than 20 times stronger than that of the highest elder of the Firmament Palace. Xianxia and Mo Fei, who were standing beside the 4th princess of the undead race, were also shocked beyond words. At this moment, Mo Fei finally understood why the 4th princess of the undead race had said that no one in the void plane could hurt her with the undead race's guards. It turned out that such a powerful expert had followed her here. An undead expert beside Wu Mei looked at Wu Li's totem and exclaimed, "Your Highness, Wu Li's strength has improved a lot." Wu Li activated his totem, and a vast power swept out like a demon god, with the power to crush the heavens. He stood high in the sky and looked down at Liu Yiping. "Liu Yiping, I didn't make a move just now because I didn't want to fight with you. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you?" The 3,000 feet long totem was like an ancient sacred mountain. Liu Yiping looked at the 3,000 feet long totem above Wu Li's head and said indifferently, "It's only 3,000 feet long." Only 3,000 feet long, everyone was stunned. Wu Li laughed in anger, "Only 3,000 feet long? You said that my totem is only 3,000 feet long? Does that mean your totem is super big?" Qiyu, Xianxia, and the others' expressions turned strange. Everyone stared at Liu Yiping. Earlier, Liu Yiping had not used his totem in the two attacks, so all the experts present were curious about Liu Yiping's totem and how strong Liu Yiping's strength would be after activating his totem. Taurus Longjiao laughed at Wu Li's question. Anyone who has seen my master's totem will feel despair to the point of doubting life. He had said the same thing to Miao Zhe earlier. Earlier, Liu Yiping had only summoned the first of his 49 totems, and that was already enough to make Miao Zhe doubt life. If Liu Yiping summoned the rest of his totems, Miao Zhe would not only doubt life, but doubt the universe. Despair to the point of doubting life? Then I want to see if you'll really feel despair to the point of doubting life. Wu Li laughed heartily at Wu Li's words, and suddenly punched out at Liu Yiping. Light of immortality. Endless vitality, power of immortality. As his fist punched out, the vast power within his totem rushed out. This power was similar to a phoenix's nirvana, but it was also different. Boom, when Wu Li's fist force blasted out, everyone heard a loud bang. This was the sound of space being blasted by a force that had reached a certain level. Just as Wu Li attacked, Zhong Yuan and the other 8 people of the Firmament Palace also summoned their totems at the same time, and simultaneously punched at Liu Yiping. No one had expected Zhong Yuan and the other 8 Supreme Elders of the Firmament Palace to launch a sneak attack while Wu Li was attacking. Zhong Yuan's totem was more than 1,200 feet long, the other 8 Supreme Elders' totems ranged from 500 feet to 700 feet. The totems of these Supreme Elders of the Firmament Palace were all no less than 500 feet long. The 9 Supreme Elders' combined strength, plus Wu Li, made a total of 10 people. 10 people's earth-shattering power blotted out the sky as they madly attacked Liu Yiping. At this time, Sea Tribe's Sea God Aina also made her move. Her totem pierced through the air, reaching a height of more than 1,200 feet, several feet taller than Zhong Yuan's totem. Aina swung the trident in her hand, stabbing at Liu Yiping's back with unparalleled speed. Seeing that Sea God Aina also made her move at the last moment, everyone held their breaths. Just as Wu Li, Zhong Yuan, Aina, and the other 11 Supreme Elders' attacks were about to reach Liu Yiping, all of a sudden, everyone felt the world shake, as if something terrifying was coming out from heaven and earth. In the next moment, everyone saw a series of incomparably huge God-world laws. Each of these God-world laws was even bigger than Wu Li's totem. Wu Li's over 3,000 feet totem was as weak as a chicken compared to these God-world laws that were as large as dragons. After these God-world laws that were as large as dragons, everyone saw an unimaginably huge shadow that could support the sky. When the shadow rose up, the world fell into boundless darkness. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, 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 Endless Fantasy. As the gigantic shadow rose into the air, a peerlessly terrifying aura enveloped the heavens. Everyone felt as if they were being crushed by this terrifying aura. This was just an aura, invisible and formless, but everyone felt as if they were being crushed into dust. Under this terrifying aura, Wu Li, Zhong Yuan, Ocean God Aina, and the others felt their blood freeze. They were unable to move and were all frozen in place. What is this? One of the Temple of Annihilation's experts said with difficulty. Because this black shadow was too huge, no one could clearly see what it was. Wu Li, Zhong Yuan, and the others from the Firmament Palace looked at the slowly rising black shadow and thought of a possibility. They were all shocked. Totem. This is a totem. The Undead Tribe's 4th Princess Wu Mei screamed. Totem. When the Undead Tribe's 4th Princess Wu Mei said this, everyone froze as if they were struck by lightning. They stared at the slowly rising totem as if they had seen a ghost. This is a totem? The Maha tribe's young master Mo Fei trembled. How was this a totem? This was the demonic abyss beast, the largest beast in the universe. Didn't his father say that the most monstrous genius in the northern wilderness starfield in 300,000 years only had a totem of 99 miles? Wu Li and Zhong Yuan were even more shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They had traversed the northern wilderness starfield and had been to many realms in the northern wilderness starfield. However, they had never seen such a gigantic totem before. Not only had they never seen it, they had never even heard of it. Finally, like Miao Zhe, they understood the meaning of the Taurus Longjiao. But now, they were so desperate that they doubted their lives. Finally, the totem rose to the sky. At this time, the Maha tribe and the Oceanic tribe experts could no longer see the sky because the sky was completely covered by this demonic abyss beast totem. Under the aura of this demonic abyss beast totem, the space seemed to be still. 100 million heavenly world laws. Ocean god Aina looked at the heavenly world laws of the demonic abyss beast totem and no longer had any thoughts. Hearing sea god Aina's voice, everyone noticed Liu Yiping's dragon-like god realm laws. There were a total of 100 million of them. How can there be such a totem in this world? Xianxia muttered to himself. Anyone who saw such a totem would feel despair. How was he supposed to live? Liu Yiping stood in the air, looking indifferently at Wu Li, Zhongyuan, Aina, and the other 11 people who were attacking him. Wu Li was terrified. Liu Yiping, the undead tribe is the overlord of Northern Wilderness Starfield. We have countless elites. Please forgive me. I will never offend you again. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Liu Yiping raise his hand and land a palm strike. Everyone saw a gigantic golden palm that was the size of a city falling down from the void. This gigantic golden palm was shining with Buddhist light. When the Buddhist palm fell, the sound of Buddhas rang out. Buddha's palm? Wu Li shouted as he looked at the descending Buddha palm. The Tathagata Buddha's palm was known as the supreme technique of the Buddha world, and it had been lost since ancient times. Boom! Wu Li was instantly smashed into the ground of the Red Mist Mountains. Sand and stones flew up from the ground. The sand and stones did not fall to the ground for a long time. Everyone looked over and saw Wu Li being smashed into the ground of the Red Mist Mountains. The 3,000-foot-long totem had been smashed into pieces. As for Wu Li himself, he had disappeared. To be exact, he had turned into a blood mist and merged into the ground of the Red Mist Mountains. An ancient god with a 3,000-foot-long totem was smashed to death. Zhongyuan looked at Liu Yiping and the totem behind Liu Yiping and laughed. No one knew why he was laughing. Liu Yiping directly smashed down with his palm. However, this time it was not the Buddha's palm, but a boundless dark palm. Dark palm? No, the dark palm is not this powerful. Under everyone's gaze, Zhongyuan and the other 8 Firmament Palace Grand Elders were also smashed into the ground. Another dark palm print was imprinted on the ground. The dark palm print overlapped with the Buddha's palm print. Darkness and Buddha's light diffused but did not repel each other. Liu Yiping looked at sea god Aina. Everyone swallowed hard. Sea god Aina was the #1 beauty of the Void Plain. After so many years, she was even more beautiful than before. However, Liu Yiping's eyes were indifferent as his palm fell. In Aina's desperate eyes, she was smashed into the ground of the Red Mist Mountains, just like Wu Li and Zhongyuan. Everyone was shocked speechless. 11 ancient gods, plus the Firmament Palace Grand Elder, that was a total of 12. 12 ancient gods were killed just like that. The 4th princess of the undead clan, Wu Mei, trembled as she looked at Wu Li's corpse. She was shocked, angry, and hateful. All the experts of the undead clan looked at Liu Yiping in shock and anger. However, no one dared to make a move. Liu Yiping looked at the Sea Tribe and the Star Sea Sect. The Sea Tribe ancestor Huqing and the sect master of the Star Sea Sect paled. Kill. Liu Yiping said. Before anyone could react, Taurus Longjiao behind Liu Yiping moved. Taurus Longjiao did not use the small fish but punched the Sea Tribe with his left fist and the Star Sea Sect with his right fist. When Taurus Longjiao punched out with his left fist, thousands of divine dragons flew out. The roars of the divine dragons filled the sky, drowning the Sea Tribe ancestor and the Sea Tribe sea god army. Taurus Longjiao's right fist turned into divine lightning that devoured the Star Sea Sect's experts. When the divine dragons and divine lightning disappeared, the Sea Tribe ancestor Huqing and the Sea Tribe sea god army's experts exploded at the same time. The Star Sea Sect's experts were burned to ashes. When everyone saw this, they looked at the dragon horn golden bull in a different light. The Sea Tribe ancestor Huqing was ranked 5th on the god list, and the Star Sea Sect master was ranked 7th. Among the Sea Tribe sea god army and Star Sea Sect's experts, there were many peak late-stage dimension lords. But now, they were all killed by Taurus Longjiao in one move. Anyone else want to make a move? Liu Yiping glanced at the crowd. No one dared to look at Liu Yiping. Lu Yiping put away the totem. Master, do you want to kill all these spectators, the Maha tribe and the undead tribe? Taurus Longjiao suddenly spoke. Everyone was scared out of their wits, and many experts knelt down. Even the Maha clan's patriarch, Xianxia, was pale. Let's go. Lu Yiping glanced at the crowd and said. He left with Taurus Longjiao and the others. Many experts felt their bodies go limp. When Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's figures completely disappeared, an old man behind Wu Mei said, Fourth Princess, how should we report to the patriarch when we return? Wu Li was a direct descendant of the undead tribe's ancestor and a genius that the undead tribe had focused on nurturing. His status was no lower than Wu Mei's. Now that he was dead, even Wu Mei would be punished. Let's return to the undead tribe first. Wu Mei looked in the direction Lu Yiping disappeared and said. Second update at 4 p.m. After Lu Yiping left, he continued to search for Dai Chao. However, after searching the entire Red Mist Mountains, there was no trace of Dai Chao. Lu Yiping furrowed his brows. Red Moon's information shouldn't be false. Dai Chao had escaped to the Red Mist Mountain range. Otherwise, the Maha tribe and the Xianxia island wouldn't have gathered here. Then, did Dai Chao escape, or rather, they had broken through the blockade of the various forces and escaped the Red Mist Mountains before he arrived. Sir, should we expand the search area? Red Moon asked. Lu Yiping shook his head. No need. Let's return to the Zephyr sect. Since Dai Chao had escaped, he would definitely not stay near the Red Mist Mountains. Therefore, Lu Yiping returned to the Zephyr sect with Taurus Longjiao and the others. Just as Lu Yiping and the others returned to the Zephyr sect, Dai Chao's figure appeared in the air above a desolate mountain in the void plain. Dai Chao gasped for breath as he looked in the direction of the Red Mist Mountains in horror. After confirming that no one was chasing him, he continued to escape. When Lu Yiping returned to the Zephyr sect, the news of Lu Yiping killing the 12 ancient gods in the Red Mist Mountains had spread. The void plain and the surrounding plains were shaken. Wu Li of the undead clan formed a 3,000-foot totem. He joined forces with Zhong Yuan and the other 9 from the Firmament Palace and the Sea Tribe Sea God Aina, but he was still killed by Lu Yiping with one palm. I heard that Lu Yiping only formed one totem. His totem is 100,000 miles long. Pfft. When the news spread, many people who were drinking tea or strong liquor spat it out. 100,000 miles? Are you king kidding me? Even if it's exaggerated, it's not that exaggerated. 100 miles is enough to scare people to death, let alone 100,000 miles. Do you think it's a cow that can be as big as it wants? Many people who heard the news angrily rebuked the rumor mongers. Based on Lu Yiping's battle strength, his totem should be more than 30 miles long? There were all sorts of discussions. After Lu Yiping returned to the Zephyr sect, he did not pay attention to these discussions. He continued to sit cross-legged under the tree of creation with the dragon horn and the golden ox, cultivating the immortal skywood technique and comprehending the good fortune jade disc. Of course, he didn't forget to water the colorful gourd root. Now, the Jianshu had grown to more than 300 meters, and there was no need to water it anymore. Even if he watered it with 2 bowls of the spring of life every day, it wouldn't have much effect. This cultivation lasted for 3 days. As he cultivated the immortal skywood art, Lu Yiping gradually felt the inadequacy of his physical body. In the past, Lu Yiping had thought that he was strong enough, whether it was his physical body or his soul. However, after cultivating the immortal skywood art, Lu Yiping realized that his physical body was still very weak. At the very least, compared to an existence like Jianshu, his physical body was much weaker. Therefore, he had to speed up his cultivation of the immortal skywood art and improve his fleshly body. As for his soul, just like his physical body, it still needed to be cultivated and strengthened. However, he had to find a divine soul cultivation method of the same level as Jianshu. On this day, Lu Yiping stopped cultivating, thinking about the matter of his soul cultivation. He didn't lack divine soul cultivation methods, but compared to a heaven-splitting cultivation method like the immortal skywood art, his soul cultivation method was far inferior. The Grand Mist Bead. Lu Yiping fell into deep thought. The Grand Mist Bead was a Grand Mist artifact, and contained the number 1 soul cultivation method in the world. However, after splitting open the heavens, the Grand Mist Bead had gone missing. Lord, there is news from the True Gold Union, they have found Dai Chao's whereabouts. Qiyu came to Lu Yiping's side and reported respectfully, the True Gold Union said that Dai Chao appeared in the Black Snow Mountain Range and was discovered. However, he had an escape artifact on him, and with the help of it, he managed to escape. Now, he has left the Void World. Lu Yiping asked solemnly, he has left the Void World? If he left the Void World, it would be difficult to find Dai Chao's whereabouts in the boundless space. Should we continue to search for Dai Chao's whereabouts? Qiyu asked. Lu Yiping shook his head, no need. The True Gold Union's forces were spread across the surrounding 17 worlds. Since Dai Chao had left the Void World, the True Gold Union couldn't find him even if they wanted to. Let the True Gold Union continue to help me find those tree blocks, stones, and jade plates. Lu Yiping ordered. Qiyu complied and retreated. In the following days, Lu Yiping cultivated the immortal skywood art and comprehended the fortune jade disc under the foundation tree. Occasionally, he would take out the 100 heavenly steels to study. From the heavenly steels, he gradually comprehended many of the Heavenly Emperor's lost techniques and the primordial heavenly quartz grand formation. However, he was also certain of one thing, and that was the primordial Heavenly Emperor was still alive. On this day, Lu Yiping was cultivating when the grand formation he had set up in the purple extreme devil nest in the Black Snow Mountain Range shook. Lu Yiping opened his eyes. The purple extreme devil race had sent someone after all. Immediately, he tore through the void and headed towards the Black Snow Mountain Range. Just as Lu Yiping was heading towards the Black Snow Mountains, within the purple extreme demon nest, two black-robed men were looking at the empty plains and empty palaces with ugly expressions on their faces. Who did it? One of them had a murderous look in his eyes. If I find out who did it, I'll extract his soul and refine his bones. The 9-star 7-spirit Fox division was destroyed by Lu Yiping. Could it be Lu Yiping too? The other man guessed. You guessed right, it was me. A voice sounded. The two men turned around in shock and saw a blue-robed young man behind them. You're Lu Yiping? One of them looked at Lu Yiping in shock. Lu Yiping, why do you keep going against the purple extreme devil race? Imba clan, Lu Yiping said coldly. The two men were stunned. Indifferent, one of them said, Lu Yiping, the terror of the Imba clan is not something that an ant like you can provoke. Lu Yiping couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He directly pulled the two of them in front of him. A while later, after asking what he wanted to know, he crushed the two of them to death. The Chaos Dimension. Lu Yiping muttered to himself. The two men were from the Chaos Dimension. The other purple extreme devil race's nest was in the Chaos Dimension. In other words, the purple extreme devil race's biggest nest in the northern wilderness starfield was in the Chaos Dimension. The other branches in the northern wilderness starfield were all under their control. Lu Yiping returned to the Zephyr sect. The next day, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the Zephyr sect and headed to the Chaos Dimension. Maha Dimension was located at the edge of the northern wilderness starfield. It was not close to the Chaos Dimension. Lu Yiping increased the speed of the Black Dragon flying ship, passing through layers of galaxies. A few days later, they arrived at the Chaos Dimension. The Chaos Dimension was the largest dimension in the northern wilderness starfield. It was not only the largest, but also the most powerful. Almost 70% of the top forces in the northern wilderness starfield were gathered here. Lu Yiping identified the direction and headed to the east of the Chaos Dimension. The purple extreme devil race's biggest branch in the northern wilderness starfield was in a desert on the east side of the Chaos Dimension. There were many building tree blocks collected by the purple extreme devil race. 7:30 p.m. Third update, the barren dragon burial desert was located on the east side of the Chaos Dimension. It was said that in ancient times, Qin Yushu, the sage emperor of the primordial human clan, had once slaughtered an evil dragon here. That was how the barren dragon burial desert got its name. Because of the Great War, the destructive energy shrouded this place, causing it to be barren. Even after 1,000,000 years, there was still no sign of life. There were few people in the barren dragon burial desert, but many demons and evil faction elites built their caves here. The evil dragon cultivated an evil skill, and after its death, the evil energy in its blood seeped into the ground of the desert. The evil faction elites who cultivated here benefited greatly. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived at the sky above the barren dragon burial desert. It's been so many years, and this place still hasn't recovered? Taurus Longjiao looked at the barren desert in shock. Lu Yiping's eyes were deep. 1,000,000 years have passed, the evil energy here should have dissipated long ago. Taurus Longjiao was stunned. Master, you mean it's the Purple Demon tribe's doing? Maybe it's the Purple Demon tribe, or maybe it's the Imba tribe. Lu Yiping said. After a short pause, the two of them continued forward. Where did the evil god go? Taurus Longjiao shook his head. With his strength, he shouldn't have gone missing. After the ancient evil god Chang Liang was resurrected by Lu Yiping, although he had not regained his full strength, there should be no one in this world who could hurt him. Lu Yiping fell into deep thought. He guessed that the evil god Chang Liang must have found something and chased it out of the eternal dimension. The barren dragon burial desert was rolling. Other than sand, there was nothing else. Occasionally, there were some abandoned cities. After a while, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao came to a ruin. The Purple Demon tribe's largest branch in the northern wilderness starfield was here. Lu Yiping used his divine sense to sense thousands of auras deep under the ruins. Indifferent smiles appeared on his face. Of these several thousand auras, half of them were ancient gods. The eye of lightning punishment appeared between Lu Yiping's eyebrows. Lightning surged from the eye of lightning punishment. In an instant, the boundless divine lightning turned into a sea of lightning that blasted towards the depths of the ruins. Boom! In the depths of the ruins, countless dilapidated walls were instantly turned into fine powder. The surrounding sand and dust were blown all over the sky. The destructive power of the divine thunder passed through the layers of formations and blasted directly into the depths of the ground. In the depths of the ruins, there were at least dozens of formations laid down by the purple extreme devil race's experts. But now, they were all destroyed by the sea of lightning. Dozens of formations exploded almost at the same time. Deep beneath the ruins was a vast city. Within the palace of the city, the elites of the purple extreme demonic tribe were either cultivating, sparring, or discussing the happenings in northern wilderness starfield. When they saw the sea of lightning crashing down, they began to flee in panic. Some of them even summoned totems. One after another, totems flew up, the largest of which was over 15 kilometers long. However, as soon as these purple extreme devil race experts fled, they were drowned by a sea of lightning that crashed down from the sky. None of the 5,000 people managed to escape. All the totems were also drowned in the sea of lightning. The sea of lightning continued to roll, sweep, and crash in the underground city of the ruins. After a long time, it finally stopped. More than 5,000 purple extreme devil race experts were almost completely annihilated. Only one person was left lying there on the verge of death. That person was deliberately left alive by Lu Yiping. He was also the strongest among the purple extreme devil race experts. He should be their leader. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao took a step forward and arrived above the underground city of the ruins. They walked toward the other party. Who are you? The leader of the purple extreme devil race looked at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao in horror. In one strike, more than 5,000 purple extreme devil race experts were annihilated. Half of them were ancient gods, even the number one person in northern wilderness starfield, the northern wilderness divine abode master, could not possibly have such terrifying power. Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping said calmly. You're Lu Yiping. The other party was surprised. Clearly, his subordinate had reported to him about Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping did not waste time with the other party. He pulled the other party to his face and controlled his mind. After a while, Lu Yiping learned what he wanted to know from the other party. He did not kill the other party immediately. Instead, he ordered the other party to summon all the elites from the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe's branch in the northern wilderness starfield and bring all the Jianshu tree pieces that the branch had collected. From the other party, he learned that the Purple Extreme Devil Race's branches in northern wilderness starfield had collected quite a number of builder tree pieces. Some of them had not been presented yet. If all the branches were to present all of them, there would be more than 1,000 builder tree pieces. What did it mean to have more than 1,000 builder tree pieces? When Lu Yiping was in the ancient forest of the Nine Stars realm, he had only found a little more than 100 tree pieces. When he was in the 7 Spiritual Fox branch of the Purple Extreme Demon Clan and the 9 Stars realm and the Black Snow Mountain branch of the Void realm, he had only found a little more than 70 and 90 tree pieces respectively. If his builder tree were to combine all the builder tree pieces from all the branches, it would definitely grow to a shocking extent. Once his builder tree grew to 600 meters, then the second stage of the immortal sky with skill would appear. Moreover, if he cultivated under the builder tree, his cultivation speed would increase again. Liu Yiping tossed the other party into the cauldron of heaven and earth and began to tour the underground city. Although his lightning punishment had killed the Purple Extreme Devil race's experts, he had controlled his strength well and did not destroy anything else in the city. Therefore, the treasures that the Purple Extreme Devil race had collected were still intact. Liu Yiping arrived at the largest palace in the city. This palace occupied an area of 10 miles, and the entire palace was built with white dragon jade. In the center of the palace, there was a huge cauldron. The surrounding cabinets were filled with jade bottles filled with all kinds of divine pellets. Liu Yiping ignored these divine pellets and pushed open the door to the side chamber's treasury. The treasury was filled with builder tree pieces. There were more than 3,000 of them. These builder tree pieces were found by the Purple Extreme Devil race's branches in secret places. Some of them were even found in other star fields. Taurus Longjiao looked at the 3,000+ builder tree pieces in front of him and grinned happily. So many builder tree pieces. We don't have to work so hard to find builder tree pieces anymore. We can just look for the Purple Extreme Devil race's nest. Liu Yiping smiled. He had also thought of this problem. The Purple Extreme Devil race had collected builder tree pieces for the Yinyang Bora race. If they could find the Yinyang Bora race's nest, there would be many times more builder tree pieces. Yinyang Bora race. Liu Yiping said coldly. He had a feeling that if he followed the Purple Extreme Devil race, he would soon find the Yinyang Bora race's nest. Since the elites from the Northern Wilderness Starfield's Purple Extreme Demonic Tribe would not arrive so soon, Liu Yiping waited for the elites from the Northern Wilderness Starfield's Purple Extreme Demonic Tribe to arrive. As he merged with the builder tree pieces, the builder tree grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. First update at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. Soon, the Tree of Creation reached 400 meters, then 500 meters, finally, it broke through 600 meters. When the Tree of Creation grew to 600 meters, light surged, and the chaotic chi was twice as dense as before. It was even more turbulent, and the patterns of the Great Tao on the Tree of Creation increased by a lot, and they were even clearer. In the past, there were many Tao patterns on the Tree of Creation, but they were sparse. Now, the number of Tao patterns doubled. The number of leaves on the Tree of Creation also doubled, and the Tao patterns on the leaves combined to form the second stage of the Immortal Skywood technique. However, Liu Yiping was not in a hurry to comprehend the second stage of the Immortal Skywood technique. Instead, he continued to integrate the tree pieces. Soon, the Tree of Creation grew to 900 meters. However, the further it grew, the slower it grew. Moreover, when the Tree of Creation reached 900 meters, the third stage of the Immortal Skywood technique still did not appear. Finally, the Tree of Creation broke through 1,000 meters. However, the third stage of the Immortal Skywood technique still did not appear. Finally, when the Tree of Creation broke through to 1,200 meters, the third stage of the Immortal Skywood technique finally appeared. At 1,200 meters, the chaotic aura around the Tree of Creation rose like a sea. Golden light sparkled, and the number of Tao patterns on the Tree of Creation doubled again. At the same time, these Tao patterns became clearer. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao looked at the Tree of Creation in front of them. Looking at the chaotic aura around the tree, the Tao patterns on the Tree of Creation, and the lush leaves that flickered with a mesmerizing light, they could not help but gasp in amazement. This was the top of the top 10 innate spiritual roots. Now, it was finally showing the power of the top 10 innate spiritual roots. The Tree of Creation in front of them could no longer be called a tree. It was more appropriate to call it a super tree. However, it could not be called a giant tree. Although the Tree of Creation in front of them was already 1,200 meters tall, it was still much smaller than the Divine Phoenix tree he had obtained previously. The Divine Phoenix tree he had found in the battlefield of the gods was much bigger than the Tree of Creation in front of him. The Divine Phoenix tree was still in its infancy. Therefore, if this tree of creation really matured, who knew how many miles it would reach? One had to know that the tree of creation stood between heaven and earth, connecting heaven and earth to 10,000 worlds. One could imagine how big it was. Legend had it that the experts of the primordial age ascended along the tree of creation, and took several years to reach the heavenly world. One could imagine how high his achievements were, compared to the one in the past. The 1,200 meters in front of him was just a small dot. When the creation tree grew to 1,200 meters, more than half of the 3,000 tree pieces had been used. Liu Yiping continued to fuse the remaining tree pieces. When he finished fusing the last tree piece, the creation tree finally grew to more than 1,500 meters. Based on the growth of the tree, the fourth layer of the immortal skyward art would only appear when it reached 2,400 meters. After Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao set up a barrier around the city, they sat cross-legged under the tree and began to comprehend the second and third levels of the immortal skyward technique. Although he hadn't cultivated the first level to perfection, he could comprehend the second and third level of the mental cultivation method. Once he cultivated the first level to perfection, he could directly break through to the second level. The higher the level of the immortal skyward art, the more complicated and difficult it would be to comprehend. If it were other people, they might not be able to comprehend the second and third level of the mental cultivation method even after hundreds or thousands of years. However, with the assistance of the Great Way of the Good Fortune Jade Disc, Liu Yiping only used a few months to completely comprehend it. During this time, the elites from the various branches of the Purple Demon tribe in the northern wilderness starfield sent over the creation tree pieces. After fusing the 1,000 tree pieces that were sent over, the creation tree had grown to more than 1,900 meters. There were more than 1,900 Dao patterns on the tree body. The leaves of the creation tree were even more luxuriant. As for all the Purple Demon tribe members, Liu Yiping crushed them all, including the previous leader. After dealing with all the Purple Demon elites in the northern wilderness starfield, Liu Yiping was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to cultivate under the creation tree in the underground city. This cultivation lasted for a few years. In these few years, Liu Yiping worked hard to cultivate the immortal skyward art. He had already cultivated the first level of the immortal skyward art to the minor completion stage. Although it was only a minor completion stage, Liu Yiping's physical body was more than 10 times stronger than before. Of course, during this time, Liu Yiping did not forget to cultivate the longevity incantation and comprehend the good fortune jade disc. After the creation tree grew to more than 1,900 meters, Liu Yiping's comprehension of the good fortune jade disc under it sped up a lot. His cultivation of the longevity incantation also sped up. After his longevity incantation had broken through to the 49th level, there were no signs of improvement. However, with the help of the Dao and the creation tree, the 49th level of the longevity incantation finally showed signs of improvement. A few years later, the first gourd of the rainbow gourd root in Mount Buzhou, the purple gold gourd, had matured. Therefore, Liu Yiping picked the first purple gold gourd. In these few days, he had refined the purple gold gourd. He discovered that as long as it was an elixir, the quality of the elixir would improve after a few days. Not only could the purple gold gourd improve the quality of elixirs, but it could also absorb enemies into the gourd and refine them cleanly. Of course, there were many other uses. For example, it could absorb chaotic qi and condense it into purple gold chaotic water. Purple gold chaotic water was of a higher grade than star chaotic water. It was a pity that it could not be compared to the spring of life. The purple gold gourd had multiple spaces. Not only did Liu Yiping store all the elixirs from before into the purple gold gourd, but he also stored all the Age of Eternity wine. The ingredients in the Age of Eternity wine were all rare herbs. After the Age of Eternity wine was stored in the purple gold gourd, its quality improved and its taste improved. A few years later, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the underground city. Of course, before they left, they took all the treasures in the city. The elixirs and herbs were all stored in the purple gold gourd, while the other items were stored in the cauldron of heaven and earth. Coming out from the underground city, Liu Yiping also left behind an array formation, waiting for the purple extreme demon race and dark Bora race experts from other star fields to come. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were not in a hurry. They walked slowly. When Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao passed by an uninhabited city in the Dragon Burial Desert, they discovered that there were people fighting in the city. On one side was a little boy, and on the other side was a nefarious demon race expert clad in purple robes. The little boy looked like he was only 8 or 9 years old. He looked like he was carved from jade and was very good-looking. There was a mark between his eyebrows. Seeing this mark, Lu Yiping's heart skipped a beat and he stopped. This child's physique is not bad. Taurus Longjiao looked at the little boy and said in surprise. Second watch, 4 p.m. According to Taurus Longjiao's experience, the little boy's physique wasn't bad. One could see how strong the little boy's physique was. The little boy's strength wasn't weak. Although he was only 8 or 9 years old, he was already a peak late-stage divine realm expert, just a step away from condensing his godhead and stepping into the true god realm. Many super forces geniuses couldn't reach the divine spirit realm even after several hundred years of cultivation, but this little boy's physique was rare. This physique allowed him to cultivate at an astonishing speed. Moreover, he must have encountered a great opportunity. The nefarious devil tribe expert fighting the little boy was a mid-stage true god realm expert. However, even though this nefarious devil tribe expert was a mid-stage true god realm expert, he was still forced into a difficult situation by the little boy. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. With a wave of his hand, the little boy sent out thousands of rays of sword chi. The sword chi was astonishing, and the surrounding ruins were reduced to dust. Just as the little boy was about to defeat the nefarious devil tribe expert, 4 people flew over from afar. All of them were clad in purple robes, and their bodies were shrouded in devil chi. Clearly, they were in the same group as the nefarious devil tribe expert. Seeing these people, the little boy became anxious and wanted to flee. However, just as he was about to flee, one of the nefarious devil tribe experts sent him flying back with a punch. Among the 4 nefarious devil tribe experts, 2 of them were late-stage true god realm experts. After forcing the little boy to retreat, the 4 of them arrived and sealed off the little boy's escape route. "Brat, do you think you can still escape?" The leading nefarious devil tribe expert sneered. Saying this, his claw reached out to grab the little boy. The other 4 nefarious devil tribe experts also attacked at the same time. Although the little boy's physique was strong and his battle prowess was high, it was still hard for him to withstand the joint attack of 5 nefarious devil tribe experts. Soon, he was cornered. Seeing this, Lu Yiping walked out. The nefarious devil tribe experts besieging the little boy were surprised to see Lu Yiping and Xiaoyu, but they saw Taurus Longjiao waving the little fish in his hand. Terrifying energy rolled out, and before the 5 nefarious devil tribe experts could react, they were sent flying. The 5 nefarious devil tribe experts cultivated an evil technique that devoured living beings. Thus, Taurus Longjiao didn't show any mercy when he attacked them. Seeing the little boy kill the 5 nefarious devil tribe experts with a wave of his hand, he was dumbfounded. After a while, he came back to his senses. After a moment of hesitation, he walked over to Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao and cupped his fists. "Thank you, brothers, for saving my life." His voice was tender, and his eyes were dark. He had a small braid at the back of his head, and his expression was somewhat mischievous. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao looked at the little boy and smiled. "Little friend, which sect are you from?" Lu Yiping asked with a smile. Unexpectedly, the little boy shook his head and said with a serious face, "My mother said that I can't casually reveal my identity to others when I'm training outside." Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao both smiled. This little fellow was rather interesting. "Brothers, could it be that the 2 of you have also come to the Dragon Burial Desert to train?" The little boy asked curiously. Lu Yiping smiled and said, "Yeah, we're also here to gain experience." As they chatted, Lu Yiping found out about the little boy's background. The little boy's name was Tang Bin, and he came from a super force in the Chaos Plane called the Blue Thunder Divine Sect. The Blue Thunder Divine Sect had 76 peaks, and his father was one of the peak masters. Tang Bin's father was the strongest among the peak masters in the Blue Thunder Divine Sect, Zhongzhong. Therefore, although he was only a peak master, his status was second only to the sect chief. The little boy was playful and sneaked out when his parents weren't paying attention. In his own words, he came out to gain experience. Lu Yiping looked at the little boy's tender face and said with a smile, Coming out to gain experience is a good thing, but you're still too weak. If you didn't run into us today, you would have been in danger. Tangbin rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Big brother, you two are very strong, right? Since you're also here to gain experience, why don't we gain experience together? Gain experience together? Lu Yiping smiled. This little guy obviously wanted the two of them to be his bodyguards. How shrewd. Tangbin nodded, yeah, I heard from my senior sister in the Blue Thunder Divine Sect that there is an ancient dragon heart in the Dragon Burial Desert. Let's look for it together. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao exchanged a glance. Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, aren't you afraid that we're also bad guys if you come with us to gain experience? Tangbin shook his head, no, I'm not afraid. Both big brothers don't look like bad guys. Moreover, I have the eyes of purification, so I can tell who is good and who is bad. Both of them laughed. All right. Lu Yiping smiled and said, but we have to pinky swear. If we're going to gain experience together, you have to listen to us. You're not allowed to run around. Tangbin nodded heavily, I'm the most obedient. Lu Yiping smiled. If you were obedient, you wouldn't have snuck out of the Blue Thunder Divine Sect. Thus, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the boy, Tangbin, began their training together. At night, the moonlight shone on the Dragon Burial Desert, creating a unique scenery. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao sat around the bonfire, roasting meat. The aroma of the meat filled the air. Lu Yiping took out the all-ages wine from the purple gold gourd and opened it. Instantly, the wine's fragrance was mesmerizing. Although the all-ages wine had only been in the gourd for a short while, the wine's fragrance was already overwhelming. Lu Yiping took a sip and the fragrance penetrated his heart. Tangbin stared at Lu Yiping's all-ages wine and asked, Big brother Lu, what wine is this? It's so fragrant, can I have a few sips? Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, you're just a kid, why are you drinking wine like an adult? Wait until you're older. Tangbin said angrily, I'm already an adult. Then, he added, many of the senior sisters and brothers in the Blue Thunder Divine Sect are no match for me. Lu Yiping smiled and threw a small jug over. Tangbin's face was full of joy. He opened it and took a sip. His whole body felt warm and his eyes widened. Big brother Lu, what wine is this? It's so delicious, and it's even better than many innate divine pellets. This is the all-ages wine, brewed by my master himself. Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, there are 100 kinds of rare herbs in here, each of them is priceless. Tangbin drank many mouthfuls and suddenly stopped. He looked at Lu Yiping and asked, Big brother Lu, do you have a girlfriend? Lu Yiping was stunned. Then, the kid continued, when you go to the Blue Thunder Divine Sect, I'll introduce my sister to you. She's very pretty. Lu Yiping was speechless. Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, my master has a girlfriend, why don't you introduce her to me? Tangbin shook his head and said, my sister doesn't like golden retriever types like you. She likes pretty boys like Big brother Lu. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao almost spat out the wine in their mouths. Then, Tangbin shook his head and said, but it's a pity that Big brother Lu already has a girlfriend. My sister is the #1 beauty in the Blue Thunder Divine Sect. Not only is she the #1 beauty in the Blue Thunder Divine Sect, but she's also one of the most beautiful girls in the Chaos Plane. Together with the princess of the Northern Wilderness Divine Palace, the 9 Fox tribe of the Carefree Divine Sect, the 9 Fox tribe of the 9 Fox tribe, the Firmament Divine Palace, and the Undead tribe, they are known as the 6 great beauties of the Chaos Plane. 7:30 p.m. Second update, Taurus Longjiao chuckled. Actually, my master doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Tangbin's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Yiping. Big brother Lu doesn't have a girlfriend? But then he shook his head. Forget it. I won't introduce Big brother Lu to my sister. Why not? Lu Yiping chuckled. Tangbin explained, many disciples in the sect are chasing after my sister. She's so annoyed. Later, she said that if you want to marry her, you have to be stronger than her. Taurus Longjiao chuckled. Is your sister very strong? Tangbin nodded. She's very strong. She's an ancient god with 4 totems. She's also an elite on the Northern Wilderness Divine Leaderboard. My sister's talent is better than mine, and her combat power is higher. A few years ago, my sister had 4 totems. Even my parents couldn't beat her. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were shocked. Tang Ben's body constitution was rare. His sister's talent was better than his, and she had 4 totems. No wonder Tang Ben said his sister was strong. What was an ancient god with 4 totems? If they had totems of the same size, an ancient god with 2 totems could easily defeat dozens of ancient gods with only 1 totem. After entering the ancient god realm, it was extremely difficult to form totems. Many ancient gods couldn't form even 1 totem in their lifetime because it was not easy to understand the heavenly world's laws. Even if some ancient gods could form totems, they could only form 1 totem. To be able to form 4 totems, Tang Ben's sister's talent was evident. In the Maha 17 plains, there was a divine leaderboard. The so-called divine leaderboard was self-proclaimed by the Maha 17 plains. On the other hand, the Northern Wilderness Divine Leaderboard was recognized by all the elites in the Northern Wilderness Starfield. There were 10,000 elites in the Northern Wilderness Divine Leaderboard. Anyone who could enter the Northern Wilderness Divine Leaderboard was the strongest of the strongest. Tang Ben continued, there are not many among the younger generation in the Northern Wilderness Starfield who can beat my sister. He then looked at Lu Yiping. Big brother Lu, you might be strong, but you're not as strong as my sister. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao laughed. Taurus Longjiao laughed, are you so sure that your sister is stronger than my master? My master is also very strong. Tang Ben looked at Lu Yiping in confusion. Is big brother Lu also an ancient god? Lu Yiping nodded and smiled. You can say that. Tang Ben smiled and said, I didn't expect big brother Lu to be an ancient god as well. However, even if big brother Lu is an ancient god, he won't be a match for my sister. Many ancient gods who have condensed 5 totems aren't a match for my sister. Lu Yiping smiled and did not continue on this topic. He continued to eat and drink. The night passed. The sky gradually brightened. Lu Yiping's group continued their training as they searched for the ancient dragon's heart that Tang Ben had mentioned. While Lu Yiping and the others continued their training, the atmosphere in the Star Moon Peak of the Firmament Thunder sect was depressing. Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on junior brother? You can't even keep an eye on him. The Star Moon Peak's peak master, Tang Qing, scolded the disciples in the hall. The disciples in the hall did not dare to raise their heads. Xianxia, who was sitting beside Tang Qing, also said angrily, this little brat, when we find him, I will beat his little butt until it blossoms. When the disciples in the hall were being scolded with their heads lowered, a beautiful woman in a white dress walked in. Her skin was as white as snow and she looked like a snow lotus. When the male disciples saw the woman, they greeted her. Xianxia saw the woman and walked over. Shuiyao, you're here. She looked anxious. Your little brother is missing. This little brat sneaked out when your father and I were not around. Tang Shuiyao said, Mother, don't worry. I've already contacted my sister Wan Hui and asked her to help find him. We should have news soon. Tianji Commerce was the #1 commerce firm in the Northern Wilderness Starfield. When Xianxia heard this, she was relieved and said, I hope your little brother is fine. What if something happened to him? Moments later, Tang Shuiyao's communication talisman vibrated. She took it out and a smile spread across her face. Father, Mother, there's news about little brother. Wan Hui said that she found out that little brother entered the Dragon Burial Desert. Tang Qing frowned when he heard this. Dragon Burial Desert. The Dragon Burial Desert was a place where many archfiend experts cultivated. A while later, Tang Qing and Tang Shuiyao led the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's experts out of the sect and headed towards the Dragon Burial Desert. At this time, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Tang Ben arrived at an underground space in the Dragon Burial Desert. The 3 of them looked at the beating giant heart in front of them. The giant heart was exuding a shocking amount of dragon chi. Tang Ben was excited. Wow, it's really a dragon heart. The senior sisters of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect were telling the truth. Lu Yiping glanced at the dragon heart and started walking around the underground space. Although this dragon heart was good, it was useless to him and Taurus Longjiao. After walking around the underground space, he found some Dragon Clan materials, all of them golden in color. Subsequently, Lu Yiping had Tang Ben integrate with the dragon heart and use it to break through to the true god realm. Tang Ben had the sacred dragon physique, and this dragon heart was the heart of a 9-clawed golden dragon. Several days later, somewhere in the underground space of the dragon burial desert, rays of light surged and majestic dragon might filled the air. Even if they were extremely far away, they could still feel the strong fluctuations of the dragon's might. A white figure flew over after sensing the dragon might. It was none other than Tang Shuiyao, who had entered the desert to look for Tang Bin. When Tang Shuiyao arrived, the surrounding archfiend experts also flew over after sensing the dragon might. Lu Yiping didn't pay attention to the approaching archfiend experts. A short while later, Tang Bin successfully broke through to the true god realm. Above his head, a golden godhead shone brightly. Tang Bin opened his eyes, looking at the golden godhead in the air with joy. The godhead he had condensed was the Dragon Clan's supreme godhead, and it was the king among supreme godheads. Tang Bin retrieved the godhead back into his body. He stood up and bowed to Lu Yiping in gratitude. His young face was full of sincerity. Just as Lu Yiping, Tang Bin emerged from the underground space, a giant devil hand suddenly slammed down on Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Tang Bin. This devil hand was exuding surging devil energy and boundless ancient god realm energy. It belonged to an ancient god. Tang Bin was alarmed. Suddenly, a white figure tore through the void and slashed out with the long sword in his hand. The sword light cut through layers of space, crossing an unknown distance as it slashed down. However, just as the sword light was about to slash down on the devil hand, a finger force pierced through the devil hand and pierced deep into the void. An archfiend expert fell from the void with a hole in his chest. He stared fearfully at Lu Yiping as his body exploded into pieces. The finger force just now was sent out by Lu Yiping. The sword light missed its target and slammed into the ground. A loud boom resounded as a terrifying fissure appeared on the ground, extending far into the horizon. At this time, a white figure whistled through the void, landing in front of Lu Yiping's group. "Big sis." Tang Bin's young face lit up with joy when he saw the person who had arrived. The person who had arrived was Tang Shuiyao. First update tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m., Tang Shuiyao was relieved seeing that her little brother was fine. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lu Yiping in confusion. Just now, she had executed the phoenix slash to kill that devil tribe expert, but this young man's finger force was one step faster than her, killing that devil tribe expert. At this time, Tang Qing and the Azure Thunder Divine Sex experts arrived. Tang Bin was a little apprehensive seeing Tang Qing's arrival. He smiled and saluted Tang Qing, then said, "Father, sister, you came at the right time. This is Big Brother Liu. A few days ago, I ran into several devil tribe experts. It was Big Brother Liu and Big Brother Xiao Jin who saved me." Tang Qing and the Azure Thunder Divine Sex experts looked at Lu Yiping. Tang Bin added, "Also, Big Brother Liu helped me find the ancient dragon's heart and helped me integrate with it. Now, I've condensed my godhead and broken through to the true god realm." Huang Xiaolong summoned his golden dragon sovereign godhead as he spoke. In an instant, majestic dragon might filled the air. Tang Qing and Tang Shuiyao were pleasantly surprised. Ancestral dragon godhead. Both of them understood what the ancestral dragon godhead meant. Tang Bin smiled, "Yes, it's all thanks to Big Brother Liu's help. That ancient dragon's heart belonged to a 9-clawed golden dragon." 9-clawed golden dragon. Tang Qing cupped his fists at Lu Yiping with a grateful expression. "Young master first saved my son, and now you've helped him integrate with the ancient dragon's heart and condense the ancestral dragon godhead. Tang Qing can't thank you enough." Tang Shuiyao also expressed her gratitude. "Many thanks, young master." Lu Yiping shook his head, "It's nothing." Tang Bin was visibly relieved seeing that he had successfully diverted his father and sister's attention. He smiled and said, "Father, sister, let's not stand here. Let's go back and talk." He then smiled, "Big Brother Liu saved me and helped me condense the ancestral dragon godhead. I want to invite Big Brother Liu to the Azure Thunder Divine Sect as a guest. What do you think?" Tang Qing smiled, Of course, of course." He then extended a warm invitation to Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Lu Yiping said solemnly, "Master, then I'll be troubling your sect." Tang Qing smiled and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Master Liu." Then, everyone left and returned to the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. Along the way, Tang Bin chuckled, "Father, Big Brother Liu is very strong. Didn't you see? There was an ancient god realm nefarious devil expert who wanted to kill us, but Big Brother Lu killed him with a single finger. Tang Qing was shocked. Killing an ancient god with a single finger? Lu Yiping laughed. The other party hasn't condensed a totem yet. Tang Qing nodded. Although he had yet to condense a totem, Lu Yiping was able to kill an evil god that had yet to condense a totem. Lu Yiping had the strength of at least one totem, or even two totems. In this world, the strong were respected. Therefore, after learning that Lu Yiping might be an ancient god who had condensed one or two totems, Tang Qing's expression of gratitude became much more polite. May I know which sect Master Lu is from? At this time, a tall young man behind Tang Qing asked. However, when he asked, he looked at Lu Yiping with suspicion. We are not from the Chaos Plane. We just arrived here. Lu Yiping said indifferently. Tang Qing smiled at Lu Yiping and said, This is my second disciple, Chen Jin. Soon, the group left the Dragon Burial Desert. Half a day later, the Azure Thunder Divine Sect was in sight. The Azure Thunder Divine Sect was one of the super sects in the Chaos Plane. It was ranked 6th in the Chaos Plane. The sect's surface area was huge, and there were tens of millions of disciples. Their aura was not weak, and many of the disciples were ancient emperors and emperors. One had to know that some ancient emperors and emperors were strong enough to be sect masters in the Shenwu continent. However, in the Azure Thunder Divine Sect, they were just servant disciples. Tangbin smiled and asked, Big Brother Lu, our Azure Thunder Divine Sect is impressive, right? You might not know since you just arrived, but our Azure Thunder Divine Sect is the 6th strongest sect in the Chaos Plane. Even in the entire Northern Wilderness Starfield, we are ranked 9th. There was a hint of pride on his young face. There were more than 3,000 worlds in the Northern Wilderness Starfield, and there were countless super sections. The Azure Thunder Divine Sect was ranked 9th and 6th in the Chaos Plane. Although they had just arrived in the Chaos Plane, Lu Yiping knew about the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. Lu Yiping looked at Tang Bin's proud face and smiled, very impressive. Xianxia had already received news of Tang Bin's return, and she had been waiting outside with her maids. When she saw Tang Qing, Tang Xueyao, and the rest, she was overjoyed. She went up to Tang Bin to check if he was injured. Mother, I'm fine. Big Brother Lu saved me. Tang Bin said embarrassedly as Xianxia looked him up and down. Xianxia looked at Lu Yiping and went up to Lu Yiping. She thanked him. Xianxia thanks Master Lu for saving my son. On the way back, Tang Qing had already used the message talisman to tell her about Lu Yiping. Madam is too polite. Lu Yiping replied. This Xianxia looked very similar to Tang Xueyao, but she was more mature and dignified. Hence, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao entered the Azure Thunder Divine Sect Stellar Moon Peak under Tang Qing's, Xianxia, and the rest's invitation. That night, Tang Qing invited Lu Yiping to a banquet, and even took out a treasure comparable to the ancient dragon heart to thank Lu Yiping. Of course, Lu Yiping did not take it. Night fell. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao sat cross-legged under the immortal skywood technique and longevity incantation in the palace arranged by Tang Qing. At this time, in the Stellar Moon Peak's main hall, Tang Qing's second disciple Chen Jin said to Tang Qing, Master, this surnamed Lu's identity is unknown, we should be careful. Chen Jin continued, although he saved Junior Brother, it's very suspicious. Junior Brother was besieged by several nefarious devil sect experts, and he saved Junior Brother while passing by. This is too much of a coincidence. Moreover, he and Junior Brother found the ancient dragon heart, but he wasn't tempted, and instead allowed Junior Brother to integrate with it. Tang Qing frowned, you're saying that all of this is an illusion, and he wants to gain our trust and good impression, and then sneak into our Azure Thunder Divine Sect. That's what this disciple means. Chen Jin said, it's not uncommon for nefarious devil sect experts to sneak into other sects, we must be careful. A few years ago, nefarious devil sect experts sneaked into the Azure Thunder Divine Fruit and stole it. Tang Xueyao, who was sitting in the main hall, said, Chen Jin, I think you're gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Your heart is not in the right place, thinking that everyone is the same as you. Chen Jin hesitated, then said, Senior sister, I'm just thinking for the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. I think we should investigate this surnamed Lu's identity. Tang Xueyao shook her head, Master Lu saved Junior Brother, and even helped him break through to the true god realm and condense the ancestral dragon godhead. Yet, we're investigating his identity and suspecting him for no reason. That's a little ignorant. Tang Qing nodded, then we'll listen to Xueyao. He then said to Qin Jin, Master knows you're thinking for the sect, but don't make wild guesses about Master Lu. Second update, 1 p.m., Qin Jin didn't dare to disobey. He nodded. After a while, he bowed to Tang Qing, left the hall, and returned to his residence. He thought for a moment, took out a talisman, and crushed it. The next day. The sun was warm. Tang Bin came early to find Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Big brother Lu, let's go. I'll show you around the Azure Thunder sect. Tang Bin pulled Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping had no choice but to follow. When they came out, they met Tang Xueyao. Sister, you came just in time. We're going out for a walk. Let's go together. Tang Bin was delighted to see Tang Xueyao. He took her hand and went out together. Taurus Longjiao followed behind. Thus, Tang Bin held Lu Yiping's hand in one hand and Tang Xueyao's hand in the other. Qin Jin had just come out of his room in the morning and was about to head over to Tang Qing's place to ask about the sex competition when he saw Tang Bin holding Lu Yiping's hand and Tang Xueyao's hand from afar. Qin Jin heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he walked forward and asked Tang Bin, little junior brother, where are you going? Tang Bin glared at him. Where we go is none of your business. Qin Jin, I know you like my sister, but she doesn't like you. Don't talk to her in the future. Then he said, I know you said bad things about Big Brother Lu in front of my father last night. If you dare to say bad things about Big Brother Lu again, I'll punch your little brother. With that, he left with Lu Yiping and Tang Xueyao. Qin Jin stood there, his face red. Tang Xueyao was held by Tang Bin. She said helplessly, little brother, next time you have to be more polite to your second senior brother. And you can't use vulgarities, okay? Tang Bin said, this Qin Jin has always been annoying. I don't like this shorty anyway. Tang Xueyao was speechless. Then let go of my sister first. After all, it wasn't appropriate for Tang Bin to hold her hand like this. Only then did Tang Bin let go of Tang Xueyao's hand. Then, he smiled at Lu Yiping and said, Big brother Lu, I told you, my sister is very pretty. Look, my sister is very pretty. Lu Yiping and Tang Xueyao were taken aback by Tang Bin's words. Tang Xueyao was a little troubled by her mischievous younger brother. Lu Yiping glanced at Tang Xueyao and smiled at Tang Bin. She is very beautiful. They chatted as they walked. However, most of the time, it was Tang Bin who was asking questions, and Lu Yiping would answer. Tang Xueyao didn't say much. After a while, when the few of them passed by a mountain peak, they saw a large group of disciples of the Azure Thunder Divine sect gathered at the foot of the mountain peak. These disciples are comprehending the Thousand Illusion Sword Steel again, Tang Bin said. Thousand Illusion Sword Steel? Lu Yiping's heart skipped a beat. Tang Bin nodded. Yes, this is the sword steel left behind by the Thousand Illusion Sword Venerable in the ancient times. It was obtained by our Azure Thunder Divine Sect's ancestor. It contains all kinds of sword intents left behind by the Thousand Illusion Sword Venerable. Some are strong, some are weak, some are level 1, some are level 10, and there are even level 11, 12, and the highest is level 14. Our Azure Thunder Divine Sect's ancestor placed the steel here for the disciples of our Azure Thunder God Zhongzhong to comprehend. However, after so many years, no disciple has been able to comprehend level 14 sword intents. Tang Bin shook his head. Even my sister could only comprehend level 11 sword intents after so many years. Lu Yiping looked at the Thousand Illusion Sword Steel. Of course he knew about the Thousand Illusion Sword Venerable. Not only did he know, but he was also very familiar with him. The Thousand Illusion Sword Venerable was the master of the Devil Race's king of eternal darkness. When the disciples in front of the sword steel saw Tang Xueyao, they all stopped and greeted her. An imposing young man walked out from the crowd and smiled at Tang Xueyao. So it's junior sister Xueyao. Senior brother Wei Ming. Tang Xueyao nodded. Tang Bin whispered to Lu Yiping, this Wei Ming is the chief disciple of the Dragon Sword Mountain. Like my sister, he is an ancient god with 4 totems. He was born with the phaseless sword body and has cultivated all of the sword manuals in our Azure Thunder Divine sect. However, like my sister, he can only comprehend level 11 sword intents. I heard that in our Azure Thunder Divine sect, only the sword ancestor can comprehend level 12 sword intents. The others can only comprehend level 11 sword intents. When introducing the sword intents of the Thousand Illusion Sword Steel, it didn't depend on one's cultivation, but on one's talent in swordsmanship. The higher the talent, the higher the level of sword intents one could comprehend. While Tang Ben was whispering to Lu Yiping, Wei Ming of the Dragon Sword Mountain looked at Lu Yiping. Wei Ming smiled at Lu Yiping and said, "This is Master Lu who saved junior brother Tang Ben, right? I heard that Master Lu's finger strength is amazing and killed an ancient god with one finger." The disciples of the Azure Thunder Divine sect looked at Lu Yiping. Killing an ancient god with one finger, such strength was outstanding even among the disciples of the Azure Thunder god Zhongzhong. "I was just lucky," Lu Yiping said. Wei Ming smiled and said, "There is no such thing as luck in this world. Strength is strength." After chatting for a while, Tang Ben, Lu Yiping, Tang Shuiyao, and Taurus Longjiao left the sword steel. Wei Ming returned to the sword steel to comprehend the Thousand Illusion sword intent. There was a deeper meaning behind why the upper echelons of the Azure Thunder Divine sect had placed the Thousand Illusion sword steel here for all the disciples to comprehend. Back then, not only had the ancestor of the Azure Thunder Divine sect obtained the Thousand Illusion sword steel, he had also obtained the Thousand Illusion sword array of the 10 great arrays. However, it was an incomplete Thousand Illusion sword array. For so many years, the Azure Thunder Divine sect had been trying to complete the Thousand Illusion sword array, but they were unable to do so. Only by comprehending the level 14 sword intent in the Thousand Illusion sword steel could they complete the Thousand Illusion sword array. Therefore, the Azure Thunder Divine sect had been hoping for a disciple to comprehend the level 14 sword intent. If a disciple could comprehend the level 14 sword intent and complete the Thousand Illusion sword array, the Azure Thunder Divine sect's strength would increase greatly with the protection of the Thousand Illusion sword array. Even if an enemy stronger than the Azure Thunder Divine sect came, the Azure Thunder Divine sect would not be afraid. In the ancestral land of the Azure Thunder Divine sect, Sword Ancestor Zhou Can looked at the Thousand Illusion sword array in front of him. He frowned and scratched his head. The Thousand Illusion sword array is ever-changing, but where do these changes come from? How do these illusions evolve? At this time, the Azure Thunder Divine sect's ancestor Shi Guangnan walked over and said respectfully, "Martial uncle, Senior Wu Tong of the Undead clan is here." Hearing this, Zhou Can waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. Every time Wu Tong comes, he asks for purple gold chaos water. I don't have enough purple gold chaos water." Shi Guangnan smiled bitterly and then retreated. Lu Yiping, Tang Ben, and Tang Shuiyao left the sword steel and walked around casually. However, when they passed by a certain place, the fortune jade disc in his body suddenly vibrated. Lu Yiping was overjoyed and looked ahead. There was a fortune jade disc in the Azure Thunder Divine sect? "Little Ben, what's the place in front?" Lu Yiping asked casually. Tang Ben looked in the direction Lu Yiping was pointing and said, "That's our Azure Thunder Divine sect's main hall. If we go further, we'll reach our ancestral land. I've been writing and finally rushed out. It's a little late. Today depends on the situation. If I write the 3rd chapter early, there will be 4 chapters. If I write the 3rd chapter late, there will be 4 chapters tomorrow." Lu Yiping nodded when he heard Tang Ben mention the main hall of the Azure Thunder sect and the ancestral land. Tang Shuiyao said, "Master Lu is a guest. We need the sect master's permission to go there, so we can't take Master Lu there." Lu Yiping shook his head. "I'm just asking." Then they went back the way they came. When they passed by the sword steel, Wei Ming and the others were still comprehending it. Tang Shuiyao said, "No one has been able to comprehend the 14th level sword intent for so many years. I don't know when a disciple will be able to comprehend it. Maybe even after 1,000,000 years, no disciple will be able to comprehend it." Lu Yiping sensed that Tang Shuiyao was implying something. He asked, "Miss Tang, do you mean that the disciples of the Azure Thunder sect are comprehending the sword intent here in the hope of comprehending the 14th level sword intent one day?" Tang Shuiyao explained, "In addition to the Thousand Illusion sword steel, we also got an incomplete Thousand Illusion sword formation. Oh, the Thousand Illusion Sword Formation, one of the top 10 ancient formations. Lu Yiping said. Tang Shuiyao was surprised. I didn't expect Master Lu to know about it. Then he said, that's right. It's the Thousand Illusion Sword Formation, one of the top 10 ancient formations. Unfortunately, it's incomplete. Over the years, our Azure Thunder sect has been trying to find a way to complete it. Lord Sword Ancestor said that if someone can comprehend the 14th level sword intent of the Thousand Illusion Sword Steel, they can complete the Thousand Illusion Sword Array. However, after so many years, no one has been able to comprehend the 14th level sword intent. Even our Lord Sword Ancestor can only comprehend the 12th level sword intent. This wasn't a secret, so Tang Shuiyao didn't have any scruples and told Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping asked, didn't the Azure Thunder sect invite a sword formation expert to complete the Thousand Illusion Sword Formation? Tang Shuiyao said, yes. We also invited Senior Unparalleled Sword Emperor. Even Senior Unparalleled Sword Emperor was unable to complete the Thousand Illusion Sword Formation. What Senior Unparalleled Sword Emperor said is the same as the Sword Ancestor. To complete the Thousand Illusion Sword Formation, one must comprehend the level 14 sword intent in the Thousand Illusion Sword Steel. The Unparalleled Sword Emperor was one of the best swordsmen in the Northern Wilderness Starfield. Taurus Longjiao shook his head. He can't even complete the Thousand Illusion Sword Formation and he dares to call himself the Unparalleled Sword Emperor? Tang Shuiyao's face changed. You can say this in front of me. If you say it in front of others, you'll get into trouble. He is the 10th on the Northern Wilderness Starfield. He is the 10th on the Northern Wilderness Starfield. Of the Unparalleled Sword. He is the 10th on the Northern Wilderness Northern Starfield. The 10th on the Starfield. Top, the Dragonhorn Golden Bull laughed and said, 10th on the Divine List again? He remembered that Yuan Jiahong, the Lord of 9 Stars, used to be 10th on the Divine List. 10th on the Divine List again? Tang Shuiyao looked at Taurus Longjiao in confusion. She didn't understand what Taurus Longjiao meant. Lu Yiping smiled. My subordinate speaks without thinking. Miss Tang, please don't mind him. Tang Shuiyao said, the disciples of the Firmament Palace will be here in a few days. You can't mention this in front of them. She added, the Unparalleled Sword Emperor has taught the Palace Master of the Firmament Palace before. He also has a good relationship with some of the patriarchs of the Firmament Palace. The disciples of the Firmament Palace are coming? Lu Yiping asked. Tang Ben interrupted. They are here to spar with the disciples of the Firmament Thunder sect. Then he added, there's a top genius in this generation of the Firmament Palace. His name is Yongding Tian, and he has condensed an 80-mile totem. They're here just to show off to us that there's a top genius in their sect. Yongding Tian? Taurus Longjiao laughed. That's a very domineering name. It even reaches the sky. Tang Ben was stunned. He laughed and said, that's right. Why isn't he called Yongding Shu, Yongding Di, or Yongding Mu? Tang Shuiyao immediately reprimanded him. Little brother, if you talk nonsense again, you will be grounded for a year. Tang Ben was so scared that he quickly waved his hand. Sister, I won't talk about it. I promise I won't. Taurus Longjiao secretly gave Tang Ben a thumbs up. They returned to Xianxia Peak. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao returned to their palace. It was late at night. Lu Yiping told Taurus Longjiao that he was going out. He immediately flashed out of Xianxia Peak and headed towards the main hall of the Firmament Thunder sect. Today, he could only sense that the Good Fortune Jade Disc was in the direction of the main hall and the ancestral land of the Firmament Thunder sect. He didn't know the exact location. Therefore, he came to the main hall of the Firmament Thunder sect first. Lu Yiping blended into the space and became completely transparent. When he took a step, there was no energy fluctuation. Even if Lu Yiping passed by an ancient god with 12 totems, the other party wouldn't be able to see or sense him. Therefore, Lu Yiping easily passed through the heavy patrols of the disciples of the Firmament Thunder sect and arrived at the main hall of the Firmament Thunder sect. After arriving at the main hall of the Firmament Thunder sect, the Good Fortune Jade Disc in Lu Yiping's body shook even more violently. However, after arriving at the main hall of the Firmament Thunder sect, Lu Yiping confirmed that the 4th Good Fortune Jade Disc wasn't in the main hall of the Firmament Thunder sect, but in the ancestral land behind the main hall. Liu Yiping didn't hesitate and headed towards the ancestral land of the Firmament Thunder sect. As the sixth existence in the Chaos Plane, the ancestral land of the Firmament Thunder sect was naturally heavily guarded. There was even a formation set up by the Patriarch of the Firmament Thunder sect. However, Liu Yiping walked into the ancestral land of the Firmament Thunder sect without any hindrance. He sensed the existence of the fourth good fortune jade disc. Liu Yiping headed towards the depths of the ancestral land. Finally, he arrived in front of a palace in the depths of the ancestral land. In front of the palace, a fat old man was standing there with a long face. He stared at the sword formation on the ground and muttered, "How can the 1,000 illusory sword formation reach 1,000 changes?" Although he knew that the 1,000 illusory sword formation had 1,000 attack changes, it was another matter to complete the 1,000 illusory sword formation. Liu Yiping knew that this fat old man should be the Firmament Thunder sect's sword ancestor, Zhou Can. Ignoring the fat old man, Liu Yiping blended into space and passed by Zhou Can. He then passed through the palace's entrance and entered the palace. This was Zhou Can's palace. As soon as an outsider entered the palace, they would trigger the restrictions and Zhou Can would sense it. However, when Liu Yiping arrived at the depths of the palace, Zhou Can, who was guarding outside, didn't sense anything. Liu Yiping arrived at the depths of the palace and pushed open the treasury's door. Inside the treasury were multicolored lights. Zhou Can had collected all kinds of treasures. In the end, Liu Yiping came to an inconspicuous jade box in the corner and opened it. Inside was the fourth good fortune jade disc. Looking at the fourth good fortune jade disc, Liu Yiping was overjoyed. He had finally found the fourth good fortune jade disc. After putting away the fourth good fortune jade disc, Liu Yiping pondered for a moment and took out a piece of ancient essence jade. Using his fingers as a knife, he carved it into the shape of the good fortune jade disc and placed it back into the jade box. 9:00 p.m. Fourth update, placing the jade box back to its original place, Liu Yiping walked out of the treasury. When he walked out of the palace gates, he noticed that Zhou Can was still staring at the incomplete 1,000 illusion sword array, deep in thought. Liu Yiping pondered for a moment, then flicked his finger, sending a ray of light into Zhou Can's mind, knocking him out. Afterwards, Liu Yiping arrived before the incomplete 1,000 illusionary sword formation. With a wave of his finger, 1,000 formation talismans containing sword intent flew out and entered the incomplete 1,000 illusionary sword formation. Soon, the incomplete 1,000 illusion sword array was repaired. Rays of light circulated endlessly, and layers of sword intent permeated the air. Since he had taken away the good fortune jade disc, repairing the 1,000 illusion sword array could be considered as compensation to the Blue Thunder Sword School. However, after repairing the 1,000 illusion sword array, Liu Yiping did not leave immediately. Instead, he searched Zhou Can's memories. He wanted to know how Zhou Can had obtained the good fortune jade disc. After obtaining the information he wanted, Liu Yiping left the Blue Thunder Divine Sect's ancestral land and returned to the Star Moon Peak Palace. As for Zhou Can, he would wake up the next morning after taking a nap. Back at the Star Moon Peak Palace, Liu Yiping sat cross-legged under the Tree of Creation. He took out the fourth good fortune jade disc and began to refine it. With the first 3 good fortune jade discs, refining the fourth good fortune jade disc was much easier. Soon, Liu Yiping had refined the fourth good fortune jade disc. Above Liu Yiping's head, auspicious clouds swirled, and the fourth good fortune jade disc joined the first 3 good fortune jade discs, emitting the light of the Great Tao. The night would eventually pass. The sky gradually brightened. Zhou Can slowly woke up. He opened his eyes and shook his head in bewilderment. Did he fall asleep unknowingly? With his cultivation, if he didn't want to, he wouldn't be able to sleep for 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. He abruptly stood up and scanned his surroundings. However, he was dumbfounded when he saw the 1,000 illusion sword array on the ground. This is... The 1,000 illusion sword array was repaired? The 1,000 illusion sword array that even their Blue Thunder Divine Sect's ancestor failed to repair was repaired? He rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. However, no matter how he rubbed it, he could only see the 1,000 illusory sword formation that had been repaired. After confirming that the 1,000 illusion sword array had been completed, Zhou Can let out the loudest scream he had ever let out. This was a scream of excitement, a scream that could not be suppressed. After Zhou Can's scream, dozens of figures broke through the air and arrived. Clearly, Zhou Can's scream had alarmed the other old ancestors in the ancestral land. Not long after, the Star Moon Peak's peak master, Tang Qing, also hurriedly walked out of his palace. What's wrong? What happened? His wife, Xianxia, asked curiously. Something's wrong. Tang Qing's face was unprecedentedly solemn. Xianxia's heart sank. Someone snuck into the ancestral land last night, Tang Qing said. Did someone sneak into the ancestral land? Xianxia subconsciously asked, have you caught that person? Tang Qing's expression was strange. No, the other party quietly knocked out Lord Sword Ancestor and quietly left the ancestral land. No one noticed. What? Xianxia turned pale with fright. Lord Sword Ancestor was one of the strongest old ancestors in the Firmament Thunder sect. He had condensed 9 totems. How could he be knocked out by someone quietly, and the other party quietly left the ancestral land without noticing? Their ancestral land had layers upon layers of grand formations and restrictions. Moreover, there were grand formations and restrictions set up by their ancestral master. How could the other party pass through them without a sound? At this time, Xianxia realized the seriousness of the matter. A sect's ancestral land was quietly sneaked in and then quietly left. This was a big problem. Lord Sword Ancestor has summoned the sect master and the peak masters to the main hall. I'll go to the main hall first. Tang Qing's face was solemn. He immediately flew to the main hall. When Tang Qing arrived at the main hall, he found that the old ancestors of the Firmament Thunder sect, the sect master and the peak masters had all arrived. The peak masters who did not come were also rushing over. Seeing a black-haired elder sitting on the throne in the center of the hall, Tang Qing was stunned and quickly sat down. This black-haired old man was Sword Ancestor Zhou Can's eldest senior brother. He was also the strongest person in the Azure Thunder sect, Su Teng. Although he had yet to condense 10 totems, he was already at the peak of 9 totems. Soon, everyone had arrived. In the hall, no one dared to make a sound. The atmosphere was solemn. Su Teng glanced at the crowd and said, I believe everyone has heard about what happened last night. Everyone sat and listened. Last night, someone sneaked into our ancestral land and quietly left. He also knocked out Junior Brother Zhou Can. Su Teng said. Junior Brother Zhou Can woke up this morning and found that someone had repaired the 1000 illusion sword array. What? Tang Qing and the peak masters were shocked. Although they had heard that someone had sneaked into the ancestral land, they did not know that the 1000 illusion sword array had been repaired. Therefore, they only knew about it now. Old Ancestor, has the 1000 illusion sword array really been repaired? The Firmament Thunder sect's sect master, Fan Xing, could not believe it. They had tried every method to repair the 1000 illusion sword array in the past million years. But someone had actually sneaked into the ancestral land and repaired it. Everyone found it unbelievable. Su Teng smiled and said, yes, it has been repaired. I heard Junior Brother Zhou Can say this in the morning, but I didn't believe it either. I repeatedly checked the 1000 illusion sword array, and it has indeed been repaired. The 1000 illusion sword array being repaired was naturally a joyous occasion for the Firmament Thunder sect. With a complete 1000 illusion sword array, the Firmament Thunder sect's defense would increase greatly. Zhou Can smiled and said, when I woke up this morning and found that the 1000 illusion sword array had been repaired, I also shouted excitedly. Until now, I still want to shout excitedly. He had racked his brains to repair the 1000 illusion sword array, and even pulled out a few strands of his hair. Now that the 1000 illusion sword array was repaired, how could he not be excited? How could he not be surprised? This was also a load off his mind. Otherwise, he would not be able to rest in peace until he died. In the main hall, everyone laughed joyfully, including Tang Qing. Zhou Can said again, but, why did this mysterious elite help our Firmament Thunder sect to repair the 1000 illusion sword array? Moreover, in the northern wilderness starfield, who has the ability to sneak into our ancestral land and leave without a sound? And make me fall asleep unknowingly? Everyone in the main hall quieted down. Su Teng's face was solemn. Junior Brother Zhou Can has condensed 9 totems, and he is ranked 23rd on the Northern Wilderness Divine ranking list. Even the top 10 on the Divine ranking list cannot make him fall asleep quietly. Even the Northern Wilderness Divine Palace Lord cannot do it. Everyone was shocked. It was easy to defeat a person, but to make a person fall into a deep sleep without being aware of anything was a little terrifying. Could it be that existence from the Nether Sea? Suddenly, an ancestral patriarch spoke. Nether Sea. Hearing this ancestral patriarch mention the Nether Sea, everyone's face changed. Even Su Ting and Zhou Ken were no exception. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's cold outside. Is there anyone who wants to tip me? I'm begging for monthly votes. It shouldn't be the one from the Nether Sea. After a while, Su Ting shook his head. That person has nothing to do with our Azure Thunder sect. He hasn't left the Nether Sea for many years. Why would he come to our Azure Thunder sect and help us fix the 1000 illusionary sword array? If it's not him, who else could it be? Who else in the Northern Wilderness Starfield has such strength? One of the ancestral patriarchs asked. Su Ting said, no matter what, this mysterious elite has no ill intentions towards our Azure Thunder sect. This is a good thing. Everyone nodded. The other party did not hurt anyone when he sneaked into the Azure Thunder sect's ancestral land. He even helped the Azure Thunder sect to fix the 1000 illusionary sword array. Just as everyone in the main hall was talking about the ancestral land, the disciples of Azure Thunder God Zhongzhong were also talking about it. What had happened in the ancestral land of the Firmament Thunder sect had been spread among the disciples. Lu Yiping had refined the 4th Good Fortune Jade Disc. When he came out of the palace, he saw Tang Ben, Tang Xueyao, Qin Jin, and the other disciples discussing something. Big brother Lu. Tang Ben saw Lu Yiping and went up to him. What's wrong? What happened? Lu Yiping asked when he saw everyone's expression. Tang Ben lowered his voice and said to Lu Yiping, something big happened last night. Someone sneaked into the ancestral land of our Azure Thunder sect. Lu Yiping knew that it was about this. Tang Ben continued, I heard that even the sword ancestor was knocked out. Lu Yiping smiled and said, who did you hear this from? Tang Ben smiled. My father told my mother this morning. Then your mother told you and you told everyone? Lu Yiping asked. Tang Ben chuckled. Is there a branch of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce nearby? Lu Yiping asked Tang Ben. Tang Ben asked, Big brother Lu, are you going to buy something? No, I want the Tianji Chamber of Commerce to help me find something. Lu Yiping said. Naturally, he wanted the Horizon Commerce Chamber of Commerce to help him find the Creation Tree Block, the Buzhou Mountain Stone, and even the Creation Jade Disc. Although the Creation Tree had grown to more than 1,900 meters, it was still too far away from the Creation Tree that connected to the myriad worlds. It was not even 1 in 10,000. Mount Buzhou was only about 60 meters high. Therefore, he had to let Jianshu and Mount Buzhou grow as soon as possible and find other Creation Jade Discs as soon as possible. The Horizon Chamber of Commerce's branch is not far from here. Tang Ben said, my sister has a good relationship with Sister Wan Hui of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce. I'll ask my sister to take us there later. Wan Hui? Lu Yiping asked. Big Sister Wan Hui is the daughter of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce's president. Tang Ben said with a smile, although Big Sister Wan Hui isn't one of the Chaos Plane's 6 great beauties, she is still very beautiful. Moreover, she wears very sexy clothes. Lu Yiping smiled. You little brat, do you know what sexy is? Of course I know, Tang Ben said with a straight face. A moment later. You guys are going to the Horizon Chamber of Commerce? Tang Xueyao was astonished. Tang Ben nodded and shook Tang Xueyao. Sister, I haven't seen Big Sister Wan Hui for a long time. Please take us there. Tang Xueyao said helplessly, when we reach the Horizon Chamber of Commerce, you are not allowed to look around. I promise I won't look around. Tang Ben swore. Soon after, they left the Azure Thunder Divine Sect and headed toward the Horizon Chamber of Commerce's branch. I wonder what Master Lu wants to know. Tang Xueyao asked curiously on the way. Lu Yiping described the Creation Tree, Mount Buzhou Stone, and the Creation Jade Disc. After listening, Tang Xueyao recalled and said, I seem to have seen that kind of stone in the Horizon Chamber of Commerce. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were stunned. The Horizon Chamber of Commerce had Mount Buzhou Stone? Moreover, my sister Wan Hui's residence also has it. Tang Shuiyao said, she used this kind of stone to build a fake mountain in her residence. Using Mount Buzhou stone to build a fake mountain and put it in the residence for viewing, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were speechless. If the Miss of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce knew that the fake mountain in her residence was built with Mount Buzhou stone, what would she think? After learning that Wan Hui's residence had Mount Buzhou stone, they went straight to her residence. On the way, Tang Shuiyao contacted the other party. My sister said that the Horizon Chamber of Commerce has a lot of this kind of stone. Tang Shuiyao said, other than the fake mountain in her residence, even the fake mountain in her father's residence is built with this kind of stone. She then added, however, if you want to buy this kind of stone, I'm afraid it won't be cheap. My sister said that this kind of stone came from the Desolate Age and has an extraordinary origin. Someone once offered 1 trillion heaven-grade spirit stones to buy this stone, but their Chamber of Commerce refused to sell it. 1 trillion heaven-grade spirit stones. Tang Bin clicked his tongue and was dumbfounded. Although he rarely used money, he knew the concept of 1 trillion heaven-grade spirit stones. Tang Shuiyao said, moreover, it was the Northern Wilderness Divine Abode Master who wanted to buy it. The Northern Wilderness Divine Abode Master offered 1 trillion heaven-grade spirit stones, but the Horizon Chamber of Commerce refused to sell it. Therefore, it would not be easy for Lu Yiping to buy these stones. Although she and Wan Hui of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce were sisters, friendship and business were business. They could not break the rules of the Chamber of Commerce. The Northern Wilderness Divine Abode Master offered 1 trillion heaven-grade spirit stones, but the Horizon Chamber of Commerce refused to sell it. If they sold it to Lu Yiping at a lower price, what would the Northern Wilderness Divine Abode Master think when he found out? Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, since the Horizon Chamber of Commerce refused to sell it to us for 1 trillion heaven-grade spirit stones, we'll give them 1 trillion. When Tang Bin heard this, he almost fell off his mount. 1 trillion. His black eyes stared at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. He just realized that Big Brother Lu seemed to be very rich. Tang Shuiyao was also shocked. An hour later, Lu Yiping and the others arrived at the Horizon Chamber of Commerce's Ruanhui residence. They saw the sexy big sister Ruanhui mentioned by Tang Bin and the fake mountain made of Buzhou mountain stones. The fake mountain was neither big nor small, and it was made of hundreds of Buzhou mountain stones. Ruanhui had already heard about Lu Yiping's intention from Tang Shuiyao, so she did not beat around the bush with Lu Yiping. She said, Master Lu, I've already told my father about your intention. My father said that if Master Lu wants to buy these stones, he'll need 30 trillion heaven-grade spirit stones. Including your father's? Lu Yiping asked. Ruanhui nodded. Lu Yiping flicked his finger, and a spatial ring flew out. Everyone saw that the spatial ring was filled with piles of heaven-grade spirit stones, and they could not see the end of it. Tang Bin looked at the endless pile of heaven-grade spirit stones, and he sucked on his pinky so hard that it made noises. Tang Shuiyao and Ruanhui were also stunned. In the end, Lu Yiping directly moved the fake mountain from the Horizon Chamber of Commerce's residence. As for the fake mountain in the Horizon Chamber of Commerce's president's residence, he had someone send it over, but it would take a few days. The kind of jade disc that Master Lu wants to ask about, I know someone who has a piece. Ruanhui said after a while. It's really cold today, take a bath and go to sleep. Everyone should also take a bath and go to sleep. First update tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. Oh. Lu Yiping's spirits were lifted when he heard that. Although Jianshu and Mount Buzhou were important, the most important thing to him was the celestial disc. The celestial disc was the foundation of his life. It's with the chief of the Northern Wilderness Divine Prefecture. Ruanhui did not hide the truth. The chief of the Northern Wilderness Divine Prefecture. Lu Yiping said. Yes. Ruanhui said, I saw the chief wearing a celestial disc. It should be the celestial disc you're talking about. Speaking of this, he added, however, this jade disc is carried by the chief of the Northern Wilderness Divine Mansion. It seems like he values it a lot. I'm afraid he won't sell it to you. Lu Yiping said, everything has a value. As long as he could bring out something that the chief was interested in, it would not be difficult to exchange it for the fifth celestial disc. Ruanhui knew what Lu Yiping meant. She shook her head and said, there's almost nothing that can move the Northern Wilderness Immortal Government Headmaster. Also, from what I know, the Northern Wilderness Immortal Government Headmaster has left Northern Wilderness Starfield for quite some time. He's not here? Lu Yiping asked. Yes. No one knows where he went. However, the Northern Wilderness Divine Prefecture needs him. So, he shouldn't be gone for too long. Wan Hui said. Lu Yiping nodded and asked a few more questions. She answered everything she knew. Lu Yiping did not hold back. Before he left, he gave her 100 drops of stellar chaos water. Just the fact that she could tell him the whereabouts of the fifth celestial disk was worth more than 100 drops of stellar chaos water. Wan Hui looked at the 100 drops of stellar chaos water in her hand and was stunned. 100 drops of stellar chaos water was not a small number even to her, the young lady of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce. Tang Xueyao stared at the 100 drops of stellar chaos water. These days, she had also been looking for star chaos water. However, even the Horizon Commerce Chamber, the #1 commerce chamber in the Northern Wilderness Starfield, found it difficult to find star chaos water. This was because star chaos water could only be produced after countless years. Every drop used was 1 drop less. Even if there were elites in Northern Wilderness Starfield, they would not sell them. Most of them would keep them for their own use. Tang Ben was equally excited. He stared at the 100 drops of star chaos water and exclaimed, "Wow! Master Lu, do you still have any star chaos water?" Wan Hui was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly asked Lu Yiping, "Can you sell some to our Chamber of Commerce?" "There's more." Lu Yiping smiled. "But I don't plan to sell it. I don't lack spirit stones." Wan Hui was startled. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. She smiled and said, "That's true. Even I wouldn't sell such a treasure." However, Lu Yiping said, "If your Chamber of Commerce can help me find more of these stones and tree pieces, I can exchange them with star chaos water." Wan Hui's expression brightened and her eyes lit up. "Really? Really?" A jade bucket appeared in Lu Yiping's hand. The jade bucket was filled with star chaos water. In the past, he used to use buckets to water his trees. That was why he stored the star chaos water in the jade bucket. Of course, the star chaos water in this jade bucket was only a drop in the ocean. When he passed through the layers of space in the Milky Way and found the source of the Milky Way, he found a pond of star chaos water. If all of it were to be stored in this jade bucket, it would be enough to fill more than 100,000 buckets. Looking at the half-meter-tall jade bucket in Lu Yiping's hand that was filled to the brim with star chaos water, Wan Hui's breathing quickened. Her chest heaved up and down. Tang Ben could not take his eyes off her. Tang Xueyao was also staring at the jade bucket in Lu Yiping's hand. That jade bucket looked like the most beautiful jade bucket in the world. Lu Yiping smiled, "If your Chamber of Commerce can find more of these stones, I'll give you 10 drops of star chaos water per cubic meter. Same goes for those tree blocks." Wan Hui's face lit up at Huang Xiaolong's words. "Good, we will do our best to find these stones and tree blocks for Master Lu. 10 drops per cubic meter, 10,000 cubic meters, that's 100,000 drops." Wan Hui suddenly regretted her decision. If she had known, she would not have sold the stones to Lu Yiping. Instead, she would have exchanged them with Lu Yiping for star chaos water. Taurus Longjiao noticed everyone's excitement as they looked at the jade bucket in Lu Yiping's hand. He said, "Master and I usually drink this star chaos water to quench our thirst when we're thirsty. The taste is just so. Wan Hui, Tang Ben, and Tang Xueyao were dumbfounded. Drink it to quench their thirst, with star chaos water? Tang Ben obviously did not believe it. Lu Yiping smiled, "Actually, Xiao Jin is right. Drinking too much of this star chaos water is a little boring." Wan Hui, Tang Ben, and Tang Xueyao were at a loss for words. There was someone who disliked the taste of star chaos water. Drinking too much of this star chaos water was indeed boring. Therefore, in the past few years, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao had been drinking the higher-grade purple gold chaos water. Now, Jianshu could produce an endless stream of chaos aura every day, and his purple gold gourd could absorb the star chaos water and condense it into purple gold chaos water. Therefore, Lu Yiping was not worried about running out of purple gold chaos water. The purple gold chaos water tasted much better than the star chaos water. Before leaving, Tang Ben smiled at Wan Hui, "Big sister Wan Hui, you haven't hugged little Bin Ben in a long time. I want to hug him. Wan Hui noticed that this little brat's gaze was not right. He kept staring in front of her, and her face turned red. The last time she hugged this little brat, his face kept burrowing into her arms. Tang Shuiyao glared at her younger brother, saying, "You've grown up. There are differences between men and women, yet you keep asking big sister Wan Hui to hug you. Don't you know shame?" Tang Ben said, "Father and mother both said that one can only be considered an adult at 18 years old. I'm not even 9 years old yet." Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao laughed. Although they had only known each other for a few days, the two of them knew very well that this little brat was mischievous. Seeing that Tang Ben was still unwilling to give up, Tang Shuiyao was so angry that she grabbed him by the ear and left with Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. "Big sister, my ear is about to be broken by you." On the way, Tang Ben shouted for help. Only then did Tang Shuiyao let go. Tang Ben approached Lu Yiping, smiling, "Big brother Lu, is the Star Chaos water really that bad to drink? I heard some senior sisters say that it's very tasty, like the nectar of the immemorial heavenly court." Lu Yiping smiled. How could he not know what this little brat was thinking? However, he was not stingy. A jade bottle appeared in his hand. Inside it were 100 drops of Star Chaos water. Tang Ben was stunned, stuttering, "Big brother Lu, is this for me?" Tang Shuiyao was also stunned. Lu Yiping nodded, smiling, "Children are still growing. They need to eat and drink well." Eat and drink well. Tang Ben's eyes were filled with tears. He was touched. "Big brother Lu, you're my biological big brother. You're even closer to me than my biological big brother. Seems like you're not your biological big brother." Taurus Longjiao squinted and smiled. Today's update at 4 p.m. Second update at 1 p.m. Tang Ben chuckled, "In the future, you and big brother Lu are both my big brothers." Taurus Longjiao laughed, his 2-meter-tall body patted Tang Ben's shoulder. "All right, big brother will take care of you in the future." He then took out a blood ginseng from his spatial artifact. "Big brother doesn't have anything good, so this is a greeting gift for you." Dragon blood ginseng. Tang Ben and Tang Shuiyao exclaimed in shock. A dragon blood ginseng that had turned completely golden. Earlier, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao had found the master of myriad gods' cultivation dwelling. The vast plains in front of the cultivation dwelling were filled with all kinds of spiritual herbs, divine flowers, divine trees, and divine fruits. This dragon blood ginseng was one of them. Tang Ben had the sacred dragon physique and the ancestral dragon godhead, so this dragon blood ginseng was just right for him. These things were useless to Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Even if they ate them, they would just chew on them. Just like the Star Chaos water, it was useless to them, just like drinking water to quench their thirst. Moreover, now that the creation tree had grown to over 1,900 meters tall, Lu Yiping no longer needed Star Chaos water to water it. Of course, other than finding this kid pleasing to the eye, Lu Yiping gave Tang Ben the Star Chaos water because Tang Ben had brought him to the Azure Thunder Divine Sect, where he had obtained the 4th Fortune Jade Disc. After returning to the Stellar Moon Peak, Lu Yiping took out the Buzhou Mountain Stone he had obtained and began to integrate it. After integrating with the Buzhou Mountain Stone from Wan Hui's residence, the Buzhou Mountain Stone had grown to over 80 meters tall. When the Horizon Commerce Hall's president's residence was delivered, the Buzhou Mountain Stone should be able to break through 100 meters. At the same time, Lu Yiping sat cross-legged under the creation tree and began to comprehend the Grand Tao contained in the 4th Fortune Jade Disc. The 4th Fortune Jade Disc also contained 100 Grand Tao, and the most powerful ones were the Devouring Grand Tao and the Sealing Grand Tao. The Devouring Grand Tao could devour all things in the world, and after comprehending the Sealing Grand Tao to perfection, it could even seal heaven-opening great formations and treasures. Taurus Longjiao was also cultivating diligently. Although he couldn't comprehend the immortal skywood art from the Tree of Creation, he still benefited a lot from observing the great Tao patterns on the tree trunk and the heaven-opening runes on the tree leaves. Just like Lu Yiping, he felt that his strength was still insufficient, so he worked even harder to cultivate. While Lu Yiping and Jian Wushuang were cultivating, Tang Ben was carrying the dragon blood ginseng and 100 drops of Star Chaos water as he happily walked towards the main hall of Star Moon Peak, intending to share this good news with his parents. Tang Shuiyao followed behind her brother, Tang Ben. She was also happy for her brother. Just as the two of them were making their way to the Stellar Moon Peak's main hall, Chen Jin said to Tang Qing and Xianxia, "Master, this Lu fellow brought little junior brother out to play again. This person has evil intentions and little junior brother often spends time with him. If this goes on, I think he will lead little junior brother astray sooner or later. I think he's plotting something from junior brother. We can't let this kind of person stay on our Stellar Moon Peak." When Tang Qing and Xianxia heard this, they were about to speak when they suddenly saw Tang Ben, who had arrived at the door, rushing in angrily. He directly threw a punch at Chen Jin's lower body. Chen Jin dodged in fright. Tang Ben was furious. "Chen Jin, I warned you last time. If you dare to speak ill of big brother Lu in front of my father again, I will kick your little brother out. I think you're the one with evil intentions, Shorty. You've spoken ill of big brother Lu time and time again. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" Tang Ben rushed over and punched him again. Chen Jin didn't dare to fight back and could only dodge. He hurriedly explained, "Little junior brother, you misunderstood. I'm doing this for your own good." Tang Qing saw that Tang Ben was about to attack again and shouted, "Little Ben, that's enough." Tang Ben saw that his father was angry and stopped. He took out the golden dragon blood ginseng. Once the dragon blood ginseng was taken out, its medicinal scent filled the entire main hall. A completely transformed dragon blood ginseng. Tang Qing and Xianxia were shocked looking at the dragon blood ginseng in Tang Ben's hand. "Little Ben, where did you get this dragon blood ginseng?" Tang Qing asked anxiously. Tang Ben said, "This was given to me by big brother Xiao Jin." "Xiao Jin's big brother?" Tang Qing and Xianxia exchanged a glance. "You mean Lu Yiping's subordinate?" Tang Qing didn't believe it. Tang Ben nodded and took out the jade bottle. Opening the jade bottle, 100 drops of star chaos water emitted sparkling starlight as chaos energy filled the air. "These 100 drops of star chaos water were given to me by big brother Lu," Tang Ben said. Tang Qing and Xianxia were dumbfounded. Chen Jin also stared blankly at the star chaos water and dragon blood ginseng. Indifferent, Tang Ben stared at Chen Jin. "You said big brother Lu wants something from me. Then, may I ask, what does big brother Lu want from me? Is it the spiritual herbs on me? Or the spiritual water on me?" The spiritual herbs on him were trash compared to the dragon blood ginseng. Compared to the star chaos water, the spiritual water on him was also trash. Chen Jin stuttered, "He's definitely plotting something." Tang Ben snorted coldly, "You joined my Stellar Moon Peak because you're after my Stellar Moon Peak's Stellar Moon spiritual water, right?" Chen Jin's face flushed red. Xianxia said to Tang Qing, "He saved Xiaoban, helped Xiaoban integrate with the ancient dragon heart, and now he's giving us such precious dragon blood ginseng and star chaos water. We should properly thank him." Tang Qing nodded, "Yes, we should properly thank him." Night fell. Lu Yiping was sitting cross-legged under the creation tree, comprehending the fourth fortune jade discs devouring Grand Dao and sealing Grand Dao when a black figure whistled through the air, passing through the blue lightning god Zhongzhong's disciples' patrol and arrived at the Stellar Moon Peak. When this black figure arrived at the Stellar Moon Peak and passed by Tang Qing and Tang Xueyao's palace, Tang Qing and Tang Xueyao did not notice anything amiss. In the end, the black figure arrived at Tang Bin's palace. Just as the black figure was about to enter Tang Bin's palace, a shocking suction force came from the void. Before he could react, the scenery in front of him changed, and he arrived at a different space. When he arrived at this different space, he was dumbfounded when he saw the thing in front of him. In front of him was a towering tree that was close to 2,000 meters tall. Dao runes flickered on the tree's body, and enchanting characters flickered on the lush tree. Chaos chi roiled around the tree. The ground he was standing on was sparkling and translucent, and every grain of soil seemed to be primordial golden sand. Under the tree, a young man in blue robes sat cross-legged, and beside him was a big golden ox. Dao runes flickered on the young man's body, and the golden ox was surrounded by divine dragons and lightning gods. Right at this time, the young man raised his hand and pulled the black figure in front of him. When the black figure realized that his strength had been sealed by the young man, he turned pale with fright. He was very clear about his own strength. Only those old guys in the ancestral land of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect could suppress him. However, even if those old guys in the ancestral land of the Azure Thunder Divine sect could suppress him, it was impossible for them to seal his strength silently. Who was this young man? Third update, 5 p.m., who are you? The black figure asked Liu Yiping with unconcealable fear in his eyes. At the same time, he couldn't help but raise his head to look at the towering tree in front of him. This was definitely the Chaos Divine Tree. He wasn't sure which kind of Chaos Divine Tree it was, but it was definitely born from chaos. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to produce Chaos Chi. Moreover, the Chaos Chi was so dense that it was suffocating. He was currently standing under the tree, surrounded by Chaos Chi, and he felt extremely comfortable. Liu Yiping saw that the black figure was still coveting his Chaos Divine Tree even at this time. Thus, he clenched his fist and crushed the black figure's soul and godhead. Huang Xiaolong was too lazy to ask who the black figure was and what he wanted to do to Tang Bin. After destroying the black figure's soul and godhead, Liu Yiping casually flicked his finger, and the black figure's corpse was ejected out of the Chaos Divine Tree space. In the end, the black figure's corpse landed on the square in front of the Azure Thunder Divine sect's main hall. Liu Yiping ignored the corpse and continued to cultivate with Taurus Longjiao. He had yet to comprehend the Grand Tao and the second and third pieces of the Fortune Jade Disc. Now, there was a fourth piece of the Fortune Jade Disc. He had to seize the time to comprehend it. Since Liu Yiping had ejected the black figure's corpse without making a sound, no one in the Azure Thunder Divine sect noticed it. However, a moment later, when a patrolling disciple passed by the square, he saw a black figure lying on the ground. He was astonished and went over to take a look. He was so frightened that he immediately reported it to the higher-ups. Soon, the Azure Thunder Divine sect's sect chief, Fan Xing, led a group of grand elders and elders to the square. He stepped forward and lifted the black figure's mask. When the Azure Thunder Divine sect's sect chief, Fan Xing, saw the black figure's appearance clearly, and he exclaimed in shock, "Blood Fiend Archdevil." Hearing sect chief Fan Xing's words, the Azure Thunder Divine sect's experts' faces tightened. "Sect chief, is that really Blood Fiend Archdevil?" One of the Azure Thunder Divine sect's grand elders couldn't help asking in shock. Blood Fiend Demon Sovereign was a super great demon of the Chaos Dimension. He had committed all sorts of crimes and killed countless experts. He was extremely powerful and had already condensed 8 totems. But now, he died in the square in front of the main hall of the Zhonglei Divine Sect. That's right, it's Blood Fiend Demon Venerable. Fan Xing, the sect master of the Firmament Thunder Divine Sect, said with certainty, back then, the sect master of the Free and Unfettered Divine Sect, the patriarch of the Ninth Fox clan, and dozens of experts besieged the Blood Flame Demon Venerable. In the end, the Blood Flame Demon Venerable escaped. I have seen his face, and I recognize him. And there's a gray mole between his eyebrows. Everyone took a closer look and saw that there was indeed a gray mole between the eyebrows of the corpse. Fan Xing pondered and said, "This Blood Fiend Demon Venerable must have infiltrated our Azure Thunder Divine Sect and was killed by someone." Everyone looked at each other. Could he have been killed by Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the other old ancestors? A grand elder guessed. In the Azure Thunder Divine Sect, only Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the other 9 totem ancient god realm experts could kill the Blood Flame Demon Venerable. But, why didn't we hear any sounds of fighting earlier? Another grand elder asked. Everyone was puzzled. Based on the Blood Flame Demon Venerable's strength, if he was killed by Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the others, it would require a fierce battle. However, the sect was completely calm just now, there was no sound of fighting. This matter is of great importance, I will report it to Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the other old ancestors. Fan Xing said solemnly. He immediately crushed his communication talisman to report to Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the others. Soon, more than a dozen figures flew out from the ancestral land. It was obvious that the ancestors inside the ancestral land were alerted. In the blink of an eye, Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the others arrived at the scene. It's indeed the Blood Flame Demon Venerable himself. Su Ting said solemnly after inspecting the corpse, his soul and godhead were directly crushed by someone. In front of the other party, the Blood Flame Demon Venerable couldn't resist at all. Everyone was shocked to hear that. Even with the Blood Flame Demon Venerable's strength, he couldn't resist at all. One could only imagine how terrifying this person's strength was. Even Su Ting, who was at the peak of the 9-totem ancient god realm, couldn't directly crush the blood flame demon Venerable's soul and godhead. Could it be that those with the 10-totem ancient god realm killed the blood flame demon Venerable and then threw his corpse into our Azure Thunder Divine Sect's main square? One of the ancestors guessed. Zhou shook his head. The blood flame demon Venerable's blood is still warm. It's obvious that he was just killed. He then added, maybe that expert is still in our Azure Thunder Divine Sect. What? Everyone was on high alert after hearing that. Su Ting's eyes flickered. Junior brother Zhou, are you saying that there is an expert with the 10-totem ancient god realm in our Azure Thunder Divine Sect? But, such existences are in the top 10 of the Northern Wilderness Divine ranking. If they were in our Azure Thunder Divine Sect, we would recognize them. Fan Xing, the sect leader of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect, said confidently, and there is no need for such existences to hide their identities in our Azure Thunder Divine Sect. Zhou suddenly said, have you all forgotten what happened last night? Last night, the 1000 illusion sword array was destroyed. Everyone was shocked. Do you mean that the blood flame demon Venerable was also killed by that mysterious person last night? Fan Xing asked in surprise. Zhou nodded, it's highly possible. But, this is just my guess. Then, should we search the entire sect now? Fan Xing asked. Su Ting shook his head, no need. He has no ill intentions towards our Azure Thunder Divine Sect. There is no need for us to search for him. It's not good to anger him. Zhou said, senior brother Su Ting is right. Since he has no ill intentions towards our Azure Thunder Divine Sect, there is no need for us to search for him. Moreover, even if we search with all our might, I'm afraid we won't find anything. He looked at the blood flame demon Venerable's corpse and said, however, we have to find out why the blood flame demon Venerable sneaked into our Azure Thunder Divine Sect. Immediately, Su Ting ordered the sect leader of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect, Fan Xing, to investigate. Everyone dispersed. As for the blood flame demon Venerable's corpse, Su Ting asked someone to hang it on a stone pillar in the square in front of the sect. Hence, early in the morning, Tang Bin knocked on the door of Lu Yiping's palace. He then pulled Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao to the square in front of the sect. Little Ben, why did you pull us to the square in front of the sect so early in the morning? Taurus Longjiao asked. Tang Bin smiled, the blood flame demon Venerable sneaked into our Azure Thunder Divine Sect last night and was killed by a mysterious expert. His corpse is now hanging on a stone pillar in the square. Many disciples have gone to take a look. Let's go take a look too. Soon, the three of them arrived at the square. The square was already filled with Azure Thunder Divine Sect, Zhongzhong's disciples. The blood flame demon Venerable's corpse was fixed on a stone pillar by divine power. There were no visible injuries on the surface. The disciples were pointing at the corpse and discussing. Tang Bin arrived and saw that his sister, Tang Shuiyao, was also there. He then pulled Lu Yiping over. Master Lu, you're here. When Tang Shuiyao saw Lu Yiping coming over, she went up to greet him. Sister, who killed the blood flame demon Venerable? Tang Bin couldn't help but ask. 8 p.m. Fourth update, Tang Shuiyao said, I heard that the mysterious expert who snuck into the ancestors' land last night completed the 1000 illusion sword array. The 1000 illusion sword array was completed? Tang Bin was shocked. Countless experts of the Firmament Thunder sect had worked hard for countless years but still failed to complete the 1000 illusion sword array. Now, it was completed by a mysterious expert. However, what did this have to do with the Blood Fiend Demon Master's death? The Blood Fiend Demon Master must have been killed by that mysterious expert. Tang Shuiyao said. Tang Bin's eyes widened. Is the Blood Fiend Demon Master very famous? Lu Yiping asked. Tang Bin was shocked. Tang Shuiyao said, of course. He is an ancient god expert who has formed 8 totems. Each of them is 50 miles long. His combat strength is amazing. He is ranked in the top 100 on the Northern Wilderness Divine list. A few years ago, our sect master joined forces with the sect master of the Godly Wandering sect and a clan leader of the 9 Fox tribe to kill the Blood Fiend Demon Master, but he escaped. In that battle, the Firmament Thunder sect, the Godly Wandering sect, and the 9 Fox tribe lost many ancient gods. Tang Ben said, "In 2 days, the disciples of the Firmament Palace will come to spar. Let them see the blood-fiend demon master's corpse and kill their arrogance." But at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Tang Shuiyao frowned, "The demon-suppressing tower is moving again. This is the 3rd time this year." "Demon-suppressing tower?" Lu Yiping asked. Tang Ben explained, "In the ancient times, our founder master suppressed a demon. For so many years, this demon has been suppressed in the demon-suppressing tower of the Firmament Thunder sect. However, after so many years, the formation set up by our founder master has gradually weakened. In the past few decades, the demon has been trying to break out of the tower. Just now, it was the vibration caused by his attack on the demon-suppressing tower. However, every time he attacked, he would suffer a backlash from the formation, so he did not dare to attack too often." Lu Yiping nodded. Tang Shuiyao was deeply worried. But today, this demon has already attacked the demon-suppressing pagoda for the 3rd time. If this continues, I'm afraid he'll be able to break free in a few decades. I've heard that this demon is an ancient god who has surpassed the 10 great totems. Once he gets out of the tower, it will be a disaster for our Lei sect. Taurus Longjiao was astonished, "It has surpassed the 10 great totems." Even in ancient times, there were very few ancient gods who had more than 10 totems. It was extremely difficult to break through from 9 totems to 10 totems. Therefore, the number of people on the Northern Wilderness divine ranking who had 10 totems could be counted with 2 hands. Surpassing 10 totems was 100 times, 1,000 times more difficult, Tang Shuiyao nodded. According to my father, this demon has already condensed 11 totems. Moreover, he cultivates the boundless devil art, which gives him an extremely long lifespan. That's why he's still alive. In ancient times, he was a disciple of the Big Dipper Divine Palace. A disciple of the Big Dipper Divine Palace. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were stunned. Tang Shuiyao saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's reaction and did not think much of it. She said, "This person's master seems to be the goddess Luo Shui of the Big Dipper Divine Palace." Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were stunned. Luo Shui's disciple, wasn't that Che Peng, Che Guohua, whom they had found in the Divine Land, was Che Peng's descendant. Since he was a disciple of the Big Dipper Divine Palace, why did he fall into the demon path? Lu Yiping asked. Tang Shuiyao shook her head. "I don't know." She continued, "All these years, the Sword Ancestor and the others have been trying to repair the ancestral formation in the demon-suppressing pagoda, but the results have been minimal. First, the materials are missing. Second, the ancestral formation is too complicated. No one can understand it." After a while, the group left the square. In the evening, Tang Qing hosted a banquet and invited Lu Yiping to thank Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao for taking care of Tang Ben. At the banquet, Tang Qing said to Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, "This Tang has a lot of experience in cultivation. If the 2 of you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can ask me at any time." Tang Qing had thought about it all day. He wanted to thank Lu Yiping, but Lu Yiping did not accept the things he gave him. Therefore, he thought of this method to guide Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao in their cultivation to express his gratitude to Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. When Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao heard this, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. Tang Qing wanted to guide them? "Peak Master Tang Qing is too polite," Lu Yiping said with a smile. Xianxia, who was sitting beside Tang Qing, said with a smile, "Master Lu, you don't have to be polite with your Uncle Tang in the future. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask him or Shuiyao." "Uncle, Shuiyao," Lu Yiping glanced at Tang Shuiyao and said with a smile, "Miss Shuiyao often enters the secret territory to cultivate. We don't want to take up Miss Shuiyao's time." Tang Ben said to Tang Qing, "Father, why don't you and the sect master give 2 tokens and let Big Brother Lu and Xiao Jin enter the secret territory to cultivate?" Tang Qing nodded. "Okay, I will talk to the sect master tomorrow." As long as the sect master of the Azure Thunder Divine sect agreed, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, who were guests of the Azure Thunder Divine sect, could also enter some places in the secret territory to cultivate. Lu Yiping said there was no need, but Tang Qing insisted. Lu Yiping had no choice but to let the other party have his way. After the banquet, Lu Yiping and Tang Jiao returned to the palace. Back in the palace, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao headed straight for the demon-suppressing pagoda. The demon-suppressing pagoda was not in the ancestral land of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect, but in a valley to the north of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. The valley was guarded by layers of formations and experts of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect, but Lu Yiping and Tang Jiao went straight through the formations and through an extremely long cave tunnel, arriving at the underground of the demon-suppressing pagoda. Underground, there was a world of fire. Lava spewed out in front of them, and in the center of the lava world was a huge pagoda that was hundreds of feet tall. The pagoda was locked by 8 unusually thick iron chains, which were branded with layers of formations and runes. The iron chains were inserted into the surrounding ground, connecting with the entire earth. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived at the underground and sensed the monstrous demonic aura in the demon-suppressing pagoda. The outside of the cave and the valley were guarded by experts of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. The experts outside only came down to check once a day, so there were no experts guarding the underground. The two of them stepped into the air, passed through the space of the formation of the 8 iron chains, passed through the gate of the demon-suppressing pagoda, and entered the demon-suppressing pagoda. The space inside the demon-suppressing pagoda was not small, about 100 square meters. In the center of the pagoda, there was an 8 seals formation. In the center of the formation, a skinny old man sat cross-legged. The old man had crimson hair, and his whole body was full of demonic aura. Even an ancient god with 10 totems would not dare to approach him. Who is it? After Lu Yiping and Tang Jiao came in, they did not conceal their aura, so the old man was immediately alerted. He suddenly stood up, and his demonic aura filled the sky. But when he saw Lu Yiping, he suddenly froze. The first update will continue tomorrow at 10 a.m. The skinny old man looked at the blue-robed young man walking over in disbelief. You are? Impossible. Who are you? The skinny old man was clearly agitated. You're Luo Shui's disciple, Che Peng? Lu Yiping looked at the skinny old man with crimson red hair, ignoring the other party's monstrous demonic flames as he walked over with Taurus Longjiao. Although the other party's appearance had changed greatly, Lu Yiping could still sense the power within the other party's bloodline essence. The skinny old man's body trembled hearing this. You are? Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping said indifferently. Lu Yiping? Che Peng's eyes widened. Impossible, who are you? Speaking of this, the demonic flames around his body surged, and 11 totems soared into the air behind him. 11 totems intertwined behind him, boundless power rushed out, and demonic might swept through the world. Great demonic palm. Che Peng abruptly struck out a palm at Lu Yiping. The power of the 11 totems merged into his palm, and a terrifying demonic palm pressed down on Lu Yiping. This demonic palm was at least 10,000 times stronger than the combined power of Zhongyuan, Wuli, Aina, and the 11 totems at the Red Mist Mountain Range. Facing this demonic palm, Lu Yiping only casually flicked his finger, causing the demonic palm to dissipate. Che Peng, on the other hand, was sent flying backwards as if he had suffered a heavy blow, crashing into the walls of the demon-suppressing tower. The 11 totems behind him actually stopped in midair, losing their light as if they were completely sealed. Che Peng struggled to get up, and found that he couldn't sense the 11 totems. He looked at Lu Yiping in horror. There was actually someone who could seal the totems of the ancient god realm? You're really the Lord Ancient God? He was bewildered. Lu Yiping threw a token to the other party. Che Ziping caught the token, and his hands trembled when he saw the token. In his excitement, he knelt down. Big Dipper Divine Palace disciple Che Ziping greets the Lord Ancient God. Lu Yiping waved his hand and an invisible force lifted Che Peng up. Looking at the emaciated Che Peng in front of him, Lu Yiping sighed. Che Peng had been a handsome man in the past, but now he had become like this. However, he could see that Che Peng's chi and blood had dried up, and his lifespan was nearing its end. That was why his appearance was gradually aging. At this rate, Che Huapeng could only live for 1 or 200 years at most. Lu Yiping summoned the Divine Tree of Life. The Divine Tree of Life flew above Che Peng's head, and its life force poured into Che Peng's body like a waterfall. Che Peng's withered body began to change. His withered skin became lustrous, and his withered muscles began to recover. Even Che Peng's red hair was gradually turning black. Che Peng's cloudy eyes regained their clarity. In the end, Che Peng's vitality recovered and he became a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. Che Peng had been suppressed in the demon-suppressing pagoda all these years. Even though he had entered a state of suspended animation by circulating the boundless devil art to prolong his life force was still constantly flowing away. But now, his vitality had recovered to the state it was in before he was suppressed in the demon-suppressing pagoda. His qi and blood were as abundant as the sea. Che Peng was excited and pleasantly surprised. He thanked Liu Yiping again. Liu Yiping let him get up and put the divine tree of life back into his body. He said, "You've consumed a divine medicine that can increase your lifespan?" Che Peng respectfully replied, "Yes, my lord. In the past, I obtained a great opportunity and swallowed 2 million-year-old 9-colored divine mushrooms." Liu Yiping nodded. If Che Peng hadn't swallowed 2 million-year-old 9-colored divine mushrooms, his lifespan wouldn't have been so long. Even if he had swallowed a 1 million-year-old 9-colored divine mushroom, his lifespan wouldn't have been so long. It seemed that Che Peng was only able to condense 11 totems because of the 9-colored divine mushroom's power. "Why did you fall into the demonic path?" Liu Yiping asked, "Where's your master?" Che Ziping answered, "Back then, the Big Dipper Divine Palace was embroiled in internal strife. On top of that, my master was disheartened and left the Big Dipper Divine Palace. She said that she didn't want to stay in the northern wilderness starfield anymore. As for where she went, I don't know. After she left, the Big Dipper Divine Palace was destroyed. I also left the Big Dipper Divine Palace and obtained the boundless demonic art in the Nether Prison's eternal demon domain. After that, I came to the Chaos Plane and met the Azure Thunder Divine Sex Master. That year, the Azure Thunder Divine Sex Master died in the hands of the boundless demonic lord. When he found out that I cultivated the boundless demonic art, he attacked me. After that, I was sealed in the demon-suppressing tower, unable to see the light of day for 1 million years. Che Ziping sighed as he recalled the days where he couldn't see the light of day for 1 million years. "Let's go. I'll bring you out first," Liu Yiping said. He then released a ball of energy that wrapped around Che Ziping. He then brought Che Ziping through the demon-suppressing tower and returned to the Xianxia Peak Palace with Taurus Longjiao. Before leaving, Liu Yiping set up an illusion array in the demon-suppressing tower. Even if the experts of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect came down to check, they wouldn't be able to see that Che Ziping had left the demon-suppressing tower. The next day, Che Ziping, who was dressed elegantly, pretended to come to the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. He claimed to be Liu Yiping's subordinate and said that he was looking for Liu Yiping. The Xianxia Peak disciples then brought him in. Tang Qing and the others didn't suspect anything. Che Ziping then stayed by Liu Yiping's side. A few days later, Tang Qing and his wife, Xianxia, were discussing the Firmament Palace's disciples coming to spar in 2 days. A Xianxia Peak disciple came in to report that the president of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce, Ruan Zhen, was outside and wanted to visit Liu Yiping. The president of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce? Tang Qing and Xianxia were shocked. The Horizon Chamber of Commerce was the #1 chamber of commerce in the northern wilderness starfield. The president of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce, Ruan Zhen, was highly respected and usually lived in seclusion. It was difficult for many sect masters to meet him. Why would he come to visit Liu Yiping today? Yes, other than the president of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce, Old Jiang of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce is also here. The disciple quickly said. What, Old Jiang is here too? Tang Qing suddenly stood up. Old Jiang was the #1 expert of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce and ranked 13th on the divine list. He was even stronger than the sword ancestor, Zhou Can. Such an existence was following the president of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce to visit Liu Yiping? Quick, invite the president of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce and Old Jiang. Tang Qing said excitedly. Brother Qing, don't be silly. The president of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce and Old Jiang are here. We have to report to the sect master and the sword ancestor. Xianxia said. Tang Qing slapped his forehead and said, yes, I will report to the sect master now. The president of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce and Old Jiang had personally come to the Firmament Thunder sect. As a peak master, it would be rude of him to welcome them. Immediately, Tang Qing crushed the message charm and hurriedly reported to the sect master of the Firmament Thunder sect, Fan Sheng. At the same time, he hurried to the Firmament Thunder sect's main hall. Just as he rushed to the main hall, he saw the sect master of the Firmament Thunder sect, Fan Xing, leading a group of grand elders out of the main hall. Second update, 1 p.m. Sect Chief Tang Qing greeted. Do you know why President Skyline and Old Jiang are looking for Liu Yiping? Fan Xing asked. He knew about Liu Yiping. Yesterday, Tang Qing had come to ask him for a token to enter the secret territory. This token was for Liu Yiping and his subordinates. However, he did not agree yesterday. I don't know yet. Tang Qing said, the Star Moon Peak's disciples said that President Skyline and Old Jiang are here to visit Liu Yiping. When I heard that, I quickly reported it to the sect chief. As for the reason, I didn't say. The Azure Thunder Divine Sect's Punishment Hall Master snorted. Could it be that this surnamed Liu has committed some crime and offended the Skyline Commerce Hall? That's why President Skyline and Old Jiang are here to punish him. He added, if that's the case, it will affect our Azure Thunder Divine Sect. Tang Qing, as the Peak Master of the Star Moon Peak, you won't be able to escape the blame. Other than the various peaks, the Azure Thunder Divine Sect also had various halls. Each hall master was on equal footing with the other peak masters. The Punishment Hall Master had always been at odds with Tang Qing. Tang Qing snorted, Chong Guang, is there something wrong with your head? President Skyline and Old Jiang are here to visit. The Punishment Hall Master choked on his words. Both of you, stop talking. Fan Xing frowned. Tang Qing and Chong Guang stopped. Although the two of them were at odds with each other, they knew their limits. Fan Xing led the group to the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's entrance. On the way, Fan Xing was guessing the purpose of President Skyline and Old Jiang's visit. To be able to attract the attention of President Skyline and Old Jiang, it was definitely not a small matter. What was this Liu Yiping's background? Soon, Fan Xing and the group of Azure Thunder Divine Sect's experts arrived at the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's entrance and saw President Skyline and Old Jiang. However, they didn't expect that other than President Skyline and Old Jiang, there were more than a dozen experts from the Skyline Commerce Hall. Moreover, several of them were experts on the God ranking list. Fan Xing and the group quickly went up to greet them. Greetings to President Yuan and Senior Jiang. Fan Xing and the group hurriedly greeted. Horizon's president, Yuan Zhen, and Old Jiang nodded. Sect Master Fan, we actually didn't come here for anything. Horizon's president, Yuan Zhen, smiled and said, a few days ago, Master Liu bought some things from our Chamber of Commerce. We are only here to deliver the items. Also, we would like to discuss some business matters with Master Liu. Fan Xing and the others, who had been trying to guess Horizon's intentions, were surprised. Give something, everyone was curious as to what item was worth Guild Leader Horizon, Elder Jiang, and the others personally delivering it. Fan Xing invited everyone from the Horizon Chamber of Commerce into the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. He also invited the Horizon Chamber of Commerce's president Yuan Zhen and Elder Jiang to the main hall. Yuan Zhen shook his head. There's no need to go to the Blue Thunder main hall. We're just here to deliver something to Master Liu and discuss some business. Hearing that, Fan Xing could only accompany Yuan Zhen, Old Man Jiang, and the others to the Star Moon Peak. Seeing Tang Qing's puzzled expression, Yuan Zhen smiled and said, Brother Tang Qing, when your daughter returned a few days ago, didn't she tell you that Master Liu bought something from our Chamber of Commerce? Due to Tang Shuiyao and Wan Hui's relationship, Yuan Zhen and Tang Qing knew each other. Tang Qing shook his head and said, no, she only said that she went to the Horizon Chamber of Commerce. She didn't mention anything. Yuan Zhen smiled and said, a few days ago, Master Liu spent 30 trillion heaven-grade spirit stones to buy a batch of stones from our Chamber of Commerce. Hearing that, everyone who had been listening to Yuan Zhen nearly spat out the spiritual water they had drunk the previous night. 30 trillion. Tang Qing, Fan Xing, and the others felt their hearts tremble. Even if the Azure Thunder Divine Sect was one of the top 10 superpowers in the Chaos Plane, it was impossible for them to take out 30 trillion. Moreover, it was used to buy stones. What kind of stones were they, to be so precious? Yuan Zhen said, these stones are used to build a fake mountain in my residence. Everyone nearly lost their balance. Using 30 trillion to buy a fake mountain in Yuan Zhen's residence, only now did everyone understand why Yuan Zhen wanted to personally deliver the stones. Ruanjun probably didn't trust anyone else to deliver something worth 30 trillion. However, everyone was more curious about what kind of business Ruanjun wanted to discuss. Old Zhang's visit was most likely related to the business Ruanjun wanted to discuss. While everyone was guessing, Ruanjun's group arrived at the Star Moon Peak's main hall. Xianxia, Tang Shuiyao, and the Star Moon Peak's disciples were already waiting at the main hall to welcome them. Everyone entered the main hall and took their seats. Tang Qing stood up and informed everyone that he was going to personally invite Lu Yiping over. When Lu Yiping came out, he wasn't surprised to learn that Horizon Chamber's president Ruanjun had personally delivered the Buzhou Mountain stones. Subsequently, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Che Ziping followed Tang Qing to the main hall. Along the way, Tang Qing looked at Lu Yiping as if he was looking at a walking mountain of heaven-grade spirit stones. When Lu Yiping arrived, everyone's gaze fell on the blue-robed figure. Seeing Lu Yiping's arrival, Ruanjun did not put on airs and stood up. Seeing Ruanjun stand up, no one dared to remain seated. Only the God ranking list's 13th ranked Old Jiang remained seated. After greeting Lu Yiping, Ruanjun waited for Lu Yiping to sit down, then took out the spatial artifact that contained the Buzhou Mountain stones and handed it to Lu Yiping. "Master Lu, all the stones in my residence are here." Lu Yiping opened the spatial artifact to take a look. He nodded and placed all the stones into the Buzhou Mountain space, allowing the mountain to merge with them. Ruanjun smiled. "I heard from Ruanhui that Master Lu entrusted our Chamber of Commerce to continue searching for these stones and tree blocks for you. Based on 1 cubic meter, 10 drops of star chaos water per cubic meter, is that right?" 10 drops of star chaos water per cubic meter. Fan Xing was stunned, while Tang Qing and the rest looked at Lu Yiping in shock. Everyone could tell from Ruanjun's words that this Lu Yiping had a lot of star chaos water on him. Lu Yiping said, "That's right." At this moment, Ruanjun took out a spatial divine artifact and opened it. It was filled with tree chunks. They were building tree chunks, and there were probably 3,000 to 4,000 of them. Lu Yiping had already sensed the building tree blocks on Ruanjun's body, but seeing that Ruanjun had so many, he was overjoyed. Ruanjun smiled. "Young master, are these tree blocks the kind of tree blocks you're looking for?" "That's right, they are indeed the kind of tree blocks I'm looking for." Lu Yiping smiled. "Before coming here, I've already calculated. There are a total of 3,677 tree blocks, roughly 6,400 cubic meters." Ruanjun smiled. Lu Yiping took out one of the jade buckets containing the star chaos water. When the jade buckets were taken out, the hall was filled with specks of starlight and chaos energy. No one could take their eyes off the jade buckets. Even the experts from the Horizon Commerce Chamber of Commerce who came with Ruanjun were shocked. Although Lu Yiping's jade buckets weren't big, they were filled to the brim with star chaos water, at least 300,000 drops. 300,000 drops of star chaos water were stored in an ordinary jade buckets and taken out by Lu Yiping. After Lu Yiping took out the jade buckets, he casually flicked his finger and 64,000 drops of star chaos water flew out from the jade buckets. They were then stored in a jade bottle and landed in front of Ruanjun. Everyone held their breaths. They were all experienced people, but this was the first time they saw such a transaction. Swallowing star chaos water for cultivation was a luxury for ancient gods. Thus, they were reluctant to consume a single drop of star chaos water. But now, Lu Yiping took out 64,000 drops of star chaos water with a wave of his hand. Tang Qing finally understood what his son, Tang Ben, meant when he said that Lu Yiping was very rich. Ruanjun received the jade bottle with a smile on her face. She placed all the building tree blocks in front of Lu Yiping. At this time, Old Jiang, who was sitting at the side, suddenly spoke. "I heard that Master Lu is looking for a type of jade disc, is that right?" He then continued, "I wonder how many drops of star chaos water Master Lu intends to use to buy that jade disc?" Third update, 5 p.m. Oh. Lu Yiping perked up at the mention of the fortune jade disc. "Do you have that kind of jade disc?" Lu Yiping asked Elder Jiang. However, the fortune jade disc in his body did not react. It was obvious that Elder Jiang did not have one. Hearing Lu Yiping address him as Elder Jiang frowned and said, "That's right, I have that kind of jade disc. I have one piece, but I don't have it on me. If Master Lu can offer me a price that can tempt me, I can have someone deliver it to you now." Lu Yiping immediately took out the second bucket of star chaos water and placed it on the floor in front of him. When the second bucket of star chaos water was placed on the floor, the starlight on the floor became even brighter, and the chaos aura became even denser. Tang Bin could no longer hold himself back. Holy sh*t. No one paid any attention to Tang Bin's holy sh*t. Everyone was staring at the second bucket of star chaos water. Tang Shuiyao could not hide the shock in her eyes. She recalled what Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao had said about drinking star chaos water. Everyone in the hall stared fixedly at the 2 buckets of star chaos water in front of Lu Yiping. Some even fantasized about pouncing on the buckets and drinking until they were full. Seeing Lu Yiping take out the second bucket of star chaos water as if nothing had happened, Wanjin sighed inwardly. Although he was the Horizon Chamber of Commerce's president, this was his first time seeing so much star chaos water. Master Lu, Wanjin's horizons have been broadened today. Wanjin could not help but say. Seeing Lu Yiping take out another bucket of star chaos water, Elder Jiang was equally shocked. His breathing became different. Master Lu, what do you mean? 1 piece of that kind of jade disc can be exchanged for 2 buckets of star chaos water. Lu Yiping said. 2 buckets full of star chaos water? Elder Jiang's hands trembled slightly. Even with his temperament, he could not stop his heart from pounding. However, that bucket of star chaos water, is it not enough? Hearing this, Lu Yiping immediately took out the 3rd bucket of star chaos water and placed it on the floor of the main hall. Everyone was crazily inhaling the dense chaos energy in the palace. Chang Guang, the master of the punishment hall of the Tsang divine sect, and some experts sitting there almost slid down from their seats and slid to the front of the 3 buckets of star chaos water. They only felt that the world was too crazy. Normally, if there were a few hundred drops of star chaos water in an auction, everyone would fight until their heads bled. Now, there were 3 buckets of stellar chaos water. 900,000 drops of stellar chaos water were placed in front of them. Lu Yiping looked at the trembling Elder Jiang and said, that's right. 1 jade disc for 2 buckets full of star chaos water. Master Lu, please wait a moment. I'll have someone send the jade disc over right now. Old Jiang couldn't sit still any longer and said anxiously, as if he was afraid that Lu Yiping would regret his decision. Although he knew that the jade disc was an extraordinary item after obtaining it, he hadn't been able to find anything useful after studying it for many years. At this moment, being able to exchange it for 2 buckets of star chaos water was already beyond his imagination. Before coming here, he never thought that Lu Yiping would be willing to exchange 2 buckets of star chaos water for the jade disc. Everyone was curious as to what kind of jade disc Lu Yiping was looking for. Very soon, Elder Jiang sent someone to deliver the jade disc. It was indeed the fortune jade disc Lu Yiping was looking for. As soon as old Jiang arrived at the Star Moon Peak, the fortune jade disc in Lu Yiping's body sensed his arrival. Master Lu, is it this kind of jade disc? After the jade disc was delivered, old Jiang asked Lu Yiping nervously. He was afraid that the jade disc wasn't the kind Lu Yiping was looking for. If that were the case, he would cry. Lu Yiping looked at the nervous old Jiang and smiled, it is this kind of jade disc. He then exchanged 2 buckets of star chaos water with old Jiang for the fortune jade disc. Old Jiang accepted the 2 buckets of star chaos water with a smile on his face. This trip was a great harvest. Lu Yiping picked up the jade disc and showed it to everyone, saying, in the future, if you find this kind of jade disc, you can exchange it for 2 buckets of star chaos water with me. I have this kind of jade disc. At this time an excited voice sounded. Sword Ancestor Zhou Can, Su Teng, and the others had arrived. Since old Jiang had arrived, Zhou Can, Su Teng, and the others naturally came out to receive him. The one who spoke was Sword Ancestor Zhou Can. Lu Yiping was stunned. Master Lu, please wait a moment, I'll go get the jade disc. The Sword Ancestor, Zhou Can, who had just arrived at the door, spoke immediately. He paid no attention to the others as he hurriedly tore through the sky and left. Soon, Zhou Can returned with a jade box in his hand. It was the jade box that Lu Yiping had found in the hall earlier. Lu Yiping smiled wryly. However, in the end, Lu Yiping also gave Zhou Can 2 buckets of star chaos water. The Azure Thunder Divine Sect's ancestors and experts were envious of Sword Ancestor Zhou Can. They didn't expect Zhou Ken to have the kind of jade disc that Lu Yiping was looking for. At the same time, Azure Thunder God Zhongzhong and the others were overjoyed. Zhou Ken was a member of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect, and obtaining 2 buckets of Star Chaos Water was undoubtedly a good thing for the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. Master Lu, if we find those tree blocks and stones, we can also exchange them for 10 drops of Star Chaos Water per cubic meter, right? Azure Thunder Divine Sect Chief Fan Xing asked Lu Yiping politely. That's right. Lu Yiping nodded. Master Lu, if we really find a lot of tree blocks and stones, do you really have that much Star Chaos Water? A God-ranking expert from the Horizon Commerce Chamber asked. Hearing that, Lu Yiping took out a bucket of Star Chaos Water, then a second bucket, a third bucket, and finally 10 buckets of Star Chaos Water. Even the Horizon Commerce Chamber of Commerce's President Ruan Zhen, Old Jiang, Su Tung, Sword Ancestor Zhou Ken were dumbfounded looking at the 10 buckets of Star Chaos Water. Some of the Azure Thunder Divine Sects and Horizon Commerce Chamber's experts couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Even Tang Qing, the Star Moon Peak's Peak Master, was trembling. Inside the Great Hall, there was no lack of female Grand Elders from the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. These female Grand Elders' eyes shone brightly as they looked at Lu Yiping. Even some of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's female ancestors were glowing when they looked at Lu Yiping. After a long time, Wanjin finally calmed down. She smiled and asked, Master Lu, you took out so much Star Chaos Water, aren't you afraid that someone will harm you in the future? Old Jiang, Su Tung, Zhou Ken, and the rest stared at Lu Yiping. Wanjin's words were clearly what they were thinking. Lu Yiping smiled and said, Don't worry, this subordinate beside me is a great expert. He pointed at Che Peng, who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, behind him. Everyone turned to look at Che Peng, Old Jiang, Su Tung, and the rest. Wanjin looked at Che Peng and smiled, May I know how to address this friend? Che Peng. Che Zipping replied nonchalantly. Now that he had recovered his looks, he wasn't worried that Su Ting and the rest would recognize him. Even the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's ancestral master didn't know his real name. Che Peng, everyone was confused. There didn't seem to be such a person on the Northern Wilderness Divine ranking. May I know which sect young Master Che is from? Old Jiang suddenly asked. 9 p.m. 4th update, my sect was destroyed long ago. Che Zipping shook his head. Destroyed? Everyone was surprised. However, many of them shook their heads inwardly. If Che Zipping was really a great expert, how could his sect be destroyed? Therefore, no one paid any attention to Che Zipping. Everyone started chatting with Lu Yiping. Wanjin, Elder Jiang, Su Tung, and Zhou Ken chatted with Lu Yiping about trivial topics. However, everyone present was listening with great interest. Their gazes drifted towards the 10 barrels of Star Chaos Water from time to time. After chatting for half a day, Horizon Commerce's President Wanjin led the Horizon Commerce's group away. Before leaving, Wanjin smiled at Lu Yiping, I will use all the Commerce's resources to find more jade plates, tree trunks, and stones for Master Lu. Lu Yiping smiled, then I will wait for President Ruan's good news. However, Wanjin suddenly stopped in her tracks, asking Lu Yiping with a smile, May I know if Master Lu is married? In an instant, all the female experts of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect and Horizon Commerce stared at Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping shook his head, I have no such plans at the moment. Fan Xing, Ding Ning, and the others could feel the tension in their hearts lessening. Wanjin smiled, a few days ago, Master Lu went to the Horizon Commerce. My daughter, Wan Hui, met with Master Lu and told me that Master Lu was refined and courteous. She kept praising Master Lu in front of me. Hearing this, everyone had a strange expression. Was Wanjin trying to matchmake her daughter with Lu Yiping? Wanjin was the Horizon Commerce's president. Her daughter, Wan Hui's talent, strength, and beauty were well known in the Chaos Plane. Countless Super Sects young masters had come to ask for her hand in marriage, but no one had ever heard of Wanjin nodding. Now, after meeting Lu Yiping for half a day, she had already taken a fancy to Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping smiled. Thank you for your kind intentions, President Ruan, but I don't have such plans for the time being. Wanjin didn't continue on this topic. He smiled and said, in the future, Master Lu, if you're free, come visit my residence more often. My residence has many good things. Then, he bid farewell to the experts of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce and left. High Thunder Divine Sects Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the others sat for a while before returning to their ancestral lands to cultivate. After Lu Yiping exchanged for the fifth Good Fortune Jade Disc, he returned to his palace and began refining the fifth Good Fortune Jade Disc. While Lu Yiping was refining the fifth Good Fortune Jade Disc, Xianxia and Tang Qing were discussing Lu Yiping in their palace. Xianxia said, "What do you think of Lu Yiping?" Tang Qing was taken aback and muttered, "He's humble, polite, calm, steady, profound, and exudes an indescribable aura." It was rare for him to praise someone so much. A few days ago, although Lu Yiping was also at the Starry Moon Peak, he didn't have much contact with Lu Yiping. But today, even when facing Ruanzhen, Old Jiang, Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the others, Lu Yiping spoke with confidence and composure. Even he couldn't do it. Not to mention him, even their sect leader couldn't do it. Xianxian's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration as she said, "I also think that Lu Yiping is very outstanding. It would be great if he could be together with Shui Yao. This Lu Yiping is a talent. Not only is he handsome, but he's also rich. Even President Ruanzhen has taken a liking to him." With President Ruanzhen's standards, who among the younger generation in the northern wilderness starfield would be able to catch his eye? Tang Qing smiled bitterly. "I also hope that he and Shui Yao can be together." "But Shui Yao, you know that your daughter's standards have always been too high. Moreover, Lu Yiping is a person who can't be seen through. He might not be interested in your precious daughter." Xianxian's eyes widened. "Not interested in my precious daughter? My daughter is one of the 6 beauties of the chaos dimension. She has the looks, talent, and strength. My daughter's suitors could line up to the sea. My daughter might not even be interested in him." Then she continued, "So what if this Lu Yiping is rich? There are many rich people in this world. So what if he's handsome? Handsome can't make a living. Although he's an ancient god, I think he's at most condensed a totem. He can't even beat my daughter, how can he not be interested in my daughter?" Tang Qing was speechless when he saw his wife's agitated state. He smiled and said, "I'm just making a metaphor. Why are you so agitated? It's not even set in stone yet. Let's not get involved in Shui Yao's matters. Let's leave everything to fate." At this moment, his transmission talisman vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was from Sect Master Fanxing. After reading the contents of Fanxing's transmission talisman, Tang Qing's expression became strange. "What's wrong?" Xianxian asked. "Yesterday, Sect Master and I gave Lu Yiping and Xiao Jin the tokens to enter the secret territory to cultivate. Sect Master refused and sent me a transmission talisman saying that he wants me to go over and discuss the matter of the tokens," Tang Qing said with a smile. Clearly, Fanxing had changed his mind and wanted Tang Qing to go over and receive the tokens. That old fox. Now that he sees Lu Yiping's value, he wants to keep and curry favor with Lu Yiping. Xianxian snorted. Tang Qing said, "That's normal. As the sect master, he has to do everything for the benefit of the sect. I'm going to the main hall now." After saying that, he soared into the sky and headed towards the main hall. After arriving at the main hall, Fanxing had indeed prepared 3 tokens for Tang Qing to bring back to Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Che Peng. Finally, Fanxing said, "Tang Qing, I heard that Master Lu is an ancient god?" Tang Qing nodded. For a moment, he didn't understand Fanxing's meaning. "I want to invite Master Lu to be our Azure Thunder Divine Sect's guest Grand Elder." Fanxing said, "Go back and convey my and our Azure Thunder Divine Sect's intentions to Master Lu." Tang Qing understood the meaning behind Fanxing's decision. It wasn't only Fanxing's decision, but also Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the others' intentions. Because only Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the others could represent the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. After returning to the Star Moon Peak, Tang Qing gave the 3 tokens to Lu Yiping and conveyed Fanxing's intentions. Azure Thunder Divine Sect's guest Grand Elder? When Lu Yiping heard it, he didn't even think about it and rejected. Sect Master said that Master Lu isn't in a hurry to reply and can consider it for a few days. Tang Qing smiled. "There's no need to consider it." Lu Yiping shook his head. It seemed like Fanxing and the others really thought of him as an ordinary ancient god. After a while, Tang Qing left. Liu Yiping continued to cultivate under the tree of creation. He had already refined the fifth jade disc of creation. Now, he began to comprehend the great Daos in the fifth jade disc of creation. There were also 100 great Daos in the fifth jade disc of creation. The most important ones were the Curse Great Dao and the Destruction Great Dao. Just as Liu Yiping was comprehending the jade disc of creation, the disciples of the Firmament Palace who came to learn from each other arrived at the mountain gate of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. The leading disciple of the Firmament Palace was burly and had a flame pattern between his eyebrows. He was Yongding Tian, who had formed an 80-mile totem. At this moment, the corpse of the Blood Demon Master was still hanging on the stone pillar in the square in front of the sect gate. An ancient god's corpse wouldn't rot even if it was hung for hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, although a few days had passed, the corpse of the Blood Demon Master was no different from a few days ago. Yongding Tian looked at the corpse and snorted, "Azure Thunder Divine Sect killed the Blood Demon Master and hung him here. Are you showing off to us? Or are you demonstrating your power?" Update 4 o'clock tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. Another disciple of the Firmament Palace, Zhang Guang, said coldly, "He just killed a small shrimp with 8 totems. How dare he show it off?" He then added, "Since the Firmament Thunder Sect wants to show off, senior brother, you don't have to go easy on them during today's sparring session. Just torture them until they beg for mercy." Zhang Guang was one of the strongest disciples from the Firmament Palace, second only to Yongding Tian. Indifferent, Yongding Tian said, "Don't worry, Fu Pingshan, Wei Ming, Tang Xueyao, and Situnan won't be able to escape. I'll challenge them one by one and torture them one by one. I'll torture them until they can't get up." At this moment, a group of Firmament Thunder Sect's experts flew out. This time, the Firmament Thunder Sect's experts came out to welcome the Firmament Palace's disciples, led by Tang Qing. Yongding Tian, Zhang Guang, and the rest stopped when they saw the Firmament Thunder Sect's experts. When Tang Qing arrived, he frowned when he saw that only Yongding Tian and 20 people came. Didn't the Sky Temple Master come? In the past, the Firmament Palace's Sky Temple Master would lead the Firmament Palace's disciples to spar. Moreover, the Firmament Palace's disciples would usually send 40 people to spar, but this time, only 20 people came. Yongding Tian said to Tang Qing, "My master can't come because of some matters, so I'll lead the Firmament Palace's disciples to spar." Seeing that Yongding Tian didn't even address him, Tang Qing was displeased and said, "Why are there only 20 disciples from the Firmament Palace? Could it be that the rest of the Firmament Palace's disciples can't come because of other matters?" Yongding Tian glanced at Tang Xueyao, Wei Ming, Fu Pingshan, Situnan, and the other disciples behind Tang Qing and said, "The 20 of us are more than enough to challenge the 40 of you. There's no need for 40 people." Wei Ming, Fu Pingshan, and the others' faces darkened. "Yongding Tian, you only have 3 totems." Wei Ming said coldly, "Your cultivation realm is not high, but your tone is arrogant." Yongding Tian heard Wei Ming's words and said indifferently, "Even if I have 3 totems, I can defeat all 4 totems of your Firmament Thunder Sect." Wei Ming, Fu Pingshan, Situnan, and the other disciples were furious. Even Tang Xueyao frowned. Tang Qing looked at Yongding Tian and his group and spoke indifferently, "Everyone has come from afar. We have arranged a residence for everyone. Please follow me into the sect to rest." Yongding Tian shook his head and said, "We aren't that arrogant. There is no need to rest. Let's go to the Star Thunder Battle Platform now." The Star Thunder Battle Platform was the highest level battle platform in the Azure Thunder Divine Sect, where ancient God Realm experts could battle. Zhang Guan also said, "Let's end this quickly. We still have to rush back to cultivate." This time even Tang Qing was secretly angry. What he meant was to finish off Zhongzhong's disciple as quickly as possible and then return to the Firmament Palace to cultivate. In that case, let's go to the Star Thunder Battle Platform now. Tang Qing said solemnly. He immediately led everyone to the Star Thunder Battle Platform. The Star Thunder Battle Platform was not far from the plaza of the main hall. Soon, everyone arrived at the Star Thunder Battle Platform. When they arrived, Fan Xing, Chang Guang, and the rest of the Peak Masters and Hall Masters were already waiting on the main stage. Since this was a spar between ancient God Realm disciples, Fan Xing, Peak Masters, and Hall Masters were all here to spectate. Seeing Fanxing, Yang Dingtian cupped his fists. Azure Thunder Divine Sect Yang Dingtian greets Sect Master Fan. When Fanxing saw that only Yang Dingtian and his group of 20 were here, he didn't see the Firmament Palace's Sky Temple Hall Master and the rest of the upper echelons. He asked what was going on and found out that the Sky Temple Hall Master was busy and couldn't make it. Fanxing, Changguang, and the rest's expressions didn't look good. Busy? It was just an excuse. Sect Master Fan, since we are here, can we start the spar now? Yang Dingtian cupped his fists. Fanxing's face sank as he swept a glance at Yang Dingtian and the rest. He spoke solemnly, since that is the case, let's begin. He then announced the start of the spar between the two sections. Yang Dingtian soared into the sky and landed on the Star Thunder battle platform. He looked at Wei Ming, Tang Xueyao, Fu Pingshan, and Situnan and asked, who among the four of you will go first? He paused for a moment before asking, or will the four of you come together? Among the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's disciples, Tang Xueyao and the other three were the strongest. Therefore, Yang Dingtian locked onto the four of them. When they heard that Yang Dingtian wanted to challenge Wei Ming and the other three, and even wanted them to fight together, be it Fanxing, Tang Qing, or the other Azure Thunder Divine Sect's disciples, they were all enraged. Shameless boasting! Wei Ming soared into the sky and landed on the Star Thunder battle platform. Yang Dingtian, let me have a taste of your skills. Wei Ming spoke coldly and didn't hold back. He condensed all the energy in his body as the ancient god realm's energy surged. The divine world's laws intertwined as the four totems flew out one after another. Each of the totems had reached a length of 60 miles, condensing a totem that was 1,000 feet was already considered a genius to the disciples of the super sections. Back then, the undead race's Wuli condensed a totem that was over 3,000 feet, which was over 20 miles. He was already considered a genius that the undead race focused on nurturing. But this Wei Ming's totem had reached a length of 60 miles, a totem that was more than 50 miles was definitely a monstrous talent. Wei Ming summoned his totem while his entire body was filled with sword qi. He suddenly blasted a fist at Yang Dingtian. Along with his fist force, the power of the four totems surged out along with the fist force. At the same time, the surging sword intent engulfed the heaven and earth. This is the 1,000 Illusion Sword Monument's Grade 11 sword intent. Such a powerful sword intent. Senior Wei Ming's sword intent is probably already at the peak of Grade 11. Buzz, the power that could destroy heaven and earth was blasted in front of Yang Dingtian. Right at this moment, Yang Dingtian's body burst out with radiance as three totems broke through the sky. When the three totems broke through the sky and flew out, the heaven and earth shook. The surrounding mountains of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect shook while the surrounding ground shook. Everyone's expression changed when they saw Yang Dingtian's three totems that were like three giant suns. Each of them had reached a length of 80 miles. To be exact, it was 81 miles. Each of the totems was emitting astonishing flames. The Azure Thunder Divine Sect felt as though they had entered a flaming mountain. At this moment, all the disciples cultivating on the 76 mountains of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect felt the astonishing flame power and the power of the totems. Wei Ming's four totems were actually completely suppressed under the impact of the three totems. Even his peak grade 11 sword intent was much weaker. Yang Dingtian blasted out a fist. Boom, the two fist forces collided. Wei Ming's fist force collapsed while his peak grade 11 sword intent was scattered like sand in the wind. A huge explosion echoed in every mountain of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. Immediately after, Tang Xueyao and the others saw Wei Ming being sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed into the boundary of the Star Thunder battle stage. Fanxing was stunned. Tang Qing and the experts present had a change in expression. A new week has begun. Requesting for a recommendation vote. Thank you to the brothers who have been subscribing to the original edition. Thank you to the brothers who have been tipping and voting for the recommendation vote. Second update at noon. Azure Thunder God Zhongzhong's disciples were even more shocked. Wei Ming was one of the four strongest disciples in this generation of Azure Thunder Divine Sect. Everyone could see that Wei Ming had already used his full strength. Not only did he use the power of the four totems, but he also used the peak grade 11 sword intent from the 1,000 Illusion Sword Monument. But he was still sent flying by Yang Dingtian in a single move, defeated in a single move. Fan Xing, Tang Qing, Chang Guang, and the rest of the upper echelons had ugly expressions. They didn't expect Yang Dingtian's combat strength to be so high. Everyone could see that Yang Dingtian didn't just have the 3 great totems, he also had the Golden Flame bloodline, one of the top 10 ancient bloodlines. Furthermore, he seemed to have another bloodline. Even Wei Ming couldn't receive a single punch from Yang Dingtian. Everyone could already foresee the following spar. This might only be a spar between the next generation, but it was also the reputation of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. If all the disciples of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect were defeated by Yang Dingtian in a single move, the Azure Thunder Divine Sect would become the joke of the Chaos Plane. Furthermore, after this spar, the Firmament Palace would definitely spread the news everywhere. Yang Dingtian sent Wei Ming flying with a single punch and stood with his hands behind his back. He stood on the Star Thunder battle stage and looked down on the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's disciples, 4 totems. Is there anyone else who wants to come down? The Azure Thunder Divine Sect's disciples were silent. Why? No one dares to come down? Yang Dingtian smiled indifferently. Fan Xing, Zhongzhong, and the rest had an even worse expression. Yang Dingtian looked at Fu Pingshan, Situnan, and Tang Xueyao. I already said that the 4 of you can come at me together. He then added, the 3 of you can still make it if you make a move together. Tang Xueyao turned into a sword light and arrived on the Star Thunder battle stage. She looked at Yang Dingtian calmly. Let me experience young Master Yang Dingtian's brilliant moves. Finishing her statement, her entire body was covered in purplish gold flames. When the flames surged, the Star Thunder battle stage's Star Thunder Chi was actually incinerated. Fan Xing was pleasantly surprised. Xueyao's Phoenix Divine Cannon has reached the 10th rank? Tang Qing smiled. It seems that you just broke through a few days ago. I just found out about it now. Tang Xueyao had the Phoenix Divine Beast bloodline, which was not inferior to the top 10 ancient bloodlines. The Phoenix scripture was one of the top unique skills of the Azure Thunder sect. Only a few people could cultivate the Phoenix scripture to the 10th level. Oh, the 10th level of the Phoenix Divine Cannon. Yang Dingtian was astonished, but he didn't put it to heart. At this time, Tang Xueyao's 4 great totems flew up. The flames of the 4 great totems illuminated the world. Each of the totems was 70 miles tall, and the power of the phoenix surged endlessly. The 4 great totems flew up and swept out with energy, forcing the chi waves from Yang Dingtian's 3 great totems to retreat. Even the flames around Yang Dingtian's body were suppressed. Song Leish and Zhongzhong's disciples were excited. Phoenix Slash. Tang Xueyao gathered flames in her hands and slashed at Yang Dingtian. The power of the 4 great totems roared out. 2 phoenix blades condensed from thousands of feet of flame slashed down. When the phoenix fire blades sliced through the space of the battle stage, the Star Thunder Chi was sliced apart like a piece of cloth. Yang Dingtian's eyes focused. His hand surged with radiance as he blasted out both fists. When his fists blasted out, radiance bloomed like 2 radiant suns exploding. Everyone felt pain in their eyes. This was the Firmament Palace's unique skill, the Firmament Radiance Fist. Back then, when the Firmament Palace's Supreme Elder descended on the Red Mist Mountains and attacked Liu Yiping, he used the Firmament Radiance Fist. The Firmament Radiance Fist was extremely powerful. When the radiance energy was condensed to a certain extent, it was even stronger than many of the divine flames in the world. Even many ancient gods couldn't withstand the radiance energy of the Firmament Radiance Fist. 2 gigantic fists of light met the phoenix fire blades. Boom, the Star Thunder battle stage shook violently. The Star Thunder Chi was shaken to the point that it was emptied. Everyone's ears were buzzing. The astonishing Chi waves, flames, and radiance exploded in all directions. Even though everyone was separated by the Star Thunder battle stage, they could still feel the terrifying destructive energy. Many ancient God Realm disciples felt their hearts trembling when they felt this energy. If it wasn't for the Star Thunder battle stage's array isolating the shockwaves, many ancient gods would have been injured. Everyone looked over and saw Tang Xueyao being pushed back and landing on the stage while Yang Dingtian stood tall like a mountain. It was obvious that Tang Xueyao was at a disadvantage in the previous exchange. Yang Dingtian looked at Tang Xueyao and said indifferently, the 10th stage of the Phoenix Cannon is not bad. Unfortunately, the totem you condensed is much smaller than mine. Moreover, I have twin ancient bloodlines and have cultivated the firmament radiance fist to the 10th stage, comprehending the radiance intent. You are still not my opponent. When Yang Dingtian's words left his mouth, the crowd was in an uproar. What? Yang Dingtian actually has twin ancient bloodlines? Moreover, he comprehended the radiance intent from the firmament radiance fist. Fu Pingshan, Situnan, and the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's disciples were shocked. Being born with one of the ancient bloodlines was already shocking enough. Now, Yang Dingtian actually had two of the ancient bloodlines. What was even rarer was that he had comprehended the radiance intent. Fan Xingding, Tang Qing, and the others' hearts sank. But at this time, Tang Shuiyao suddenly sent a palm strike towards Yang Dingtian. When Tang Shuiyao's palm struck out, her entire body emitted a shocking radiance. The purest phoenix energy covered the entire stage. Yang Dingtian was startled and blasted out the firmament radiance fist. Amidst the loud bang, Yang Dingtian was forced to retreat over a dozen steps from the impact. Azure Thunder God Zhongzhong and the others were stunned. Even Fan Xingding and the others were pleasantly surprised. Atavistic Heavenly Phoenix Saint Physique. Yang Dingtian was bewildered. Tangbin had the Saint Dragon Physique, and the Heavenly Phoenix Saint Physique was a physique that was even stronger than the Saint Dragon Physique. Tang Shuiyao's Heavenly Phoenix Saint Physique had already started atavism and was even stronger. But, so what if it's atavistic Heavenly Phoenix Saint Physique? Yang Dingtian sneered and activated the twin ancient bloodlines in his body. In an instant, two shocking forces surged out. Yang Dingtian's body shone brightly as fire dragons coiled around him and black ice swept out, covering heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the ground of the Stellar Thunder battle stage was covered in black ice. Layers of black ice spread out and covered the entire stage. The stellar thunder chi in the air had completely solidified. Even Tang Shuiyao felt as if her blood had frozen. All of a sudden, Yang Dingtian blasted out a punch with the power to destroy heaven and earth as it arrived before Tang Shuiyao. Tang Shuiyao was shocked. She circulated all the energy in her body and slashed out with the Phoenix Slash. Even so, Tang Shuiyao was still pushed back and crashed into the battle stage's array wall. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The entire place was silent. Yang Dingtian stood on the battle stage like an undefeatable god of war. He looked around and said, "Who else?" At this time, Lu Yiping was comprehending the creation jade disc under the creation tree when Tangbin knocked on the palace door. "Big brother Lu." Hearing Tangbin's voice, Lu Yiping had no choice but to stop cultivating. He put away the creation tree and walked out. "Big brother Lu, the Firmament Palace's disciples are here to spar today. Let's go and take a look," Tangbin said. Lu Yiping shook his head. What's there to see? He had to seize the opportunity to comprehend the creation jade disc's Tao and cultivate the immortal Skywood art. Chapter 242, When I Defeated Miao Zhe, the article already talked about the strength of totems. The stronger the divine world's law comprehended, the bigger the totem condensed, and the stronger the power of the totem. Everyone, read carefully. 5 p.m. Third update, just as Lu Yiping was about to return to the palace to continue cultivating, Tangbin's message talisman vibrated. He took out the message and shouted angrily, "Firmament Palace, Yang Dingtian." "What's wrong?" Lu Yiping asked. During the spar, Yang Dingtian was invincible. He even sent Dragon Sword Mountain senior brother Wei Ming flying with a single punch. Tangbin said angrily, "My sister was also severely injured by him. He even said that he could defeat all of our Firmament Thunder Divine Sect's disciples alone." Tangbin pulled Lu Yiping towards the Star Thunder battle stage. "Big brother Lu, let's go." Taurus Longjiao and Che Ziping followed behind. On the way, Tangbin's tender face was filled with worry. "I wonder how my sister is doing." "Don't worry, she'll be fine," Lu Yiping said. Soon, the Star Thunder battle stage was in sight. At this time, Yang Dingtian was still standing on the Star Thunder battle stage with his hands behind his back. On the stage, Fu Pingshan was also vomiting blood. Fu Pingshan had also been defeated by Yang Dingtian. Fu Pingshan was recognized as the strongest disciple of this generation of Firmament Thunder Divine Sect. However, he was only able to withstand 3 moves from Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian looked at Fu Pingshan and shook his head, weak, too weak. This generation of Firmament Thunder Divine Sect's disciples are only this strong? Originally, I was still hopeful that there would be a disciple of Firmament Thunder Divine Sect who could withstand 10 moves from me. Unfortunately, he couldn't even withstand 4 moves from me. Yang Dingtian's voice entered the ears of the Firmament Thunder Divine Sect's experts, causing their faces to turn ugly. Who else wants to fight? Yang Dingtian looked at the remaining disciples of Firmament Thunder Divine Sect. Firmament Thunder God Zhongzhong's disciples remained silent. Seeing that no disciple of the Firmament Thunder Sect had spoken, Yang Dingtian looked at Fan Xingding and said, Master Fan, since no disciple of the Firmament Thunder Sect dares to accept the challenge, does the Firmament Palace win? Please announce the result, Sect Master Fan. On the rostrum, Fan Xing's expression was gloomy. At this time, Tang Bin arrived at the scene with Lu Yiping. Tang Bin saw Tang Shuiyao sitting cross-legged on the ground with black frost chi emanating from her body as she recuperated. He couldn't help but rush up to her. Big sis, how are you? Tang Shuiyao opened her eyes and looked at her brother, Tang Bin. She forced a smile on her pale face. I'm fine. She had been struck by Yang Dingtian's 2 ancient bloodline powers. One of them was the extreme cold power. She might have consumed the sex elixir, but she would still need some time to recover completely. Upon seeing this, Lu Yiping summoned the tree ginseng he had obtained from the master of Myriad Gods' cave. The golden ginseng, which was tens of meters tall, flew up. When the ginseng flew out, the surroundings became golden from the reference of the ginseng. The ginseng's aura spread out like the sea, and the fragrance could be smelled from 10 miles away. Everyone was shocked and looked over. Even Fan Xing, Tang Qing, and Yang Dingtian, who was standing on the stage with his hands behind his back, looked over when they smelled the ginseng. Everyone was stunned when they saw the ginseng that was tens of meters tall. Fan Xing was definitely the sect master of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. He could be considered experienced and knowledgeable, but this was his first time seeing such a tall ginseng. A ginseng that was tens of meters tall, furthermore, it had turned completely golden. The kind that was dripping with gold, furthermore, this ginseng had completely transformed into a human form. What kind of ginseng is this? Is there such a ginseng in this world? I saw a 1 million-year-old ginseng king at the Horizon Chamber of Commerce's auction a few years ago. Compared to this ginseng, it was like a little brother. It was unknown if it was because of the ginseng's golden radiance, but everyone's eyes were shining with a golden light. Tang Shuiyao was also stunned. At this moment, the ginseng flew above Tang Shuiyao's head. The ginseng's aura gushed down like a waterfall and poured into Tang Shuiyao's body. Tang Shuiyao's mouth and nose were filled with a fragrance. With the ginseng's aura pouring in, the cold energy in her body dissipated at an astonishing speed. Soon, the cold energy was completely gone. Her injuries were completely healed. Not only did she recover, but she also discovered that her qi and blood had become more abundant, and her vitality was much stronger. She was in a better state than ever before. Tang Bin, who was standing beside Tang Shuiyao, was also hit by the ginseng's aura. His entire body was shining with a golden light, just like a golden child. Seeing that Tang Shuiyao's injuries had healed, Lu Yiping took back the ginseng. Everyone felt a sense of loss. Tang Qing came back to his senses and quickly walked to Lu Yiping. He cupped his fists and said gratefully, "Thank you, Master Lu, for healing Shuiyao." Tang Shuiyao also stood up and walked to Lu Yiping. She bowed and said, "Thank you, Master Lu." "It's nothing." Lu Yiping shook his head. Just as everyone was still trying to recall the appearance of the ginseng, a Firmament Palace disciple suddenly stepped forward and said to Yang Dingtian, "Senior Yang, this kid's surname is also Lu. He seems to be the kid we're looking for." Yang Dingtian and the Firmament Palace disciples were stunned. Immediately, Yang Dingtian understood who the Firmament Palace disciple was talking about. A few days ago, their Firmament Palace's 10 supreme elders were killed by a kid with the surname Lu in the Maha Plain. Later on, they found out that this Lu kid had left the Maha Plain. They had been looking for his whereabouts for the past few days. Yang Dingtian jumped up from the Star Thunder battle platform and landed in front of Lu Yiping. He looked at the blue-robed Lu Yiping and said, "You are Lu Yiping? Are you the one who killed our Zhongyuan's 10 supreme elders?" Fanxing of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect was stunned. Tang Qing and the others were stunned. Lu Yiping looked at Yang Dingtian and said indifferently, "That's right." Yang Dingtian didn't expect Lu Yiping to admit it so straightforwardly. He looked at Fanxing of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect, Tang Qing, and the others and sneered at Lu Yiping. "These days, our Firmament Palace has been looking for you. It turns out that you've been hiding in the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. Why? Do you think the Azure Thunder Divine Sect can protect you?" Yang Dingtian suddenly punched at Lu Yiping. The Firmament Light Fist instantly hit Lu Yiping's chest and said, "Even if you hide at the end of the world, our Firmament Palace can still find you. Die." Yang Dingtian's power roared wildly and shone brightly. Although he didn't use his totem or bloodline, the power of his punch wasn't something an ordinary ancient god with 2 totems could withstand. Fanxing and the others didn't expect Yang Dingtian to attack so quickly. It was too late to stop him. Just as Yang Dingtian's fist was about to hit Lu Yiping, something suddenly swept towards Yang Dingtian at an astonishing speed, creating a shockwave. Yang Dingtian and the others looked over and saw that it was actually a little fish. Before everyone could react, this tiny fish had scattered Yang Dingtian's fist force and continued to sweep towards Yang Dingtian's chest with a sweeping motion. Bang! Yang Dingtian shot out at a terrifying speed and smashed into the Star Thunder battle stage. A loud bang resounded, and the Star Thunder battle stage shook violently. The Star Thunder battle stage's aura surged and splashed in all directions. Everyone was stunned and then looked at Taurus Longjiao beside Lu Yiping. Taurus Longjiao patted the little fish in his hand, his head full of shiny golden retriever hair. 9 p.m. 4th update, everyone was silent. Holy shit! Tangbin suddenly shouted, "Big brother Xiao Jin, you're too much." Taurus Longjiao was speechless. What did he mean by too much? Did this little guy miss a word? Fanxing, Tang Qing, and the others looked at Taurus Longjiao in bewilderment. Although Yang Dingtian did not use his totem or bloodline, Lu Yiping's subordinate was able to send him flying. This subordinate's strength was no weaker than many of the ancient gods of the 4 great totems. Zhang Guang and the other disciples of the Firmament Palace reacted, and their faces changed when they saw Yang Dingtian being sent flying. "You're courting death!" Yang Dingtian roared. He leaned against the Star Thunder battle stage and struggled to stand up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the pain in his chest was so intense that he could barely feel it. "Senior brother Yang." Zhang Guang and the others rushed to Yang Dingtian's side. Yang Dingtian waved his hand and stood up. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, and then he walked towards Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Light surged from his body, and with every step he took, the light around him grew brighter. Then, his 3 great totems flew out one by one. The 3 great totems were 81 li in size, and flames surged as a shocking pressure swept out. Finally, the 2 great ancient bloodlines in his body were pushed to the limit. Yang Dingtian's body was covered in flames, and they turned into fire dragons. At the same time, black icy chi rolled and condensed into black phoenixes. 2 terrifying forces were emitted from Yang Dingtian's body, suppressing the surroundings. Fu Pingshan, Wei Ming, and the other Firmament Thunder Divine Sect disciples were shocked. Yang Dingtian's aura was much stronger than when he was on the battle stage. Was this Yang Dingtian's true strength? Yang Dingtian's voice was cold. "That's right. I only used 50% of my strength on the battle stage." 50%, Fu Pingshan, Wei Ming, and the others were shocked. Yang Dingtian, who was invincible on the stage, had only used 50% of his strength. Che Chongpeng, who was standing behind Lu Yiping, saw Yang Dingtian walking over. He took a step forward and said respectfully to Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, "Killing such a junior will only dirty your hands. Let this junior kill him." Everyone was stunned. He looked at Lu Yiping and said, "Lu Yiping, what's the matter? Do you intend to let your slaves fight for you? I heard from the undead experts that you only have 1 totem, but it's shockingly big. I'd like to see how powerful your totem is." When the undead experts returned from the Mahe realm, they told everyone that Lu Yiping's totem was huge, but they did not say how big it was. Firmament Thunder God, Zhongzhong, and the others were puzzled when they heard that Lu Yiping's totem was shockingly big. Could it be that Lu Yiping's totem was 90 miles long? The young master of the Northern Wilderness Divine Mansion was recognized as the #1 monster in the Northern Wilderness Starfield. His totem was 99 miles long, and there were only a handful of people with a totem that was 90 miles long. You want to see my totem? Lu Yiping asked calmly. Sure. Lu Yiping's voice came out. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook. The mountains were moving, the earth was moving, even the sky was moving, no one could stand still. It was as if something terrifying was going to come out from the ground. No, it was as if it came out from heaven and earth. Even the firmament thunder divine sect's ancestral ground was shaking. Inside the ancestral ground, Sword Ancestor Zhou Can and the others were comprehending the completed Thousand Illusion sword formation. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook, and the palace shook. Everyone was shocked and flew out from the palace. What is going on? Sword Ancestor Zhou Can exclaimed, looking at the heaven and earth that was about to collapse. It's as if something terrifying is going to come out. One of the ancestors said in a trembling voice. Just as he finished speaking, a boundless pressure covered heaven and earth. Everyone felt suffocated as if their souls were being suppressed by something terrifying. It was extremely uncomfortable. Then, Zhou Can, Su Teng, and the others saw an unimaginably huge shadow rising from outside the ancestral ground. As this shadow appeared, the heaven and earth darkened. What is that? Zhou Can was shocked. The firmament thunder divine sect's ancestors widened their eyes in fear. Su Teng's mind flashed, and he suddenly thought of something. He stammered, This looks like a totem? Totem, Zhou Can and firmament thunder god Zhongzhong were shocked. Was there such a huge totem in heaven and earth? Who is it? Which immemorial monstrous genius could condense such an earth-shattering totem? Su Teng's voice trembled, and then he said excitedly, Quick, let's go out and see who it is. Su Teng immediately broke through the void, rushing out with his fastest speed. When Su Teng rushed out of the ancestral ground, Zhou Can also transformed into a giant sword, breaking through the void and rushing out madly. The other ancestors also rushed out in a hurry. Usually, when they encountered strong enemies, they would not be able to escape with such speed. At this time, on the Star Thunder battle stage, Lu Yiping and the Firmament Thunder Divine Sects and Firmament Palace's disciples around him were sent flying by the terrifying shockwaves. Yang Dingtian, who had summoned the 3 great totems, was sent flying again by the terrifying shockwaves. The 3 great totems above his head were like kites in a storm, swaying violently, as if they would fall and explode at any time. The fire dragons and black phoenixes around him also stopped spinning, and began to shrink and lose their luster. When all the disciples of the Firmament Thunder Divine Sect and Firmament Palace stopped a few hundred miles away, they looked at the shadow that was as big as a continent. Whether it was Fan Xing, Tang Qing, Fu Pingshan, Wei Ming, or the other genius disciples of the Firmament Thunder Divine Sect, all of them were shocked. Their minds went blank, and they forgot where they were. Tang Shuiyao's cherry lips were wide open. Tang Ben, this little guy, did not say what the F***ck. Of course, he had probably said what the F***ck many times in his heart. Che Peng, who was standing behind Lu Yiping, looked at Lu Yiping's totem and was also shocked speechless. After 1,000,000 years, he finally saw this ancient miracle again. 1,000,000 years ago, he had seen it before. 1,000,000 years later, he was lucky enough to see it again. Space seemed to have stopped, and time seemed to have slowed down. Yang Dingtian looked at the shadow that was tens of thousands of miles long, and his face turned pale. This is a totem? Was this a F***king totem? Or could it be that what he was seeing was not a totem, but a real totem? At this moment, he finally understood what the undead tribe's 4 Grand Duke Wu Mei meant when she said that it was shockingly big. While everyone was still in shock, the sound of breaking wind was heard. It was Su Teng, Zhou Can, and the others who came out of the ancestral land. Su Teng, Zhou Can, and the others saw the blue-robed figure from afar. Su Teng, Zhou Can, and the others stopped in their tracks, dumbfounded. Lu Yiping glanced at Su Teng, Zhou Can, and the others. This glance sent chills down their spines, and they did not dare to move. Lu Yiping's totem suddenly vibrated, and a vast force from the totem blasted towards Yang Dingtian and the Firmament Palace disciples. The 4th update will continue tomorrow, and the first update will be at 10:30 a.m. Yang Dingtian looked at the terrifying power that came crashing down. In his despair, he frantically activated all the power in his body. Under his frenzied activation, the two ancient bloodlines exploded with unprecedented power. His entire body seemed to be plated with a layer of golden light. The fire dragon flew in the sky, the black phoenix soared in the sky, and the three great totems above his head surged with light, emitting layers of golden flames. The divine flame pattern between his eyebrows shot out a strange light. Yin Yang Dual Cave Wave. Yang Dingtian roared, his voice rumbling as he blasted out both his fists. As he blasted out both his fists, the fire dragon in one hand and the black phoenix in the other, frantically clashed with Lu Yiping's totem power. The fire dragon's roar shook the sky. The black phoenix cried out Jiutian. One yin and one yang. The two types of power turned into two astonishing light holes, setting off layers of air waves and sand. There was a loud sizzling sound. The yin-yang dual cave wave collided with Lu Yiping's totem power. But in an instant, the yin-yang dual cave wave was instantly dispersed. Then, all the fire dragons and black phoenixes dissipated. Yang Dingtian's three great totems flew up in an instant and then burst apart, instantly turning into fine powder. The law of the god world within the totems also dissipated between heaven and earth. Yang Dingtian almost instantly turned into a blood mist. The other disciples of the firmament palace fled in fear, but they were instantly drowned by Lu Yiping's totem power. When Lu Yiping's totem power rolled over, everything on Yang Dingtian, Zhang Guang, and the others turned into fine powder. Even the strongest divine weapons and armors on Yang Dingtian and the others disappeared without a trace. Until Lu Yiping withdrew his totems, the firmament god Zhongzhong and the others were still in a daze for a long time. No one knew when Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Che Ziping returned. After a long time, Fanxing looked at the place where Yang Dingtian, Zhang Guang, and the others were crushed. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Firmament Palace. In the heavenly temple, Temple Master Kong was leisurely drinking wine with Yu Shixiang. Yu Shixiang was the third disciple of the unparalleled Sword Emperor and ranked 320th on the divine list. He was also a good friend of Jian Wushuang. Kong Jun said, Dingtian and the others went to the Azure Thunder Divine Sect to spar. It should have ended by now. Yu Shixiang said with a smile, don't worry about Dingtian's strength. No one in this generation of disciples of the Azure Thunder Sect is his opponent. Kong Jun smiled and said, I heard that Senior Wushuang obtained a secret treasure from the Middle Ages a few days ago. There's a supreme scripture and a million-year-old divine medicine. Senior Wushuang has a chance of condensing 11 totems. Yu Shixiang shook his head. 11 totems. It's not that easy to break through. Even the Northern Baron Prefecture Lord has yet to break through. Then, he smiled and said, however, Master has obtained the supreme scripture and the million-year-old divine medicine. His powers will definitely improve. By then, his ranking on the Northern Wilderness divine ranking will probably rise. Hearing this, Kong Jun cupped his fists and smiled, congratulations, Senior Wushuang. Right at this time, one of the Sky Peak Temple's deputy temple master rushed into the hall in a panic. He said to Kong Jun, Temple Master, something happened to Dingtian and the others. Just now, there was news that Dingtian and the others were all killed in the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. The Sky Peak Temple's Vice Temple Master's words stunned Kong Jun and Yu Shixiang. What did you say? Kong Jun reacted and stood up abruptly. He shouted in anger, what happened? Was it done by the Azure Thunder Divine Sect? Yu Shixiang also stood up in anger. It's not the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. I heard that it was that Lu Yiping. The deputy temple master quickly said. Lu Yiping? Kong Jun was stunned. The Lu Yiping who killed Grand Elder Zhong Yuan and the others? The deputy temple master said, yes, that Lu Yiping was hiding in the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. When Dingtian was sparring with the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's disciples, Lu Yiping appeared at the scene. When Dingtian wanted to kill him, he was killed by him. Kong Jun's face was gloomy. What about Zhang Guang and the others? Zhang Guang and the others didn't escape. The deputy temple master lowered his head. Lu Yiping. Kong Jun's eyes were cold as he clenched his fists. Immediately, several people broke through the air and arrived at the main hall to report to the Firmament Palace's palace master, Qi Dayu. The Firmament Palace was enraged. Soon, the Firmament Palace's ancestral land was filled with sword light and dense killing intent. One by one, the ancestors of the Firmament Palace's ancestral land broke through the air and headed to the Azure Thunder Divine Sect with Temple Master Kong Jun. The news of the Firmament Palace's disciples, Yang Dingtian, and the other 20 disciples who went to the Azure Thunder Divine Sect to spar and were all killed in the Azure Thunder Divine Sect quickly spread. Yang Dingtian was the most monstrous disciple of the Firmament Palace in this generation. He had 81 totem tattoos, 2 of the top 10 ancient bloodlines, and comprehended the light ultimacy. However, he was killed in the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. Almost all the super forces in the Chaos Plane were shocked when they heard the news. I heard that the one who killed them was a young man called Lu Yiping. He wasn't a disciple of the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. A few days ago, Zhong Yuan and the other 10 disciples of the Firmament Palace were also killed by Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping? What's his background? I don't know, but a few days ago, he spent 30 trillion heaven-grade spiritual stones to buy a batch of stones from the Horizon Chamber of Commerce. The president of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce and Old Jiang personally delivered those stones to the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. I also heard that he took out more than a dozen buckets of Star Chaos water. There are 300,000 drops of Star Chaos water in each bucket. He used 4 buckets of Star Chaos water to exchange for 2 jade plates with Old Jiang and Sword Ancestor Zhou Can. As the news of Lu Yiping killing the Firmament Palace's Yang Dingtian spread out, the news of Lu Yiping purchasing stones, tree blocks, and jade plates with the president of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce, Old Jiang, Sword Ancestor Zhou Can had also spread out. Immediately, the Chaos Plane was in an uproar. One had to know that Star Chaos water was something that every super sect needed. However, Star Chaos water was too scarce. Usually, it could only be found in auctions. Every time there was an auction, there would be a fierce competition. Now, Lu Yiping had so much Star Chaos water on him, more than a dozen buckets of Star Chaos water, wouldn't that be 3 to 4 million drops? After knowing that Lu Yiping had so much Star Chaos water, many experts rushed over to the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. Of course, most of them had ulterior motives. At this moment, Lu Yiping was sitting cross-legged with Taurus Longjiao in the Star Moon Peak Palace, cultivating under the founding tree. After the founding tree had fused with the tree blocks that the president of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce sent over a few days ago, it had grown to over 2,200 meters. After the Buzhou Mountain had fused with the Buzhou Mountain Stone, it had grown to over 100 meters. In the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's ancestral land, Su Tung, Sword Ancestor Zhou Can and the other patriarchs were sitting together, discussing Lu Yiping's matter. Lu Yiping had killed Yang Dingtian, and the Firmament Palace would definitely be infuriated. A large number of experts from the Firmament Palace would definitely arrive soon. Should the Azure Thunder Divine Sect continue to allow Lu Yiping to stay in the Mountain Gate, or should they politely ask Lu Yiping to leave? A large number of experts from the Firmament Palace would arrive, and it wasn't a small matter. 3:30 p.m. Second update, in the Chaos Plane, the Firmament Palace ranked 3rd, while the Firmament Thunder Sect ranked 6th. In terms of strength, the Firmament Thunder Sect was much weaker than the Firmament Palace. For example, the Firmament Palace had the 10 totems, but the Firmament Thunder Sect did not. Ancestor, it's not worth offending the Firmament Palace for Lu Yiping. An ancestor of the Firmament Thunder Sect shook his head. Besides, Lu Yiping has nothing to do with the Firmament Thunder Sect. He's just a guest. If we offend the Firmament Palace by protecting him, Lu Yiping might just leave at any time. Su Ting frowned. This was exactly what he was worried about. If they continued to let Lu Yiping stay in the Firmament Thunder Sect, they would inevitably offend the Firmament Palace. What they feared the most was that after they offended the Firmament Palace, Lu Yiping would leave, leaving a mess for them to clean up. Sword Master Zhou Can said in a low voice, Master Lu is not that kind of person. If he wanted to leave, he would have done so long ago. Since yesterday, Master Lu has been staying at the Starry Moon Peak. Obviously, he is worried that the Firmament Palace will vent their anger on the Firmament Thunder Sect. Besides, Master Lu has such a terrifying totem. It's a miracle since ancient times. Such a person will become the supreme overlord of the Star River in the future. It's worth offending the firmament palace for him. Su Ting's eyes flickered. Suddenly, Su Ting's letter charm vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was from Fan Xing. His face changed slightly when he saw the content. Xing Ding just said that the 30 ancestors of the Firmament Palace have left the Firmament Palace with the Celestial Temple Master Kong Jun. They are heading to the Firmament Thunder sect. Su Ting said. Everyone was shocked. 30 ancestors? They had expected the Firmament Palace to send a large number of experts, but they did not expect the Firmament Palace to send 30 ancestors. Su Ting nodded. The leaders are Yuan Jinhua and Qin Jiuqing. Yuan Jinhua and Qin Jiuqing. Everyone's face changed. Even Sword Ancestor Zhou Kan's expression turned grave. These two were ancient gods of the 9 great totems. Furthermore, the totems they condensed were all 70 miles long. Both of them were ranked in the top 20 of the Northern Wilderness Divine ranking. Yuan Jinhua was ranked 25th on the Northern Wilderness Divine ranking. Qin Jiuqing ranked 28th on the Northern Wilderness Divine ranking. Who would have thought that the Firmament Palace would send 2 ancient gods of the 9 totems, who were ranked in the top 20 of the Northern Wilderness Divine list? Normally, such existences would not make a move, but now, 2 of them had come at once. This showed the anger of the Firmament Palace. Old Ancestor, please make your decision. All the old ancestors looked at Su Ting. Su Ting looked in the direction of Xingyue Peak and said slowly, Junior Brother Zhou is right. It's worth offending the entire Firmament Palace for Master Lu. Since Su Ting had made the decision, the matter was settled. The other old ancestors of the Firmament Thunder sect could not say anything. After a while, Su Ting came to Xingyue Peak and met with Lu Yiping. He told Lu Yiping about Yuan Jinhua and Qin Jiuqing leading a group of old ancestors of the Firmament Palace. Then he said, Master Lu, don't worry. You can stay here. The Firmament Thunder sect will do our best to protect you. When the time comes, we will deal with the people of the Firmament Palace. Taurus Longjiao heard this and smiled. Actually, we don't need your protection. My master is very powerful. Su Ting shook his head. Master Lu's totem is indeed the only one of its kind, but it is only a totem after all. No matter how strong Lu Yiping's combat strength was or how strong his totems were, he could not be strong enough to defeat 9 totems. Lu Yiping smiled and didn't say anything. Su Ting sat for a while longer before leaving. Lu Yiping did not take the arrival of the 30 old ancestors of the Firmament Palace to heart. He continued to comprehend the good fortune jade disc and cultivate the immortal sky with skill with Taurus Longjiao. Of course, there was also the longevity incantation. As he continued to collect the good fortune jade disc, Lu Yiping felt that there should be a 50th level of the longevity incantation. When all 24 good fortune jade discs were collected, the mental cultivation method of the 50th level of the longevity incantation would appear. If the longevity incantation broke through to the 50th level, he would not be afraid even if the heavens and earth were destroyed. While Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were cultivating, more and more experts heard that Lu Yiping had a large amount of stark chaotic water and rushed over. In the main hall of the undead tribe, the tribe leader of the undead tribe, Wu Ming, was sitting with a group of old ancestors. Sitting in the middle of the hall was the strongest old ancestor of the undead tribe, Wu Zhen, who had one of the 10 great totems. In the Chaos Dimension, the Firmament Palace ranked 3rd and the Undead Tribe ranked 4th. Wu Zhen scanned the old ancestors in the hall and said, I have already sent people to investigate. The news that Lu Yiping has a large amount of stark chaotic water on him is true. A few days ago, he used 4 barrels of stark chaotic water to exchange for 2 jade discs with old Jiang and Zhou Kan. After that, he took out 10 barrels of stark chaotic water and placed them in front of everyone. At that time, many experts of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce saw it clearly. According to many experts of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce, Lu Yiping definitely has more than 10 barrels of stark chaotic water on him. He might have 20 or 30 barrels. Maybe even 50 or 60 barrels. At this point, Wu Zhen stopped and became somewhat agitated. If Lu Yiping had 60 barrels of stark chaotic water on him, what kind of concept would that be? A small amount of stark chaotic water was useless to the undead tribe. However, if the undead tribe had dozens of barrels of stark chaotic water, their overall strength would definitely increase by a level. What do you mean, old ancestor? An old ancestor asked cautiously. Wu Zhen said in a low voice, Wu Li is a genius cultivated by our tribe. We spent a lot of money and manpower to cultivate Wu Li, but he was killed by Lu Yiping. No matter what, Lu Yiping should compensate us with dozens of barrels of star chaotic water. Of course, compensation was just an excuse to attack. Wu Ming, the chief of the undead tribe, was silent. He said, Ancestor, this Lu Yiping's totem is a miracle of the ages. If we go against him, once he matures in the future, he will be a disaster for us. Hearing this, Wu Zhen laughed. Do you think that since I have made up my mind, I will let Lu Yiping live? Everyone's heart trembled. But what about the Firmament Palace? An old ancestor asked. Wu Zhen said in a low voice, we can join forces with the Firmament Palace. After killing Lu Yiping, we will equally divide the star chaotic water on Lu Yiping's body. Therefore, after a while, the old ancestors of the undead tribe flew out of the undead tribe's headquarters and headed towards the Firmament Thunder sect. The Firmament Palace sent out 30 old ancestors, 2 of whom had 9 totems. As for the undead clan, they sent out a total of 40 ancestors, and 4 of them had 9 totems. On the way, the Firmament Palace experts and the undead tribe experts met. After some discussion, the Firmament Palace experts and the undead tribe experts joined forces and headed towards the Firmament Thunder sect. 6:30 p.m., third update. Other experts who were on their way to the Firmament Thunder sect soon learned that the undead tribe and the Firmament Palace had joined forces. Meng Lin, the patriarch of the Demon Gathering sect, frowned. The undead tribe and the Firmament Palace have joined forces? The Demon Gathering sect was the 7th most powerful sect in the Chaos Dimension, specializing in demon clan cultivation techniques. Meng Lin was the 2nd most powerful expert in the Demon Gathering sect, a master of the 9 totems. Bloodflame Demon Master, who had been killed earlier, was his best friend. Knowing that Lu Yiping had a large amount of star chaos water, many experts rushed to the Firmament Thunder sect. Naturally, the Demon Gathering sect wanted a share. Patriarch, what should we do now? A Demon Gathering sect hall master said, if the undead tribe and the Firmament Palace join forces, the Demon Gathering sect won't even have a share. Indifferent, Meng Lin said, I heard that the Stonebone sect, the Gory Sea sect, and the Ghost Temple are also here, right? The Demon Gathering sect hall master was stunned. Yes, what do you mean? Since the undead tribe and the Firmament Palace can join forces, why can't the Demon Gathering sect join forces with the Stonebone sect, the Gory Sea sect, and the Ghost Temple? Meng Lin smiled evilly. The undead tribe and the Firmament Palace want to join forces and take Lu Yiping's star chaos water for themselves. No way. Although the Stonebone sect, the Gory Sea sect, and the Ghost Temple were not among the top 10 superpowers in the Chaos Dimension, they were not weak and ranked in the top 10. Even the undead tribe and the Firmament Palace would not dare to ignore their joint forces. Meng Lin immediately contacted the patriarchs of the Stonebone sect, the Gory Sea sect, and the Ghost Temple. Then, he gathered the experts of the Stonebone sect, the Gory Sea sect, and the Ghost Temple. Although the Demon Gathering sect, the Stonebone sect, the Gory Sea sect, and the Ghost Temple did not have as many experts of the 9 totems as the undead tribe and the Firmament Palace, each sect had 1 expert of the 9 totems. Therefore, the 4 sects had 4 experts of the 9 totems. However, there were more than 40 experts of the 8 totems of the 4 sections. There were about 400 to 500 experts from the 4 great sections. Along the way, their demonic aura soared to the sky. Some other scattered masters who were rushing to the Firmament Thunder sect saw the masters of the 4 sections. Their faces changed greatly, and they stayed far away. Meng Lin, Zhuangbai, Hu Na, Ling Shi. All 4 of them were notorious demons. I didn't expect the Devil Gathering sect, Stonebone sect, Cult of the Blood Sea, and Ghost Fiend Hall to come as well. Meng Lin, Zhuangbai, Hu Na, and Ling Shi are here in person. A super sex patriarch exclaimed. A one-armed elder watched Meng Lin and the others leave and said, the Firmament Palace, the Undead Tribe, the Demon Gathering Sect, the Stonebone Sect, the Cult of the Bloody Sea, the Ghost Killing Hall, and even some hidden evil sections. I'm afraid the Firmament Thunder Sect is in danger this time. An old ancestor who had a grudge against the Firmament Thunder Sect sneered, I heard that the Firmament Thunder Sect has already announced that they will protect Lu Yiping. I think the Firmament Thunder Sect is courting death. In the ancestral land of the Firmament Thunder sect, Su Tung, Zhou Can, and the others turned pale when they learned that the Undead Tribe and the Firmament Palace had joined hands. How many Undead Tribe members are here? Su Ting asked Fanxing. Fanxing braced himself and said, there are 40 patriarchs of the Undead Tribe. 4 of the 9 totem patriarchs are here. What? 4 patriarchs of the 9 totem patriarchs. The patriarchs of the Firmament Thunder sect were shocked. And Wu Tong is here. Fanxing's voice trembled. Wu Tong. Su Ting's face darkened. Wu Tong was the second strongest expert of the Undead Tribe. His strength was only below Wu Zhen's. He was already at the peak of the 9 totem patriarchs, and his strength was not below Su Ting's. Wu Tong just said that if we let Liu Yiping go, he will kill 10,000 of our core disciples, 1,000 elders, 100 grand elders, 10 temple masters, and 10 peak masters. Fanxing hesitated and said. Everyone was furious when they heard this. The Undead Tribe is too arrogant. Does he think that our Firmament Thunder sect is a persimmon that he can pinch at will? An ancestor said angrily. At this time, another ancestor rushed in and said to Su Ting, Ancestor, the Intelligence Palace just reported that in addition to the Firmament Palace and the Undead Tribe, the Demon Gathering Sect, Stonebone Sect, Cult of the Blood Sea, and Ghost Temple have joined forces and are rushing to our Firmament Thunder sect. Moreover, the 4 major sects of the Demon Gathering sect have also sent 4 of the 9 totem patriarchs and more than 40 experts of the 8 totem patriarchs. Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the others were shocked. In addition to the 4 major sects of the Demon Gathering sect, there are also many experts of the evil sections. They are all hidden devils. The ancestor said. Su Ting took a deep breath and his face was unprecedentedly solemn. He scanned the crowd and said, Pass down the order, activate the sect protection array. Everyone, come with me to meet the enemy. Xianxia Peak. Liu Yiping, who was cultivating under a tree, heard a series of hurried knocks outside the palace. He had to stop cultivating and walked out with Taurus Longjiao. Brother Liu. Outside the door was Tang Bin. Tang Bin said anxiously, You and Brother Xiao Jin, run. The experts of the Firmament Palace and the Undead Tribe are almost here. My father asked me to come and tell you to run. Liu Yiping asked with a smile, Where's your father? Tang Bin said anxiously, My father, my sister, my mother, and all the disciples of the Xianxia Peak have gone out to meet the enemy. There's a passage behind the Firmament Thunder sect's ancestral land. We can leave through that passage. Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, Leave through the passage? Why do we have to leave through the passage? Then he smiled and said, Your brother Xiao Jin has been through tens of thousands of battles, if not hundreds of thousands, and he has never escaped. Liu Yiping said with a smile, Let's go out and have a look. Then he walked out of the palace with Taurus Longjiao and Che Zipping and left through the air. Tang Bin was stunned and hurried to catch up. Brother Liu, this time the Undead Tribe and the Firmament Palace have sent 9 great totem ancient gods. The Demon Gathering Sect, the Stonebone Sect, the Gory Sea Sect, and the Ghost Temple also sent 9 great totem ancient gods. Taurus Longjiao patted the little fish in his hand and said with a smile, There are only 10 of them. So few? Then he asked, Are the 10 great totem ancient gods not here? Tang Bin was stunned. It was already noon, and he found that Taurus Longjiao's figure seemed to be emitting a golden light under the sun. The golden retriever on his head seemed to be brighter. While he was in a daze, Liu Yiping and the other 2 had already gone far away. He hurried to catch up. At this time, outside the Firmament Thunder sect, the experts of the Firmament Palace, the Undead Tribe, the Demon Gathering Sect, the Stonebone Sect, the Gory Sea Sect, and the Ghost Temple had all arrived. In addition, the experts of other sects and some evil sects were also gathered together. For a moment, the starlight surged, the undead chi filled the air, and the demonic chi filled the sky. Wu Tong of the Undead Tribe looked at Su Ting expressionlessly and said, Su Ting, Liu Yiping is not someone your Firmament Thunder sect can protect. Hand him over. Then he glanced at the experts of the Firmament Thunder sect and said, Otherwise, the Firmament Thunder sect will flow with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. 4th update, 10 p.m., blood flowed like a river, corpses piled up like mountains, Wu Tong's cold murderous intent swept through the area. The aura of one of the 9 great totems made everyone's heart tremble. Wu Tong was one of the 9 great totems. He had condensed 99,990,000 divinity laws. He was undoubtedly one of the strongest people below the 10 great totems ancient gods. He was ranked 14th on the Northern Wilderness Divine list. No one dared to treat his words as a joke. Su Ting looked at Wu Tong and said in a low voice, "Master Lu, we will not hand him over. If you want to fight, let's fight." Wu Tong's eyes flashed with a black light. Firmament Palace's Yuan Jinhua said coldly, "Stubborn. Su Ting, how much did that Lu brat give your Firmament Thunder sect? Was it 5 barrels of Star Chaos water or 6 barrels? Do you think it's worth it to sacrifice the lives of the Firmament Thunder sect's disciples for a few barrels of Star Chaos water?" Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. "Lu Yiping!" Someone shouted. Wu Tong, Yuan Jinhua, Qin Jiuqing, Meng Lin, Shuang Bai, Hu Na, Ling Shi, and everyone followed the expert's gaze. They saw several figures approaching from the direction of Xingyue Peak. The one in the lead was a handsome young man in a blue robe. Behind the young man, there was a golden-haired robust man and an elegant middle-aged man. The other person was a little child who looked like he was carved from jade. Lu Yiping and the others arrived in front of the crowd in the blink of an eye. "Ben you." Tang Qing wanted to reprimand his son, but Lu Yiping said, "We wanted to come. It has nothing to do with Xiaobin." Lu Yiping's gaze fell on the experts from the Undead Tribe, Firmament Palace, Demon Gathering Sect, Stonebone Sect, Cult of the Gory Sea, and Phantom Temple. "You are Lu Yiping." Wu Tong's gaze was indifferent. "You have some guts. Did you kill my Undead Tribe's disciple, Wu Li?" Lu Yiping didn't answer. He said indifferently, "Kill him." Before the crowd could react to Lu Yiping's words, Che Peng suddenly moved behind him. Che Peng took a step forward and went out of the Firmament Thunder sect's protective grand array in an instant, arriving in front of Wu Tong. Che Peng punched out. The power of the fist was light, as if it didn't have much power. Everyone was surprised to see Che Peng attacking Wu Tong. Wu Tong was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Even Su Ting was only ranked 16th on the divine list. Now, Lu Yiping's subordinate had actually dared to attack Wu Tong. Indifferent smile appeared on Wu Tong's face when he saw Che Peng's fist flying towards him. Reckless fool. He didn't even summon his totem. Instead, he met Che Peng with a punch. Boom, a loud explosion shook the heavens. When their fists collided, Wu Tong's expression changed drastically. "This is?" Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he felt an unimaginably terrifying force crash into him, and his entire body was sent flying. Wu Tong crashed into several Undead Tribe ancestors behind him and crashed into a mountain range in the distance. The mountain range shook with loud rumbles. Rocks flew everywhere. The trees in the mountain range were blasted into powder. Wu Tong himself crashed into the mountain range's belly, rushing forward. Looking at him, it was as if there was an earth dragon burrowing into the mountain's belly. Loud rumbles continued, shaking the earth and mountains. Finally, Wu Tong stopped at the end of the mountain range. But the rumbling continued for a long time. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Firmament Palace and Undead Tribe experts who were arrogant just a moment ago were dumbfounded. The experts from the Devil Gathering Sect, Blood Sea Cult, Stonebone Sect, and Ghost Fiend Temple paled. Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the rest of the Firmament Thunder Divine Sect's experts were also looking at the elegant Che Peng in disbelief. Even if Wu Tong didn't use his totem's power, being able to send Wu Tong flying with one punch was not something an ordinary 9 great totem ancient god could do. At this time, Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the rest couldn't help recalling Lu Yiping's words when he made a deal with Ruan Zhen and Old Man Jiang a few days ago. So, he was really an expert. Wow. Finally, Zhou Bin's cry broke the dead silence. Yuan Jinhua of the Firmament Palace looked at Che Peng and opened his mouth. "Who are you?" His voice was hoarse and filled with unconcealable shock. Although he also had 9 great totems, he was only at the late stage of the 9 great totems. Compared to Wu Tong, there was still a big gap. Right at this moment, Wu Tong, who had been blasted to the end of the mountain range, broke out of the mountain range and soared into the sky. Everyone looked over and saw that Wu Tong's divine armor was broken in many places. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth, and his hair was disheveled. Wu Tong looked at Che Chipping in shock and anger. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. Everyone was shocked. Lord Wu Tong. A group of undead experts flew up and came to Wu Tong's side. Wu Tong pushed the crowd aside, and his aura surged. The God World's laws flew out from his body, and each of them was more than 10 meters thick. As the God World's laws flew out, the totems flew out one after another. Each totem was close to 80 miles long. The 9 great totems shone brightly. A terrifying undead aura swept across the land. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming from Wu Tong's body, everyone retreated in fear. Die! Wu Tong roared. He took a step forward and punched at Che Peng. The 9 great totems shone brightly, and their power merged with Wu Tong's fist force, striking at Che Peng with an earth-shattering momentum. Watching the gray flames coming out from Wu Tong's fist, everyone's heart trembled. It's the undead tribe's strongest divine flame, the undying gray flame. This undying gray flame was said to be able to incinerate everything in the world, and nothing could stop it. Su Ting, Zhou Can, and other experts watched Wu Tong's furious attack with fear in their eyes. Everyone held their breaths. Earlier, Wu Tong did not activate his totems, and was injured by Lu Yiping's subordinate due to his carelessness. Now, could Lu Yiping's subordinate withstand Wu Tong's ultimate attack? Tang Qing and Tang Shuiyao were also holding their breaths. Even the little guy Tang Ben was nervous. Che Peng's face was indifferent looking at Wu Tong's powerful punch. He no longer concealed his aura, and a power that was more terrifying than Wu Tong's burst out. Boom! In an instant, heaven and earth rumbled. Space trembled. Before everyone's eyes, the divine world's laws flew out from Che Peng's body. In an instant, starlight filled the sky, and each strand of divine world's law was 100 meters long. It was 10 times bigger than Wu Tong's. Following the divine world's laws, Che Peng's totems flew out one after another. 1, 2, 3, in the end, a total of 9 totems flew out. Each of the totems reached 120 miles long. 120 miles long totem. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that the most monstrous genius of this generation, the Northern Wasteland Divine Manners young lord, only had a totem of 99 miles long. Just when everyone thought it was over, suddenly, another totem flew out. This totem was exceptionally dazzling, like a golden sun that illuminated heaven and earth, slowly flying out. 10 great totems. First update at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. Everyone looked at the slowly rising 10th totem, their faces filled with shock. 10 totems. Lu Yiping's subordinate was not at the peak of the 9 great totems, but the strongest ancient god with 10 totems. At first, when Che Peng sent Wu Tong flying, everyone thought that Che Peng was only at the peak of the 9 great totems. 10 totems? Su Ting was stunned. He had been stuck at the peak of the late stage of the 9 great totems for many years, unable to break through to the 10th totem. Although the 10th totem was only half a step away from the peak of the 9 great totems, the difference was like heaven and earth. Once one broke through to the 10th totem, they would be called the strongest ancient god, meaning the strongest ancient god. Because to break through the shackles of the divine world's laws and break through to the 11th totem, like the northern wilderness starfield, it was hard to find even one in several generations. Therefore, the 10th totem was already the strongest ancient god. Even Wu Tong, who was using the undying gray flame, was shocked when he saw the 10th totem rise behind Che Peng. 10 totems. Just as Wu Tong was shocked, Che Peng punched out. Heaven and earth trembled. Everyone's heart seemed to twitch. Starlight exploded. Countless stars flew out. For a moment, everyone felt like they were in a world of falling stars. The stars scattered Wu Tong's undying gray flame and blasted through it. Countless stars blasted towards Wu Tong. Almost instantly, they were in front of Wu Tong. Wu Tong roared. His immortal force surged madly, and the undying ashen flame burst out from his body. At the same time, he activated all the defensive formations on his divine armor. But it was useless. When the countless stars blasted on his body, the undying gray flame on Wu Tong's body exploded, and the defensive arrays on his divine armor exploded. Wu Tong was blasted away. As the countless stars blasted on his body, Wu Tong was blasted away again and again. Every time a star blasted on his body, Wu Tong's divine body would explode a little. When the countless stars blasted on his body, Wu Tong's divine body, which was blasted out of the mountain range, exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood. The 9 great totems also exploded, and all the laws of the divine world were broken. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. A peak late stage of the 9 great totems was blasted away by a single punch. At the same time, everyone found it hard to believe that Che Pung could destroy Wu Tong with a single punch. Although the ancient gods of the 10 great totems were known as the strongest ancient gods, it was almost impossible for them to blow up a peak late stage 9 great totems with one punch. What kind of absolute art was that just now? Some of the patriarchs recalled Che Peng's absolute art of stars that filled the sky and asked stutteringly. Although Che Peng's battle prowess was astonishing, half of the reason he was able to blast Wu Tong apart was because of the terrifying power of his star fist. Just now, the countless stars bombarding Wu Tong's body was equivalent to a 10 great totem ancient god continuously bombarding Wu Tong's body. Therefore, even if Wu Tong was a 9 great totem ancient god, he was still blasted apart. A peak late stage 9 great totem warrior could withstand a 10 great totem warrior without dying, but he could not withstand the continuous bombardment of a 10 great totem warrior. The undead expert was stunned. Che Ziping and Wu Tong had acted too quickly just now. Moreover, Che Ziping had blasted Wu Tong apart with one blow. Therefore, even if the undead experts wanted to intervene, they couldn't. Che Pung looked at the undead clan and the Firmament Palace experts, still elegant. However, after killing Wu Tong with one blow, Che Pung did not attack again because Liu Yiping had only asked him to kill Wu Tong. When the undead clan and the Firmament Palace experts saw Che Pung stop, they were both frightened and relieved at the same time. Just when everyone thought it was over, Liu Yiping said indifferently, "Kill them all." Everyone was shocked. The undead clan and the Firmament Palace experts were furious. Liu Yiping, although you have 10 great totem warriors by your side, our undead clan and the Firmament Palace ancient gods can still kill you if we fight to the death. Yuan Jinhua said angrily. Indeed, although they couldn't hurt Che Pung, one of the 10 great totem warriors, they could still kill Liu Yiping if they fought to the death. Although Che Pung was one of the 10 great totem warriors, he couldn't protect Liu Yiping in the face of so many 7 great totem warriors and 8 great totem warriors. At the same time, Yuan Jinhua shouted to Meng Lin and the other dark sect experts, "If Liu Yiping's men kill us, you can't escape either. Let's join forces." Meng Lin and Zhuang Bai of the Stone Bone sect looked at each other and flew to the undead clan and the Firmament Palace experts. After seeing Che Peng's terrifying battle strength, they also felt that only by joining forces with the undead clan and the Firmament Palace could they survive. Indifferent to the undead clan and the Firmament Palace experts, Che Ziping smiled when he saw the Demon Gathering sect, Stone Bone sect, Gory Sea sect, and Ghost Evil Hall experts join forces with the undead clan and the Firmament Palace. The 10 great totem warriors broke through the sky and shone brightly. He took a step forward and punched toward the undead clan and the Firmament Palace experts. When he punched out, the starry sky appeared again and countless stars flew out. Moreover, this time, the number of stars shooting out was countless, several times more than before. The undead clan, the Firmament Palace, and the Demon Gathering sect experts were shocked to see this. Seeing this, Yuan Jinhua roared, "Everyone, let's fight to the death. We must kill Liu Yiping at all costs." Saying this, he bypassed Che Pung and rushed toward Liu Yiping. Fighting the 10 great totem warriors head-on was courting death. Therefore, he wisely chose to kill Liu Yiping first. "Liu Yiping, if that's the case, then let's die together." Yuan Jinhua's face was ferocious as he roared, "Before I die, I'll kill you first." In an instant, he arrived in front of Liu Yiping. Looking at the incoming Yuan Jinhua, Taurus Longjiao shook his head and smiled. Just as he was about to attack, Liu Yiping said indifferently, "No need." A majestic aura shot out from his body. This majestic aura towered above the heavens and covered the world. Liu Yiping punched out with a finger. Buzz, a strange buzzing sound came from the space. As Liu Yiping punched out with his finger, a beam of light pierced through layers of space, piercing through the center of Yuan Jinhua's fist. It then pierced through the divine armor on Yuan Jinhua's body and pierced through his heart. Yuan Jinhua stood there stiffly. He felt the surrounding sound suddenly become softer. He looked down at his chest and saw that there was a huge hole in his chest where his heart was. Rays of light were constantly emitting from a huge hole. The rays of light were madly destroying his divine body and destroying his vitality. He looked at Liu Yiping in disbelief. Didn't they say that Liu Yiping only had one totem? The undead clan and the other experts of the Firmament Palace who were rushing towards Liu Yiping also stopped. They looked at Liu Yiping with eyes full of horror. Su Tung, Zhou Can, and the others who were about to stop the undead clan and the Firmament Palace also stopped. Everyone looked at Liu Yiping. So you're also one of the 10 great totem warriors? Yuan Jinhua's voice was hoarse. 10 great totem warriors? Liu Yiping's face was calm. Second update at 4 p.m. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Yuan Jinhua's body began to crumble bit by bit. Finally, he disappeared completely from the world, not even leaving behind a bloody mist. Tang Qing, Tang Xueyao, and the others widened their eyes. An expert with 9 totems, ranked 25th on the divine list, was killed with one blow. Liu Yiping looked at the other experts from the undead tribe and the Firmament Palace. The hundreds of experts from the undead tribe, the Firmament Palace, and the demon gathering sect all retreated in fear. Wherever Liu Yiping's gaze passed, all the experts gathered around the Firmament Thunder sect retreated in fear. Kill. Liu Yiping said indifferently. As soon as Liu Yiping finished speaking, Taurus Longjiao moved. Taurus Longjiao arrived in front of Qin Jiuqing, another expert with 9 totems from the Firmament Palace, and slapped him directly. Before Qin Jiuqing could react, he was smashed by the corner of Taurus Longjiao's hand. The experts from the undead tribe and the Firmament Palace looked at Qin Jiuqing's body, their faces drained of color. Another supreme ancient god with 10 totems, everyone felt that it was absurd. After all, the Northern Wilderness Divine Mansion only had 3 of the 10 totems. And in front of them, Liu Yiping and his 2 servants were all 10 great totems. Taurus Longjiao did not stop attacking. With one step, he arrived in front of the other 3 experts with 9 totems from the undead tribe. This time, he did not attack. Instead, a small fish appeared in his hand, and he swept it out. When the small fish swept out, it instantly grew as big as a mountain. The 9 great totems of the undead were blasted away and smashed into the distant mountain range. When the 9 great totems were smashed into the mountain range, they exploded, and their flesh and blood spilled freely into their veins. Then, Taurus Longjiao took another step and arrived in front of Meng Lin, Shuang Bai, Hu Na, and Ling Shi. Meng Lin, Shuang Bai, and the other 2 undead experts panicked, but just as they were about to turn and flee, Taurus Longjiao's little fish arrived. Just like the 3 undead experts with 9 totem tattoos, all 4 of them were sent flying. After sending the 4 people flying, Taurus Longjiao chuckled and walked towards the 8 totems. At this moment, Wanzhen was looking in the direction of the Azure Thunder Divine sect in the Horizon Association leader's mansion. Old Jiang shook his head and said, "The undead tribe and the 9 great totems from the Firmament Palace are all out. Together with Meng Lin and the other 3 from the Demon Gathering sect, there are 9 great totems experts. The Firmament Thunder sect is unable to protect Liu Yiping." Wanzhen nodded and lamented, "What a pity." It was unknown whether it was a pity for Liu Yiping or for Liu Yiping's stellar chaos water. With the undead tribe, Firmament Palace, and Demon Gathering sect's experts rushing towards the Firmament Thunder sect, it was impossible for the Horizon Commerce Chamber of Commerce not to know about such a big commotion. Old Jiang said, "It's rumored that Liu Yiping's totem is huge, a miracle of the ages. However, no matter how monstrous a genius is, once he falls, what's the use?" At this time, an expert from the Horizon Commerce Chamber of Commerce came in and reported, "Sir President, Old Jiang, Wei is outside, saying that he has an urgent matter to discuss with you." Urgent matter? Wanzhen was confused. Wei was in charge of the Horizon Commerce Chamber of Commerce's intelligence. Wanzhen had asked him to pay attention to the Firmament Thunder sect's movements and report to him if there were any results. Could it be that there were already results? However, the undead tribe, Firmament Palace, and Demon Gathering sect's experts had just arrived at the Firmament Thunder sect. Could it be that the Firmament Thunder sect was breached so quickly? "Let him in," Wanzhen said. A short while later, Wei, who was in charge of the Horizon Commerce Chamber of Commerce's intelligence, rushed in. "Sir President, Old Jiang." The moment Yin Wei entered, he said hurriedly, "There's news from the Firmament Thunder sect that Wu Tong is dead." "What?" Wang Zhen and old Jiang were shocked. Wu Tong was ranked 14th on the Northern Wilderness Divine ranking list, second only to old Jiang who was ranked 13th. "Who is it?" Wang Zhen couldn't help but ask. "It's that scholarly middle-aged man's subordinate by Lu Yiping's side," Yin Wei said. "It's him." Wang Zhen and old Jiang looked at each other, and the scene of Lu Yiping saying that his subordinate was a great expert flashed in their minds. One of the 10 great totems? Old Jiang still couldn't believe it, asking for confirmation. Yin Wei said, "Yes, and each of the 10 totems he condensed reached 120 li." He couldn't hide the shock on his face as he said this. 120 li of the 10 great totems. Wang Zhen and old Jiang were equally shocked. Half a second later, Wang Zhen recovered from his shock, and said with a complicated expression, "Even if this person is only at the early stage of the 10 great totems, his battle strength is comparable to the late stage of the 10 great totems." Late stage of the 10 great totems, this was already the strength of the top 3 on the Northern Wilderness Divine ranking list. When the news came, Lu Yiping had yet to kill Yuan Jinhua. Thus, Yin Wei didn't know that Lu Yiping had killed Yuan Jinhua. At this time, Yin Wei's communication talisman vibrated. He took it out and was dumbfounded. He stuttered, "Lord President, old Jiang, this is the latest news from the Azure Thunder Divine Sect." He handed the communication talisman to them. Wang Zhen and old Jiang saw the change in Yin Wei's expression and were puzzled. Did something happen at the Azure Thunder Divine Sect? Both of them looked at the communication talisman and were equally dumbfounded. Lu Yiping and his other subordinate are also part of the 10 great totems? Wang Zhen didn't know what to say. The content of the communication talisman was the news of Lu Yiping killing Yuan Jinhua and Taurus Longjiao killing Chen Jiuqing. Although Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao didn't use their totems, they could easily kill Yuan Jinhua and Chen Jiuqing. Without a doubt, they were the strongest ancient gods of the 10 great totems. At this time, in the undead tribe's ancestral land, Wu Zhen was leisurely drinking wine. At the same time, he was reading a book about the cultivation experience of an expert from the Middle Ages with great interest. Just as he was enjoying the show, he saw the undead tribe's patriarch, Wu Ming, running into the hall in fear. He reported to Zhongyu that Che Peng, Lu Yiping, and the Dragonhorn Golden Bull had killed Wu Tong, Yuan Jinhua, and Chen Jiuqing. Wu Zhen didn't even notice when the wine pot in his hand fell to the ground. He sat there in a daze. Even when Wu Ming called out to him, he was still in a daze. Moments later, the entire undead tribe fell silent. The same went for the Firmament Palace. Half an hour passed. In the Firmament Thunder sect, Lu Yiping watched indifferently as more than 500 experts from the undead tribe, the Firmament Palace, the Demon Gathering sect, the Cult of the Gory Sea, the Stone Bones sect, and the Ghost Temple were killed. The rocks and leaves of the surrounding mountains were covered in blood. Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Che Peng returned to the Starry Moon Peak after killing the experts from the various sections. Some of the experts from the other evil sects who were gathered in the distance couldn't help but fall to the ground as they watched Lu Yiping and the other 2 leave. The news of the Firmament Thunder sect spread quickly. The Chaos Dimension fell silent. The next day, when Lu Yiping was cultivating, Su Ting and Zhou Ken knocked on the door of Lu Yiping's palace carefully. "Oh, the Northern Wilderness Prefecture Master wants to invite me to a banquet?" Lu Yiping said. "Yes, the Northern Wilderness Prefecture Commander is outside." "Do you want to see him?" Su Ting asked carefully. "He's coming in," Lu Yiping said. Third update, 6:30 p.m. Su Ting and Zhou Ken nodded respectfully and left the room. Soon, they returned with Feng Donghua, the Northern Wilderness Divine Government's Grand Marshal. The Northern Wilderness Divine Government was not just the most powerful force in the Northern Wilderness Starfield. The Northern Wilderness Divine Government's master ruled the Northern Wilderness Starfield on behalf of the Upper Realm. Therefore, the Northern Wilderness Divine Government's master was not only the most powerful person in the Northern Wilderness Starfield, but he was also the true ruler of the Northern Wilderness Starfield. In the Northern Wilderness Starfield, no one dared to go against the Northern Wilderness Divine Government's orders. There were 100 Grand Marshals in the Northern Wilderness Divine Government, and each of them had 1 trillion soldiers under their command. These grand marshals led their troops to guard the northern wilderness starfield. Feng Donghua was the leader of the grand marshals, and also the right-hand man of the northern wilderness divine government. Now, the northern wilderness divine government's master had invited Liu Yiping to a banquet, and for Feng Donghua to personally invite him, it showed how much importance he placed on Liu Yiping. There were not many people in the northern wilderness starfield who were worthy of an invitation from Feng Donghua, at least not Su Ting. When Feng Donghua entered and saw Liu Yiping sitting with his legs crossed, he quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists respectfully. Feng Donghua of the northern wilderness divine government greets Master Liu Yiping. I heard from Su Ting that your divine government's master invited me to a banquet, Liu Yiping said. Feng Donghua quickly replied, yes, our divine government's master invited Liu Yiping to a banquet. At this point, he took out a golden invitation card, stepped forward, and presented it to Liu Yiping respectfully. Although Feng Donghua was the leader of the northern wilderness divine government's grand marshals, he was only at the peak of the late stage of the 9 totem inscriptions, and ranked 11th on the northern wilderness divine ranking. He dared not act rashly in front of Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping opened the invitation. On the invitation, there were a few words written by the northern wilderness divine government's master. Although there were only numbers, there was an aura of absolute dominance. Liu Yiping closed the invitation and asked casually, apart from me, did your manor head invite anyone else? Feng Donghua hesitated for a moment before replying truthfully, in addition to Sir Liu, our mansion master has also invited Sir Wu Zhen from the Undying Tribe, Sir Chaoyun from the Firmament Palace, Sir Hu Fei from the Nine Fox Clan, Sir Hu Tao, Sir Peerless Sword Emperor, Sir Blue Blood Demon Master, and Sir Sacred Hand Buddha God. There were 3 of the 10 great totems in the Northern Wilderness Divine House. That meant that other than the 3 from the Northern Wilderness Divine House, the rest of the top 10 fighters on the divine ranking had all been invited by the Northern Wilderness Divine House. According to the Northern Wilderness Divine ranking, anyone who killed or defeated someone on the divine ranking would be automatically replaced on the ranking. Liu Yiping had killed Yuan Jinhua, so he was now 25th on the divine ranking. Taurus Longjiao had killed Qin Jiuqing and was now number 28 on the Northern Wilderness Divine ranking list. Jie Ziping had killed Wu Tong, so his ranking was higher than Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. He was now number 14 on the Northern Wilderness Divine ranking list. Alright, I understand. I will attend the banquet. Liu Yiping said. Since the Northern Wilderness Divine House was back, he wanted to meet him to see if the jade he was wearing was really the Good Fortune Jade Disc. Alright, the Northern Wilderness Divine House will be waiting for Sir Liu. Dongfeng Hua was overjoyed. He said respectfully and left. After Dongfeng Hua left, the Dragon Horn Golden Bull chuckled and said, Hao Lianbi clearly knows that Master, the Undying Tribe, and the Firmament Palace have become sworn enemies. Yet, he still invited Wu Zhen and Chaoyun to a banquet. What does he mean? Hao Lianbi was the Northern Wilderness Divine House's real name. Su Ting stepped forward and said carefully, my guess is that the Northern Wilderness Divine House wants peace in the Northern Wilderness Starfield. He doesn't want to see Sir, the Undying Tribe and the Firmament Palace fighting each other. I'm afraid that the Northern Wilderness Divine House will be the mediator between Sir, the Undying Tribe and the Firmament Palace. Taurus Longjiao said, Hao Lianbi wants us to let Wu Zhen and Chaoyun go. He continued, he really thinks that he has a lot of face. He wants us to let Wu Zhen and Chaoyun go just because of a banquet. Su Ting and Zhou Can did not dare to say anything. Liu Yiping stood up and said calmly, since Hao Lianbi invited Wu Zhen and Chaoyun to the banquet, it saves us a trip to the Undying Tribe and the Firmament Palace. The banquet was held 7 days later. Therefore, Liu Yiping was in no hurry to go to the Firmament Palace and the Undying Tribe. He sat cross-legged under the tree and continued to cultivate the immortal Skywood technique and the Good Fortune Jade Disc. Su Ting and Zhou Can left the Starry Moon Peak and returned to the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's ancestral ground. Looks like Sir is really going to attack Wu Zhen and Chaoyun during the banquet. Sword Ancestor Zhou Can frowned. Su Ting was also worried. If Liu Yiping went against the will of the Northern Wilderness Divine House Master, the Divine House Master would definitely be angry. Su Ting's scalp went numb at the thought of the Northern Wilderness Divine House. The Northern Wilderness Divine House was not something that the Firmament Palace and the Undying Tribe could compare to. Not to mention the Firmament Palace and the Undying Tribe, even all the super sects in the Northern Wilderness Starfield combined could not compare to the Northern Wilderness Divine House. Otherwise, how could the Northern Wilderness Divine House control the 3,000 planes in the Northern Wilderness Starfield? The Northern Wilderness Divine House's strength was unfathomable. On the surface, the Northern Wilderness Divine House only had 3 10 great totem experts. However, everyone knew that there were more than 3 of them. Moreover, the Northern Wilderness Divine House was riding on the will of the God World Above Realm. The God World Above Realm was behind them. "Why don't we let Tang Ben persuade Sir?" Zhou Kan said. Both of them knew that Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao had taken Tang Ben as their underling and liked him a lot. Su Ting hesitated for a moment and nodded. Soon, Tang Qing received the orders from Su Ting and Zhou Kan. Tang Qing frowned when he received the message. "What's wrong?" Xianxia asked. Tang Qing passed the message to Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed when she saw it. "Sir Lu wants to kill Wu Zhen and Chao Yun during the banquet? Where's Ben Er?" Tang Qing asked. "I don't know where he went to play again." Xianxia felt helpless when she mentioned her youngest son. "Call him back." A few days passed. Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Che Peng set off for the Northern Wilderness Divine House. The Northern Wilderness Divine House stood on a plain in the Chaos Plain. There were many palaces around the Divine House and countless Divine House soldiers. Without the Divine House's order, ordinary people were not allowed to come within 10,000 miles of the Divine House. When Lu Yiping and the rest arrived, the sky had just brightened. The morning sun shone on the Northern Wilderness Divine House, covering it in a layer of faint golden light. Looking at the majestic Northern Wilderness Divine House in front of him, Lu Yiping's expression was calm as usual. He stepped into the air and flew towards the Divine House. Taurus Longjiao and Che Peng followed closely behind. When Lu Yiping appeared, the Divine House Army's commander immediately came forward to welcome Lu Yiping and the rest. Not long after they entered the plain, Dongfang Hua came out to welcome Lu Yiping and the rest personally. In one of the palaces in the Northern Wilderness Divine House, there stood a few beautiful women. One of them was the Undead tribe's 4th princess, Wu Mei. They were looking at Lu Yiping and the rest from afar. "That's Lu Yiping?" The leader of the group, a tall and slender woman, asked. "Tomorrow at 4 a.m., first update at 10 a.m. "Yes, Your Highness." Wu Mei quickly replied. The tall lady was the daughter of the Northern Wilderness Prefecture Governor, Hao Lian Qingyue. Lin Yan from the Firmament Palace hesitated for a moment and said, "The Firmament Palace and the Undead tribe naturally hope to make peace with Lu Yiping, but what if Lu Yiping doesn't follow the estate master's wishes?" Hao Lian Qingyue said calmly, "Do you think he dares to disobey my father? Don't worry, as long as he still has a shred of rationality, he won't dare to disobey my father. When the banquet starts, let's go to the main hall." Hao Lian Qingyue said, "But I'm curious if Lu Yiping's totem is really that big." After a while, they all left the pavilion. Lu Yiping and the rest followed Dongfang Hua to the main hall of the Northern Wilderness Prefecture. The main hall was extremely grand and majestic. Walking in it felt like walking under the vast sky. There were rows of seats in the main hall. 2 rows of seats were occupied by an elder with a ruddy complexion. The elder sat there with thousands of sword chi restrained, like a supreme sword formation that could be activated at any time. Dongfang Hua introduced him to Lu Yiping. "This is the unparalleled Sword Emperor." The unparalleled Sword Emperor, Nia Hingxing, who was sitting upright in his seat, immediately looked at Lu Yiping and the other 2 with cold eyes. Previously, his 3rd disciple, Yu Shixiang, had followed the experts of the Firmament Palace to the Firmament Thunder sect and was killed by Taurus Longjiao. Lu Yiping and the rest went to their seats. Taurus Longjiao and Che Peng sat behind Lu Yiping. Then, Sacred Hand Buddha and Blue Blood Demon Master arrived. On the Northern Wilderness Divine ranking, Sacred Hand Buddha and Blue Blood Demon Master were ranked 8th and 9th respectively. After them were Hu Fei and Hu Tao from the Nine Fox tribe. As the second most powerful force in the Northern Wilderness Starfield, the Nine Fox tribe had 2 10 great totems. Hu Fei and Hu Tao were ranked 3rd and 6th respectively. In the end, Wu Zhen, ranked 4th on the Divine List, and Chao Yun, ranked 7th on the Divine List, arrived together. When the 2 of them arrived, they glanced at Lu Yiping. After Wu Zhan and Chao Yun arrived, the Northern Desolation Institute principal Hao Lianbi also arrived. Behind him were the second ranked on the god ranking list, God of Destruction, and the fifth ranked God of Copper. God of Destruction, ranked second on the divine ranking, and God of Copper, ranked fifth on the divine ranking, were extremely mysterious. They rarely appeared, and no one knew their real names. The God of Destruction was shrouded in a faint light, which obscured his appearance. The God of Copper was clad in a bronze divine armor, which covered his face completely. Only his eyes could be seen. Behind them were Halian Qingyue, Lin Yin, Wu Ku, Wu Mei, and Jiuhu Shuemeng. Halian Qingyue, Lin Yin, Wu Ku, and Jiuhu Shuemeng were the Chaos Plane's 6 great beauties. Hao Lianbi, the Northern Baron Association leader, smiled brightly and greeted everyone politely. He then sat down with God of Destruction, God of Bronze, Hao Lianbi, Qingyue, and the others. Of course, Halian Qingyue and the others sat in the second row. After 3 rounds of wine, Hao Lianbi smiled and said to Lu Yiping, Master Lu, the battle at the Azure Thunder Divine Sect has shocked the world. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, you, Wu Zhan, and Chao Yun are the pillars of our Northern Baron Starfield. If you continue to fight, you will only become a laughingstock in other starfields. Today, I, Hao Lianbi, will be the peacemaker. Drink this wine and let bygones be bygones. How about it? Hao Lianbi raised the wine cup in his hand. Wu Zhan and Chao Yun also raised the wine cup in their hands. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping sat still. In the past 2 days, he had found out that the Northern Baron Divine Matter, the Undead Tribe, and the Firmament Palace had always been involved. Wu Zhan and Chao Yun often gave Hao Lianbi good things. Because of this, Hao Lianbi decided to be the peacemaker. Seeing Lu Yiping sitting still, Hao Lianbi's brows furrowed. Taurus Longjiao said calmly, Wu Zhan and Chao Yun ordered the Undead Tribe and Firmament Palace's experts to come to the Azure Thunder Divine Sect to kill my master. Now, you want my master to let Wu Zhan and Chao Yun go with just 1 sentence? Seeing that Lu Yiping did not speak, Hao Lianbi was even more displeased. He looked at Lu Yiping, waiting for Lu Yiping to speak. Lu Yiping did not look at Hao Lianbi. Instead, he looked at Wu Zhan and Chao Yun and said, since the order was given by you, if you kill yourselves, this matter will be considered over. Wu Zhan and Chao Yun were infuriated hearing this. Hao Lianbi's face darkened. The 9 fox tribes Hu Fei, Hu Tao, and Sacred Hand Buddha God frowned. Who was Hao Lianbi? He was the Northern Wilderness Divine Abode's principal, the ruler of the Northern Wilderness Starfield. Even he had spoken to Lu Yiping personally. Lu Yiping did not know what was good for him. The Peerless Sword Emperor and Blue Blood Archdevil sneered at Lu Yiping. The Devil Congregating Sects Meng Lin and the others were Blue Blood Archdevils Juniors. They were killed by Taurus Longjiao and Che Ziping. Naturally, Blue Blood Archdevil did not have a good impression of Lu Yiping. Master Lu, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Hao Lianbi said in a low voice, why are you so fixated on revenge? This matter ends here. Hao Lianbi emphasized. Earlier, he was asking Lu Yiping for his opinion, but now, he was telling him to end it here. It was as if Hao Lianbi did not ask for Lu Yiping's opinion and directly announced the end of this matter. Wu Zhan and Chao Yun raised their cups and smiled at Hao Lianbi, thank you, Lord Manor Lord. We will follow Lord Manor Lord's wishes. Then, they downed their cups in one gulp. Hao Lianbi nodded with a smile. Just as he was about to raise his cup, Lu Yiping said, kill them. Che Ziping stood up and said respectfully, yes, Lord. Everyone's expression turned strange. This Lu Yiping clearly heard Hao Lianbi say that this matter would end here, but he still wanted his subordinates to kill them. This was simply ignoring Hao Lianbi. Hao Lianbi laughed in anger. He stared at Lu Yiping and asked, Master Lu, are you sure you want to do this? As the Northern Wilderness Divine Abode's overlord, the overlord of the entire Northern Wilderness Starfield, Lu Yiping still wanted to kill them. He wanted his subordinates to kill Wu Zhan and Chao Yun? What did Lu Yiping mean by this? After his repeated attempts to mediate, Lu Yiping still wanted to kill Wu Zhan and Chao Yun in front of him. God Slang and God Tong, who were sitting beside Hao Lianbi, also locked their auras on Lu Yiping. Both of them released their auras, shaking heaven and earth. In an instant, the sky changed color, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. Heaven and earth darkened in an instant. The great army outside the northern wilderness divine abode felt the aura in the great hall, and they were all shocked. They quickly gathered around, and the various commanders rushed into the great hall. The atmosphere in the great hall was tense. Tension, killing intent, and coldness filled the air. The 9th Fox Tribe's patriarch, Hu Fei, spoke to Lu Yiping, "Master Lu, Lord Manor Lord has good intentions. Why must you be so stubborn?" The Sacred Hand Buddha God also advised, "Master Lu, repent and be saved." Lu Yiping's gaze swept over the crowd. Watching the numerous experts rushing into the northern wilderness divine abode, he ordered, "Kill." Second update, 1 p.m. Hao Lianbi's face darkened when he saw that Lu Yiping still dared to shout kill even after countless experts from the northern wilderness divine palace had rushed in. It had been many years since he was this angry. Activate the northern wilderness divine mansion grand formation. Kill. Hao Lianbi's cold voice rang throughout the entire northern wilderness divine mansion. Every expert in the northern wilderness divine mansion could hear Hao Lianbi's cold voice. Suddenly, the light from the grand formation shot up to the sky and shrouded the entire northern wilderness divine mansion. The power of the grand formation roared. Feeling the terrifying power of the northern wilderness divine mansion's grand formation, Hu Fei and the rest of the 9 Fox tribe were shocked. Retreat! Hu Fei shouted at Jiuhu Shuemeng and flew out of the main hall with her. Hu Tao and the rest also retreated out of the main hall in a flash. When Hao Lianbi gave the order to kill, God of Destruction and God of Copper attacked at the same time. Both of them reached Lu Yiping at lightning speed. God of Destruction strike. God of Destruction's hands shone with grey light. Hand of Destruction. God of Copper's hands shone with golden light. Both of them unleashed their most powerful attacks, causing the totems behind them to fly out. Although none of the totems were as large as Che Peng's, each of them had more than 160 million magical laws of the God world. That was far more than the initial 100 million magical laws of the 10 totems. God of Destruction, who was ranked second, had gathered more than 169 million God world laws, which was infinitely close to 170 million. Once he broke through 170 million, he would be at the peak of the later stage of the 10 Great Totem Grand Formation. The two of them attacked at the same time, causing the mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. The incomparably spacious and sturdy main hall trembled under their strength. If not for the Grand Formation's protection, their strength alone would have been enough to shatter the main hall. Just as God of Destruction and God of Copper attacked Lu Yiping, Wu Zhen, Chao Yun, and even the unparalleled Sword Emperor attacked at the same time. The three of them summoned their 10 totems at the same time. When Wu Zhen punched out, the undying grey flame surged like the sea. It was many times stronger than Wu Tong's. As Chao Yun punched out with his fists, a god of astrology condensed behind him. Countless starlight illuminated the layers of space. The unparalleled Sword Emperor's tens of millions of sword chis formed into layers of sword formations, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, and instantly arrived in front of Lu Yiping. Following that, the 100 commanders of the Northern Wilderness Divine Palace set up a killing array and attacked at the same time. Each of the 100 Grand Commanders had 9 totems, and when 100 Grand Commanders attacked at the same time, their power was no weaker than several ancient god experts with 10 totems. Hao Lianbi did not make a move. In his opinion, there was no need for him to make a move when God Destroyer, God Copper, Wu Zhen, Chao Yun, Unparalleled Sword Sovereign, and 100 Grand Commanders attacked at the same time. The destructive power was enough to destroy an immemorial divine mountain. Even the people who had retreated from the main hall were overwhelmed with shock when they felt the power that could destroy heaven and earth. Hu Fei of the 9 Fox tribe shook his head. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This Lu Yiping is too flashy. Looks like he won't be able to walk out of the northern wilderness divine residence alive. Archdevil Venerable Blue Blood's eyes were bloodshot, and he laughed. His blood should be very nutritious. When Lu Yiping was heavily injured, he would take the opportunity to devour Lu Yiping's flesh and blood. Helian Qingyue looked at the besieged Lu Yiping indifferently. Ever since her father had taken control of the Northern Wilderness God Mansion, he had killed many of the 10 great totem ancient gods who had gone against his will. Hence, she was already used to such a scene. Just when everyone thought that Liu Yiping and the other two were about to be blasted away, the world suddenly paused. Starlight exploded from Che Che Peng's body, and totems flew out one after another. Looking at Che Che Peng's 120 Li totems, Hu Fei of the Nine Fox tribe shook his head. Even if Liu Yiping had 120 Li totems, the three of them would not be able to walk out of the northern wilderness divine residence alive today. Unless the one from the Netherworld Sea came to save Liu Yiping and the other two. Che Che Peng's 10 totems flew out. Just when everyone thought that it was over, the world lit up with unprecedented brightness, and another totem flew out. The light from the 11 totems illuminated the heaven and earth. Whether it was the 10 great totems of the God Destroyer and Copper God, or the 10 great totems of Wu Zhen, Chao Yun, or the Peerless Sword Sovereign, they were all overshadowed by the light from the 11 totems. When the 11 totems flew out, the airwaves in the main hall seemed to have stopped. Even God Destroyer, Copper God, Wu Zhen, Chao Yun, Wu Shuang Sword Sovereign, and the rest's destructive power weakened. Everyone's strength was suppressed. God Destroyer, Copper God, Wu Zhen, Chao Yun, Wu Shuang Sword Sovereign, and the rest of the captains were aghast when they saw the 11 totems flying out. 11 totems. This Liu Yiping has 11 totems under his control. 9 Fox tribes Hu Fei, Hu Tao, Archdevil Venerable Blue Blood, Hao Lian Qingyue, 9 Fox Xue Meng, and the rest were all in disbelief. Hao Lianbi was also shocked. 10 totems was the limit of the ancient god realm. It was almost impossible to break the rules of the divine world. Even if Hao Lianbi, the Northern Desolation Divine Palace Lord, had used countless methods and consumed countless treasures, he still couldn't break the rules of the divine world. Liu Yiping's subordinates had broken the rules of the divine world. Retreat! Hao Lianbi shouted in shock. As the Northern Desolation Divine Palace Lord, he was at the peak of the late stage of the 10 totems. He knew better than anyone else how terrifying the 11 totems were. Just as Hao Lianbi finished speaking, Che Peng attacked. He punched out, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Stars flew out from the sky. Previously, he had used this move to kill Wu Tong. At that time, it was the 10 totems. Now, it was the 11 totems' power that were activated. The stars in the sky were faster, stronger, and more numerous. Annihilation God, Copper God, Wu Zhen, Chao Yun, Wu Shuang Sword Sovereign, and the others looked at the meteors that were shooting towards them. They could feel the terrifying power contained within the meteors and were terrified. They retreated frantically. However, just as they were about to retreat, the meteors came crashing down. Almost at the same time, God Destroyer, Copper God, Wu Zhen, Chao Yun, and Wu Shuang Sword Emperor were sent flying. They were shot out in different directions and smashed through the main hall. Then, the Northern Desolation Divine Palace's commanders were all sent flying. After the stars in the sky blasted God Destroyer, Copper God, and the others away, they didn't stop there. They slammed into the Northern Desolation Divine Palace's main hall. Instantly, the main hall of the Northern Desolation Divine Palace exploded. Countless stars continued to push forward, plowing through the Divine Palace army that was outside. The Divine Palace army that was dark and boundless outside were all blasted away. The stars blasted to the end of the plain and continued to move forward. They blasted into the mountain range beyond the plain. The mountain range was flattened. Mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Blood rained down. Under this punch, the Divine Palace's grand formation was destroyed. The stars in the sky rolled past Hu Fei, Hu Tao, Demon Venerable Blue Blood, Hao Lian, Qingyu, Jiuhu Xue Meng, and the others. Their faces were all distorted by the terrifying airwaves. Third update, 5 p.m. When the shockwave from Che Che Peng's fist swept past Hu Fei, Hu Tao, Archdevil Venerable Blue Blood, Hao Lian Qingyu, Jiuhu Xue Meng, and the others, Hu Fei, Hu Tao, and the others were scared out of their wits. Everyone felt their hearts shuddering and their limbs trembling. Hao Lian Qingyu, Jiuhu Xue Meng, and the others were so scared that they didn't know where they were. They felt like their eardrums were about to burst from the shockwave. After a long time, they regained their senses and realized that they were still in the mortal realm. When they saw the destroyed palaces of the Northern Wilderness Divine Manor, and the deep trenches in the ground caused by the shockwave, their souls shuddered. Hao Lian Qingyu, Jiuhu Xue Meng, and the others had only heard that once one broke through the divine world's rules and broke through the 11th totem, they would become terrifyingly strong. However, they didn't know exactly how strong they would be. Now, they knew. Che Peng's devastating punch just now was like a blow to their hearts, something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Archdevil Venerable Blue Blood was so scared that he felt like he was suffocating. He felt like he couldn't breathe, as if the air around him was blown away by that punch. In the Northern Wilderness Divine Manor's main hall, Lu Yiping looked at the terrified Hao Lianbi. He stood up and took a step forward, arriving before Wu Zhen, Chao Yun, and Wu Shuang Sword Emperor. The three of them were lying in the ruins, their bodies torn apart and covered in blood. Their 7 orifices were bleeding, and they were barely breathing. Their vitality was almost gone. Their totems, their godheads, they were all shattered beyond recognition. Indescribable fear flashed in their eyes. Lu Yiping's god force formed a blade in his hand, and with a swipe of his hand, the three's heads were lopped off. Then, Lu Yiping came before God Slaying and God Tong. At this time, their divine armors were shattered, and like Wu Zhen, Chao Yun, and Sword Emperor, they were covered in blood. When the two men saw Lu Yiping coming over, they opened their mouths, wanting to say something. However, Lu Yiping's palm blade also came down, chopping off their heads. Hao Lianbi shuddered when he saw that Lu Yiping had also beheaded God Destroyer and Copper God. The two of them were his subordinates and were the deputy prefecture lords of the Northern Wilderness Divine Palace. Their status was completely different from Wu Zhen, Chao Yun, and the unparalleled Sword Emperor. But just now, Lu Yiping had beheaded them without batting an eye. Lu Yiping didn't care about the 9 great totem commanders. They had already been blasted to smithereens. After cutting off the heads of God Destroyer and God Copper, Lu Yiping walked towards Hao Lianbi. Protect the prefecture lord. The remaining elites of the Northern Wilderness Divine Palace shouted in fear as they rushed forward. Hao Lianbi shouted, "All of you, back off." Against someone like Che Tsiping, these Divine Palace elites would only be courting death if they rushed forward. Lu Yiping came before Hao Lianbi and said indifferently, "You should be glad that you didn't make a move just now." Hao Lianbi's face turned ugly. Lu Yiping meant that if he had made a move just now, his head would have been chopped off like God Destroyer and Copper God. Hao Lianbi's eyes flickered. The Northern Wilderness Divine Palace controlled the Northern Wilderness Starfield, and of course, they had their own trump cards. He was considering whether to use that trump card, but in the end, he gave up. Because even if he used that trump card, he might not be able to kill Che Tsiping. Since he couldn't kill Che Tsiping, Lu Yiping, and the other two, it wasn't worth it to use that trump card because it would come at a great price. Seeing the change in Hao Lianbi's expression, Lu Yiping said indifferently, "You should be glad that you didn't use the Divine Palace's trump card just now. Otherwise, you'd be a dead man now." Hao Lianbi was bewildered. From Lu Yiping's tone, other than Che Tsiping, he seemed to have other cards up his sleeves. Lu Yiping turned around and walked towards the 9 fox tribes Hu Fei, Hu Tao, Hao Lian, Qingyue, and Xu Eming. His blue robe fluttered like the clear blue sky, but seeing Lu Yiping walking towards them, Hu Fei, Hu Tao, and the others were terrified, but no one dared to run away. Lu Yiping stopped in front of Hu Fei and the others. "Master Lu." Hu Fei, Hu Tao, and the others smiled, but their tongues were stiff. Because the muscles on their faces were too stiff, their smiles didn't look like smiles. Lu Yiping looked at Blue Blood Archdevil. "You said that my blood is very nourishing, right?" Blue Blood Archdevil's face paled. He didn't expect that Lu Yiping had heard what he said just now. Lu Yiping raised his hand and pointed a finger. The light wave from his finger struck Blue Blood Archdevil. Demon Venerable Blue Blood was sent flying. Then, he slowly turned into specks of light that drifted into the sky. Hu Fei, Hu Tao, and even Hao Lianbi felt their hearts skip a beat. Killing a 10 great totems with one finger, this Lu Yiping, could it be, also an 11 great totems? Hao Lian, Qingyue, Xu Eming, and the others also thought of the same question. The way they looked at Lu Yiping changed again. Lu Yiping glanced at the undead tribe's 4th princess Wu Mei standing beside Qingyue. This one glance made Wu Mei's insides tremble. In the end, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Che Tsiping floated away. Blue robes fluttering in the wind. Golden retrievers light. White robes elegant. Under the sunlight, the three shadows were elongated. Hao Lianbi only retracted his gaze after Lu Yiping and the other two disappeared into the horizon. He looked at the ruins of the northern wilderness divine abode, the blood in the ruins, and the headless bodies of God Destroyer and God Tong. His fists were clenched, and his eyes were filled with anger, coldness, and murderous intent. But in the end, he relaxed his fists and sat on the throne. He looked like he had aged a lot. At this time, in the Horizon Commerce Hall, Wang Zhen and Old Jiang were discussing Lu Yiping's invitation to a banquet by Hao Lianbi. Wang Zhen said, the prefecture lord invited Lu Yiping to a banquet to make peace between Lu Yiping, Wu Zhen, and Chao Yun. When the 10 great totems were involved in a battle, Hao Lianbi would usually intervene. Old Jiang shook his head, I'm afraid Lu Yiping won't agree. Wang Zhen sighed, Lu Yiping won't dare to disagree with the prefecture lord. Who in the northern wilderness starfield dares to go against his will? At this time, Yin Wei walked into the hall. His hands and legs were shaking as if the sky was falling down. His face was pale with fright. What happened? Wang Zhen saw Yin Wei's expression and asked in shock. He had never seen his subordinate Yin Wei like this before. Something happened to the northern wilderness divine abode. Yin Wei's voice trembled, Wu Zhen, Chao Yun, unparalleled sword monarch, and archdevil venerable blue blood are all dead. What? Wang Zhen and Old Jiang were shocked. Not only Wu Zhen and the other three, even Lord God Destroyer and Lord Copper, and 100 of our northern wilderness divine abode's grand commanders are all dead. Yin Wei continued. Wang Zhen and Old Jiang's minds went blank, their jaws dropped. God Destroyer and God Copper, the 2 deputy prefecture lords of the northern wilderness divine prefecture, as well as 100 grand commanders of the northern wilderness divine prefecture, were killed? It's Lu Yiping? Wang Zhen could not believe it. Yin Wei took a deep breath and nodded, Lu Yiping's subordinate has 11 totems. Wang Zhen and Old Jiang's minds went blank again. That scholarly middle-aged man has 11 totems. 9 p.m. 4th update, the scene of Lu Yiping saying that his subordinate was a great expert appeared in Wang Zhen and Old Jiang's minds. Earlier, during the battle at the Azure Thunder Divine Sect, they had thought that Che Peng was one of the 10 great totems. Only now did they understand what Lu Yiping meant when he said his subordinate was a great expert. So, it's not one of the 10 great totems. It's 11 totems. Wang Zhen muttered to himself. Lu Yiping, who the hell are you? A long time later, Wang Zhen's emotions were complicated. Earlier, he had joked with Lu Yiping that his daughter, Wan Hui, praised Lu Yiping for being polite and courteous, and he even wanted to matchmake the two of them. Now, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to matchmake the two of them. Yin Wei added, also, Lu Yiping is suspected to have 11 totems. Wang Zhen and Old Jiang were dumbfounded. When Lu Yiping left the northern desolate divine manor, he killed archdevil venerable blue blood with one finger. Yin Wei added, although I didn't see Lu Yiping summon 11 totems, I'm afraid that Lu Yiping also has 11 totems. Also 11 totems? Wang Zhen looked up at the sky, noticing that the sky today was blue. At the same time, in the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's ancestral land, Su Ting shook his head, saying, Tang Ben has advised Lord many times, but Lord is still determined to kill Wu Zhen and Chao Yun. Sword Ancestor Zhou Can's brows were tightly knitted together, deep worry written on his face as he said, although the 3 of them have 10 great totems, Lord Institute Principal's strength is unfathomable. There's also Lord Destruction God and Lord Copper God. Not to mention, the Northern Desolate Divine Manor's Grand Formation, the 9 Great Totems Commanders, and Wu Zhen, Chao Yun, and the others. If Lord and the 3 of them make a move, they will be in danger. It's a pity that we can't help much. Just as Sword Ancestor Zhou Can's words fell, the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's Sect Chief Fan Xing walked into the ancestral land, trembling with excitement. Su Ting and Zhou Can were baffled by his actions. Moments later, both Su Ting and Zhou Can were dumbstruck, their faces filled with shock. You're saying that Master's subordinate, Che Peng, is an 11 totem? Su Ting couldn't believe it, and Master is also suspected to be an 11 totem? Fan Xing would definitely nod his head like a chick pecking at rice. Su Ting and Zhou Can stood there in a daze, unable to react for a long time. Soon, the news about the Northern Wilderness Divine Mansion spread like wildfire. The entire Northern Wilderness starfield was shaken to the core. All the forces were in disbelief. Wu Zhen is dead, Chao Yun is dead, Peerless Sword Emperor is dead, Blue Blood Demon Venerable is dead. God of Destruction is dead. So is God of Copper. 6 of the top 10 on the Northern Wilderness Divine ranking have fallen. Liu Yiping and the other 2 returned to the Azure Thunder sect. After returning to the Azure Thunder sect, Liu Yiping sat cross-legged under the creation tree and continued to comprehend the great Daos in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th good fortune jade discs. Initially, Wan Hui said that Hao Lianbi had a good fortune jade disc on him, but Liu Yiping sensed that the good fortune jade disc on Hao Lianbi was not the same. The good fortune jade disc on Hao Lianbi was only similar. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Over the past month, the disciples of the Firmament Thunder Divine sect had discovered that all the sects were respectful and reverent when they saw the disciples of the Firmament Thunder Divine sect. Even the second-ranked Nine Fox clan had taken the initiative to avoid them when they saw the disciples of the Firmament Thunder Divine sect. These days, the entire Stellar Moon Peak's disciples walked with light footsteps, as if they were afraid of disturbing someone. 1 month later, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stopped cultivating and walked out of the palace. When they passed by Tang Bin's palace, they saw Tang Bin tossing pebbles in boredom. Liu Yiping and Zhou Can walked in. Big brother Liu, big brother Xiao Jin. Seeing Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, Tang Bin's childish face lit up with joy. Liu Yiping rubbed Tang Bin's head and laughed, "Why are you so depressed?" Tang Bin pouted, "Father and mother have forbidden me from looking for big brother Liu to play with you guys, so there's no one to play with me. I'm bored to death." "Where's your sister?" Liu Yiping asked. "My sister is cultivating almost every day, and she's been cultivating like her life depended on it." Tang Bin shook his head, "She doesn't have time to play with me." "Have you finished drinking the Star Chaos water?" Taurus Longjiao asked. "Not yet." Tang Bin shook his head, "I only eat 1 drop a day." Just as Liu Yiping and Zhou Can were chatting with Tang Bin, Su Ting came to the door. Su Ting did not dare to enter, so he stood outside the door and said respectfully, "My lord, President Ruanzhen is here." Oh. Liu Yiping's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Ruanzhen had found another Buzhou mountain stone or Jianshu tree block? Now, his Jianshu tree had grown to more than 2,200 meters, just a little more and it would grow to 2,400 meters. At that time, the 4th stage of the immortal skyward skill would be revealed. "Let him in," Liu Yiping said. Su Ting acknowledged respectfully and retreated. Soon, he brought Ruanzhen, the president of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, in. As the president of the Northern Wilderness Starfield's No. 1 Chamber of Commerce, Ruanzhen became very careful when he came to the yard. Especially when he was in front of Liu Yiping, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. He lowered his head slightly and said to Liu Yiping, "Lord Liu, we found some of the tree blocks that you asked us to look for." With that, he took out a spatial divine item and presented it to Liu Yiping with both hands. Liu Yiping opened the spatial divine item and saw a huge pile of Jianshu tree blocks inside. There were probably more than 1,000 of them. Liu Yiping's eyes lit up. He looked at Ruanzhen and smiled. "Indeed, these are the tree blocks that I'm looking for. It must have been hard on you to find so many tree blocks in a month." Ruanzhen was flattered and waved his hand. "Lord Liu, you flatter us. This is what our Chamber of Commerce should do." After the news of the battle at the Northern Wilderness Divine Mansion spread, Ruanzhen had mobilized all the forces that the Chamber of Commerce could mobilize to look for stones, tree blocks, and jade plates for Liu Yiping. These tree blocks are 2,000 cubic meters. Here are 20,000 drops of Star Chaos water. Liu Yiping took out 20,000 drops of Star Chaos water. Ruanzhen waved his hand anxiously. "This is what our Chamber of Commerce should do. We cannot accept Lord Liu's Star Chaos water." Liu Yiping shook his head and said, "Take it." Hearing that, Ruanzhen did not dare to disobey and accepted the Star Chaos water. "Where did you find these tree blocks?" Liu Yiping asked. Ruanzhen quickly said, "Lord Liu, we found these tree blocks in the Nether Sea." He hesitated and said, "There should be more in the depths of the Nether Sea. However, we are close to the cultivation ground of that person. That's why our elites did not dare to go any deeper." "You're talking about the god of the underworld, Invincible," Taurus Longjiao said. Hearing Taurus Longjiao mention Invincible, Ruanzhen's face changed. He nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Lu." No matter who it was, no one in the northern wilderness starfield would dare to call him by his name. They would only say that he existed. Although Hao Lianbi was number 1 on the Northern Wilderness Divine Leaderboard, there was one more person above him. That was the god of the underworld, Ing Fei. He was an old monster that had existed for 300,000 years. Other than Lu Yiping and the other 3, he was the only one with 11 totems in the Northern Wilderness starfield. "Oh, the depths of the Nether Sea?" Lu Yiping asked. "First update at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. QQ Reading has more than 700 recommendation votes per day. Qidian is the main website, so there are only 200 recommendation votes per day. Sigh, brothers of Qidian, please give me a free recommendation vote after reading this." "Yes, in the depths of the Netherworld Sea." Wanjin said, "The experts of our Chamber of Commerce said that there should be more in the vicinity of that existence's place of cultivation. Moreover, there should be quite a few of them. Do you have time these days?" Lu Yiping said, "Bring us to the place where we found the tree pieces." Then, he added, "Of course, I will not treat you unfairly." He took out 2 buckets of star chaos water. Wanjin's expression changed as she stared at the 2 buckets of star chaos water. Finally, she nodded. Wanjin will obey Lord Lu's orders. After agreeing on a time, Wanjin left to prepare for the Chamber of Commerce. Lu Yiping stayed in Tang Bin's courtyard for a while before returning to his palace with Taurus Longjiao. Inside the palace, Che Peng was sitting cross-legged under a divine tree, cultivating. Light surged from his body, and 11 totems hung above his head, emitting golden light. Beside the 11 totems, a totem was faintly discernible. This was the sign of condensing the 12th totem. Che Zipping had been trapped in the demon-suppressing pagoda for years, constantly comprehending the god world's laws. He had long reached the peak of the late-stage 11 totems, but was unable to break through to the 12th totem. These days, following Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, Longjiao's occasional guidance, and with Lu Yiping's elixirs, Che Peng was finally about to condense the 12th totem. The divine tree that Che Peng was sitting on, although not comparable to the creation tree, had an extraordinary origin. It was also one of the natural spiritual roots, called the 5-element spirit fruit tree. Lu Yiping found it in a dangerous place in ancient times. Che Peng's talent is not bad. Taurus Longjiao said, "It seems that he will be able to condense the 12th totem in 10 days at most." Lu Yiping nodded. Therefore, he and Horizon President Wanjin agreed to meet 10 days later. Lu Yiping took out all the tree pieces that Wanjin had just sent over and used the creation tree to fuse them. After a short while, the tree of creation finally grew to over 2,400 meters tall after fusing with these tree pieces. The chi of chaos was much denser, and the patterns of Tao on the tree trunk increased by quite a bit. The leaves of the tree of creation also became more luxuriant. The heaven-splitting rune shone with a mesmerizing light in the leaves of the builder tree. Lu Yiping sat cross-legged under the tree of accomplishment and began to comprehend the 4th level of the immortal skywood technique. As for Taurus Longjiao, he cultivated his own legacy technique. He had the bloodline of the dragon ancestor and the lightning ancestor. He had the inherited cultivation methods of the 2 clans. Although the inherited cultivation methods of the 2 clans were not as powerful as the immortal skyward art, they were still extremely powerful. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, there was a sudden burst of energy fluctuations in the air. Lu Yiping opened his eyes and found Che Peng sitting cross-legged under the 5-element spirit fruit tree. His aura fluctuated between strong and weak, and the 12th totem was flickering in and out of existence. Clearly, he had reached the critical moment of condensing the 12th totem. Seeing this, Lu Yiping tapped his finger, and a ray of light flew out and entered Che Peng's body. In an instant, Che Peng's unstable aura rose rapidly. Strands of divine world law appeared, and the 12th totem became clearer and clearer. In the end, the 12th totem was fully formed, emitting a blinding light. An aura that was much stronger than before swept out from Che Peng's body. At this moment, Che Peng's 12th totem was successfully condensed. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao walked out from under the tree of accomplishment. After stabilizing the ancient god force in his body, Che Peng walked towards Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, bowing respectfully. "Many thanks, lords. the 12th totem was harder to condense than the 11th totem. If it weren't for Lu Yiping's help, Che Peng wouldn't have been able to condense the 12th totem. If he had failed, he would have been seriously injured at best, or suffered a backlash from the totem's power, going berserk, and even his soul would be damaged. Lu Yiping had Che Peng stand up. Not bad, you've condensed the 12th totem. Taurus Longjiao grinned, you're almost on par with that kid Suqing from back then. Back then, when the master of myriad gods Suqing was in the ancient god realm, he had only condensed 13 totems. In the ancient god realm, anyone who could condense 12 totems was a monster among monsters. In a star field, there might not even be one in 300,000 years. Che Peng smiled, this junior is far from being comparable to Lord Master of myriad gods. Lu Yiping said, when Suqing was in the ancient god realm, he was able to condense 13 totems because he obtained a rare treasure. In the future, if you have the opportunity to obtain a rare treasure, you may be able to condense 13 totems. However, on the path of cultivation, if you don't advance, you will fall behind. Therefore, you must not be complacent. Che Peng respectfully acknowledged. After that, Lu Yiping gave a divine pill to Che Peng, telling him to swallow it and stabilize his 12th totem realm. With Lu Yiping's divine pill, Che Peng completely stabilized his 12th totem realm within a day. Only then did Lu Yiping's group of 3 leave the Azure Thunder Divine Sect, heading to the Nethersea with Horizon President Ruanzhen and the rest. After leaving this time, he didn't know when he would return to the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. Therefore, before leaving, Lu Yiping gave Tang Bin 2 buckets of Star Chaos water and imparted a cultivation technique to Tang Bin. At the same time, he strengthened the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's Grand Protective Array. Tang Bin watched as Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left, his eyes brimming with tears as he shouted, Big Brother Lu, Big Brother Xiao Jin, remember to come back and play with me in the future. Lu Yiping smiled and nodded. Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, work hard in your cultivation, we will meet again in the future. Tang Bin watched as Lu Yiping and Lu Yiping left and suddenly said, Big Brother Xiao Jin, the next time you come back, bring me out to train. Taurus Longjiao turned around and smiled, sure, but you have to break through to the 11 totem ancient god realm first. Tang Bin was stunned and nodded heavily. Under the respectful escort of Azure Thunder God Zhongzhong, Lu Yiping's group of 3 finally disappeared into the horizon. After that, Lu Yiping's group of 3 met up with the Horizon Commerce Chamber of Commerce and headed to the Nethersea. Other than Ruanzhen, the Horizon Commerce Chamber of Commerce also had Old Jiang and the 4 experts who were looking for the creation tree block in the Nethersea. When Lu Yiping's group of 9 were heading to the Nethersea, there was news from the Chaos Dimension that the Ghost Prison Overlord's cave abode had appeared in the Nethersea. The Ghost Prison Overlord was one of the few experts in the Northern Wilderness Starfield during the Middle Ages. When the news of his cave abode appeared in the world, it caused an uproar and countless experts rushed to the Nethersea. Even the Northern Wilderness Divine Prefecture's Hao Lianbi led his experts to the Nethersea. Not only Hao Lianbi, even the experts from the surrounding starfields rushed over. The closer they got to the Nethersea, the more experts they met. However, Lu Yiping did not care about it. He did not care about the appearance of the Ghost Prison Overlord's cave abode as long as they did not hinder him from looking for the creation tree block. However, there was another piece of news. The god of the underworld has said that from today onwards, no one is allowed to step into the Nethersea. Those who step into the Nethersea will die. Once the news was out, there was an uproar. Obviously, the god of the underworld wanted to monopolize the Ghost Prison Overlord's cave abode treasures. When Ruanzhen, Elder Jiang, and the rest heard Ing Feili's words, their faces fell. No one in the Northern Wilderness Starfield dared to ignore Ing Feili's words. To the elites of the Northern Wilderness Starfield, the words of an 11 totem ancient god were like a mortal facing the imperial edict of a dynasty. Therefore, when Ing Feili's words came out, many of the elites who came to the Nethersea stopped and thought of retreating. More than 100,000 years ago, there was once a super sect with 10 totem ancient gods that barged into the cultivation grounds of the god of underworld, Ing Feili. They destroyed the spirit herbs that the god of underworld used to refine pills. Ing Feili then descended upon that sect and slaughtered all the ancestors and 100,000 disciples. Even the ancient god with 10 totem ancient gods were crushed to death by Ing Feili. A few days later, Lu Yiping and the rest arrived at the Nethersea. Even though Ingfei had said that those who entered the Nether Sea would die, there were still many super sects who took the risk to come. Therefore, when Liu Yiping and the rest entered the Nether Sea, they could still see many elites from the super sections. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Che Ziping sighed as he looked at the elites from the super sects who took the risk to come. As Ruanzhen was the Tianji Chamber of Commerce's president, there were many who knew Ruanzhen. Many of them greeted Ruanzhen and Elder Jiang. Liu Yiping and the rest went deeper into the Nether Sea, heading towards Ingfei's cultivation grounds. The Nether Sea was pitch black, and the entire sea was filled with yin qi. It was eerie, and it was eerily quiet. It gave people the feeling that they had entered the Sea of Hell. The sky darkened. The yin qi in the Nether Sea intensified, and the sea and sky were covered in a layer of black fog. It was difficult to see what was in front of them. The wind made a whimpering sound that sounded like the cries of ghosts. Liu Yiping was not in a hurry, so he and Taurus Longjiao stopped at a deserted island to rest for the night. When they arrived at the deserted island, the 4 ancient god elites from the Tianji Chamber of Commerce quickly built a bonfire and went to the nearby sea to hunt sea beasts and spiritual fish. Liu Yiping and the others sat around the bonfire. After taking out the Myriad Ages wine from the purple gold gourd, Liu Yiping generously gave a jug to the members of the Horizon Chamber of Commerce. Ruanzhen and Elder Jiang took a sip and were both shocked. As the president of the Horizon Commerce Association, Ruanzhen had drunk all kinds of good wine, but after taking a sip of the Myriad Ages wine, she realized that what she had drunk before was wax. After learning that Liu Yiping had personally brewed the wine using rare ingredients and nourished it with the purple gold chaos water, Ruanzhen and Elder Jiang couldn't bear to drink it. Soon, the aroma of meat filled the air. Che Ziping personally cut off 2 pieces with a knife and respectfully handed them to Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Ruanzhen and Elder Jiang were inwardly shocked when they saw how respectful Che Peng was to Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Who was Che Peng? That was a peerless expert with 11 totem patterns. In the Battle of the Northern Barren Divine Matter, he had sent Wu Jin, Chao Yun, God Destroyer, Copper God, Peerless Sword Monarch, and 100 other commanders with 9 totem patterns flying away with a single punch. Yet, such a peerless expert was acting like a slave in front of Liu Yiping and the Dragon Horn Golden Bull. Not only was he respectful to Liu Yiping like a servant, but he was also respectful to Lan Jiajin like a servant. Just as Liu Yiping and the rest were sitting around the bonfire, a large group of experts flew over from the distant sky. There were a lot of them, about 70 to 80 people. These people were all ancient god realm elites, and they weren't ordinary ancient gods. Each of them had at least 5 totem ancient gods. Ruanzhen and Elder Jiang frowned when they saw who it was. These people were the experts from the Northern Wilderness Starfield's Boundless Chamber of Commerce. Leading them was the president of the Boundless Chamber of Commerce, Chen Fij. The Boundless Chamber of Commerce was the second largest chamber of commerce in the Northern Wilderness Starfield, second only to the Horizon Chamber of Commerce. The 2 chambers of commerce competed with each other, so their relationship wasn't good. Walking side by side with Chen Fij was an old man in a crimson battle robe. This old man was Feng Baiyu, ranked 12th on the Northern Wilderness Divine ranking list, ahead of Elder Jiang. This Feng Baiyu was recruited by Chen Fij at a high price. When Chen Fij, Feng Baiyu, and the rest arrived, they saw Ruanzhen, Elder Jiang, and the rest from afar. They were surprised and stopped for a moment. After confirming that there were only a few people with Ruanzhen and Elder Jiang, they sneered and flew over with the Boundless Chamber of Commerce's experts. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fij, Feng Baiyu, and the rest arrived above the barren island and landed. Chen Fij walked towards Ruanzhen, laughing heartily. I was wondering who it was, so it's President Ruanzhen. How have you been, President Ruanzhen? You've always lived in seclusion. Are you also here for the Ghost Prison Archdevil's Cave Dwellings treasures? He was smiling brightly. Ruanzhen looked at the smiling Chen Fij and said, President Chen, haven't you always lived in seclusion? Aren't you also here for the Ghost Prison Archdevil's Cave Dwellings treasures? Chen Fij laughed. That's right, the Ghost Prison Archdevil's Cave Dwellings treasures have appeared, who wouldn't be tempted? Light flickered in his eyes. The relationship between the Horizon Commerce Hall and the Boundless Chamber of Commerce was bad. He had been looking for a chance to kill Ruanzhen, but Ruanzhen rarely left the Horizon Commerce Hall, so he never had a chance. Now, there were only a few people with Ruanzhen. It was the best chance to kill Ruanzhen. Although Ruanzhen had Elder Jiang by his side, Feng Baiyu could completely suppress Elder Jiang. Just as Chen Fiji was filled with killing intent, an expert from the Boundless Chamber of Commerce suddenly stepped forward and said to Chen Fiji with a trembling voice, "Lord President, that person seems to be Lord Liu." Lord Liu? Chen Fiji and Feng Baiyu did not react in time. When they realized who the Lord Liu was, Chen Fiji, Feng Baiyu, and the rest shuddered, looking at the blue-robed young man sitting beside Ruanzhen. Lord Liu, Liu Yiping, then, the scholarly middle-aged man who was cutting the meat and respectfully handing it to Liu Yiping was the 11 totem Che Peng. Chen Fiji bowed and said with difficulty, "May I ask, are you Lord Liu?" Under the light of the bonfire, Liu Yiping's face shone brighter. "I am Liu Yiping, is there something you need?" Liu Yiping said calmly. Chen Fiji's legs trembled, feeling a chill run down his spine. He quickly lowered his head and cupped his fists. Boundless Chamber of Commerce's Chen Fiji greets Lord Liu. "We didn't know Lord Liu was here and disturbed Lord Liu just now, please forgive us." Feng Baiyu and the Boundless Chamber of Commerce's experts also bowed respectfully in fear. Liu Yiping glanced at Chen Fiji. This glance made Chen Fiji feel like his soul was about to leave his body. "Is there anything else?" Liu Yiping asked. Chen Fiji was startled, then shook his head in panic, saying it was nothing. He and the Boundless Chamber of Commerce's people bowed respectfully and left as if they were escaping. Liu Yiping and the rest continued to drink and barbecue. Chen Fiji's group only stopped after they were quite a distance away. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. "I didn't expect Lord Liu to come too." Feng Baiyu's complexion recovered a little, but his heart was still beating wildly. Chen Fiji's eyes flickered, this might not be a bad thing. After a pause, he said, "When Liu Yiping and Ing Fei Li fight for the treasures in Ghost Prison Demon Venerable's abode, both sides will be injured, it will be our chance." Chen Fiji continued, "Ing Fei Li already had 11 totems more than 100,000 years ago. Liu Yiping and Che Peng are no match for Ing Fei Li in a one-on-one fight. But if Liu Yiping and Che Peng work together, they might be able to stop Ing Fei Li. I heard that the people from Flying Rainbow Divine Estate are here too." Feng Baiyu said. The Flying Rainbow Starfield was right next to the Northern Wilderness Starfield. However, the Flying Rainbow Celestial Mansion was much more powerful than the Northern Wilderness Celestial Mansion. The Flying Rainbow Celestial Mansion alone had 5 of the 10 great totems ancient gods. Flying Rainbow Divine Estate Master had an ancient treasure that allowed him to escape from the attack of an 11 totems ancient god. Chen Fiji pondered and said, "We'll act according to the situation. I found out that Ghost Prison Overlord's cave abode is near Ing Fei Li's current cultivation ground. Ing Fei Li seems to have predicted that Ghost Prison Overlord's cave abode will appear, so he chose to cultivate in the depths of the Netherworld Sea." Then, he led the Boundless Chamber of Commerce's experts and left, disappearing into the thick black fog. The night passed. The black fog above the sea gradually dispersed. The Netherworld Sea began to brighten. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao continued their journey. Half a day later, Ruanzhen pointed at an island in front and said, "Sir, our experts found the tree block on that island." Liu Yiping and the rest increased their speed, and soon, they arrived above the island. This island was extremely large, like a continent. The ancient trees on it were so tall that they reached the sky, and there were mountain peaks. At a glance, it was lush and green. Due to the influence of the Netherworld seizing Qi, most of the islands in the Netherworld Sea were deserted. However, the island in front of them was full of vitality, as if it was spring all year round. Once they arrived above the island, the creation tree's light vibrated. Obviously, there were many creation tree blocks on this island. Now, the creation tree had grown to more than 2,400 meters tall, and its sensing range had expanded to more than 200 miles. As long as there were creation tree blocks within 200 miles, it could sense them. Liu Yiping was delighted when he sensed the vibrations of the tree. Judging from the vibrations of the tree, there must be a lot of tree chunks ahead. Liu Yiping took a step forward, arriving in front of the mountainous region. Pressing his palm down, the island below split open, revealing a terrifying gigantic rift valley. Ruanzhen, Old Jiang, and the others were shocked. The group looked over and saw that at the bottom of the rift valley were the Jianshu tree blocks. There were more than a dozen of them, and the bigger ones were 30 to 40 meters tall, as big as a small mountain. Liu Yiping flicked his finger, and the dozen or so tree building blocks flew up. Liu Yiping stored them all into the tree building space, allowing the tree building blocks to fuse automatically. They continued to fly forward. Not long after, Liu Yiping found a few more Jianshu tree blocks at the bottom of a valley. Moreover, every piece of the building tree was more than 10 meters tall. Liu Yiping stored them all into the tree building space, allowing the tree building blocks to fuse with each other. Wanzhen, Old Jiang, and the others watched as Liu Yiping found the Jianshu tree building blocks like he was performing a magic trick. Could it be that Liu Yiping could sense if there were any Jianshu tree building blocks nearby? An hour later, Liu Yiping found more than a dozen Jianshu tree building blocks. The number of Jianshu tree building blocks on this island far exceeded Liu Yiping's imagination. As the Jianshu tree continued to fuse with these Jianshu tree building blocks, it continued to grow. In a little over an hour, it had grown to more than 3,100 meters tall. Half a day later, Liu Yiping finished touring the entire island, and the Jianshu tree had grown to more than 4,500 meters. However, the Jianshu tree needed to grow to 4,800 meters before the fifth stage of the Immortal Skywood technique would appear. Thus, it was still 300 meters away. Wanzhen, Old Jiang, and the others were sweating profusely as they looked at the numerous cracks on the island. It wasn't hard to imagine that this mainland-sized island would crumble completely in no time. Invincible's place of cultivation is just up ahead, isn't it? Liu Yiping finished his tour of the island and looked at the sea ahead. Wanzhen swallowed hard and said, "Yes, a few thousand miles ahead is Lord Nether God's cultivation ground." Then, he added, "Since that incident hundreds of thousands of years ago, the area around Lord Nether God's cultivation ground has become a forbidden area. No one dares to come close." Suddenly, the surrounding sea shook violently. Rays of light shot out from the bottom of the Nether Sea, and waves of powerful array energy rippled out. Following that, the sea churned violently, creating waves as if something huge was about to break out from the bottom of the sea. Wanzhen and Old Jiang were shocked. Then, Wanzhen and the others saw countless black dots flying towards them from the distant horizon. "It's the Northern Wilderness Divine Palace." The newcomers were the Northern Wilderness Divine Palace's experts, and the one leading them was none other than the Northern Wilderness Divine Palace Lord, Hao Lianbi. Behind Hao Lianbi were 4 experts in grayish-black divine armor and 10,000 soldiers. These 10,000 soldiers were all wearing black dragon armor. "It's the Black Dragon Army." Wanzhen, Old Jiang, and the rest recognized the 10,000 soldiers in black dragon armor. The Black Dragon Army was the strongest army in the Northern Wilderness Divine Prefecture. Although there were only 10,000 of them, the 10,000 Black Dragon Army was enough to wipe out all the super sects in the Northern Wilderness Starfield. However, Wanzhen and Old Jiang did not recognize the 4 experts in grayish-black divine armor behind Hao Lianbi. Following that, several groups of black dots flew towards them from behind the Northern Wilderness Divine Palace. One of them was Chen Fij and the others from the Boundless Chamber of Commerce. However, Wanzhen and Elder Jiang both turned to look at a group of experts wearing colorful battle armor. Flying Rainbow Divine Palace. The one leading them was the Flying Rainbow Divine Palace's Lord, Chu Feihong. Behind Chu Feihong was a group of experts from the Flying Rainbow Divine Palace. Other than the Northern Wilderness Divine Palace, the Boundless Chamber of Commerce, the Flying Rainbow Divine Palace, the Nine Fox Tribe, the Carefree Divine Sect, and other super sections. There were about 40 to 50 super sects that had arrived. However, no one dared to enter Invincible's cultivation grounds. All of them stopped in the air above the surrounding sea. As everyone arrived, a part of the sea near the underworld god Invincible's place of cultivation exploded, and an enormous and magnificent palace slowly flew out. The Ghost Prison Overlord's cultivation grounds. However, this golden palace did not have a trace of ghost chi or demonic chi. Instead, it exuded a peaceful divine energy. Seeing the appearance of the Ghost Prison Overlord's cultivation grounds, everyone's eyes were burning with desire. Just as someone was about to step forward, a figure suddenly shot up from the distant island and appeared above the palace in the blink of an eye. This figure was wearing a white robe. He had silver hair and fair skin. He was a young man with a black seal between his brows. Seeing this figure, many experts who were about to step forward retreated in fear. Lord Nether God. Nether God Ingfeli laughed when he saw the palace. It is indeed the ghost prison overlord's cultivation grounds. My years of waiting were not in vain. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and a giant claw pierced through the air. In an instant, hundreds of carefree divine sex experts were sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. The carefree divine sect was ranked 5th in the chaos plane, ranked higher than the Blue Thunder divine sect. However, the hundreds of carefree divine sex experts, including the ancestors and patriarchs, did not manage to escape. Ingfeli did not even use his totem, it was just a casual attack. Everyone's expression changed. After killing hundreds of carefree divine sex experts, Ingfeli swept his gaze over the surrounding experts and sneered, I said, those who enter the netherworld sea will die. It seems like none of you took my words to heart. In that case, all of you can go to hell. Divine flames burst out from Huang Xiaolong's body, and with a wave of his hand, the giant claws flew out again. This time, there were several hundred of them, and they flew towards the northern wasteland divine manor, soaring rainbow divine manor, Nine Fox tribe, and even Lu Yiping, Dragonhorn Golden Bull, and the others. Hao Lianbi, Chu Feihong, Hu Fei, Chen Fij, and the others were terrified when they saw the nether gods' several hundred giant claws coming at them. Retreat! Hao Lianbi, Chu Feihong, Hu Fei, Chen Fij, and the rest roared in panic. At the same time, they activated their totems and retreated with all their might. As Hao Lianbi, Chu Feihong, Hu Fei, and Chen Fij activated their totems, the totems flew out one after another, emitting dazzling light that lit up the entire nether sea. Northern Desolation Divine Fist. Hao Lianbi punched out with both fists. Flying Rainbow. Chu Feihong's twin blades slashed out. Light of the Nine Foxes. Boundless Emptiness. Hu Fei, Chen Fij, and the rest launched their strongest attack in history. The 4 experts in grayish-black divine armor behind Hao Lianbi activated their totems. They were the ancient gods of the 10 great totems. The 4 of them attacked at the same time. When the army of 10,000 black dragons attacked together, the sky was filled with black dragons. The Flying Rainbow Celestial Manor's experts behind Chu Feihong also attacked. Streaks of rainbow streaked across the sky, crossing the nether sea. The Nine Foxes race, Boundless Chamber of Commerce, and other super forces experts attacked with enough power to tear a hole through a continent, meeting the nether god Ingfeli's 400 claws head-on. Sky-shaking explosions reverberated in the air. The netherworld sea surged with thousands of towering waves. Lu Yiping and the rest watched the nether god's claws coming at them, but they did not move. Indifferent to Lu Yiping's group, Ingfeli smiled indifferently at the sight of the nether god's claws coming at them. Seeing the nether god's claws coming at Lu Yiping's group, Wan Zhen and Elder Jiang were about to retreat in fear when the nether god's claws stopped right in front of Lu Yiping. Without any warning, at this time, blood rained down from the sky. The Flying Fox race, Boundless Chamber of Commerce, and other super forces experts were sent flying by the nether god's claws. Those below the 9 great totems exploded in the blink of an eye, the 9 great totems' divine armors shattered, and they were vomiting blood. Hao Lianbi, Nie Feihong, Hu Fei, Hu Tao, and the rest of the 10 great totems also had blood flowing out of their mouths. Tens of thousands of experts were still unable to block Ingfeli's powerful attack. Hao Lianbi, Chu Feihong, Hu Fei, Hu Tao, Chen Fij, and the others stared at Ingfeli in fear. Just as Hao Lianbi, Qian Feihong, and the others were sent flying by the nether god's giant claw, Lu Yiping raised his hand and pointed forward. Without any energy fluctuations, the nether god's giant claw in front of him shattered and dissipated. Hao Lianbi, Chu Feihong, and the others, who had been watching Ingfeli in fear, were dumbfounded by this scene. The nether god's giant claw, which had blasted them so hard that they couldn't even remember who their parents were, was broken by Lu Yiping just like that. Just like that, no one dared to believe it. This included Wan Zhen and Elder Jiang, who were standing behind Lu Yiping. Even if Lu Yiping had 11 totems, it was impossible for him to shatter the nether god's giant claw so easily. That was the nether god's giant claw, Ingfeli's ultimate skill to intimidate the northern wilderness starfield. It was not some random skill. Ingfeli also saw Lu Yiping shatter his nether god's giant claw, and he too was shocked. He looked at Lu Yiping in shock and disbelief. Who are you? Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping said calmly. Lu Yiping? Ying Feili was confused. He had been living in seclusion in the depths of the Nether Sea, so he had not heard anything about Lu Yiping. He stared at Lu Yiping. Although that Nether God's giant claw was just one of the hundreds he had sent out, the fact that this blue-robed young man could shatter his Nether God's giant claw meant that he was an ancient god with 11 totems. Since when did the Northern Wilderness Starfield have an ancient god with 11 totems? Did he just break through? However, after knowing that Lu Yiping was an ancient god with 11 totems, he did not take it to heart. There were strong and weak ancient gods with 10 totems, and there were weak and strong ancient gods with 11 totems as well. He was now at the peak of the late stage of 11 totems, so he was no ordinary ancient god with 11 totems. Moreover, each of his totems was as long as 110 miles. His combat power was far stronger than those ancient gods with 11 totems that were tens of miles long. Ying Feili looked at Lu Yiping and said, I didn't expect another ancient god with 11 totems to appear in the Northern Wilderness Starfield. I can let you go. He then looked at Taurus Longjiao, Che Chipeng, and the rest who were standing behind Lu Yiping. But your subordinates cannot leave. They must all die. Ying Feili's cold voice rang through the Nether Sea. Taurus Longjiao snorted and looked at Ying Feili. I say, where did this idiot come from? Hao Lianbi, Che Feihong, Chen Fij, Wan Zhen, and the rest were stunned. Idiot? Was Ying Feili the god of the underworld an idiot? Ying Feili was shocked as well. He had never thought that someone would call him an idiot. He looked at Taurus Longjiao, his killing intent unprecedented. He laughed in anger. Did you just call me an idiot? Taurus Longjiao laughed. What? You're not happy with the term idiot? Underworld god Ying Feili's eyes glinted with a cold light as he slammed his claw towards Long Jiao's golden claw. Even if your master is an 11th totem beast, you will die today. Do you think your master can protect you? A terrifying giant claw of the god of the underworld flew out. This Nether God's giant claw was much larger than any of the previous Nether God's giant claw. It was several hundred times larger than the Nether God's giant claw that was aimed at Lu Yiping, and its power was also a few hundred times bigger than the one that attacked Lu Yiping. Although Ying Feili did not use his 11 totems, this attack was more than enough to send an ordinary 11 totems flying. The super god of the underworld claw was like a black sun, reaching Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao in the blink of an eye. This attack was the strongest power he could muster without using the 11 totems. Die! Ying Feili bellowed. Looking at the Nether god Ying Feili's claw that was even bigger than the previous one, Wan Zhen and Elder Jiang paled. Just when everyone thought Lu Yiping was going to make a move, a palm reached out and pressed down. A giant palm imprint met the Nether god Ying Feili's claw that was several hundred times bigger. Boom! The giant palm imprint collided with the god of the underworld claw. The god of the underworld claw shattered into pieces. The giant palm imprint pierced through the shattered god of the underworld claw, heading straight for Ying Feili. Ying Feili was stunned, but he quickly countered with a palm imprint that collided with the giant palm imprint. Even so, Ying Feili was still sent tumbling several hundred miles away. When he finally came to a stop, Ying Feili felt the blood in his chest rising. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, dyeing a small part of the Nether Sea red. What? Hao Lianbi, Chu Feihong, Chen Fij, and the others exclaimed in shock. Everyone turned to look at the scholarly Che Peng standing behind Lu Yiping with shock written all over their faces. It was Che Peng who attacked just now. Ying Feili stared at Che Peng with disbelief, then he touched the blood on the corner of his mouth. Did he just vomit blood? Note, gods do not update when they are not feeling well. Who are you? Ying Feili glared at Che Peng. Another King 11 totem, and this scholarly middle-aged man seemed to be even more powerful than the young man in blue. Since when did Northern Wilderness Starfield have 2 more 11 totem beasts? Che Peng. Che Zipping answered. Ying Feili's eyes flashed with black light as he shot into the air. I didn't expect Northern Wilderness Starfield to have 2 more 11 totem beasts. Very well, I haven't used my full strength for many years. All of you, come at me together. With that, his aura surged. He no longer suppressed his energy and released it all. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook. gusts of terrifying hurricanes formed around his body. Black icicles shot up into the sky, piercing through the firmament. The 90-meter-thick heavenly world law shone brightly. As the heavenly world law wrapped around him, giant totem beasts shot up into the sky. Each totem was 110 miles long. When all 11 totems flew out, the sky above the netherworld sea changed color. Waves rose and fell and the islands in the distance swayed. Hao Lianbi, Chu Feihong, Hu Fei, Chen Fij, and the rest fled as far as they could when they saw Ing Fei Li using the power of the 11 totem beasts. Ing Fei Li had not even used his totems earlier and his power was already so terrifying. Now that he had used all his totems, one could only imagine how terrifying his power would be. As the power of Ing Fei Li's 11 totems swept across the sea, one after another, the sea was stirred up. Yin Yang double kill fist. Ing Fei Li pushed the power of the 11 totem beasts to the maximum and punched both his fists at Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Che Che Peng. One Yin and one Yang fist print blasted open the void at an unbelievable speed towards Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Che Che Peng. Wherever the fist print passed, the water in the netherworld sea was plowed away. One could even see the bottom of the netherworld sea. The fist wave surged, covering the sky and the sun. It was unknown how many miles in diameter it was. Ruan Zhen and Old Jiang felt as tiny as ants in the face of this sky-covering fist wave. No, they couldn't even be compared to ants. In front of this heaven-shaking power, they felt as weak as dust. As Ing Fei Li made his move, Che Chipping stopped hiding his aura. He called upon all the power he could muster. The 100-meter-thick God World's law swirled around him, and all of his totems flew out. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11. When the 11th Pung totem flew out, everyone thought that it was over. But suddenly, another incomparably resplendent totem flew out, as if plated with primal chaos gold. This totem was so dazzling to the eye, so bright that it radiated a vast amount of energy. It was as though all the energy in the world had gathered within it. Hao Lianbi, Chu Feihong, Ruan Zhen, Elder Jiang, and the others had never seen such a large, powerful, and resplendent totem before. In fact, this totem was as big as the previous 11 totems. Hao Lianbi, Chu Feihong, and the others turned pale with fright. 12 totems. The ancient gods of the 12 totems have reappeared in the world. Chen Fij of the Boundless Chamber of Commerce was so shocked that his heart almost exploded. In the Nether Sea, all the experts who came for the Ghost Prison Archdevil's cave dwelling were shocked beyond words. Even Ing Fei Li, who had 11 totems, was dumbfounded. Disbelief was written all over his face. Ever since the ancient times, there had never been an ancient god with 12 totems in the northern wilderness starfield. Now, the appearance of the 12 totems shook the entire northern wilderness. Che Chipping punched out. Just one punch, the sky was filled with starlight. Above the netherworld sea, which was originally dark, appeared a vast galaxy. Stars appeared above the netherworld sea. Heaven and earth transformation, this is the real heaven and earth transformation. Chu Feihong muttered to himself. When a person's strength reached a certain level, he could change the appearance of heaven and earth. The vast galaxy above the nether sea was not an illusion, but a real galaxy, a real star. An unimaginably large fist imprint covered in starry flames blasted away Ing Fei Li's Yin Yang double kill fist. Then, with an even more terrifying and unbelievable speed, it landed right in front of Ing Fei Li. Looking at the unimaginably large fist imprint covered in starry flames, and feeling the terrifying power within it, Ing Fei Li felt for the first time what it meant to be an ant. In his fear, he opened up all the divine armor on his body, and one divine shield after another flew out, trying to block Che Chipping's fist imprint. But it was useless. These divine shields that he had obtained from the Middle Ages were like dust in front of Che Chipping's fist imprint. He did not have time to think, and ran for his life. He had never been so fast before. But just as he turned around, Che Chipping's fist imprint drowned him. First, it hit his buttocks, because that was the most prominent part of his body. Then, it hit his entire body. Ing Fei Li did not even have time to scream before he was completely swallowed by the fist imprint. The fist imprint continued to move forward. The galaxy above the nether sea continued to move forward until it reached the end. The water in the nether sea was swept away by the fist imprint. The ground was white, and many fishes were still swimming underground. After swimming for a while, they realized that the water was gone. The fist imprint finally stopped at the end of the Nether Sea. Hao Lianbi, Chu Feihong, and the rest tried their best to see if there were any pieces of Ying Feili's body at the end of the sea. But there were no pieces, not even a strand of hair. Everyone's mouths were dry. Everyone knew that Ying Feili did not escape, but that there was nothing left of him. An ancient god with 11 totems had died an unnatural death, ending his life as the ruler of the Nether Sea. The god of the underworld, Ying Feili, who dominated the Northern Wilderness starfield, surpassed the Northern Wilderness divine role, and was above all the gods, was dead. Chen Fiji, who had thought that Liu Yiping, Che Ziping, and Ying Feili would fight to the death while looking for a chance to snatch the ghost prison Archdevil's cave abode, felt his soul freezing. Everyone was shocked, and they looked at Che Chipping in fear. Taurus Longjiao said, "Your fist was still too weak, and you did not control it well." Still too weak, not good at controlling it well. Everyone looked at Taurus Longjiao, and they almost choked on the water of the Nether Sea. A fist that killed an ancient god with 11 totems was weak. Ying Feili did not even have the chance to escape, and he did not control it well. Che Chipping quickly said respectfully, "Yes, Lord Xiaojin is right. Zipping will cultivate hard and increase my strength." Everyone was speechless. Hao Lianbi, however, recalled the scene in the Northern Wilderness Divine Mansion, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Earlier, he was still thinking about whether he should use the Northern Wilderness Divine Mansion's resources to fight Liu Yiping and Che Chipping. Now, he was glad that he did not act rashly. Indeed, impulse was the devil. At this time, Taurus Longjiao looked at Hao Lianbi. While Hao Lianbi was panicking, Taurus Longjiao said, "Principal Hao Lianbi, what a coincidence. Are you also here to look for a tree block?" Looking for a tree block, Hao Lianbi immediately remembered that Liu Yiping had asked Ruanzhen to look for a tree block. He smiled and said, "No, Lord Xiaojin, we are here to enjoy the scenery." Flying Rainbow Mansion Master Chu Feihong also hurriedly said, "We are also here to enjoy the scenery. We are all here to enjoy the scenery." The other experts also expressed that they were here to enjoy the scenery. Taurus Longjiao looked at the Netherworld Sea that had been plowed and said, "The Netherworld Sea's scenery is indeed not bad." Liu Yiping took a step and arrived in front of the ghost prison demon Venerable's abode that had already risen into the sky. He then pushed open the abode's door and walked in. Taurus Longjiao, Che Peng, Ruanzhen, and Elder Jiang ignored Hao Lianbi and the others and flew into the abode. Hao Lianbi's expression was gloomy and he finally said, "Let's go." Then, he brought everyone and flew away. Now, no matter what, he did not dare to follow Liu Yiping and the others into the ghost prison demon Venerable's abode to enjoy the scenery. Seeing this, Che Feihong also reluctantly brought the Flying Rainbow Mansion's experts and flew away. Everyone left one after another, leaving no one behind. The ghost prison demon Venerable's abode was very big and the space inside was like a different world. There were mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, and grass, but what shocked everyone was that there was not a trace of ghost chi or demonic chi in the space. Logically speaking, the ghost prison demon Venerable cultivated an evil demonic art and his abode space should not be like this. Liu Yiping brought everyone to the main hall. The main hall was very big and the 4 stone pillars in the main hall were engraved with various demonic runes. In addition, there was a saber beside the throne in the main hall. The saber was not unsheathed, but even so, everyone could feel the extremely sharp saber chi. Liu Yiping used one hand and a suction force pulled the saber into his hand. The saber scabbard was completely black and emitted an ink-black luster. Not bad. Taurus Longjiao glanced at the saber and said, "Unfortunately, it has not reached the level of Xiantian." Although the saber was not bad, it was only an acquired cardinal treasure. Above supreme-grade divine artifacts were acquired spirit treasures. Acquired spirit treasures were divided into middle, high, and supreme grade. Above supreme grade acquired spirit treasures were acquired cardinal treasures. Liu Yiping threw the saber to Che Peng. "Thank you for the saber, Your Excellency." Che Zipping bowed and thanked him. Liu Yiping and the others passed through the front hall. What appeared in front of them was a huge mountain. The mountain was made of a rare type of divine stone. It was multicolored and surged with radiance. Liu Yiping didn't collect it either, allowing Horizon's guild leader, Ruanzhen, to collect it. The reason why he was able to find so many building tree blocks was because of the other party. This divine mountain made of all kinds of divine stones was priceless. When Ruanjun received it, she was extremely excited. Lu Yiping's group continued walking deeper into the cave. Along the way, they came across many spiritual herbs and divine trees. Lu Yiping and the rest collected them. Some were collected by Lu Yiping, some were collected by Che Peng, and some were collected by Ruanjun, Elder Jiang, and the rest. The Ghost Prison Overlord was one of the few elites in the northern wilderness starfield during the Middle Ages. There were many good things in his cave abode. Inside the cave, there were layers upon layers of restrictions, but they were nothing to Lu Yiping. In the end, Lu Yiping's group arrived at the deepest part of the cave abode. The deepest part of the cave abode was the Ghost Prison Overlord's secret chamber. Inside the secret chamber, there was a painting. In the painting, there was only a vast ocean. The Netherworld Sea. Che Ziping said. The ocean in the painting was drawn with the Netherworld Sea as the model. Old Man Nirvana. Taurus Longjiao looked at the name on the bottom right corner of the painting. Ruanjun and Elder Jiang were shocked. Old Man Nirvana. Old Man Nirvana was an elite from the same era as the Master of Myriad Gods. He was known as the painting deity. His paintings were priceless. The gold here wasn't ordinary gold, but primal chaos gold. In the past, there was an elite who offered 10,000 gene of primal chaos gold in exchange for an authentic painting of Old Man Nirvana, but was rejected by him. Taurus Longjiao said, I didn't expect to see an authentic painting of Old Man Nirvana here. Old Man Nirvana, Ruan Wushang and Elder Jiang were stunned. Lu Yiping looked at the painting in front of him silently. After looking at it for a long time, he put it away. Then, everyone returned the way they came and left the Ghost Prison Overlord's cave abode. Lu Yiping pointed casually and the Ghost Prison Overlord's cave abode disappeared into the void. Next, Lu Yiping's group arrived at underworld god Ing Feili's Cultivation Island. Sure enough, nearing Feili's cultivation grounds, Lu Yiping found many more Jianshu tree chunks. A day later, the Jianshu tree finally grew to more than 4,800 meters tall. The fifth level of the immortal heavenly wood art appeared. After confirming that there were no tree blocks in the surroundings, Lu Yiping stopped searching and got Che Ziping to move away the treasures in Ing Feili's cave abode. Finally, everyone left the Netherworld Sea. When Lu Yiping's group passed by some cities, they found that almost all the streets and alleys were discussing the matter of Che Ziping killing underworld god Ing Feili. Taurus Longjiao smiled at Che Ziping, Kid, your fame is greater than mine now. Che Ziping was embarrassed and said, with this junior strength, how could I dare to be mentioned in the same breath as Senior Xiao Jin? Ruanjun and Elder Jiang heard this and were curious. Was Taurus Longjiao really stronger than Che Ziping? My lord, the Horizon Chamber of Commerce's branch is just ahead. Why don't you follow me in and rest for a while? Ruanjun said. Lu Yiping thought about it and nodded. Then, everyone entered the Horizon Chamber of Commerce's branch. Ruanjun personally arranged a palace for Lu Yiping's group. Inside the palace, Lu Yiping sat cross-legged under the tree and comprehended the fifth level of the immortal heavenly wood art. Now, the tree had grown to over 4,800 meters. The chaos energy was much denser than before and between the leaves, there were specks of golden light. Now, the tree had grown to over 4,800 meters. Lu Yiping sat cross-legged under the tree like a small dot. After comprehending the fifth level of the immortal heavenly wood art, Lu Yiping took out the Mount Buzhou and watered the seven-colored gourd with the spring of life. After the first purple gourd matured, a second small gourd grew from the seven-colored gourd. The second small gourd was purplish-red in color, but it was only the size of a thumb and still needed a long time to mature. Several months passed in this manner. In these several months, Lu Yiping cultivated the immortal heavenly wood art, the longevity secret art, and the fortune jade disc inside the Horizon Chamber of Commerce's palace. Occasionally, he would take out the immemorial heavenly quartz steel to look at. On this day, while Lu Yiping was cultivating, the grand formation he had arranged in the desolate Dragon Burial Desert shook. Previously, he had destroyed the purple extreme demon race's branch in the desolate Dragon Burial Desert and set up a grand formation, waiting for the purple extreme demon race's experts to come. There had been no movement these days. Now, the grand formation finally reacted. Immediately, Liu Yiping tore the void and stepped into the sky above the desolate dragon burial desert. In the underground city of the purple extreme demon race's former branch, there were 10 more black-clothed people. What terrifying power! One of the black-clothed people said in a low voice, "Who on earth destroyed our purple extreme demon race's experts?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a blue-robed young man walking over. The purple extreme demon race's expert was startled. When did this blue-robed young man appear? He actually did not notice. "Who are you?" the leader of the purple extreme demon clan asked in a low voice. His aura locked onto Liu Yiping, and the other 9 also sealed the space around Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping was too lazy to speak. Sword light flashed around his body, and endless sword chi shot out. The 10 purple extreme demon clan experts were all sent flying by the sword chi. The other 9 were killed by the sword chi, leaving only the leader of the purple extreme demon clan alive. Liu Yiping walked up to the leader of the purple extreme demon clan. He pulled the dying purple extreme demon clan leader in front of him and read his memories. Then, Liu Yiping clenched his fist and crushed the purple extreme demon clan leader. Eternal Starfield. Liu Yiping muttered. The other party was from Eternal Starfield. Now, Liu Yiping was in the divine world. However, the divine world was divided into upper and lower realms. For example, Northern Wilderness Starfield and Soaring Rainbow Starfield were among the lower realms of the divine world. In the lower realms of the divine world, the galaxy was boundless. No one knew how many starfields there were. Since the divine world was formed, no one had ever reached the end of the lower realms. Someone once calculated that there were hundreds of thousands of known starfields in the lower realms of the divine world. This was only a rough estimate. There were still many unknown starfields and unknown planes. One could imagine how big the lower realms were. No one knew how many starfields there were in the lower realms of the divine world. However, many experts unanimously agreed that Eternal Starfield was the strongest starfield in the lower realms of the divine world. Eternal Starfield was the strongest. There was no other. At the same time, the ancient star area was also designated as the center of the lower world. It was also the most prosperous star area in the lower world. It was also the richest star area in the lower world. It was also the star area with the most treasures of heaven and earth. It was also the star area with the most experts. Eternal Starfield was a gathering place for experts from all the starfields in the lower realms. In Northern Wilderness Starfield, there were only a dozen or so ancient gods with 10 totems. However, in Eternal Starfield, it was not rare to see ancient gods with 10 totems. In the Eternal Starfield, the ancient god with 10 totems was equivalent to the ancient god with 8 totems in the Northern Wilderness Starfield. Liu Yiping learned from the memories of the Purple Extreme Devil Clan's leader that the Purple Extreme Devil Clan's headquarters in the lower realm was in the Eternal Star Domain. There were millions of Purple Extreme Devil Clan experts there. Furthermore, there were many tree building blocks sent over from various starfields. Although Liu Yiping didn't know how many there were, it was definitely a lot. It could be 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, more than what Liu Yiping had collected. Or even more. Liu Yiping tore through the void and returned to the Horizon Chamber of Commerce's branch. Go to the Eternal Star Zone? Taurus Longjia was surprised. Liu Yiping nodded and told him about the Purple Extreme Devils. Then he called Che Peng over and told him to make some preparations before heading to the Domain of Eternity. An hour later, Liu Yiping, Taurus Longjia, and Che Peng left the Horizon Chamber of Commerce and entered the vast galaxy. They then took out the Black Dragon flying ship and sped towards the Domain of Eternity. Liu Yiping switched to an innate spiritual meridian. With the help of the innate spiritual meridian, the Black Dragon flying ship speed increased greatly. The Northern Wilderness Starfield was not too far from the Eternal Star Zone. From the Northern Wilderness Starfield to the Domain of Eternity, one only needed to cross a few dozen starfields. With the help of the innate spiritual meridian, the Black Dragon flying ship could reach the Domain of Eternity in half a month at most. In the vast galaxy, the Black Dragon flying ship was like a black dragon light, blasting through the galactic storms in front of it. It traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. With the Black Dragon flying ship's incredible speed, one realm after another was left behind. In just a few hours, the Black Dragon flying ship had left the Domain of Eternity and entered the Soaring Rainbow Starfield. Half a day later, the Black Dragon flying ship had crossed the soaring rainbow star field. Chapeng stood at the bow of the Black Dragon flying ship, feeling the passing of time around him. He could not help but marvel at the Black Dragon flying ship's terrifying speed. In the past, he had ridden the Big Dipper flying ship of the Big Dipper Palace. Compared to the Black Dragon flying ship, it was not just a little bit inferior. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were cultivating in the palace of the Black Dragon flying ship. With the growth of the Tree of Creation, Lu Yiping's cultivation speed of the Immortal Skywood technique had increased greatly. Now, he had cultivated the first level of the Immortal Skywood technique to the Greater Completion realm. With the improvement of the Immortal Skywood technique, his physical body had become stronger as well. Lu Yiping sat cross-legged under the Tree of Creation, the chi of the Great Tao rolling around him. An immortal and eternal aura filled the air. With the improvement of the Immortal Skywood technique, Lu Yiping's connection with the Tree of Creation became closer. Now, he could use the Tree of Creation to attack. Although the Tree of Creation had not fully grown, if he used the Tree of Creation, which was more than 4,000 meters long, to attack, the power would be extremely terrifying. If he could get the Tree of Creation from the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe's treasure vault in the domain of eternity, his Tree of Creation would grow to 100,000 meters long. At that time, it would truly be a towering tree. At that time, its power would be truly unparalleled. Unfortunately, from the memories of the leader of the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe, he only knew that the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe's headquarters in the domain of eternity. He did not know which realm it was in. The Northern Wilderness Starfield had more than 3,000 realms. As the most powerful and prosperous starfield in the domain of eternity, there were more than 40,000 realms in total. Therefore, even if he knew that the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe's headquarters in the domain of eternity, it would still be difficult to find them. Of course, Lu Yiping was not in a hurry. He had all the time in the world. As the Black Dragon flying ship got closer to the domain of eternity, it became more and more crowded. The number of flying ships they encountered gradually increased. The Black Dragon flying ship's astonishing speed shocked many experts on the flying ships. When some of the experts on the flying ships wanted to see the Black Dragon flying ship clearly, the Black Dragon flying ship instantly flew thousands of miles away and disappeared into the vast galaxy in the blink of an eye. Is that a primordial spiritual treasure? It must be a primordial spiritual treasure. Some experts were extremely shocked. Even in the domain of eternity, it was rare to see a primordial spiritual treasure flying ship, let alone a primordial spiritual treasure. A huge merchant ship was flying toward the domain of eternity when it suddenly saw the Black Dragon flying ship tearing through space. An old man who was standing on the bow of the merchant ship with his hands clasped behind his back was shocked when he saw the Black Dragon flying ship tearing through space. His eyes narrowed. Then, the Black Dragon flying ship flew past the merchant ship and disappeared at the end of the galaxy. Find out which ancient family that flying ship belongs to. The old man ordered his subordinates in shock. His subordinates smiled bitterly. They only saw the shadow of the flying ship and did not even know what it looked like. How could they find out? President, that flying ship is too fast. We can't see it clearly, one of them said hesitantly. The old man was the president of the largest merchant firm in the domain of eternity, the Red Flame merchant firm, Wan Lidong. Wan Lidong looked in the direction of the Black Dragon flying ship and asked, "Is that the Black Dragon flying ship?" However, he was not sure because the flying ship was too fast. Even he could not see it clearly. He only saw the shadow of a black dragon on the body of the flying ship. Black Dragon flying ship? The experts of the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce were puzzled. Could it be a flying ship of the Black Dragon race? President, do we still need to investigate that flying ship? An expert of the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce asked respectfully. Wan Lidong shook his head. Forget it. I must have seen wrongly. How could the Black Dragon flying ship appear in the world again? He then added, this batch of goods belongs to the Ionic God Manor. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled. Don't make any mistakes on the way. There were many flying ships traveling between planes, but there were also galactic bandits. The vice president of the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce smiled. With the president personally overseeing the situation, I don't think those bandits will dare to do anything to us. Wan Lidong shook his head. That's not necessarily true. Those lunatics from the Blood Moon dare to do anything, regardless of who you are. So, everyone should be careful. The Blood Moon was a group of galactic bandits that roamed the dozens of starfields. They had hundreds of thousands of members and were terrifyingly strong. They even dared to rob the flying ships of the various super chambers of commerce. Even the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce, the #1 chamber of commerce in the Ionic Star Field, had been robbed by the Blood Moon before. At this time, on the Black Dragon flying ship, Che Peng reported to Liu Yiping, "Lord, we will enter the Ionic Star Field in 2 days." Liu Yiping stood at the bow of the Black Dragon flying ship. Seeing the number of flying ships increasing, he did not want to be too shocking and slowed down the speed of the Black Dragon flying ship. However, not long after Liu Yiping slowed down the Black Dragon flying ship, hundreds of flying ships broke through space and blocked the path of the Black Dragon flying ship. Every single one of these hundreds of spaceships had a blood-red full moon on its hull. Blood Moon. Liu Yiping had seen the memories of the Purple Extreme Demon race leader, so he knew some of the forces in the Ionic Star Field. Taurus Longjiao looked at the flying ships blocking the path of the Black Dragon flying ship and chuckled. It seemed like he could practice his hand strength again. Among the hundreds of flying ships, a blood-colored middle-aged man walked out of the largest flying ship in the middle. The middle-aged man wore a blood-colored battle robe, and a blood-colored aura billowed around him. Even his eyes were blood-red, and he reeked of blood. He was the big leader of the Bloody Moon faction, and also an existence that could make the surrounding star areas pale. The Bloody Moon faction's big leader looked at Liu Yiping and the other two and smiled evilly. "The ship is not bad. Leave the ship and all your spatial artifacts behind, and you can go." Liu Yiping said indifferently, "Kill them all. Evil robbers like the Bloody Moon faction would be a disaster if they were left alive." Over the years, countless merchant ships and experts from the dozens of star regions around had been robbed and killed. When Taurus Longjiao heard this, he immediately leaped up and stood on the Black Dragon spaceship. A golden pillar appeared in his hand. Then, the golden pillar instantly expanded to 100 million times its original size, spanning countless miles across the galaxy. Long Jiajin waved his hand, and the golden pillar shot out. Suddenly, the originally calm Star River was stirred up by hundreds of millions of storms, which were many times stronger than the most super Star River storm. The terrifying power swept toward the hundreds of spaceships of the Bloody Moon faction. On the hundreds of spaceships, there were hundreds of thousands of Bloody Moon faction members. Some were shaving their nails with knives, some were drinking blood wine, and some were humming songs leisurely. Suddenly, they saw Taurus Longjiao fly up, and the golden pillar that was beyond their imagination swept toward them. They could not help but be stunned. The big leader of the Bloody Moon faction, who had been smiling evilly, was also stunned. When he came to himself, he shouted in horror, "Close! Run!" He turned into a ball of bloody light and flew up without a care for anything else, frantically trying to escape from the spaceship. Other Bloody Moon faction members also came to themselves and fled in panic. These spaceships could be said to be their lifeblood. They had never abandoned the spaceships, but now, they all abandoned the spaceships and fled. Just when hundreds of thousands of Bloody Moon faction members abandoned the spaceships and fled, the golden pillar swept over and hit the first spaceship. That spaceship was instantly broken into countless pieces like a piece of paper. Then, the golden pillar's sweeping momentum did not stop. It swept over the second, the third, and the spaceships were blown up one after another. Even the largest spaceship of the big leader of the Bloody Moon faction, which was at the acquired spirit treasure level, was no exception. All of them were blown up. In the explosion, the fragments shot into the surrounding space of the Star River. Some Bloody Moon faction members were hit by these fragments and directly turned into blood mist. In the explosion of these fragments, the power was beyond imagination. Wherever the golden pillar swept over, many Bloody Moon faction members were also blown into countless pieces by the airwaves swept by the golden pillar. When the golden pillar stopped, hundreds of thousands of Bloody Moon faction members had all disappeared. In the brilliant Star River, there were more masses of blood mist. These blood mists gathered together, like a blood river floating in the Star River. In the airwaves of the golden pillar, the big leader of the Bloody Moon faction, who was blown away by the airwaves, was stunned when he saw hundreds of spaceships blown up and hundreds of thousands of Bloody Moon faction members killed. His Bloody Moon faction, which had dominated dozens of star areas around, experienced countless bloody battles, was besieged by various forces for many times, and escaped from death for many times. Not only was it not destroyed, but it became more and more powerful. But just now, it was all gone, everything was gone, all of them were dead. In a daze, he looked at a golden retriever Taurus Longjiao with a horrified face. How could there be such a terrifying existence in this world? Taurus Longjiao waved the golden pillar in his hand and said, "The sky pillar is more convenient to use. That little fish is too soft." The golden pillar in his hand was the largest sky pillar in the Archean celestial court. After it was refined by him, it had swept away countless monstrous existences in the ancient times. Che Ziping looked at the hundreds of thousands of Bloody Moon faction members who were swept away by the golden pillar and could not help but feel shocked. He could see that among the Bloody Moon faction members, there were many auras that were stronger than God Slayer and God Copper of the Northern Wilderness Divine Mansion. The big leader of the Bloody Moon faction was much stronger than God of the Underworld, Ingfei. At this time, the dying Bloody Moon faction's big leader's blood essence surged, and a divine talisman appeared. He frantically activated the divine talisman and broke through space to escape. But Liu Yiping's eyes flickered, and the fleeing Bloody Moon faction's big leader was sucked back. The Bloody Moon faction's big leader looked at Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao in fear. "Who are you?" Liu Yiping's finger flew out, and a finger blade flew out, cutting off the Bloody Moon faction's big leader's head. Moments later, the Black Dragon flying ship broke through space and left. In the Milky Way, the blood of hundreds of thousands of Bloody Moon faction members flowed, and the Bloody Moon faction's big leader's corpse floated in the air. After the Black Dragon flying ship disappeared, another flying ship broke through space in the distance. It was the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's flying ship. Wan Lidong, who was standing at the bow, saw the flowing blood river and countless flying ship fragments in the distance. He could not help but ask everyone to stop. "President, that seems to be the Bloody Moon faction's big leader?" One of the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's experts was shocked, pointing to the front. Wan Litong's group followed the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce's experts' gaze and looked towards a certain spot in the galaxy. There, they saw a human head floating in the air. Not far from the human head was a headless corpse. When they saw the face of the human head, Wan Lidong and the others widened their eyes. "It seems to be Cold Blood Yu." Sun Quan, the vice president of the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce, stuttered. Cold Blood Yu was the name of the Bloody Moon faction's leader. "Move the spaceship forward." Wan Lidong still didn't believe it and ordered the spaceship to move closer to the corpse. Finally, the spaceship arrived in front of the human head. Everyone saw the appearance of the human head. "It's Cold Blood Yu." Wan Lidong took a deep breath and said. However, his voice couldn't calm down. The leader of the Bloody Moon faction, Cold Blood Yu, was dead. Who killed Cold Blood Yu? Sun Quan, the vice president of the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce, was shocked. "Look, Cold Blood Yu must have seen something terrifying before she died. That's why she was so frightened." Cold Blood Yu's face, even though she was dead, was still terrified. Wan Litong's face was also dignified. Then, he looked at the floating blood river and countless spaceship fragments. In his heart, there was a bold guess. This is the Bloody Moon faction spaceship fragments. So many fragments, could it be that all the Bloody Moon faction spaceships were blown up? So much blood, could it be that the entire Bloody Moon faction was destroyed? An expert of the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce joked. However, as soon as he said that, he found that everyone was silent, looking at the blood river and spaceship fragments in horror. The expert of the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce was stunned. Could it really be? Wan Lidong looked at the blood river and spaceship fragments, and the more he looked, the more frightened and incredulous he became. From the looks of these spaceship fragments, it seemed that they were destroyed by a single blow. A single person destroyed hundreds of Bloody Moon faction spaceships with one blow. Even Cold Blood Yu's acquired Spirit Treasure spaceship was destroyed. Just how much power was needed to do this? Hundreds of thousands of Bloody Moon faction members were also killed in one blow. Wan Lidong felt his scalp tingling. In the surrounding star fields, many super sects and chambers of commerce had joined forces to besiege the Bloody Moon faction but failed. Even the God Mansion army had sent troops to besiege Bloody Moon faction but they still escaped. But now, a mysterious existence had destroyed the Bloody Moon faction with one blow. President, do you think it's possible that one person destroyed the Bloody Moon faction with one blow? Sun Quan, the vice president of the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce, suddenly asked. Clearly, he and Wan Lidong thought of the same thing. One person destroyed the Bloody Moon faction? That's impossible. The experts of the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce couldn't believe it. Wan Lidong looked ahead and said, the masters of Bloody Moon faction were killed not long ago. They should have just left. If we catch up with them, we may know who did it. The vice president of Crimson Flames, Sun Quan, was shocked. President, let's forget about it. It was too late for them to avoid such an existence. When Wan Lidong saw Sun Quan's nervous look, he smiled and said, I was just saying. Sun Quan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The Crimson Flame Chamber of Commerce's flying ship didn't linger either, continuing to fly forward. After flying for a while, Sun Quan, who was standing at the bow of the ship, suddenly said, President, that seems to be the spaceship you asked us to investigate. Wan Lidong was stunned. Following Sun Quan's gaze, he saw a jet-black spaceship in front of him. A huge black dragon almost covered the entire body of the ship. Wan Litong's heart skipped a beat when he saw the black dragon. He then looked at the bow of the ship. Standing on the bow was a young man in blue, a burly golden retriever, and a scholarly middle-aged man. Wan Lidong was bewildered when he saw the three of them. This spaceship seemed to be the Black Dragon spaceship from the past. Since Liu Yiping had slowed down the Black Dragon spaceship, the Scarlet Flame spaceship caught up with the Black Dragon spaceship in no time. Liu Yiping turned around to look at the Scarlet Flame spaceship. Wan Lidong hesitated for a moment before asking, May I ask, young noble, is this the Black Dragon spaceship from the past? That's right. Liu Yiping said nonchalantly. Wan Lidong was stunned. At this time, a spaceship broke through the void in the distance. There was a special symbol on the spaceship, the symbol of the Aeon Divine Manor spaceship. Grand Commander Yen. Sun Quan greeted when he saw the person standing at the bow of the ship. This person was none other than the Grand Commander of the Aeon Divine Manor, Yen Jian. The Blood Moon faction's annihilation and Cold Blood Moon's death were big news. Thus, the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce's members had reported the matter to the Aeon Divine Manor. Although this wasn't the Aeon Star Field, the Aeon Divine Manor's authority was great. The Aeon Divine Manor and the surrounding star fields were under the Aeon Divine Manor's jurisdiction. When Yen Jian arrived, he cupped his fists and greeted Wan Lidong, President Wan Lidong. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Wan Lidong, Yen Jian asked about the exact location of the Blood Moon faction's incident before bidding farewell to Wan Lidong. When the Aeon Divine Manor spaceship left, Wan Lidong realized that the Black Dragon spaceship was nowhere to be found. The Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce's spaceship continued to fly towards the Aeon Star Field. Standing at the bow of the ship, Wan Lidong kept thinking about the Black Dragon spaceship and the blue-robed young man. President. Sun Quan came to Wan Litong's side. He hesitated for a moment before asking, that Black Dragon spaceship, do you think it's the same person who killed the Blood Moon faction? Wan Litong's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, what did you say? Earlier, he had been thinking about the records of the Black Dragon spaceship, but he didn't think too much about it. Not long after we passed by the Blood Moon faction's location, we came across the Black Dragon spaceship. It's too much of a coincidence. Moreover, we didn't see any other spaceships in this star field. Sun Quan said. Hearing Sun Quan's analysis, Wan Litong's face turned solemn. 2 days later, Liu Yiping and the rest entered the Aeon Star Field and headed towards the Boundless Plain. The Boundless Plain was the biggest plain in the Aeon Star Field. Just like the Chaos Plain in the Northern Wilderness Star Field, it was the plain with the most experts and super sects in the Aeon Star Field. The strongest experts from the lower realm were gathered there. That was also the place where the merchant associations gathered. It was convenient for Liu Yiping to gather information. Moreover, Peng had left behind a bloodline in the Boundless Plain. Liu Yiping wanted to know if there were any descendants of his bloodline. When Liu Yiping and the rest arrived at the Boundless Plain, it was already a day later. The three of them inquired about Ziwei City and headed towards Ziwei City. Ziwei City was an extremely ancient city in the Boundless Plain. It was extremely huge, and Ziwei City alone was like a small continent. The three of them entered Ziwei City. Che Ziping looked at the people coming and going, the endless stream of experts and the surrounding shops, and felt a little emotional. Ziwei City was the same as it was in the past, but it was so unfamiliar. Our city lord Ziwei has successfully condensed the 10 great totems. 3 days later, he will invite all the experts to a banquet. In the city, many people were discussing the city lord Ziwei's success in condensing the 10 great totems and inviting all the experts to a banquet. Based on his memory, Che Peng brought Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao to the mansion he had bought years ago. The mansion was still there, the 2 words Che Mansion were written on the mansion's entrance. Ancient god experts had a long lifespan and could live up to 300,000 to 400,000 years. Therefore, in the eternal star field, there were many more super sects with millions of years of history than in the Hingyuan dimension. However, nothing was absolute in this world. Like the undead tribe of the Chaos Dimension and the Firmament Palace, if they offended someone like Lu Yiping, they could be wiped out in one night. Therefore, when Che Peng saw that the Che Mansion was still there, he could finally relax. Moreover, looking at the mansion's decoration, his lineage wasn't doing too badly. Who are you looking for? The guard in front of the Che Mansion saw Lu Yiping and the other 2 and asked politely. Che Peng stepped forward and threw a token to the guard, saying, "I want to see your current patriarch." The guard was puzzled. When he saw the token, he was shocked. Wasn't this a token that only the patriarchs of the Che family could possess? "Sir, please wait a moment," the guard hurriedly said and then turned to enter the mansion. At this time, the current patriarch of the Che family, Che Suping, was enthusiastically entertaining the small deacon of the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce, Ren Jifeng. Although Ren Jifeng was only a small deacon of the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce, he was already a distinguished guest to the Che family. "Deacon Ren, I'll have to trouble you with my son's matter." Che Suping handed a jade box containing the spiritual herbs to Ren Jifeng. Che Suping had 2 sons and 1 daughter. He wanted to ask Ren Jifeng to help his son find a small position in the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce. Ren Jifeng opened the jade box and saw a sparkling blood lotus. It was about 300,000 to 400,000 years old. Snow lotuses were common, but blood lotuses were rare. A blood lotus of 300,000 to 400,000 years old was a good treasure even for an ancient god who had condensed a totem. Ren Jifeng smiled when he saw Shui Lian. "That's easy. Clan head Che, don't worry. When the time comes, I'll let Jiahe work for me. First, I'll let him be my secretary. After a few years, I'll find a better position." When Che Suping heard this, her face lit up. She cupped her fists and said with a smile, "Many thanks, Deacon Ren." At this moment, the guard who was guarding the door excitedly walked in. After that, he bowed to Che Suping and Ren Jifeng and said, "Lord Clan Head, there is a person outside. He has the clan head token of our Che clan and says he wants to see you." When Che Suping heard that, she was astonished. She hurriedly said, "What? Our Che clan's patriarch's token? Quick, show it to me." Ren Jifeng was also surprised. Could it be that the previous clan head of the Che clan had returned? It was said that after the previous clan head of the Che clan entered the dangerous Sea of Mines in the Purple Thunder Plain, there was no more news about him. The guard quickly handed the token to Che Suping. Che Suping received the command token and looked at it carefully. She said excitedly, "It's really the command token of our Che clan's clan head. Has Lord Kaiching returned?" Then, he stood up and cupped his fists at Ren Jifeng. "Deacon Ren, please take a seat. I'll go out for a while." Ren Jifeng smiled and said, "It's fine. I have nothing to do anyway. I'll go out with you and take a look." Che Suping didn't bother with pleasantries. She walked out of the residence side by side with Ren Jifeng. When they arrived at the entrance, Che Suping saw Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Che Peng. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. The previous patriarch Che Kaiching was his uncle. He had met him before. The 3 people in front of him were not Che Kaiching. "Lord Patriarch, it's this lord." The guard stepped forward and said to Che Suping. Che Suping followed the guard's gaze and looked at Che Peng. "May I know who this lord is?" Che Suping asked respectfully. Che Peng didn't answer. Instead, he circulated his god force. In an instant, specks of starlight surrounded him. Heavenly Cycle Secret Technique. Che Suping was shocked. This Heavenly Cycle Secret Technique was a secret technique that had been lost in their Che clan for a long time. Only the previous patriarch could learn it. Moreover, looking at Che Peng's Heavenly Cycle Secret Technique, he had obviously reached perfection stage. Then, Che Peng crossed his arms and made a strange hand gesture. Seeing this hand gesture, Che Suping was shocked. He no longer hesitated and stepped forward. Junior Che Suping greets Lord. Although he couldn't confirm Che Peng's identity, through the Heavenly Cycle Secret Technique and that hand gesture, he was certain that Che Peng was one of their Che clan's patriarchs. The other Che clan experts also hurried forward to greet Che Peng. Che Peng nodded, gesturing for Che Suping and the others to rise. He said, "I was trapped in a certain place for many years. It was Lord who rescued me." Then, he introduced Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao to everyone. After saluting, Che Suping and the others invited Lu Yiping, Che Peng, and Taurus Longjiao into the residence. After inviting Lu Yiping and Che Peng into the residence, Che Suping also introduced Ren Jifeng to Lu Yiping and the others. "Oh, you're the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's junior deacon," Lu Yiping said. Ren Jifeng smiled, "I'm from the Ziwei City's mission hall." Because he couldn't figure out Lu Yiping's strength and identity, his attitude was considered polite. Everyone entered the main hall and sat down. Lu Yiping said, "I want to entrust your Red Flame Chamber of Commerce to help me collect a type of stone, a tree block, and a jade disc. May I know what kind of stone, tree block, and jade disc Master Lu wants to collect?" Ren Jifeng didn't put it to heart. Lu Yiping described the Buzhou Mountain stone, tree block, and fortune jade disc's appearance, then said, "Stone and tree block, as long as your Chamber of Commerce can help me collect them, I'll give your Chamber of Commerce 100 drops of star chaos water per cubic meter." PFFF. Ren Jifeng and Che Suping were drinking tea when they both spat out the water. Ren Jifeng looked at Lu Yiping in disbelief. 1 cubic meter, 100 drops of star chaos water? He doubted his ears. Even in the eternal star field, star chaos water was a treasure that was in short supply. Lu Yiping said nonchalantly, "That's right, 100 drops of star chaos water." He then took out a bucket of star chaos water and placed it on the ground. "If you can help me find that kind of jade disc, I'll give you 10 buckets of star chaos water per jade disc." Previously, Lu Yiping had given old Jiang and Zhou Can 2 buckets. Now, it was 10 buckets, a 5 times increase. In any case, this star chaos water was useless to him, and he didn't want to waste space in the cauldron. 10 buckets of star chaos water. Ren Jifeng stared at the big bucket of star chaos water in a daze. As a small attendant of the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce, this was his first time seeing so much star chaos water. As for Che Suping, it was needless to say. Although the Che family ran several small shops and had some wealth, it was only a little wealth. He had never seen a bucket used to store star chaos water. "That's right, 10 buckets of star chaos water," Lu Yiping said, then took out 9 buckets of star chaos water and placed them in front of Ren Jifeng. Ren Jifeng's breathing was rapid, and his nostrils seemed to be equipped with super fans, puffing and puffing. The teacup in Che Suping's hand was shaking, and she didn't even know that the tea had spilled out. 10 buckets of star chaos water emitted a mysterious light as chaos chi filled the entire hall, but it did not overflow. Otherwise, it would have alerted all the experts in the Che manor. Inside the hall, Che Suping and Ren Jifeng couldn't move their eyes away for a long time. They seriously suspected that these 10 buckets of star chaos water contained some kind of sticky gas. After a long time, Ren Jifeng regained his senses and stood up from his seat, hurriedly saying respectfully to Lu Yiping, "Master Lu, I will report this to the higher-ups, please wait for a moment." His tone and demeanor changed drastically. Just now, in front of Lu Yiping and the others, he was more or less relying on his identity as the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's small deacon. Now, in front of these 10 buckets of star chaos water, how could he dare to rely on his little identity? Ren Jifeng quickly took out his communication talisman and reported to his superiors. The highest level he could contact was their Ziwei City's Mission Hall's Grand Deacon. Ziwei City's Mission Hall's Grand Deacon was playing a kissing game with his maids when he received Ren Jifeng's communication talisman. He was shocked and didn't dare to delay, quickly reporting to his superiors. Above him was Ziwei City's Mission Hall's Deputy Hall Master. Hence, the Deputy Hall Master reported to the Hall Master, and the Hall Master reported to the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's Ziwei City Branch President. However, the amount of Star Chaos water Liu Yiping was involved in was too large, hence, the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's Ziwei City Branch President hurriedly reported to his superiors. After more than a dozen reports, it finally reached the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Sun Quan. Sun Quan was discussing the income of the various branches in the limitless world with Wan Lidong when he suddenly received a report from his subordinate. He was dumbfounded. 10 buckets of Star Chaos water. About 300,000 drops per bucket. Wan Lidong was puzzled when he saw Sun Quan's dumbfounded expression and mentioned 10 buckets of Star Chaos water with 300,000 drops per bucket. Sun Quan quickly passed his communication talisman to Wan Lidong. Wan Lidong was shocked after reading the report. Is this accurate? It should be true, Sun Quan said. If this matter was not true, his subordinates wouldn't dare to report to him. Ziwei City. Wan Lidong suddenly stood up. You contact the Ziwei City branch president, tell him that I will go there personally and will be there tomorrow. Then, let him ask the guest and let him decide on the location. Sun Quan was stunned and said, President, I'll go. Wan Lidong waved his hand and said, this matter concerns millions of drops of stellar chaos water. I want to negotiate with the other party personally. Come with me. Sun Quan nodded. He was also curious about the person who could take out 10 buckets of Star Chaos water. In the main hall of the Che Manor, Ren Jifeng received a reply from his superiors. He was stunned for a long time. The president and the vice president were coming over personally tomorrow? And the location of the meeting was decided by Master Liu. To him, a small deacon in Ziwei City, the guild master of their branch was like the heavens. He couldn't even meet the guild master even if he wanted to. As for the main guild master and vice guild master of the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce, they were beyond his imagination. What did your superiors say? Liu Yiping asked indifferently. Ren Jifeng, who was in a daze, was jolted awake. He swallowed hard and said, Young Master Liu, our Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce's president and vice president will personally come to discuss this business with young Master Liu. They will arrive at Ziwei City tomorrow. Che Suping's mind was blown when she heard this. The Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce's president is coming to Ziwei City? To the Che Manor, Ren Jifeng, a small deacon in the Ziwei City branch, was already an important guest. If the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce's president were to come personally, that was simply, Che Suping's hand holding the teacup trembled even more violently. There was no more tea in the cup. Of course, the floor around him was covered in tea. Our president said that the location of the meeting will be decided by Master Liu. Ren Jifeng said again. Che Suping's body trembled as she looked eagerly at Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping understood Che Suping's meaning and said to Ren Jifeng, let's do it here. Ren Jifeng immediately reported Liu Yiping's words to his superiors. Finally, the news was passed back to Wan Lidong and Sun Quan. Che Manor. Wan Lidong said solemnly, send people to check if there were any powerful characters in the Che family's history. Yes, President. Sun Quan complied. Finally, Ren Jifeng left the Che Manor. When he left, he lightened his footsteps, not daring to hold his head high. After Ren Jifeng left, Che Suping came to Liu Yiping's group of 3 and said respectfully, 3 sirs, I will arrange a place for you to stay. He had already tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, but it was still difficult. At this time, Liu Yiping had already put away the 10 barrels of Star Chaos water. Nodding, he thought for a moment and took out 100 drops of Star Chaos water, saying, we will be staying in the Che Manor for a few days. You can accept this Star Chaos water. Che Suping was stunned and looked at Che Peng. Che Suping said, since the Lord is giving it to you, you should accept it. Che Suping respectfully complied and received the 100 drops of Star Chaos water. She bowed to thank Liu Yiping again and carefully put away the 100 drops of Star Chaos water. Just as Che Suping put away the 100 drops of Star Chaos water, a guard came in to report that Wu Weidong of the Wu residence wanted to see Che Suping. When Che Suping heard that Wu Weidong of the Wu residence wanted to see her, her brows furrowed. What's the matter? Che Peng asked after seeing Che Suping's reaction. Che Suping explained, this Wu Weidong is the patriarch of the Wu family. In recent years, the Wu family has established ties with the Ziwei city's Castellan Manor's third young master. Their business has grown, and they want to buy several shops under our Che Manor. Those shops are our Che Manor's main source of income. Of course, I won't agree. I've already rejected him more than 10 times, but I didn't expect him to be so persistent. Lu Yiping put down his teacup and said, let him in. Che Suping complied and ordered the guard to bring Wu Weidong in. At this time, other than the bearded Wu Weidong, there was also a fair-skinned middle-aged man clad in brocade robes. Behind the middle-aged man were 2 expert guards. Wu Weidong smiled at the middle-aged man. This time, I'll have to trouble Steward Jianqin. It's just a small matter, Kong Jianqin said. Moments later, the guards at the door came out and invited Wu Weidong's group in. Kong Jianqin, Wu Weidong, and the others walked into the Che Manor. When they arrived at the main hall, Che Suping's face changed slightly when she saw Kong Jianqin standing beside Wu Weidong. She said to Lu Yiping and Che Peng, that is the Ziwei city's third young master Su Wenhua steward, Kong Jianqin. I didn't expect Wu Weidong to bring Kong Jianqin here. When Kong Jianqin's group entered, Che Suping dared not slight them. She cupped her fists and greeted Kong Jianqin, Steward Kong. Kong Jianqin, who walked in with his hands clasped behind his back, did not respond. He leisurely walked into the main hall and scanned the Che Manor's main hall. When he saw Lu Yiping and the other 2 seated on the main seats, he frowned. Who are these 3 people? Kong Jianqin's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Che Suping hurriedly explained, these 3 lords are my Che family's elders, they just returned from outside. Kong Jianqin was puzzled, Che family's elders? Then he walked over to the seat opposite Lu Yiping and sat down, saying, Che Suping, Wu Weidong and I came here today mainly to talk to you about your Che family's 6 shops. Che Suping shook her head, Steward Kong, those 6 shops are my Che family's main source of income, we won't sell them. Kong Jianqin frowned, I checked the price Wu Weidong offered you, it's reasonable. Che Suping shook her head, I said, I won't sell them. Kong Jianqin's face sank, Che Suping, I'll tell you the truth, in a few days, the third young master will marry the Lin family's young miss, these 6 shops are Wu Weidong's gift to the third young master. Che Suping's face tightened. Taurus Longjiao sneered, so what if this surnamed Wu wants to buy them as a gift to your whatever dog fart third young master? Dog fart third young master, Kong Jianqin jumped to his feet, slamming the tea table beside him, glaring at Taurus Longjiao, how dare you? The tea table broke into pieces with a crash and scattered all over the floor. Seeing this, Che Peng's face turned cold, his palm striking the air. A thunderous boom. Kong Jianqin was directly smashed into the ground. The ground shook. Wu Weidong and the 2 Wu family guards were stunned, looking at Kong Jianqin who was smashed into the ground. Everything happened so suddenly that Wu Weidong and the other 2 could not react in time. You guys? Wu Weidong looked at Che Peng, Lu Yiping, and Taurus Longjiao in shock and anger. Lu Yiping said, you're the Wu family's patriarch, right? This is my first time in Ziwei City, I want a place to stay. How much is your Wu family residence, name a price. Wu Weidong's face turned green with anger, you said you want to buy my Wu family residence. That's right. Lu Yiping said, 100 billion heaven-grade spirit stones. 100 billion heaven-grade spirit stones? Wu Weidong and Che Suping were stunned. Although every inch of land in Ziwei City was worth gold, the Wu family mansion was still not worth 100 billion heaven-grade spirit stones. Indifferent, Wu Weidong said, Steward Kong Jianqin is the third young master steward. You seriously injured Steward Kong, that is the same as offending the third young master. In Ziwei City, do you know the consequences of offending the third young master? Taurus Longjiao chuckled and said, we just came to Ziwei City, we really don't know what will happen if we offend this bullshit third young master. Why don't you tell us what will happen? Wu Weidong heard Taurus Longjiao's teasing tone. Indifferent, he said, you will find out soon enough. Then, he and the 2 Wu family bodyguards lifted the dying Kong Jianqin and left the Che mansion. When Taurus Longjiao was about to make a move, Lu Yiping said indifferently, forget it. Then he asked Che Suping, is this Ziwei City's city lord from the Su family? Che Suping quickly replied, yes, Ziwei City's city lord Su Qing is a core disciple of the Su family. Su family. Lu Yiping's eyes were deep. The eternal starfield had gathered almost all the strongest families and sects in the lower realm. The 100 strongest families in the eternal starfield were collectively known as the Eternal 100 Families. The Su family was one of the 100 families. The 100 strongest sects in the eternal starfield were collectively known as the 100 sects. There was also a list of experts in the eternal starfield that included the 10,000 strongest experts in the eternal starfield. This list was similar to the Northern Wilderness Divine List, but it was not called the Eternal God List. It was called the Sovereign List. The Sovereign List was the sovereign of heaven and earth. They were the sovereigns of the lower realm. Every expert on the Sovereign List was an existence that could intimidate countless starfields. A stomp of their feet was enough to make a starfield pale. The Su family's core disciple, Taurus Longjiao, said, "That means he is the descendant of that brat Su Jirong." Su Jirong? Che Suping could not figure out who Taurus Longjiao was referring to. After that, Che Suping arranged a place for Lu Yiping and the other two to stay. At the same time, she warned the Che family's disciples and experts not to disturb Lu Yiping and the other two. After Che Suping left, Lu Yiping suddenly said, "In this life, the mandate of heaven is about to appear. Every few years, the mandate of heaven and earth would be born." The mandate of heaven and earth was similar to the laws of heaven and earth. The ancient gods of the 10 great totems and above could fuse with the mandate of heaven and become an existence that surpassed the ancient gods. However, the number of mandates of heaven that were born each time was not many. Normally, only a few would be born. However, in this world, there were so many ancient gods of the 10 great totems. How could a few mandates of heaven be enough? Thus, the moment the heavens will was born, all the experts and powers would crazily fight for it. A few super sects with ancient heritages could be annihilated in order to compete for the heavens' will. Che Peng said respectfully, "Yes, my lord. The mandate of heaven is about to appear. At most, it will take 10 years. Any ancient god of the 10 great totems and above could predict the approximate time of the mandate of heaven's birth. 10 years. Lu Yiping said, "In these few years, prepare well." Che Ziping understood Lu Yiping's meaning and bowed, "Thank you, my lord." Although he had condensed the 12 totems, without Lu Yiping's help, the chances of him obtaining a mandate of heaven were slim. Of course, with Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao around, things would be different. Lu Yiping nodded. Although he used the Tree of Life to restore Che Peng's vitality and blood, the lifespan of an ancient god was not long. If Che Peng could fuse with the mandate of heaven, his lifespan would increase greatly. Che Peng bowed and retreated. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao sat cross-legged under the Tree of Life and began to cultivate. While Lu Yiping and Che Ziping were cultivating, Wu Weidong brought the dying Kong Jianxin back to Su Wenguo's residence. Su Wenguo looked at Kong Jianxin, who was almost flattened, being carried back, and his face turned cold. When he found out that it was the Che family who did it, he couldn't help but be surprised. "The Che family?" Su Wenguo said, "Is it Che Suping?" Kong Jianxin was his housekeeper and his strength was not ordinary. In the Che family, only Che Suping could hurt his housekeeper Kong Jianxin. Wu Weidong quickly said, "It's not Che Suping." He then told him about Lu Yiping and the other two, the elders of the Che family who just returned. Su Wenguo pondered and said, "I know about this matter. You can go back first." Wu Weidong didn't dare to say anything. He bowed respectfully and retreated. At this time, a black shadow appeared behind Su Wenguo, asking, "Young lord, do you want me to make a move?" Su Wenguo shook his head. 3 days later, Lord Father will host a banquet to invite experts from various forces. We'll talk about it after the banquet is over. First, investigate these 3 people's identities. The black shadow complied and hid in the darkness, disappearing from sight. After the black shadow disappeared, Su Wenguo came to the secret chamber and began to cultivate. Purple light surged from his body and black qi filled the secret chamber. The cultivation technique Su Wenguo cultivated was the extreme purple devil tribe's cultivation technique. The next day, the sky was bright. Several figures arrived outside Ziwei City. They were Wan Lidong and Sun Quan from the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce. Other than them, there were also 2 other experts from the Chamber of Commerce. As soon as Wan Lidong, Sun Quan, and the other 2 arrived, the Ziwei City branch president Lu Shangyi hurried out to greet them. Because Wan Lidong did not want to alert the Ziwei City's forces, he only sent Lu Xianxia out to greet them. Greetings, Lord President, Lord Vice President. Lu Xianxia stood in front of Wan Lidong and Sun Quan respectfully, his palms were sweaty from excitement. Although he was the Ziwei City branch president, the chances of meeting Wan Lidong and Sun Quan were few and far between. Usually, he only had the chance to meet Wan Lidong and Sun Quan when the headquarters summoned all the branches to report. Even so, he stood far away from them, unlike now where he could meet Wan Lidong and Sun Quan up close. Wan Lidong and Sun Quan nodded slightly at Lu Xianxia. Don't be nervous. Seeing Lu Xianxia's nervous expression, Wan Lidong said, lead us to the Che Manor. Yes, Lord President. Lu Xianxia replied respectfully, then led Wan Lidong, Sun Quan, and Sun Quan into the Ziwei City. After the five of them entered the Ziwei City, they headed straight to the Che Manor. Soon, they arrived at the Che Manor's main entrance. Normally, people like Lu Xianxia, even the Ziwei City Castellan Su Qing would have to be courteous when meeting him. But now that they were standing in front of the Che Manor's main entrance, Lu Xianxia dared not act rashly. Stepping forward, Lu Xianxia politely explained his, Wan Lidong, and Sun Quan's identities to the Che Manor's guards and had them enter to report. Hearing that, the Che Manor's guards rushed into the Che Manor's main hall. Lu Xianxia, Wan Lidong, and Sun Quan waited patiently outside the Che Manor. While Lu Xianxia, Wan Lidong, and Sun Quan were waiting outside the Che Manor, the Ziwei City Castellan Manor's Grand Commander Du Heng passed by and was stunned when he saw Lu Xianxia. As the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's Ziwei City branch president, Lu Xianxia was one of the few top existences in the Ziwei City. As the Grand Commander of the Ziwei City Castellan Manor, he naturally recognized Lu Xianxia. Seeing Lu Xianxia, the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's Ziwei City branch president, standing behind an old man with his head lowered respectfully, Du was astounded. Who was this old man, who could make Lu Xianxia so respectfully stand behind him, not to mention, who were they waiting for? He looked at the mansion and couldn't help but be puzzled. Che Mansion? This Che family was only a very ordinary first-rate power in Ziwei City. What did Lu Xianxia and the others come to Che Manor for? Surprised and curious, he couldn't help but pause. At this moment, he saw Che Suping hurriedly walk out of the residence. Greetings to Lord Wanli, Lord Sun, and Lord Lu. When Che Suping received the report, she rushed out of the main door, respectfully saluting Lu Xianxia, Wan Lidong, Sun Quan, and the rest. Lu Xianxia frowned when he saw that only Che Suping had come out. Where are the three elders of the Che family? Their president and vice president had come in person, but only Che Suping had come out. This made him unhappy. Wan Li Tong. Sun Quan also frowned. With their status, even if they arrived at the major plains, the masters of the major plains would have to come out to greet them. Like Ziwei City's City Lord Su Qing, if he knew that Yang Kai was coming to Ziwei City, he would most likely come out to greet him. It's fine. Wan Li Tong suppressed the unhappiness in his heart, waving his hand as he spoke. He then turned to Che Suping and said, let's go inside. Yes, yes. Che Suping hurriedly said, President Wan, please. She then quickly led Wan Li Tong and the others into the Che Manor. Lords, please take a seat, I will go invite Lord Lu and the others. After entering the main hall, Che Suping excused herself and quickly turned to invite Lu Yiping and the others in. Che Suping was so anxious that her forehead was covered in sweat. When she arrived at Lu Yiping's courtyard, she knocked on Lu Yiping's door. Lu Yiping let her in. Lord, the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's President Wanli and the others are here, they are already in the main hall. Che Suping hurriedly reported after entering the main hall. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stood up. Che Peng looked at Che Suping who was sweating profusely and said, even if the sky collapses, there's still Lord to hold it up, why are you so anxious? Che Suping's heart shuddered, but she complied. Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, Che Peng, and the others walked into the main hall. Wan Li Tong and Sun Quan, who were sitting leisurely in the main hall, suddenly saw Che Suping leading Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao into the main hall. When they saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's faces, both of them jumped in fright. Wan Li Tong and Sun Quan's hearts skipped a beat. It's them, aren't these the three people from the Black Dragon flying ship? Wan Li Tong and Sun Quan stood up involuntarily. Lu Xianxia and the other two also stood up. So, it's young noble. Wan Litong cupped his fists and smiled, we meet again. Lu Xianxia, Che Suping, and the others were stunned. Lu Yiping nodded with a faint smile, you're the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's president, Wan Litong? Hearing Lu Yiping call him by his real name, Wan Litong didn't mind. He smiled and said, it is this old man. Everyone sat back down. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they entered the main topic of the transaction. I heard from little Deacon Ren Jifeng that Master Lu wants to collect a kind of tree block and stone. Wan Litong asked. Lu Yiping confirmed, that's right. Then, using his finger as a brush, Huang Xiaolong drew a line in the air. In the air above the main hall, the building tree block and Buzhou mountain stone appeared. The building tree block and Buzhou mountain stone that Lu Yiping drew glowed brightly, turning into real objects and falling to the ground. Wan Litong, Sun Quan, and the others were inwardly shocked when they saw Lu Yiping's skill. Lu Yiping had only drawn a line in the air, but he had drawn two different objects, a tree block and a rock. Furthermore, he had made the two objects instantly turn from illusion to reality. This Tao of painting had reached an astonishing level. Lu Yiping said, according to our agreement, as long as your Chamber of Commerce helps me collect these two objects, I'll give you 100 drops of star chaos water per cubic meter. Then, Huang Xiaolong drew the fortune jade disc. This kind of jade disc, for one piece, I'll give you 10 buckets of star chaos water. Lu Yiping stated. At the same time, he took out the heaven and earth cauldron and opened a space in the cauldron. Inside, there were several hundred buckets of star chaos water. This was only a small portion of his several 100,000 buckets of star chaos water. But when Wan Litong, Sun Quan, Lu Xianxia, Che Suping, and the others saw the 300 to 400 buckets of star chaos water, their throats quivered. Wan Litong and Sun Quan were still fine, but Lu Xianxia and Che Suping were shocked beyond words. Lu Yiping added, this star chaos water is only a small portion of mine. A small portion, Wan Litong, Sun Quan, Lu Xianxia, Che Suping, and the other two Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's experts felt their hearts tremble. I believe you've seen the Blood Moon Gang's big leader's corpse on the way here. Lu Yiping said to Wan Litong and Sun Quan. Wan Litong and Sun Quan shuddered. Could it be? The Blood Moon Gang was annihilated by my staff. Taurus Longjiao said. The Blood Moon Gang was annihilated with a staff strike. Wan Litong and Sun Quan stared at Taurus Longjiao in shock. Lu Xianxia, Che Suping, and the other three were also dumbstruck looking at Taurus Longjiao. The Blood Moon Gang's big leader, Lin Shuiyue, was a venerable ranked expert on the sovereign list. The news of the Blood Moon Gang's annihilation had spread to the Eternal Star Field, even Lu Xianxia had heard of it. Originally, he wanted to hire workers to throw away the old furniture, but the other party wanted 400, so he couldn't bear to part with it. Therefore, he would have to slowly dismantle the old furniture and throw it away bit by bit in the next few days. When the time comes, he would have to buy new furniture. Plus, it's already the end of the year, so the update would be at the third update. If he's not busy, the update would be at the fourth update. These days, the mysterious expert who had killed the Bloody Moon faction was actually the strong man in the golden retriever in front of him. Furthermore, the other party had said that he had killed it with a single strike. How horrible the stick was to be able to kill hundreds of thousands of Bloody Moon faction members. Even the big leader of Bloody Moon faction, Lin Shuiyue, was beaten to death. When Lu Xianxia saw the 300 to 400 buckets of star chaos water, he couldn't help but be startled awake. He looked at Taurus Longjiao in horror. The main hall was silent for a moment. After a long time, Wan Litong's throat wriggled, and he cupped his fists to Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao and said with a wry smile, previously on the way, we guessed whether the Bloody Moon faction was killed by you, child. Now we know it's true. Then he said, the Bloody Moon faction has been robbing and killing the merchant ships of the surrounding star areas for many years. The major forces have suffered greatly. Young masters, you have destroyed the Bloody Moon faction. This old man thanks the three of you on behalf of the major chambers of commerce. Lu Yiping waved his hand, I just happened to run into it, so I destroyed it while I was at it. Then I'll have to trouble President Wan Lidong to take care of this tree block, stone, and jade disc. When Wan Lidong heard this, he felt flattered and waved his hand, young master is too polite. Since young master has entrusted this task to our Chamber of Commerce, it means that you trust our Chamber of Commerce. We will do our best to help young master find this tree block, stone, and jade disc. Lu Yiping continued, there's one more thing I want to ask the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce to inquire about it for me. Young master, please speak. Wan Lidong hurriedly said. Have you heard of the Purple Extreme Demon Clan? Lu Yiping asked. 10,000-mile connection. Sun Quan was startled. Is it the Purple Extreme Demon race of the Primordial Era? Wan Lidong asked. Lu Yiping nodded and said, I have some grudges with the Purple Extreme Demon race. As far as I know, the Purple Extreme Demon race has a very important headquarters in the Eternal Star Field. If you can help me find their headquarters, I will give you 300 barrels of Star Chaos Water. 300 barrels of Star Chaos Water. Wan Lidong, Sun Quan, and the others were dumbfounded. Not bad. Lu Yiping continued, if you can help me find the whereabouts of a Purple Extreme Demon, I will give you 10,000 drops of Stellar Chaos Water. The whereabouts of a Purple Extreme Demon and 10,000 drops of Stellar Chaos Water. The Purple Extreme Demon clan received 300 barrels of Star Chaos Water. Wan Litong's eyes flickered, clearly calculating the gains and losses. If Lu Yiping were to find out the whereabouts of the Purple Extreme Demons, he might anger the Purple Extreme Demons and suffer their vengeance. Don't worry, Lu Yiping said. As long as you help me find the whereabouts of the Purple Extreme Demons, we will act and destroy them. Wan Lidong finally nodded, alright, our Red Flame trading firm will accept this mission. While Lu Yiping was chatting with Wan Lidong and Sun Quan, Purple Myrtle City's Grand Commander Du Heng noticed that Lu Xianxia and the others had not come out from the Che Manor for a long time, so he left. Du Heng wanted to report the Purple Myrtle City's defense situation to Su Qing, so he strolled to the Castellan Manor and reported the recent situation to Su Qing. After reporting, Du Heng hesitated for a moment before telling Su Qing about Lu Xianxia entering the Che Manor. Oh, Che Manor? Su Qing was surprised. Yes, and Lu Xianxia accompanied the 4 people into the Che Manor. Du Heng added, this subordinate guesses that those 4 people came from the Red Flame trading firm's headquarters. Lu Xianxia followed behind them respectfully. The Red Flame trading firm's headquarters. Su Qing pondered, why did they come to the Che Manor? As the Purple Myrtle City's Castellan, he knew all the first-rate forces in the city like the back of his hand. This Che Manor could barely squeeze into the first-rate forces. Che Suping was just an ordinary 4-totem ancient god realm expert, and the Che family only had a few ancient god realm experts. It was impossible for a force like the Che family to have any interaction with the Red Flame trading firm's headquarters. Su Qing pondered for a moment, then said, I'll hold a banquet 2 days later, add the Che family's name to the guest list. Send someone to deliver the invitation to Che Suping. Originally, when he held a banquet, the Che family's name was not on the guest list. Yes, Castellan. Du Heng replied respectfully. In the Che Manor, after the deal was concluded, Lu Yiping used the Myriad Ages wine to entertain Wan Lidong, Sun Quan, and the others. Half a day later, Wan Lidong, Sun Quan, and the others left the Che Manor. Walking out from the Che Manor, Wan Lidong, Sun Quan, and the others felt like they were in a dream. After leaving the Che Manor, Wan Lidong suddenly said to Lu Xianxia, in the future, whatever Lord Lu orders you to do, you have to personally report to me, understand? Lu Xianxia was stunned for a second, but he reacted quickly and respectfully complied. At the same time, he was overjoyed. In the past, when did he have the chance to directly report to Wan Lidong? It seemed like his promotion was imminent. Do your job well. Wan Lidong said, especially Lord Lu's matters. Lu Xianxia bowed deeply, rest assured, President. Under Lu Xianxia's respectful escort, Wan Lidong, Sun Quan, and the others left the Purple Myrtle City. Only after Wan Lidong and the others left did Lu Xianxia return to the Purple Myrtle City. Back at the Purple Myrtle City branch, Lu Xianxia summoned the mission hall's junior deacon Ren Jifeng, asking, I heard you have some friendship with Patriarch Che. Ren Jifeng was a little apprehensive, saying, Yes, President. Yesterday, Che Suping wanted me to find a job for his youngest son, Che Xiaoning, in our Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce. I was thinking of letting Che Xiaoning train under me for a few years. Lu Xianxia thought for a moment, then said, Let Che Xiaoning come to my side, I'm short of people. Go see Patriarch Che in a moment, ask him if he's willing. Ren Jifeng was dumbfounded. Their president wanted to personally guide Che Xiaoning, moreover, he wanted him to ask Patriarch Che if he was willing. Their president was asking for Patriarch Che's opinion. Ren Jifeng thought of the 3 Che family elders. At this time, Lu Shangyi spoke again. Jifeng, have you considered moving up a rank? Then he added, your mission hall senior deacon seems to have been transferred to another branch, right? Ren Jifeng was pleasantly surprised. Their president wanted to promote him. Lu Shangyi said, do your job well, especially the Che family's matters. In the future, if Patriarch Che asks you to do something, you must personally report to me, understand? Lu Shangyi's tone was exactly the same as Wen Litong's tone. Ren Jifeng nodded excitedly, bowing deeply, rest assured, President. A moment later, Ren Jifeng left Lu Shangyi's place and quickly walked towards the Che Manor. Just as Ren Jifeng was walking towards the Che Manor, Che Suping was holding the wedding invitation from the city lord's mansion. The invitation was personally delivered by a small team leader from the city lord's mansion. When he received the city lord's mansion's invitation, he couldn't believe it, wondering if the other party had sent the wrong invitation. How many years has it been in the Che Manor? No patriarch has ever stepped into the Z Myrtle City's city lord's mansion's doorstep. He thought for a moment and came to Che Ziping's palace, reporting to Che Ziping about the city lord's mansion's invitation. Since Su Qing invited you, go, don't worry. Che Ziping said. Yes, Suping understands. After receiving Che Peng's reply, Che Suping calmed down. Then, Lord Lu and Lord Xiaojin. Che Suping looked at Lu Yiping's palace and said. You don't have to disturb Lord Lu and Lord Xiaojin. Che Ziping said, also, you don't have to guess their identities in the future. Lord Lu's identity isn't something you can imagine. Che Suping's heart trembled and she hurriedly responded respectfully. Lu Yiping sat cross-legged under the founding tree. Around him were the 100 heavenly steels he obtained. He had been comprehending the immemorial heavenly quartz heavenly steels with the help of the founding tree. The heavenly steels even recorded many things from the desolate era. 1 million years ago was the ancient era. 10 million years ago was the ancient era. 100 million years ago was the immemorial era. The desolate era could be traced back to 1 billion years ago, or even further. Now, it was almost impossible to find any records related to the desolate era. Therefore, the heavenly steel's records related to the desolate era were very precious. Lu Yiping even found records related to Mount Buzhou in the 100 heavenly steels. Unfortunately, there weren't many records related to Mount Buzhou. Therefore, he didn't know the reason why Mount Buzhou collapsed. After comprehending the heavenly steels for a while, Lu Yiping stopped. He put away the heavenly steels and left the courtyard with Taurus Longjiao. Although he had entrusted the Scarlet Flame Merchant Guild to help him find the founding tree, Mount Buzhou Stone, and Fortune Jade Disc, he couldn't place all his hopes on the Scarlet Flame Merchant Guild. Therefore, when he was free, he wanted to come out and see if he could sense the tree, stone, and jade disc. When he passed by the main hall, Che Suping was happily receiving Ren Jifeng. Ren Jifeng was here to pass on Lu Shangyi's message to Che Suping. He said that Lu Shangyi wanted to arrange for Che Xiaoning to work for him and asked for Che Suping's opinion. President Lu is too polite. Che Suping said excitedly. How could she be unwilling to accept such a good thing? She said to Ren Jifeng, Deacon Ren, I'll listen to President Lu's arrangements. Ren Jifeng smiled and said, Brother Suping, I'll go back and report to the president. Che Suping was just about to speak when she saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao pass by the main hall. She hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Lord Lu, Lord Xiaojin. When Ren Jifeng saw that it was Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, he hurried forward to greet them. Sir, are you going out? Che Suping asked carefully. Lu Yiping grunted and said, Let's go out for a walk. Xiaoning is fun. I often wander around Ziwei City and am familiar with Ziwei City. Shall I let Xiaoning lead the way for you two sirs? Che Suping said boldly. Lu Yiping thought about it and said, That's fine. Che Suping was delighted. She then called her youngest son, Che Xiaoning. Che Suping was afraid that her son would be rude in front of Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Before leaving the residence, she sternly instructed her son to be respectful to Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Father, don't worry. I guarantee that I will be more respectful to the two sirs than to old ancestor Ani. Xianxia promised. Ani was one of Suping's uncles and one of the ancient gods of Che family. Suping was relieved. Xianxia accompanied Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao out of the residence. He followed behind Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. He was very respectful and did not dare to take half a step forward. Tomorrow is the day of the city lord's banquet. I heard that Miss Su Shaoling has returned from Black-White Deity Palace. Not only has Miss Su Shaoling returned, Black-White Deity Palace's goddess Su Tong will also follow Miss Su Shaoling to Ziwei City. What? Goddess Su Tong? As the day of Ziwei City's city lord Su Qing's banquet approached, everyone in the city was talking about the banquet. Su Qing's daughter, Su Shaoling, was also mentioned. Su Shaoling's talent was very good. She had entered the Black-White Deity Palace at a young age and was accepted as a personal disciple by the Black-White Deity Palace Master. The Black-White Deity Palace was one of the 100 sects in the Eternal Star Field and one of the strongest sects in the Boundless World. There were billions of families in the Boundless World, but the Black-White Deity Palace only accepted 100 disciples every 100 years. How difficult was it to enter the Black-White Deity Palace? However, not only did Su Shaoling successfully enter the Black-White Deity Palace, but she also became the Black-White Deity Palace Master's personal disciple. Therefore, when Su Shaoling became the disciple of the Black-White Deity Palace Master, it caused a sensation in Ziwei City and the mainland where Ziwei City was located. However, compared to Su Shaoling, Su Tong's fame was even greater. Not only was she the Black-White Deity Palace Master's eldest disciple, but she was also the Black-White Deity Palace Master's #1 disciple of this generation. Moreover, she was one of the most outstanding disciples of this generation in the Boundless World. Knowing that Su Tong was coming to Ziwei City, all the disciples and experts of Ziwei City were in heated discussions. Goddess Su Tong is coming to Ziwei City. Xianxia, who was following behind Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, also became excited when she heard the news. Is this goddess Su Tong very famous? Taurus Longjiao asked casually. Xianxia was surprised that Taurus Longjiao didn't know about goddess Su Tong. Lord Xiaojin doesn't know about goddess Su Tong? Goddess Su Tong is one of the most famous goddesses in the Boundless World. Goddess Su Tong is extremely famous. In the entire Boundless World, there is no one who doesn't know about goddess Su Tong. Although goddess Su Tong is the disciple of the Black-White Deity Palace Master, her cultivation is not weaker than many famous experts of the older generation. I heard that she has already condensed the 10 great totems a few years ago. Moreover, they are not ordinary totems. Each of them has reached a height of 130 miles. Lu Yiping was surprised. 130 miles? A 130-mile totem was indeed considered an anomaly among the monstrous geniuses. One had to know that even Che Peng's totem was only 120 miles. The bigger the totem, the stronger the combat power. At that time, it would be even stronger after integrating with the mandate of heaven. Of course, when one was an ancient god, the more totems they condensed, the stronger they would be after integrating with the mandate of heaven. That's right, a 130-mile totem. Xianxia said with admiration. Goddess Su Tong is the goddess that all the young disciples in the Boundless World adore. Taurus Longjiao laughed. Is she also your goddess? Xianxia scratched her head in embarrassment. While Lu Yiping and the others were strolling, they suddenly heard a commotion in the crowd in front of them. Miss Su Shaoling is back. At the end of the street ahead, several figures riding on silver dragons were heading towards them. Silver dragons, like golden dragons, were the kings of the dragon clan and were very rare. That's goddess Su Tong? Xianxia was excited. Among the 6 disciples of the Black-White Deity Palace, there were 3 men and 3 women. The leader was a stunning beauty in a white dress. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were as clear as water. As she looked around, her beauty and elegance made one's heart flutter. Su Shaoling, who was following behind Su Tong, laughed. Those male disciples are almost drooling when they see eldest senior sister. Another male disciple of the Black-White Deity Palace, Peng Bo, laughed. These male disciples are just toads lusting after a swan's meat. They should think about their own identities and our eldest senior sister's identity. Zhu Weijin, the Black-White Deity Palace's disciple, looked at the surrounding family's disciples and laughed. These people's aptitude is too weak, their strength is too low. Even our black-white deity palace's most ordinary outer disciples are 100 times stronger than them. Su Shaoling laughed. These Ziwei City's family disciples can't compare to our black-white deity palace's disciples. As they chatted and laughed, they made their way to the Ziwei City castle and mansion. At this time, the ground shook, and in the distance, a large group of experts riding on beast mounts arrived. It was the Ziwei City castle and mansion's experts. Leading them was Ziwei City's castellan, Su Qing. Other than Su Qing, there was also Su Qing's son, Su Wengua, and Grand Commander Du Heng. Su Tong was the Black-White Deity Palace's first disciple, and also the Black-White Deity Palace's #1 disciple. She was also one of the top 10 totem experts. Therefore, when Su Qing learned of Su Tong's arrival, he hurriedly led the castellan mansion's experts to greet her. After arriving, Ziwei City's castellan Su Qing quickly cupped his fists at Su Tong. Su Qing greets Goddess Su Tong. Su Tong smiled. Uncle Su doesn't need to be so polite. Shaoling is my junior sister, and you're my elder. It should be me who greets Uncle Su. Everyone exchanged some pleasantries. Then, under Su Qing's invitation, the Black-White Deity Palace's Su Tong, Pang Bo, and Zhu Weijin headed to the Ziwei City castellan mansion. Looking at Su Tong's beautiful figure, Che Xiaoning couldn't retract his gaze for a long time. Taurus Longjiao laughed. She's already gone, kid, you still don't want to leave? Che Xiaoning regained his senses, smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and then followed behind Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Taurus Longjiao said, this girl's appearance is not bad, but she's too arrogant. Those Black-White Deity Palace disciples were even more annoying, saying something like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Swan? Swan? In my opinion, she's just a heavenly chicken. Che Xiaoning was dumbfounded. Heavenly chicken, was he referring to Goddess Su Tong? Taurus Longjiao reminiscing, Princess Tianqian is still the best. The Tianqian he mentioned was the youngest daughter of the founder of Hingyuan Plains Tianwen Pavilion, Tianwen. Lu Yiping smiled. The three of them strolled around casually. After a round, there was no reaction from the building tree, Mount Buzhou, and the jade disc of good fortune. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao returned to the Che mansion and continued to cultivate the longevity art and the immortal skywood art. The next day. It was the day of Ziwei City's City Lord Su Qing's banquet. Before dawn, the entire Ziwei City was bustling with noise and excitement. The streets and alleys around the City Lord's mansion were decorated with lanterns and streamers, creating a festive atmosphere. There was an endless stream of masters from all over the world who came to participate in the banquet, and all kinds of luxurious mounts and carriages filled the square in front of the City Lord's mansion. Che Suping also took the invitation and drove out of the Che Manor early. This time, he didn't bring many people with him. His eldest son and daughter weren't around, so he brought his youngest son, Che Xiaoning, and the other two ancient gods of the Che family, Che Ani and Che Chuanli. Che Xiaoning was extremely excited as she sat on the carriage. A short while later, the carriage arrived at Ziwei City's City Lord Mansion. Although Che Manor's carriage was also pulled by a rare divine beast, compared to the luxurious carriages that filled the square, Che Manor's carriage was a little shabby. In the most conspicuous position in the square in front of the City Lord's mansion, there were 6 silver dragons crawling on the ground. These were the Black-White Deity Palace's Su Tong, Pang Bo, and Zhu Weijin's mounts. When the various forces experts passed by the silver dragons, they all took a detour, afraid that they would disturb the 6 silver dragons. Che Suping finally stopped the carriage at a corner of the square, then walked towards the entrance of the Ziwei City Lord's mansion with Che Xiaoning, Che Ani, and Che Chuanli. When Che Suping's group arrived at the City Lord's mansion, Su Wengua was chatting with Su Shaoling, Su Tong, Pang Bo, and Zhu Weijin. Third brother, today is father's banquet, why didn't your steward, Kong Jianxin, come to help? Su Shaoling asked. Su Wengua hesitated for a moment, then said, Kong Jianxin was beaten up a few days ago, he was seriously injured, his divine veins and godhead were shattered. What? Su Shaoling was in disbelief, it was the Ziwei City's people? Su Wengua nodded, it was the Ziwei City's people. Su Tong, Pang Bo, and Zhu Weijin also stopped talking, all of them were surprised. In this Ziwei City, there is someone who dares to injure Brother Wengua's steward? Pang Bo frowned, I wonder which super forces expert is it? Su Wenhua shook his head. It's not a super force, it's just an ordinary first-rank family called Che Manor. Che Manor? Su Shaoling recalled, the Che Manor's patriarch seems to be an ancient god with 4 totems? Also the Che family's strongest expert? Su Wenhua nodded, that's right, originally, I wanted to send people to teach this Che family a lesson, but considering father's banquet is imminent, it wouldn't be good for the reputation, so I can only forget about it. Pang Bo snorted, a small first-rank family in the Ziwei city dares to make a move against your Su family's people, they must be punished severely. Otherwise, when the wind blows, everyone will do the same thing, and chaos will ensue. At that time, who would be afraid of your Su family? At this time, outside the city lord's mansion's entrance, a steward at the reception shouted, Ziwei City's Che family's patriarch has arrived. Su Wenhua, Su Shaoling, and the rest were stunned. Che family? Su Shaoling was puzzled, father invited this Che Suping? Seriously injuring the Su family's people, yet he still dares to attend the banquet. Indifferent, Pang Bo said, this Che Suping doesn't put brother Wenhua in his eyes at all. Zhu Weijin snorted, I also think this person should be punished severely. Since he broke brother Wenhua's godhead and meridians, then we should also break his godhead and meridians. Su Wenhua shook his head, today is father's banquet, and he was invited by father, forget it. Pang Bo said, he's just an ordinary first-rank family, even if Uncle Su invited him, he's probably a dispensable person, an insignificant character. Brother Wenhua, since it's inconvenient for you to make a move, I'll make a move for you. Pang Bo stood up and walked outside. Zhu Weijin also stood up and followed behind Pang Bo. Su Tong opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. At this time, inside the Castellan Manor's inner hall, Su Qing was accompanying several important guests, including the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's Ziwei branch's president Lu Shangyi, as well as several Superforce's ancestors. All of them were experts of the 10 great totem clans. Lu Shangyi laughed, even the Black-White Deity Palace's goddess Su Tong came to attend City Lord Su's banquet. City Lord Su is very fortunate. How could we have such an honor? Su Qing waved his hand and laughed, President Lu, don't tease me, I'll introduce goddess Su Tong to you later. While they were chatting happily, Che Suping, Che Shaoling, and the other 2 entered the Castellan Manor. They went to the reception area and handed over the gifts. Just as they were about to enter the banquet area, they saw Pang Bo and Zhu Weijin walking over, followed by Su Wenhua, Su Shaoling, and the rest. Pang Bo and Zhu Weijin were the Black-White Deity Palace's palace master's personal disciples. Their every action was closely watched by the various forces experts. Everyone was surprised when they saw Pang Bo and Zhu Weijin walking over to Che Suping's group. Che Suping watched as Pang Bo and Zhu Weijin from the Black-White Deity Palace walked towards her, followed by Su Wenhua, Su Shaoling, and Su Tong. Che Ani and Che Chuanli also recalled the matter of Su Wenhua's steward Kong Jianxin a few days ago, and their faces paled. Only Che Xianning was puzzled, but sensing the hostility from Pang Bo, Zhu Weijin, and the others, he had a bad feeling about this. Before everyone's eyes, Pang Bo, Zhu Weijin, and the others stopped in front of Che Suping's group. The experts who came to attend the banquet noticed something was amiss, and all of them stopped in their tracks. Isn't that the Che family's patriarch, Che Suping? Did the Che family offend the Black-White Deity Palace's palace master's personal disciple? Some ancestors were bewildered. Pang Bo looked at Che Suping from head to toe, you're the Ziwei City's Che family's patriarch, Che Suping? Che Suping's heart tightened, but he quickly cupped his fists, this one is indeed Che Suping, greetings to several lords from the Black-White Deity Palace. Then he added, I was invited by Castellan Lord Su Qing to attend the banquet, may I know what matter lords have with me? Indifferent smile appeared on Pang Bo's face seeing Che Suping mention Su Qing's name, Che Suping, let me ask you, brother Wenhua's steward Kong Jianxin was injured by your Che family's experts, even his godhead and meridians were shattered, is this true? Pang Bo's words caused an uproar among the crowd. What? There's such a thing? Third young master Su's steward Kong Jianxin was injured by Che family's experts. Even his godhead and meridians were shattered. This is too ruthless. Is this Che family crazy? They actually dared to injure third young master steward to this extent. Experts from various forces were shocked and surprised. Wu family's patriarch Wu Weidong, who had a conflict with the Che family, was among the crowd watching this scene. Indifferent smile appeared on his face. Facing Peng Bo's question, Che Suping braced himself and explained nervously, "At that time, Steward Kong came to my Che family." But, just as he was about to explain, Zhu Weijin cut him off. Families manners families experts, you only, and meridians." Suping's words. "Speak." Zhu Weijin suddenly bellowed, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and a terrifying aura rushed towards Che Suping and the others. Zhu Weijin was the fourth disciple of the Black-White Deity Palace. His cultivation was not weak as he already had 7 totem ancient gods. Under Zhu Weijin's might, Che Suping only felt suffocated. On the other hand, Che Xiaoning was only a peak late-stage god. She was not even the ruler of a plane. Under Zhu Weijin's pressure, her face paled. She felt like she was being crushed by a terrifying mountain. She was forced to her knees. Che Ani and Che Chunli were both ancient god realm experts with 3 totems, thus, they were still able to hold their breath and staggered backward. Che Suping looked at Zhu Weijin in shock and could only answer truthfully, "He was heavily injured by the elders of my Che family." When the crowd heard this, there was another uproar. Indifferent, Zhu Weijin said, "It's good that you admit it. Our Black-White Divine Palace's disciples have always been clear about what's right and wrong. Since your Che family destroyed Wingwa's people's godheads and divine veins, I'll do the same to you." Not waiting for Che Suping to argue, Huang Xiaolong's palm struck out, landing on Che Suping's chest. Zhu Weijin's attack was too fast. Caught off guard, Che Suping was sent flying by Zhu Weijin's palm, crashing heavily on the ground. A loud boom resounded from the ground. Che Suping vomited blood. Zhu Weijin's attack earlier was destroying Che Xiaoning's vitality. Moreover, many of Che Xiaoning's divine veins had already been destroyed by Zhu Weijin. "Father!" Che Xiaoning screamed in agony. Her eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Zhu Weijin. Indifferent smile appeared on Peng Bo's face watching this, reckless things. "Do you think we won't dare to touch you just because you received Uncle Su's invitation?" Peng Bo's palm also struck out at Che Ani and Che Chunli. Che Ani and Che Chunli were also sent flying. As for Che Xiaoning, she was only a peak late-stage heavenly god realm cultivator. After being struck by Peng Bo's palm force, she was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing into the ground some distance away, unconscious. Then, Zhu Weijin took another step forward, striking out again at Che Suping's chest, shattering the rest of her divine veins. Clearly, Huang Xiaolong had shattered all of Che Suping's divine veins, not just a few. Peng Bo also made his move, shattering Che Ani and Che Chunli's remaining divine veins. In the inner hall, Su Qing was chatting happily with Lu Shangyi and several other big shots. Suddenly, he heard energy fluctuations and loud noises coming from outside, causing him to frown. "What's going on?" Su Qing asked Senior Commander Du Heng beside him. Senior Commander Du Heng quickly went out to inquire. Soon, Du Heng returned and reported to Su Qing, "It's several lords from the Black-White Deity Palace." After a slight hesitation, he added, "I heard that a few days ago, 3rd Young Master Steward, Kong Jianxin, was heavily injured by the Che family's elders. Even his godhead and divine veins were shattered." When Lord Zhu Weijin learned of the Black-White Deity Palace's Peng Bo and Lord Peng Bo, he felt indignant for the 3rd Young Master. Therefore, just now, he also destroyed the Che family's patriarch, Che Suping's divine veins and godhead. Lu Shangyi, who was leisurely sipping on his tea, felt an explosion in his mind when he heard Du Heng's words. His face tightened, and he jumped to his feet with a terrifying expression. "What did you say just now? Who was it?" Senior Commander Du Heng was startled by Lu Shangyi's reaction. Looking at Lu Shangyi's horrified expression, Du Heng explained, "It was the Black-White Deity Palace's Peng Bo and Lord Zhu Weijin." Lu Shangyi roared in anger, "I'm asking, whose divine veins and godhead were they destroyed?" Du Heng's heart shuddered at Lu Shangyi's angry roar. He knew Lu Shangyi well. Lu Shangyi was always smiling, and he had never seen Lu Shangyi so angry. Moreover, Lu Shangyi seemed to be afraid, as if the sky was collapsing. Watching Lu Shangyi's reaction, Su Qing and several other big shots were astonished. "Brother Lu." Su Qing stood up and called out. Lu Shangyi dashed out of the inner hall like a madman, rushing out of the hall. Su Qing and several other big shots exchanged glances. "Let's go out and take a look," Su Qing said solemnly as he followed Lu Xiangyi out of the hall. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. He had a good relationship with Lu Xiangyi, and he had never seen Lu Xiangyi so angry and fearful. Lu Xiangyi's fear was because Che Suping's divine veins and godhead were destroyed. Soon, Lu Xiangyi reached the outer hall. Zhu Weijin had already sent out several palm strikes, but seeing Che Suping on the verge of death, he sent out another palm strike. All of a sudden, a person rushed out from the inner hall, meeting Zhu Weijin's palm strike head-on. Bang! Shockwaves from the palm strike swept out. Zhu Weijin staggered back from the impact. Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Tong's brows furrowed as she looked at Lu Xiangyi. "Stop!" Su Qing, who had chased after Zhu Weijin, Pang Bo, and the others, hurriedly shouted. He was afraid that Zhu Weijin, Pang Bo, and the others would attack Lu Xiangyi. Lu Xiangyi was a member of the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce. If they fought, it would be troublesome. Even Su Qing, the Ziwei city's castellan, had to be respectful when facing Lu Xiangyi. Patriarch Che. After forcing Zhu Weijin back, Lu Xiangyi hurried to Che Suping's side and helped her up, calling out anxiously. Although Che Suping was on the verge of death, he still retained a trace of consciousness. Seeing that it was Lu Xiangyi, he forced a smile. "Lord Lu." This smile made Lu Xiangyi feel ashamed and fearful at the same time. Looking at Che Suping's smile, Lu Xiangyi suddenly felt like crying. "Patriarch Che, I'm sorry, I'm late." Che Suping shook his head weakly. Just as he was about to speak, he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. Lu Xiangyi's heart tightened watching this, glaring angrily at Zhu Weijin and Pang Bo. "You're in big trouble." Zhu Weijin and Pang Bo's faces sank hearing this. "Got into big trouble?" Zhu Weijin laughed coldly. "Where did you come from, you reckless old thing?" Su Qing quickly stepped forward, explaining, "This is the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's Purple Myrtle City branch's president Lu Xiangyi." Zhu Weijin and Pang Bo were stunned. Even Su Tong and the other two Black-White Deity Palace disciples were surprised. They didn't expect the person who saved Che Suping to be the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's Purple Myrtle City branch's president. Zhu Weijin was speechless. Although the Black-White Deity Palace was one of the Eternal Star Field's 100 sects, and one of the few super sects in the boundless world, the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce was the Eternal Star Field's #1 Chamber of Commerce. Su Qing said to Senior Commander Du Heng beside him, "Why aren't you saving him?" Che Suping was someone he invited, but Zhu Weijin and Pang Bo injured Che Suping during his banquet. This greatly displeased him, but since Zhu Weijin and Pang Bo were disciples of the Black-White Deity Palace's palace master, he couldn't vent his anger. At this time, Su Tong stepped forward and said to Su Qing, "Uncle Su, these two junior brothers were reckless, attacking during your banquet. I apologize on their behalf." Seeing Su Tong apologizing, Su Qing hurriedly said, "Goddess Su is too polite, it's just a small matter." "Small matter?" Lu Xiangyi sneered, "You think this is a small matter? You're in big trouble." Pang Bo couldn't resist blurting out, "Big trouble? You're talking about this little Che family? What a joke." Little Che family? Lu Xiangyi's words reminded him of the hundreds of thousands of Blood Moon faction's members. And he sneered, "Che, wait for your death." Wait for death. When Su Tong heard this, she was very displeased. Su Qing and the other big shots frowned as well. They felt that Lu Xiangyi was exaggerating. The matter of Ziwei City's City Lord Manor reached the ears of the Che family's experts very quickly. An expert of the Che clan anxiously knocked on Che Peng's palace. "Come in." Che Ziping stopped cultivating and said. After that expert from the Che clan came in, he first bowed to Che Peng before crying, "Old ancestor, something happened to the clan head and the others in the city lord's mansion." He continued, "News has just spread that the Black-White Deity Palace's palace master's disciple crippled their godheads and meridians. I heard it's because of what happened to Kong Jianxin a few days ago." His godhead and meridians were destroyed? Che Ziping's face darkened. Yes, other than the patriarch, third young master, and Yi, and Chun-Li were all crippled. The Che family's expert cried, "I heard that the patriarch and the others have already fainted." Che Peng suddenly stepped into the air and arrived above the Che mansion. He stood high in the air and released his aura in a frenzy. He no longer suppressed his aura. Boom, when Che Peng's aura was fully released, heaven and earth rumbled, and a bright light shone. A terrifying storm swept across heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone in Ziwei City felt Che Peng's terrifying aura. Even the people in the city lord's mansion far away from the Che mansion could feel Che Peng's majestic aura. So strong. This is an ancient god with 11 totems? The several 10 great totem realm experts standing beside Su Qing exclaimed in shock. An ancient god with 11 totems. The Castellan mansion's experts were astounded. Even in the boundless world, there weren't many ancient gods with 11 totems. Even Castellan Su Qing had just condensed 10 totems. That direction, it seems to be the Che mansion's direction. Suddenly, someone said. What, the Che mansion's direction? Everyone was surprised. Su Tong, Peng Bo, Zhu Weijin, and the others exchanged a glance. At this time, Su Wenhua said, it's just a direction, the Che family's strongest expert is Che Suping, it can't be the Che family's expert. The experts in Ziwei City nodded. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, who dares to hurt my Che family's disciples, come out and face your death. The voice reverberated in every corner of Ziwei City. Everyone was shocked. Su Qing's brows furrowed, and he looked at Lu Shangyi. It seemed like Lu Shangyi already knew about the Che family's 11 totems expert. Was this the calamity that Lu Shangyi mentioned? Thinking of this, Su Qing broke through the void and arrived above the city lord's mansion. He was curious about the Che family's 11 totems ancient god. Su Tong, Peng Bo, Zhu Weijin, Su Shaoling, Su Wenhua, and the others also broke through the void and arrived above the city lord's mansion. Peng Bo sneered, it's just 11 totems, just my eldest senior sister alone can fight an ancient god with 11 totems. There was no need to doubt the terror of 11 totems. When Che Peng was in the Northern Desolate Divine Mansion, he single-handedly suppressed the entire Northern Desolate Divine Mansion. To a 10 great totem ancient god, 11 totems were invincible. However, there were exceptions. There were a few monstrous geniuses in the Eternal Star Field who could fight an ancient god with 11 totems. For example, Su Tong, the Heaven's Vault Palace's young palace master, the Cold Solitude sect's chief disciple, and the Eternal Divine Mansion's young palace master. As everyone arrived above the city lord's mansion, they saw an elegant figure standing in the air above the Che family's mansion. Following that, one after another, totems soared into the sky. A 120 li totem. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. Even Su Tong's brows furrowed. Peng Bo, Zhu Weijin, and the others' faces stiffened. Although Su Tong could fight an ancient god with 11 totems, it depended on what kind of 11 totems they were facing. An ancient god with a 120 li totem was far stronger than an ordinary 11 totems. Soon, Che Peng's 11 totems flew out, but right after the 11 totems, another totem flew out. 12 totems. Su Qing, Su Tong, Peng Bo, Zhu Weijin, and the others were shocked when they saw Che Peng's 12th totem. Although 11 totems ancient gods were rare in the Eternal Star Field, some super sects still had them. For example, the Black-White Divine Palace had 11 totems ancient gods. However, 12 totems were hard to come by. In the Eternal Star Field, there were countless super sects and billions of experts, but there were only 3 known ancient gods with 12 totems, Peng Bo, Zhu Weijin, and the others looked at Su Wenhua. Wasn't the Che family just an ordinary first-rate family in the Ziwei City? How could there be a 12th totem ancient god? Moreover, it was a 120 li totem. Su Wenhua also had a look of disbelief on his face. Since when did the Che family have a 12th totem ancient god? Standing behind Su Wenhua, the Wu family's patriarch, Wu Weidong, also paled. Che Peng's cold gaze pierced through the air, landing on Su Tong, Peng Bo, and Zhu Weijin, who were clad in the Black-White Divine Palace's disciple robes. Everyone's attention was on Che Peng. Including the experts in the Che mansion, all of them were looking at Che Peng with astonishment. The Che family elder who had returned from outside this time was actually a 12 totem expert. Even Lu Shangyi was surprised. He thought it would be Lord Xiaojin, the golden retriever expert, who would have thought it would be Che Peng. Even more so, the scholarly-looking Che Peng standing beside Lu Yiping was a 12 totem expert. 12 totems? Lu Shangyi muttered to himself. If Che Peng had 12 totems, then how many totems did that Lord Xiaojin have? Perhaps, he had already surpassed the ancient god realm. Indifferent, Che Peng looked at Su Tong, Pang Bo, Zhu Weijin, and the others. Since your black-white deity palace's people destroyed Su Ping's group of 4 godheads and meridians, then I will also destroy the godheads and meridians of your black-white deity palace's 6 people. What? Che Peng's words shocked the Castellan manners experts. Che Peng wanted to destroy the godheads and meridians of the black-white deity palace's 6 people. Even goddess Su Tong's godhead and meridians were going to be destroyed. Even Su Qing's daughter Su Xiaoling's godhead and meridians were going to be destroyed. Su Tong's face turned ugly. Su Qing frowned, taking a step forward, cupping his fists at Che Peng. This senior Che, this is the black-white deity palace's current generation's goddess, goddess Su Tong. These 3 are the black-white deity palace's palace master's personal disciples. He pointed at Pang Bo, Zhu Weijin, and Su Xiaoling. Then, he added, this is my daughter. He pointed at Su Xiaoling. The other 2 are the black-white deity palace's ancestors' personal disciples. He pointed at the remaining 2 black-white deity palace's disciples. He wanted to tell Che Peng that Su Tong's group was not ordinary black-white deity palace's disciples. Su Tong's group of 6, 4 of them were black-white deity palace's personal disciples, and 2 of them were Che Peng's beloved daughter. This Che family's expert actually wanted to destroy his daughter's godhead and meridians? Oh, is that so? Che Ziping's voice was as cold as before as he suddenly punched towards Su Tong and the others. Today, whoever tries to stop me, I'll destroy them. The roar of the carriage resounded throughout Ziwei City. As Che Peng's fist blasted out, suddenly, the heavens and earth paused. The sky above Ziwei City, which was originally bright and sunny, suddenly turned into a vast starry sky, with stars appearing one after another. The enormous fist imprint, which was covered in layers of starfire, shattered layers of space, traversed an unknown distance, and then blasted towards Su Tong, Pang Bo, Zhu Weijin, and the others. Even though they were separated by layers of space, everyone could still feel the terrifying power of the Starflame Divine Fist. All the masters in Ziwei City raised their heads and stared at the Starflame Divine Fist in horror. The experts from the City Lord's mansion were equally shocked. Quick, activate the mansion's grand formation. Su Qing roared. All the masters in the City Lord's city panicked and quickly activated the grand array in the City Lord's mansion of Ziwei City. Immediately, layers upon layers of light shot up into the sky. The Ziwei City Lord Mansion's array was rarely activated, only when the mansion was in danger of being destroyed would it be activated. Su Qing was a core disciple of the Su family, one of the 100 sects, and had a close relationship with the Black-White Palace, one of the 100 sects. Therefore, no one had ever attacked the Ziwei City Lord Mansion, and he had never activated the City Lord Mansion's array. This was his first time as the Ziwei City Lord. Following the activation of the City Lord Mansion's array, Su Qing roared, "Arrange the Ziwei Divine Array, attack." Immediately, the tens of thousands of guards in the City Lord Mansion arranged the Ziwei Divine Array according to the Ziwei Star's position, and at the same time, the blades in their hands slashed out. Su Tong's body also emitted a bright light, and 10 great totems flew out, each one was 130 miles long. The aura on her body was so strong that the nearby masters retreated in shock. Su Tong suddenly punched out with both fists. In an instant, the power of darkness and light roared out from her fists. This was the Black-White Palace's ultimate skill, the Black-White Divine Fist. After cultivating the Black-White Divine Fist, the power of one fist could trigger the power of darkness and light. Pang Bo, Zhu Weijin, and Su Xiaoling also summoned their totems and displayed the Black-White Divine Fist. The power of darkness and light intertwined above Ziwei City, illuminating heaven and earth. Su Qing also made his move, urging the power of the 10 great totems, displaying the Su family's ultimate skill, the 9 Saint Fists. When he punched out with both fists, 9 huge figures appeared behind him. Although these figures were blurry, they exuded a shocking pressure. "Sir City Lord, we will lend you a hand." One of the Lin family's 10 totem ancestors, who was on good terms with Su Qing, shouted. This Lin family ancestor also urged his 10 great totems, throwing out a punch with all his might. Seeing this, the masters from the Lin family also urged their totems, attacking with all their might. As the City Lord of Ziwei City, Su Qing was in charge of Ziwei City, so he still had some connections. In an instant, more and more masters in Ziwei City made their move. For a time, the power of the fists was varied, and all kinds of powers were colorful. This time, Su Qing's grand banquet had invited all the patriarchs and ancestors of Ziwei City's super forces. As more and more masters made their move, it was equivalent to raising the power of Ziwei City to shake Che Peng's power. Che Peng's divine fist finally arrived in front of the City Lord Mansion. Bang bang bang, the tens of thousands of guards of the City Lord Mansion arranged the Ziwei Divine Array to attack the tens of thousands of blade lights slashed on the Starflame Divine Fist, and there was a dense sound. However, when these tens of thousands of blade lights slashed on the Starflame Divine Fist, it felt like a gust of wind blowing on a mountain. It had no effect at all. Then, the power of darkness and light of Su Tong's black and white Divine Fist blasted on the Starflame Divine Fist. The Starflame Divine Fist instantly blasted away the power of darkness and light of the 6 people. Then, Su Qing's 9 Saint Fists, the Lin family ancestor, and the other masters' attacks blasted on the Starflame Divine Fist. However, they were also instantly blasted away by the Starflame Divine Fist. The Starflame Divine Fist did not stop and blasted on the City Lord Mansion's array. Ziwei City trembled violently. The entire Ziwei City seemed to be about to collapse. All the residents in Ziwei City, there was an explosion in their minds, and they only felt the end of the world. Under the bombardment of the Starflame Divine Fist, the Ziwei City Lord Mansion's grand array was destroyed in an instant. The Starflame Divine Fist went straight into the City Lord Mansion. Su Tong, Peng Bo, Zhu Weijin, and Su Shaoling were the first to bear the brunt of the Starflame Divine Fist. They were directly blasted away, followed by the City Lord Mansion's tens of thousands of guards, and lastly, Su Qing, the Lin family ancestor, and the other experts of Ziwei City. Wherever the Starflame Divine Fist passed, Su Qing, the Lin family ancestor, and the others were all plowed away. No one could resist, and no one could escape. As the Starflame Divine Fist plowed away Su Tong, Peng Bo, Zhu Weijin, Su Qing, the Lin family ancestor, and the others, the fist waves blasted to the end of Ziwei City, finally stopping in front of the city walls. The soldiers on top of Ziwei City's city walls watched as the Starflame Divine Fists rumbled towards them, and their souls turned cold. When the Starflame Divine Fists finally stopped in front of the city walls, their legs went soft. Lu Shangyi and the other experts who didn't participate in the battle had already retreated to safety. From afar, Lu Shangyi and the rest watched as Su Tong, Su Qing, the Lin family's ancestor, and the tens of thousands of Castellan Manor soldiers were all plowed away. One person, shaking a city. After a long time, Lu Shangyi looked at the majestic and refined figure in front of Che Manor. The others were speechless for a long time looking at that refined figure. Among them, some had seen an 11-totem ancient god in action, but this was the first time they saw a 12-totem ancient god in action. 12 totem ancient gods, so powerful, Che Peng's majestic power had deeply shaken their souls, giving them a feeling that they were no match for him. 12 totem ancient gods were not something those 10 totem ancient gods and 11 totem ancient gods could shake. No matter how many 10 totem ancient gods there were, they couldn't shake 12 totem ancient gods. Even a monstrous genius like Su Tong who had condensed a 130 Li totem ancient god couldn't shake 12 totem ancient gods. After punching out, Che Ziping took a step forward, walking towards Ziwei City's Castellan Manor. Che Ziping's speed was not fast, but each step crossed several hundred li. Che Ziping's robe fluttered in the absence of wind. Watching Che Ziping walking towards them, the experts who were hiding in the distance retreated again, afraid that they would block Che Ziping's path. Che Ziping stopped in the air above the Castellan Manor, looking at Su Tong, Peng Bo, Zhu Weijin, and the rest who were being plowed away. Su Tong, Peng Bo, and Zhu Weijin who were the first to be sent flying were vomiting blood on the ground in the distance. Che Ziping's eyes were indifferent. With a flick of his finger, Su Tong, Peng Bo, Zhu Weijin, and Su Shaoling were sent flying. Su Qing seemed to have guessed what Che Ziping was going to do. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he shouted anxiously, "Stop!" Che Ziping acted as if he didn't hear Su Qing's words. His fist punched out, enveloping Su Tong, Peng Bo, Zhu Weijin, and Su Shaoling. Huang Shaoling's body, Su Tong, Peng Bo, and Peng Bo's meridians were destroyed. Their meridians were shattered. Including Su Tong. The masters of Ziwei City were all stunned. This Che clan's expert actually dared to destroy Su Tong's divine veins. Su Tong was this generation's goddess of the black-white deity palace. He was the most outstanding genius of this generation of the black-white deity palace. Su Tong had poured almost all of the blood and sweat of the ancestors of the black-white deity palace to nurture her. Only then had she managed to condense a 130-mile totem. But now, Che Chipping had destroyed his divine vein. There were also Peng Bo, Zhu Weijin, and Su Shaoling, who were all direct disciples of the black-white deity palace's palace master. The black-white deity palace only had 4 direct disciples, and now, all of them had been destroyed by Che Peng. The other 2 black-white deity palace disciples were not inferior to Peng Bo, Zhu Weijin, and the others. They were the personal disciples of the black-white deity palace's ancestor. When Su Qing saw that Che Peng had not only destroyed Su Tong's meridians, but also his daughter's meridians, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared, "You have committed a heinous crime. You dared to break Su Tong's divine meridian, dared to break my daughter's divine meridian. Not only did you offend the black-white deity palace, you also offended my Su family. No matter how big the eternal star field is, there is no place for you to hide." Su Qing's roar reverberated through the entire Purple Myrtle City. Indeed, although Che Chipping was an ancient god with 12 totems, he was still just one person. It was impossible for him to be strong enough to contend against the black-white deity palace and the Su family. No place for me to hide? Che Chipping's eyes were cold and indifferent. Then, he punched out again, and the force of his fist enveloped Su Tong's group of 6. Boom! Su Tong's group of 6 was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. That punch had shattered Su Tong's group of 6. That punch had shattered Su Tong's group of 6. Su Qing was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Qing had already threatened Che Chipping, yet Che Chipping still dared to shatter Su Tong's group of 6. What was this? This was simply lawless, arrogant, disdainful. He didn't even put Su Qing's words in his heart. You. Su Qing glared at Che Chipping, his eyes spitting fire. You really think you're invincible just because you have 12 totems? My Su family and the black-white deity palace's experts will arrive soon. Che Chipping was indifferent. Then I'll be waiting. He had been following Lu Yiping for some time now, and his tone had gradually become the same as Lu Yiping's. Su Qing's face turned green from anger. Che Chipping glanced in Lu Xianxi's direction. Just now, Lu Xianxi was protecting the unconscious Che Suping and the others, hiding far away. Che Chipping said to Lu Xianxi, "President Lu, many thanks." Lu Xianxi was flattered. "Senior is too polite, it's what I should do." Che Chipping released a ball of God force, enveloping Che Suping and the others, protecting their hearts and veins. Then, he carried them back to the Che Manor. However, just as they were about to leave, Che Chipping suddenly stopped, saying, "I think there's no need for this Ziwei City's Castellan Manor to exist anymore." Then, he slammed his palm down on the Castellan Manor. Layers of starlight shot out from Che Chipping's palm. Boom! Layers of starlight slammed into the Castellan Manor's main hall. In an instant, the Castellan Manor's main hall exploded into dust. Then, layers of starlight spread out in all directions like violent waves. Wherever the starlight reached, all buildings were destroyed, collapsed, and turned into dust. Dust billowed, and shockwaves swept out. Su Qing and the others were dumbfounded. The Ziwei City's Castellan Manor had existed before Su Qing took over the position of Castellan. It was the tallest and most majestic building in the Ziwei City, but now, it was reduced to dust by Che Chipping's palm. After Che Chipping's palm force reduced the Castellan Manor to dust, the starlight stopped at the edge of the Castellan Manor, not damaging the surrounding buildings. As the Castellan Manor collapsed, Che Chipping left with Che Suping and the others. One of the family's ancestors watched Che Chipping's departing figure with lingering fear. Is he going to fight the Su family and the black-white divine palace alone? Thinking of the Su family and the black-white divine palace, these two behemoths, everyone's heart trembled. Something big is going to happen in the eternal star field. Another ancestor lamented. At the same time, many people looked at Su Qing with complicated feelings. Now that the Castellan Manor was gone, where would Su Qing sleep? Sleep on the street? Su Qing's face was ugly to the extreme. Just when everyone thought the matter was over, a giant golden hand condensed in Che Qiping's manner. This giant golden hand arrived above the castellan manor and grabbed Su Wenhua in the void. The one who made the move was Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were already aware of Che Qiping's attack. Liu Yiping's divine sense enveloped the castellan manor and found the purple extreme devil chi on Su Wenhua's body. The purple extreme devil race's purple extreme devil chi. You've cultivated the purple extreme devil race's cultivation technique. Liu Yiping's cold voice sounded. Liu Yiping's voice reverberated between heaven and earth, but everyone could only hear his voice and not see his face. Only Lu Xianxia, who was familiar with Liu Yiping's voice, shuddered involuntarily. Everyone was surprised to see the sudden appearance of the golden palm. Who are you? Su Wenhua bellowed in anger. He wanted to struggle, but he found that his strength was completely restrained, unable to move. At this time, the golden palm clenched, and Su Wenhua's body quivered. Wisps of faint purple devil chi rushed out from the depths of his body. It was the purple extreme devil chi. Liu Yiping, who was sitting cross-legged under the creation tree, flickered his eyes, and a void enveloped Su Wenhua. In the blink of an eye, Su Wenhua's memories were read by Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping's golden palm clenched, and Su Wenhua's body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Su Wenhua was dumbfounded. Various forces experts were dumbfounded. Moments ago, Che Peng had crushed Su Tong, Peng Bo, and Zhu Weijin's godheads and veins, and this Che family's mysterious expert was even more ruthless, directly crushing Su Wenhua. Su Qing watched his son Su Wenhua explode, and the cloud of blood mist drifting in the air. Agony filled his heart, and he roared, "No!" He soared to the sky and punched at the golden palm with both fists. "Return my son's life." Su Qing crazily circulated the power of the 10 great totems. The 10 great totems shone brightly, and a mysterious light shone from Su Qing's body. Such powerful power, what kind of power is this? Some ancestors exclaimed in shock. Su Qing's current aura was definitely stronger than when he was resisting Che Peng's attack. With his beloved son killed, Su Qing threw caution to the wind and used an ancient secret art. "Die for me!" Su Qing roared. 2 giant fist imprints pierced through the air. Watching Su Qing using an ancient secret art, Liu Yiping controlled the golden palm, and with a flick of his middle finger, a dazzling finger force slammed into Su Qing's body. Su Qing, who was attacking madly, was sent flying back, passing through the ruins of the castellan manor, smashing through layers of buildings before crashing into Ziwei City's city walls. Ziwei City's indestructible walls shook violently, as if they were on the verge of collapse. Everyone was shocked. Although Su Qing had just condensed the 10 great totems, the totems he had condensed were more than 100 miles long. Coupled with the secret technique he had just used, his combat strength was definitely comparable to a mid-stage or even late-stage expert of the 10 great totems. However, he was still sent flying by the golden palm controlled by the other party. Could it be that Che Fu still had an 11-totem expert? There was even a master with 12 totems. After Liu Yiping controlled the golden palm to send Su Qing flying, he withdrew the golden palm. Under everyone's gaze, the golden palm dissipated into the air. Everyone looked at the disappearing golden palm and Che Peng, who had returned to the Che manor. They were unable to calm down for a long time. Lu Xianxia looked in the direction of the Che mansion with complicated feelings. He hurriedly used a communication talisman to report to the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce's Wan Lidong. The experts of the other super sects and first-rate clans also reported to their superiors. The Black-White Deity Palace was one of the 100 sects, and the Su family was one of the 100 sects. The Black-White Deity Palace's palace master's 4 direct disciples were all crippled. As a core disciple of the Su family, Ziwei City's city lord Su Qing was severely injured, and his son Su Wenhua was killed on the spot. Regardless of which one it was enough to shake the boundless world. Soon, the Aeon Divine Manor also learned about the incident in Ziwei City. That girl Su Tong's divine veins and godhead were crippled? The young lord of the Aeon Divine Manor, Sikong Yifei, looked at Senior Commander Tao Jiong with disbelief. Yes, other than Su Tong, her junior brother Peng Bo, Zhu Weijin, and junior sister Su Shaoling were also killed. Tao Jiong's expression was complicated as he went on. As for Su Qing's son, Su Wenhua, he was crushed to death on the spot. Sikong Yifei was stunned for a long time, then he asked solemnly, "Do you know the name of the Che family's 12 totem expert?" "I don't know, I only know that he's an elder of the Che family who had left for many years. He only returned a few days ago." Tao Jiong said, "Oh right, the fist he used was the Big Dipper Divine Palace's secret art, the Big Dipper Star Fist." "Big Dipper Star Fist?" Si Kongifei said, "Immediately find out that person's identity." Tao Jiong complied. Tens of thousands of li away from the Aeon Divine Matter, on top of a huge mountain range, there were numerous palaces. These palaces were arranged in picturesque disorder, and they were divided into two colors, darkness and light. This was the Black-White Divine Palace. At this time, in the main hall of the Black-White Divine Palace sat a group of ancestors and Palace Master Fan Qi. The atmosphere in the main hall was oppressive. Ancestor Qi Ching of the Black-White Divine Palace suddenly slammed his palm on the table beside him. "A puny 12-totem ancient god dares to treat our Black-White Divine Palace's core disciples in such a manner? What's the point of discussing? Send people over and crush that 12-totem ancient god to death. Then annihilate the entire Che family. Even the Che family's servants, and maids must be killed." Among the 6 Black-White Divine Palace disciples whose divine veins and godheads were destroyed by Che Peng, one of them was Qi Cheng's personal disciple. Qi Cheng's strength wasn't weak, and he was a peak late 11 totem expert. However, he had been stuck at the peak late 11 totem realm for many years, unable to condense 12 totems. Brother Qi Cheng is right. Even that last Su Tong's divine veins and godhead were destroyed by the other party. After trampling on our Black-White Divine Palace's face, we still want to discuss? Another ancestor, Wang Ting, said angrily, "Now, our Black-White Divine Palace has become the Eternal Star Field's laughingstock. I'll go over and crush the other party to death. If he dares to escape, and the Che family's disciples won't be able to escape, we'll extract their souls, skin them alive, and mince their bones." Wang Ting was an existence surpassing the ancient god realm, and he had successfully integrated with the heaven's will. Once an ancient god with 10 totems and above successfully integrated with the heaven's will, they were called god kings. Wang Ting had 11 totems, and he had integrated with the heaven's will. The Black-White Divine Palace's Palace Master Fan Qi said solemnly, "The 2 ancestors are right. I second the proposal. Send experts to Ziwei City, and annihilate the Che family with lightning speed. Moreover, order the experts around Ziwei City to set up a grand array to seal the space around Ziwei City. We must not let the Che family's 12 totem ancient gods escape." Sitting in the center of the hall was the Black-White Divine Palace's strongest ancestor, Zhuo Zhihui. Zhuo Zhihui looked at everyone and said solemnly, "I've already contacted the Su family. Each of them will send 100 people to Ziwei City. Che Manor." After Che Suping, Che Xiaoning, and the other 2 were brought back by Che Peng, Lu Yiping treated them. Their divine veins and godheads were completely restored, and Lu Yiping used the divine tree of life to increase their vitality and blood essence. After treating the 4, Lu Yiping sat cross-legged under the divine tree of life, thinking about the clues he had obtained from Su Wenhua's memories regarding the purple extreme demon race. Although Su Wenhua didn't know the location of the purple extreme demon race's headquarters in the Eternal Star Field, the purple extreme demon race's expert who taught him the purple extreme demon race's cultivation techniques should know. And that purple extreme demon race's expert was hiding in the Black-White Divine Palace. Just as Lu Yiping was thinking about visiting the Black-White Deity Palace, Che Ping came in and reported, "Your Excellency, the Black-White Deity Palace and the Su have joined forces. 100 ancestors from each sect have arrived at Ziwei City." "Oh, 100 ancestors from each sect." Lu Yiping's expression was indifferent. "Yes, 20 of the 11 totem ancestors from the Black-White Deity Palace are here. 6 godly monarchs with heaven's will are here," Che Peng said respectfully. Although it was difficult to break through to the 11th totem level, the Black-White Deity Palace was an ancient superpower in the Ionic starfield. On average, they could cultivate one every 10,000 years. Thus, 20 of the 11 totem ancestors from the Black-White Deity Palace were here, 6 godly monarchs. This force alone was enough to destroy some of the weaker planes in the Ionic starfield. Che Ping continued, 20 of the 11 totem ancestors from the Su clan are here as well, but only 5 godly monarchs with heaven's will. There's also a 12 totem ancient god. There were only 3 known 12-totem ancient gods in the Ionic starfield. The Su clan had one. This time, the Su clan sent a 12-totem ancient god. Taurus Longjiao grinned. The Su clan is actually willing to send a 12-totem ancient god. If he dies, won't they cry themselves to death? Because it was too difficult to break through to the 12-totem level, a 12-totem ancient god was even more precious than a godly monarch. Some 12-totem ancient gods were even comparable to godly monarchs with heaven's will. This was because some godly monarchs only had 11 totems before fusing with heaven's will. Even after fusing with heaven's will, their battle strength was only on par with a 12-totem ancient god. From this, one could see how precious a 12-totem ancient god was. Once a 12-totem ancient god fused with heaven's will, their battle strength would far surpass other godly monarchs. Liu Yiping asked, "Are all the godly monarchs with one heaven's will?" Ancient gods comprehended the laws of the god realm and could continuously form totems. The limit was 10 totems. The same was true for godly monarchs who could fuse with heaven's will. Yes, they're all godly monarchs with one heaven's will. Chi Che-pung respectfully said, "Now, the Black-White Deity Palace has ordered the nearby masters to arrange a large array, enveloping the space around Ziwei City." "Alright, I got it," Liu Yiping said. Then, he took out a bucket of violet gold chaos water and gave it to Chi Che-pung. "In this life, Tianming will be born. You have to cultivate harder." Before fusing with the mandate of heaven's will, the stronger one would be after breaking through to the God King realm. Furthermore, the stronger one was, the stronger the mandate of heaven would be. Just like totems, there was a difference in strength between heaven's wills and totems. Some ordinary ancient gods could condense totems that were only a few hundred meters long, while some monstrous geniuses could condense totems that were more than 50 kilometers long. Che Ziping received the purple gold chaos water and respectfully thanked Liu Yiping. "Rest assured, Lord. This junior will work hard in his cultivation." Then, he retreated. After Che-pung left, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao sat cross-legged under the tree and continued to cultivate. Now, Liu Yiping had Qiyu and the others from the Limitless Star Palace help him water the rainbow gourd root. Therefore, he didn't need to do it himself. Liu Yiping had already refined Mount Buzhou. Therefore, he could sense the changes in the rainbow gourd root that was part of Mount Buzhou at any time. As for the violet gold gourd, Liu Yiping had it continuously devour the chaos energy produced by the tree and continuously produce violet gold chaos water. As long as there was chaos energy, the violet gold gourd could produce a bucket of violet gold chaos water every day. In the past few years, Liu Yiping had more than 1,000 buckets of violet gold chaos water on him. However, he already had so much star chaos water that he couldn't use it all, not to mention the violet gold chaos water. While Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were cultivating, Su Qing learned that the Su family and Black-White Deity Palace had joined forces and sent experts over. "Is there any movement from the Che Manor?" Su Qing asked Senior Commander Du Heng. Du Heng shook his head. "No, the Che family's 12 totem ancient gods are still inside the Che Manor." After a pause, he continued, "City Lord, Liu Shangyi's group of 5 entered the Che Manor that day. As for the other 4, I've already investigated. One is the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's president, Lord Wan Lidong, one is vice president, Lord Sun Quan, and the other 2 are eminent elders." Su Qing pondered, why did Lord Wan Lidong enter the Che Manor? To make a deal with the Che family's 12 totem ancient gods? Should be. Du Heng nodded. Su Qing sneered, so what if they know Lord Wan Lidong? Now, even Lord Wan Lidong can't protect them. The Che family's 12 totem ancient gods should already know that our Su family and Black-White Deity Palace's experts are coming, but why didn't they escape? Du Heng was puzzled. Indifferent, Su Qing said, "Now, the space around Ziwei City has been enveloped by the Black-White Deity Palace's grand array. Even if they want to escape, can they escape?" With the arrival of the Su family and Black-White Deity Palace's ancestors, Ziwei City and the surrounding cities became quiet. The streets of Ziwei City, which were usually bustling with traffic, gradually became deserted. In the end, not even a shadow could be seen. The experts of Ziwei City and the surrounding cities all felt the pressure before the storm. Some of the more attentive experts also found that the flow of air in Ziwei City seemed to have stagnated. Even the falling leaves on both sides of the street slowed down a lot. Even the Che Manor's experts and disciples were restless. Ziwei City and the surrounding cities were terrifyingly quiet. A few days passed. In the sky, a group of black spots appeared. The black spots moved slowly, and as this group of black spots moved forward, the light of darkness and light intertwined endlessly. At the same time, on the other side of the sky, a group of black spots appeared. This group of black spots had no darkness, no light, but as they moved, golden light and sacred shadows followed. In the end, the two groups of black spots converged, and then came together to Ziwei City. The black-white deity palace and the Su family's ancestors did not hide their auras. The auras of 200 powerful ancestors spread out, and the wind and clouds surged, thunder roared and lightning flashed, and a storm continued to roll. The experts of Ziwei City and the surrounding cities felt the astonishing aura of the black-white deity palace and the Su family's ancestors, and all trembled. God King, the King of Gods. The King of Gods, it was also the limit of the lower realm. Usually, God King powerhouses rarely came out, but now, the black-white deity palace had 6 God Kings. The Su family had 5, and at the same time an ancient god with 12 totems came. The aura of the 12 people suppressed the heavens. They're finally here. Su Qing was overjoyed, and hurriedly led the experts of Ziwei City out of Ziwei City to greet them from afar. Greetings to great-granduncle and all the lords. Su Qing came in front of the Su family's experts and hurriedly bowed. This time, the Su family was led by God King Suyu, who was also Su Qing's great-granduncle. Suyu led Su Qing and the others get up and led everyone to the sky above Ziwei City. His gaze passed through layers of space and locked onto Ziwei City. The one from the Che family, come out. Suyu stood in the air, his cold voice resounding throughout Ziwei City. Inside the Che Manor, Che Suping, Che Enji, Che Chuanli, and the rest stood behind Che Peng, their faces filled with fear. Che Peng's expression was calm as he soared into the air, looking at Suyu's group through the layers of space. Che Suping, Che Enji, Che Chuanli, and the rest followed Che Peng into the air. Indifferent, Wang Ting looked at Che Peng. You used the Big Dipper star fist a few days ago. We investigated. Che family's progenitor Che Ziping was a disciple of the Big Dipper Divine Palace in the ancient times. You're Che Peng, right? The moment Wang Ting's words came out, the Che family experts looked at Che Peng in shock. Che Peng? This returning Che family elder was actually their Che family's progenitor, Lord Che Peng. All the experts in Ziwei City were in an uproar. The Che family's progenitor in the ancient times, wasn't that an old monster from 1,000,000 years ago? Su Qing was also surprised. That's right, I'm Che Peng. Che Peng's expression was normal. He was not surprised that the black-white deity palace could investigate. I didn't expect you to really be Che Peng. Indifferent, Wang Ting smiled. Looks like you swallowed a heavenly treasure to increase your lifespan. At this time, a Su family expert stepped forward and said to Suyu, fourth uncle, let me kill this person. This Su family expert was ancient god Sun Yan of the Su family's 12 totems. Sun Yan was the Su family's monstrous genius and the only ancient god with 12 totems in the past 300,000 years. With the help of the Su family's treasures, he was already at the peak of the late 12 totems. Moreover, the Su family had already announced that in this life, they would fight for the heavens will for Sun Yan. Sun Yan was at the peak of the late 12 totems. Once he merged with the heavens will, his battle strength could be imagined. All right. Suyu nodded. Although Che Peng also had 12 totems, as far as they knew, Che Ziping was only at the early 12 totems. Sun Yan should be able to suppress Che Peng. Sun Yan stepped forward, stepping in the air towards Che Manor. Che Peng was about to step forward to fight, when suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded, no need to trouble yourself. His voice was so abrupt that everyone was stunned. Then, a young man in light blue clothes and a burly man with a golden retriever walked out of the Che mansion and hovered above it. When Che Peng saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao coming out, he hurriedly stepped forward and saluted, my lords. Lu Yiping nodded and looked at the Su family and the black-white palace. There's no need to go through so much trouble. The 200 of you can come together. Everyone was stunned. The Su family and the experts of the black-white palace were all furious. Sun Yan's eyes turned frosty. Why do we need 200 people to annihilate your Che family? I alone am enough. As he said this, bright light burst out from his body, and totem tattoos flew out one after another. A total of 12 totems illuminated the world. Each totem was the same as Che Peng, which was 120 miles long. With the appearance of the 12 totems, an astonishing amount of power and pressure swept across the area. Everyone was shocked. Even the Su family and the Black-White Palace's 11 totem tattoos ancestors were stunned. Looking at Sun Yan's 12 totem tattoos, everyone was shocked. The Eternal Star Field and Che Peng had 4 12 totem tattoos. Anyone who saw the 12 totem tattoos couldn't help but be shocked. 9 Saint Fist. Sun Yan pushed the 12 totem tattoos' power to the limit and punched out at Liu Yiping. When his fist punched out, the 12 totem tattoos emitted dazzling light, and power roared out. 9 Saint Phantoms floated in the air. Sun Yan's 9 Saint Fist was many times stronger than Su Qing's 9 Saint Fist. 9 different kinds of power turned into 9 giant rivers, rumbling, tearing open layers of space as they rushed towards Liu Yiping, Che Ziping, and the others. Sun Yan's totem tattoos were comparable to Che Peng's, but they were at the peak of the late-stage 12 totem tattoos. His power had long surpassed Che Peng's. The power of this punch was stronger than the one Che Ziping had used to destroy Su Tong, Su Qing, and the Castellan Manners experts. The group of Che Manners experts paled when they felt the destructive power of Sun Yan's punch. Liu Yiping looked at the other party's rolling fist, but his expression remained indifferent. His divine sense condensed, and the golden palm appeared once again. But this time, the golden palm was several million times bigger than the one from a few days ago. It covered the sky, covering half of the Ziwei city's sky. Under the sunlight, the golden palm emitted thousands of rays of golden light. Liu Yiping raised his hand, pressing down on the void. The golden palm was like a falling golden mountain, smashing down on Sun Yan. Before the golden palm could land, Sun Yan felt a terrifying power beyond his imagination pressing down on him. His body involuntarily fell, as if he was about to be crushed into pieces. He was terrified, and the light around his body burned brightly, wanting to run for his life. But the golden palm was too fast. Just as Sun Yan ran away, he was hit by the golden palm. Before everyone's eyes, the golden palm slammed Sun Yan and his 12 totem tattoos into the Ziwei city's ground. Bang! The Ziwei city's ground shook violently. Dust flew into the air. After Sun Yan was slammed into the Ziwei city's ground, the aftershock of the golden palm's attack spread out in all directions. The aftershock of the aftershock caused buildings to collapse, turning them into dust. Everyone stared blankly at Sun Yan, who was slammed into the ground. A long time later, when the dust settled, everyone looked over and saw a golden palm print on the ground at the center of the Ziwei city. Sun Yan's head was facing down, lying motionless in the middle of the palm print. His body was completely torn apart, and his 12 totem tattoos had already exploded. Everyone looked at Liu Yiping in shock. Maybe it was because Liu Yiping's power was too shocking, so the Su family members did not dare to step forward to save Sun Yan. "Who are you?" After a long time, Su Yu spoke, unable to keep his voice calm. He looked at Liu Yiping, and the fear in his heart was hard to conceal. Although he was a god king with one heaven's mandate, his battle prowess was similar to Sun Yan's. Liu Yiping did not speak. Light surged from his body, and a terrifying aura burst out from Liu Yiping's body, piercing straight into the Jiutian. The Ziwei city and the several hundred cities around it shook violently. Then, heaven and earth trembled. Everyone felt the sky shaking and the earth quaking, as if something terrifying was about to come out from heaven and earth. Then, the Black-White Deity Palace, Su family, and Ziwei city's experts saw a giant shadow breaking through the void. When this giant shadow broke through the void, everyone had an illusion that Ziwei city, which was as big as a continent, had become much smaller. The giant shadow covered the sky, and the world was plunged into darkness. Not only Ziwei city, but even the surrounding cities were plunged into darkness. When the experts in the surrounding cities saw the rising black shadow, their faces were filled with shock. "What is this?" One of the Black-White Deity Palace's 11 totem ancestors stuttered. Wang Ting stared dumbfoundedly at the rising shadow, and a thought flashed in his mind. Could it be? Totem. This is a totem. A Su family's god king exclaimed. What? Totem? One of the black-white divine palace's ancestors was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. This terrifying black shadow bigger than Ziwei City was a totem. How could there be such a totem in this world? Everyone had the same look of disbelief on their faces, all of them were frightened. Even Che Suping and the Che family's experts were in disbelief. Everyone in Ziwei City and the surrounding cities were looking at this inconceivably huge totem in awe. The totem's golden light surged, and the divine world's laws coiled around it. Everyone swore that they had never seen such a huge divine world's laws. It's 100 million divine world's laws. Suyu's voice trembled. Not only were the divine world's laws as big as a dragon, but the number of laws condensed from a single totem reached 100 million. Hearing Suyu's words, everyone finally noticed that Lu Yiping's totem had reached 100 million divine world's laws. How could this be? How could this be? How could there be such a monster in this world? Wang Ting muttered to himself in a daze. Che Ziping looked at Lu Yiping's totem, unable to suppress his excitement and fear. He couldn't imagine how Lu Yiping managed to condense such an unimaginably huge totem. Sun Yan, who had just been blasted into the ground and was on the verge of death, looked at the rising totem in the sky with a face full of shock. In his eyes, there was only this slowly rising totem. Just when everyone thought it was over, the world shook again, and this time, the shaking was even more violent. A terrifying aura enveloped heaven and earth. Everyone was terrified. Just now, when Lu Yiping's totem flew out, heaven and earth shook so violently. Could it be? Just as this thought flashed through everyone's mind, the world buzzed, and a huge black shadow flew out. This black shadow was as big as the previous black shadow, and similarly shone with golden light. The second totem. Suyu was tongue-tied. The second totem was nothing. The key was Lu Yiping's second totem was as big as the previous totem. Moreover, both had 100 million divine world's laws, and each law was as big as a dragon. When the two great totems rose up and hung high in the sky, terrifying power swept out layer after layer. Waves of qi continued to roll, rushing out of Ziwei City and covering the surrounding cities. The surrounding cities shook violently. Everyone looked at the two great totems in the sky in shock. One totem had already covered the sky of Ziwei City, then what about two great totems? Everyone could no longer see the color of the sky. Just as everyone was looking at the two great totems in the sky in shock, the heavens and earth shook violently again, and this time, the shaking was even more intense than before. Everyone was shocked. It can't be the three totems, can it? A patriarch of the black-white divine palace was so shocked that he could not speak. Just as he finished speaking, another totem flew out. The third totem was as large as the first two. Similarly, the golden light was dazzling. Similarly, there were 100 million divine world laws. Similarly, each divine world law was as large as a primordial dragon. When Lu Yiping's three totems rose into the air, the Jiutian seemed to be unable to withstand the power of the three totems. It buzzed incessantly, and the Jiutian's stellar energy churned like boiling water, rippling out into the surroundings. Under the power of the three great totems, the experts of the Su family and black-white divine palace felt as if 100 million mountains were pressing down on them, and they fell from the sky. Sensing the terrifying pressure from the sky, the 11 divine king experts of the Su family and black-white divine palace circulated all the energy in their bodies in fear. One after another, heaven's wills flew out like heavenly rivers. The heaven's wills condensed the supreme power of heaven and earth. 11 heaven's wills flew out, sweeping out waves of energy. The other ancestors of the Su family and black-white divine palace also activated their totems. Some had 11 totems, while others had 10. The light of the totems illuminated the world. The power of the totems surged out madly, gathering together like a monstrous sea. But it was useless. Under the power of Lu Yiping's three great totems, all the heaven's wills fell from the sky, unable to fly. Cracks began to appear on the divine armors of the Su family and black-white divine palace's ancestors. Suddenly, another totem flew out from Lu Yiping's body. The fourth totem. The ancestors of the Su family and black-white divine palace were already in despair when they saw Lu Yiping's fourth totem appear. It was as large as the previous three totems. The experts of the Su family and black-white divine palace seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss of despair. The four great totems hung high in the sky, and Jiutian's stellar energy surged. Waves of energy swept out, covering the surrounding cities. The experts in one city after another were alarmed. The continent where Ziwei City was located was called the Great Dragon Continent. It was vast and boundless, with tens of thousands of cities, ancient forests, and the four forbidden lands. Many old antiques were hidden in these ancient forests and forbidden lands. But as the power of the four great totems swept out, more and more of them were awakened. Although they couldn't see the four great totems, they could feel the terrifying aura and power of the four totems. What's going on? More and more old antiques flew in the direction of Ziwei City. As these old antiques neared Ziwei City, they gradually saw the four incomparably terrifying shadows on the horizon. All the old antiques stopped in their tracks, aghast. What the F***ck are these totems? The Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's headquarters was also on the Great Dragon Continent. At this time, Wan Lidong and Sun Quan were discussing Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao when they suddenly felt four waves of energy that caused their hearts to palpitate. Wan Lidong and Sun Quan stopped at the same time and soared into the sky. Is this the direction of Ziwei City? Sun Quan was surprised. Ziwei City. Lu Yiping stood high in the sky, his aura as majestic as hell, like a god ancestor above the heavens. After the four great totems flew out, another huge shadow flew out. The fifth totem, under the impact of the five great totems, the divine armors on Suyu, Wang Ting, the Su family, and the black-white deity palace's experts exploded. But it didn't stop there. Suyu, Wang Ting, and the rest were forced to bend over. Suyu, Wang Ting, and the rest frantically urged the energy in their bodies to resist the power of the five great totems. Activate the Nine Sages' Grand Magic. Suyu roared. At Suyu's command, all the Su family's ancestors activated the Nine Sages' Grand Magic. In an instant, 9 huge shadows condensed, emitting rays of light. Activate the Black-White Divine Art. Wang Ting roared. The Black-White Deity Palace's ancestors all activated the Black-White Divine Art. In an instant, surging pillars of darkness and light intertwined, soaring into the sky. Lu Yiping's face was indifferent. Then, the 6th totem, 7th totem, 8th totem, 9th totem, and 10th totem soared into the sky like rockets. The 10 great totems hung in the sky above the Jiutian, their terrifying power seemed to be about to burst the sky. The terrifying power swept through mountain range after mountain range, city after city, rushing to every corner of the Great Dragon Continent. When the 10 great totems soared into the sky, the billions of experts on the Great Dragon Continent were alarmed. At this time, Lu Yiping's 11 totems soared into the sky. When the 11 totems soared into the sky, heaven and earth rumbled. The power of the 11 totems rushed out of the Great Dragon Continent. It spread to the surrounding continents. Following that, Lu Yiping's 12 totems flew out. The 12 totems' power continued to attack the surrounding continents. Finally, the 13 totems flew out. 13 totems flew out, illuminating the entire Jiutian. Finally, the sky could no longer withstand the power of the 13 totems. Terrifying cracks began to appear in the sky. The cracks continued to expand, turning pitch black. Chaotic air currents tumbled within the cracks, emitting terrifying explosive sounds that made one's scalp go numb. When the 13 totems hung above the Jiutian, layers of energy spread out like a doomsday sea, drowning all the cities, mountains, forests, and plains of the Great Dragon Continent. It continued to spread to the surrounding continents. It was like a layer of invisible air waves, covering the skies of the Great Dragon Continent and the surrounding continents. All the experts from the Tailong continent and the surrounding continents saw the boundless waves of qi. Some of the old antiques hidden in the ancient forests and forbidden lands wanted to fly up into the sky, but they were all pushed back by the boundless waves of qi, and they vomited blood incessantly. On the Great Dragon Continent, a silver-robed old man was sent crashing to the ground. Is that the Silver Sea Demon? Some experts recognized the silver-robed old man and were shocked. The Silver Sea Demon was an old antique from 300,000 years ago. He had already merged with the Heaven's Will and became a god-king several 100,000 years ago. Now, under the boundless air waves, even the Heaven's Will god-king couldn't fly up? Who is it? Who has such destructive power? Could it be the Aeon God Manor's Lord Manor Lord? More experts of the Great Dragon Continent flew towards the source of the airwaves, wanting to see what was going on. Even the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce's president Wan Lidong and Sun Quan flew towards the source of the airwaves. However, no one dared to fly too high, only flying at a low altitude. I'm a little bird, flying and flying, but I can't fly high. Not only the experts of the Great Dragon Continent, but also the experts of the 6 continents around the Great Dragon Continent flew towards the Ziwei city. At this moment, they realized that the sky was so high. Finally, the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce's president Wan Lidong and Sun Quan saw the 13 unimaginably huge shadows in the sky above the Ziwei city. The 13 shadows completely covered the other side of the sky. Looking from Wan Lidong and Sun Quan's direction, they couldn't see the other side of the sky. It was as if the end of the sky was where the 13 shadows were. Wan Lidong and Sun Quan's minds went blank as they stared at the 13 shadows at the end of the sky. 13 totems. And it was such a terrifying and powerful 13 totems. Since the ancient times, the 13 totems had not appeared for millions of years. In the Eternal Star area, there were only a few of the 12 totems. Now, the 13 totems had reappeared. Who is it? Could it be that Lord Xiaojin? Sun Quan's voice trembled. It was no wonder that he would think so. After all, Taurus Longjiao had killed hundreds of thousands of Bloody Moon faction members with one strike. Only the 13 totems could kill hundreds of thousands of Bloody Moon faction members with one strike of the cudgel. Let's get closer and take a look. Wan Litong's mouth was dry. Although the power at the end of the sky was becoming more and more terrifying, even if it meant risking his life, he still wanted to see with his own eyes who had condensed the 13 totems. Getting closer and closer, Wan Lidong and Sun Quan finally saw the light blue figure hovering above Ziwei city. The light blue figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robe fluttering loudly in the wind. The light of the 13 totems shone brightly above his head. When they saw that it was Liu Yiping, Wan Lidong and Sun Quan felt their hearts stop. Liu Yiping stood high in the air. His 180-meter figure was not big, but standing there, he was the sky. The sky that no one could surpass. At this time, Su Yu, Wang Ting, the Su family, and the Black-White Deity Palace's experts were all pressed to the ground by the power of the 13 totems. Then, they were deeply imprinted into the ground. Before they were deeply imprinted into the ground, they saw the 13 totems that had been shining for thousands of years. They saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. This scene, even if they lived until the end of time, they would never forget it, nor could they forget it. They were no longer in despair. Because when Liu Yiping summoned the 5 totems, they couldn't be any more despairing. As for Su Qing, Wu family's patriarch Wu Weidong, and the rest, looking at the 13 totems, they were overwhelmed with disbelief and shock. Some of the family's experts that once opposed the Che family were so scared that they were foaming at the mouth. Che Suping and a group of Che family's experts were also looking up at the light blue figure and the 13 totems in awe. Liu Yiping looked at Su Yu, Wang Ting, and the rest who were pressed into the ground. He didn't make any move, but the 13 totems hanging above the Jiotian shook, and a trace of power rushed out from the 13 totems. In an instant, a world-destroying power blasted towards Su Yu, Wang Ting, and the rest. Su Yu, Wang Ting, and the rest were unable to move, they could only let the power fall on them. First, Su Yu, Wang Ting, and the rest surging heavens will totems were blasted to pieces. Su Yu, Wang Ting, and the rest of the Su family and Black-White Deity Palace's experts vomited blood. The power continued to fall. Su Yu, Wang Ting, and the rest were like crispy eggs, shattered in an instant. Even Heaven's will God King Su Yu, Wang Ting, and the rest were no exception. All of them were crushed into blood and flesh, fusing into Ziwei city's ground. As for the 12 totems Sun Yan, he was also crushed to death. Although everyone had expected this outcome, seeing the Su family and Black-White Deity Palace's 200 experts being crushed to death still shocked them. 11 Heavens will God Kings. A 12 totem ancient god. More than a dozen 11th totem ancient gods and more than 110 totem ancient gods died just like that. Liu Yiping's gaze swept over Su Qing and the rest in the distance. Su Qing, the city lord of Ziwei city, felt his heart stop when he saw Liu Yiping looking at him. Xiaojin. Liu Yiping called out. Master. Taurus Longjiao responded. Follow me to the Black-White Deity Palace. Lu Yiping said indifferently. Taurus Longjiao complied. Lu Yiping had Che Lai Ping clean up the scene, then kept the totems and flew away with Taurus Longjiao. They were heading in the direction of the Black-White Deity Palace. Watching Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao disappear into the horizon, everyone was dumbfounded. They're going to the Black-White Deity Palace? One of Ziwei City's ancestors muttered to himself, is this a world-ending war? World-ending war. Hearing this, the surrounding experts' hearts sank. The Black-White Deity Palace's heritage spanned nearly 2 million years. Moreover, the Black-White Deity Palace's forces were deeply rooted in the ancient star field, and they had countless allies. With Lu Yiping's trip, would it trigger the greatest war in the ancient star field, while Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were heading to the Black-White Deity Palace. The ancient god Manor also received the news from Ziwei City. What, 13 totems? Ancient god Manor's young lord Xikong Yifei was shocked when he heard the news. Yes, according to the news from Ziwei City, the Che family's expert's totem is incomparably huge. Ancient god Manor's Grand Commander Tao Jiong said with a complicated expression. Hearing Tao Jiong's words, Xikong Yifei was stunned. How big? Tao Mu muttered, according to the news, this person's totem is bigger than Ziwei City. Xikong Yifei was stunned for a long time. Bigger than Ziwei City? Ziwei City was an extremely ancient city in the Boundless Plain. He naturally knew how big it was. At this time, in the ancestral land of Black-White Deity Palace, Zhuozhi did not know why, but he felt uneasy. This feeling made him feel that something big was about to happen. He wanted to cultivate, but he could not calm down. Immediately, he summoned Black-White Deity Palace's palace master, Fan Qi, and asked, is there any news from Ziwei City? Fan Qi saw Zhuozhi's uneasy appearance and said with a smile, Old Ancestor, rest assured, Old Ancestor Wang Ting and the other 6 god kings, and 2011 totems, Che family's 12 totems will definitely not be able to escape. Then he added, moreover, there's also Black-White Deity Palace's Suyu, Sun Yin, and the other experts. Even if Che family has 312 totems, they will definitely be destroyed. Zhuozhi nodded and said, maybe I'm thinking too much, I'm always uneasy. Fan Qi was about to speak when the communication talisman suddenly shook. He smiled and said, there should be news from Ziwei City. Then he took out the communication talisman and opened it. Seeing the contents of the communication talisman, Fan Qi's eyes widened, his face was filled with disbelief, and then it became ugly to the extreme. How is this possible? Zhuozhi's heart sank. He took the communication talisman from Fan Qi's hand and looked. His face was also ugly to the extreme. 6 god kings have all fallen. 100 old ancestors have all been crushed to pieces. 13 totems that are bigger than Ziwei City. Looking at the messages in the communication talisman, Zhuozhi's hands trembled. In his heart, he had never been so shocked and angry. Nurturing 11 totems was already not easy, and nurturing each god king was even more difficult. Every time they fought for God's will, they needed to fight a bloody battle. But now, 2011 totem ancient gods had perished in a single day, as well as 6 divine kings of Tianming. Even Black-White Deity Palace could not bear such a price. How could this be? 13 totems. This puny little Che family actually had a 13 totem, and the totems condensed were even bigger than Ziwei City. According to the historical records of the gods, the master of myriad gods had created 13 totems in ancient times, and each of them was no more than 1,000 miles long. 1,000 miles was already hard to imagine, but now, this Che family expert was several times stronger than the totem of the master of myriad gods. Bigger than Ziwei City? Zhuozhi took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as much as possible. Although he could not personally witness the Battle of Ziwei City, he could imagine just how soul-shaking a totem that was even larger than Ziwei City would be. Ancestor, what should we do now? Fan Qi asked, his voice trembling. At the end of the message talisman, it said that the Che clan's expert was leading a golden-haired brawny man towards the Black-White Deity Palace master. Zhuozhi stood up and his majestic aura soared to the sky. The 5 dazzling heavens wheels broke through the sky. Instantly, the Black-White Divine Palace changed color. There were strong and weak heavens mandates. Before this, Wang Tang and the others' heavens mandates were only 30 to 40 miles, but now, Zhuozhi was close to 200 miles. Moreover, he was a godly monarch with 5 wills, the billions of disciples, elders, grand elders, peak lords, hall lords, and ancestors of the black-white deity palace all stopped when they sensed Suozhihui's shocking aura. Activate the strongest divine formation and prepare for battle. Suozhihui's dignified voice reverberated through every peak of the black-white deity palace. The billions of disciples answered in unison, yes. Divine light filled the air. Countless peaks of the black-white deity palace soared into the sky. All the sects and cities near the black-white deity palace saw this soaring divine light. The black-white deity palace has fully activated the strongest divine formation. What's going on? Is there someone who dares to attack the black-white deity palace? The experts from the nearby sects and cities were shocked to see the black-white deity palace fully activated the divine formation and entered the strongest state for battle. A colossal entity like the black-white divine palace had almost never fully activated its protective divine formation, because no one dared to attack it. After fully activating the formation, Suozhihui contacted the strongest ancestor of the Su family, Su Dingfeng. A moment later, several hundred figures rushed out from the Su family's main residence and rushed toward the black-white deity palace at an astonishing speed. The one leading them was the strongest ancestor of the Su family, Su Dingfeng. Like Suozhihui, Su Dingfeng was a godly monarch with 5 wills. Now, the Su family was on the same boat as the black-white deity palace. If the black-white deity palace was destroyed, the Su family might be next. Therefore, Su Dingfeng led all the ancestors of the Su family to help the black-white deity palace. After contacting the Su family, Suozhihui contacted the 5-direction divine sects, Profound Yang divine sect, Myriad God sect, and more than a dozen other superpowers. The black-white deity palace had stood tall in the eternal star field for close to 2 million years and had countless allies. For example, the palace lords of the black-white deity palace had married the daughters of the sect masters of the 5-direction divine sects, Profound Yang divine sect, and Myriad God sect. After receiving Suozhihui's message, the 5-direction divine sects, Profound Yang divine sect, Myriad God sect, and the rest of the superpowers immediately rushed to the black-white deity palace. However, the other 6 superpowers who received the message didn't help the black-white deity palace after weighing the benefits. Even so, the Su family, 5-direction divine sects, Profound Yang divine sect, and Myriad God sects experts moved out, shocking the boundless plain. The 5-direction divine sects, Profound Yang divine sect, and Myriad God sect were all part of the 100 sects. Just like the black-white deity palace, they were giants in the eternal star field. Any one of the 100 sects could shake the boundless plain with a stomp of their feet. But now, the black-white deity palace, Su family, 5-direction divine sects, Profound Yang divine sect, and Myriad God sect had joined forces. One could imagine how shaken the boundless plain would be. As the experts of the 5-direction divine sects, Profound Yang divine sect, and Myriad God sect rushed to the black-white deity palace, more and more sects and families learned of what happened in Ziwei City. An unimaginably large 13 great totems? Everyone was shocked when they found out that a small first-rate family in Ziwei City had produced an unimaginably powerful expert with 13 totems, who had annihilated the black-white deity palace, the Su family's 11 god kings, one 12-totem ancestor, and a group of ancestors. However, no matter how large the 13 great totems are, it's impossible for him to be strong enough to fight against the black-white deity palace, Su family, 5-direction divine sects, Profound Yang divine sect, and Myriad God sect alone, right? Everyone discussed. More and more experts rushed to the Bayou continent where the black-white deity palace was located. Liu Yiping, who was on his way to the black-white deity palace, also learned that the Su family, 5-direction divine sects, Profound Yang divine sect, and Myriad God sect had supported the black-white deity palace. After learning this, Liu Yiping was not in a hurry. When he passed by some cities with tourist Longjiao, he stopped to drink and eat barbecued meat. When the Su family, 5-direction divine sects, Profound Yang divine sect, and Myriad God sect arrived, it wouldn't be too late for him to take action. 10 days later. Seeing that it was about time, Liu Yiping and tourist Longjiao sped up. At this time, the Su family, 5-directions divine sects, Profound Sun divine sect, Myriad God sect, and the rest of the super sects had arrived at the black-white divine palace. Inside the main hall of the black-white divine palace, Zhuo Zhihui raised his cup and said to the Su family's experts, "Many thanks to everyone, I can't thank you enough." Su Dingfeng waved his hand, "Brother Zhuo is too polite." Everyone raised their cups and drank. With that person's strength, it wouldn't take him more than 10 days to come here from Ziwei City. But now, this person has yet to appear. Could it be that he knows that our 5 directions divine sects, profound known divine cults, and myriad god sects experts are here, so he escaped halfway? 5 directions divine sects ancestor Zhang Jilin harumphed. Zhang Jilin was the strongest ancestor of the 5 directions divine sect, also a god king with 5 wills. The strongest ancestor of the myriad god sect, Dai Wei, said solemnly, that might be possible. Dai Wei was also a god king with 5 wills. The founder of the myriad gods sect was a direct disciple of the master of myriad gods in ancient times. Therefore, when he founded the sect, he named it the myriad gods sect. The myriad gods sect oversaw a region, and its prestige in the ancient star field was even higher than that of the black-white deity palace and the Su family. The profound sun divine sect's god king with 5 wills, Yan Siming, said, "Let's wait for 3 more days. If he doesn't appear, we'll go to Ziwei City and destroy the Che family first. Kill the Che family's experts with 12 totems first." Many of the god kings present voiced their agreement. Zhuo Zhihui recalled the ancestors of the black-white divine palace that died, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Let's hope he shows up in these 3 days. Far away from the black-white divine palace, 2 figures stepped through the air, flying over. One blue and one golden, it was Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. The sun was shining brightly, and Taurus Longjiao's head of golden retriever looked like gold, emitting a golden radiance. The black-white divine palace was surrounded by experts from all over the world. When they saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, a commotion broke out. Che family's 13 totems? Didn't the rumors say that he was 10,000 feet tall? The various experts whispered amongst themselves as they looked at Lu Yiping in awe, curiosity, and even suspicion. Although Lu Yiping destroyed the Su clan and the 11 Heavens Mandate monarchs of the black-white divine palace, many people still didn't believe that Lu Yiping's totem was even bigger than Ziwei City. One had to know that Sikong Yifei, the young master of the Aeon God Palace, was a freak from the Aeon Star domain, but his totem only spanned 130 miles. No matter how monstrous the talent of this Che clan's expert was, it was impossible for him to condense such a terrifying totem, right? Therefore, everyone still suspected that the experts of Ziwei City at that time were exaggerating. Among the crowd, the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce's president, Wan Lidong, and Sun Quan were also hiding in the crowd. When they learned that Lu Yiping was coming to the black-white deity palace, they had also come early. While everyone was talking, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived at the black-white palace. When the black-white deity palace's disciples saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's arrival, they were alarmed and had already reported to the higher-ups. After arriving, Taurus Longjiao looked at the black-white deity palace's protective divine array and stepped forward. A golden pillar appeared in his hand. Seeing that Taurus Longjiao was about to make a move, everyone was bewildered. The Che clan's expert doesn't plan to make a move? Could it be that his subordinate wants to make a move? This subordinate of his wouldn't be one of the 12 totems, right? On the other hand, Wan Lidong and Sun Quan's eyes narrowed. In truth, when Taurus Longjiao said that he had annihilated several 100,000 people of the Blood Moon faction with a single strike of his staff, they were still skeptical. Taurus Longjiao stepped forward, and the golden pillar in his hand suddenly grew several times bigger, resembling a super invincible golden staff that stood between heaven and earth. Then, this invincible golden staff that stood between heaven and earth, spanning countless layers of space, struck out horizontally. Swoosh, when the invincible golden staff swept out, a terrifying energy wave formed, billowing like a torrential wave that blotted out the sky. Wherever the golden staff passed, space was torn apart. Even though they were separated by a great distance, they could still feel the terrifying energy of the torrential energy wave, and the unimaginable destructive power contained within the invincible golden staff. A few god kings who were watching the battle from the depths of outer space were knocked out of outer space by the terrifying waves of air and the golden rod. They constantly vomited blood. Among them, there was no lack of 2 god kings. The group of god kings vomiting blood that fell out from the void were aghast. Some Heavens Mandate god kings who had not been hit by the rod fled from the void in fright. They fled with all their might, afraid that they would be hit by the golden rod. Boom, the invincible golden staff pierced through countless li of space, stirring up a storm of unknown caddies, sweeping across the black-white deity palace's protective divine array. Heaven and earth rumbled as if the sky was about to explode. The black-white deity palace's countless mountain peaks trembled. The black-white deity palace's protective divine array exploded like fireworks, shooting out rays of light in all directions before dimming down in an instant. Following the destruction of the protective divine array, the black-white deity palace's mountain peaks crumbled one after another. Inside the black-white deity palace's main hall, Zhuhui, Su Dingfeng, and the rest were listening to the black-white deity palace's disciple report the arrival of the Che family's expert when they heard an earth-shattering explosion. The entire black-white deity palace shook. Everyone rushed out from the main hall in shock and saw a golden staff sweeping towards them. Feeling the destructive energy that blotted out the sky, Zhuhui, Su Dingfeng, and the rest's faces paled. Without time to think, they fled frantically. Just as they fled, they heard the black-white deity palace's main hall behind them. Some god kings who couldn't dodge in time were swept away and exploded. The golden staff swept all the way to the end of the black-white deity palace's main hall before stopping. Everyone looked over and saw the black-white deity palace's mountain peaks crumbling and collapsing from the north to the south. Every mountain peak was flattened from halfway up. All the palaces on the mountain peaks were reduced to dust. An endless rain of blood fell from the sky. Everyone was aghast, including the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce's Wan Lidong and Sun Quan. They stared dumbfoundedly at the flattened mountain peaks and the debris of palaces floating in the air. It was as if they were reminded of the Bloodway Gang's flying ship fragments they saw in the galaxy. Now, they finally understood how the Bloodway Gang's several 100,000 members were annihilated with a single staff strike. Zhuhui, Su Dingfeng, Zhang Jilin, David, Yan Siming, and the rest who managed to escape looked at Taurus Longjiao with pale faces. Their hearts pounded madly, clearly frightened by the golden staff's sweeping attack. Zhuhui, Su Dingfeng, and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched the black-white deity palace's mountain peaks being flattened. Taurus Longjiao retrieved the golden staff after the sweeping attack, returning to Liu Yiping's side. Liu Yiping's gaze swept over Zhuhui and the rest, and his gaze fell on an ancestor standing beside Zhuhui. Although the ancestor next to Zhuhui concealed himself well, the purple extreme demonic chi in his body couldn't escape Liu Yiping's notice. When the ancestor noticed Liu Yiping's gaze locked on him, his expression changed. Just as he was about to retreat, Liu Yiping pulled him in front of him. "Father, save me!" The patriarch of the black-white deity palace screamed at Zhuhui in horror. This ancestor was Zhuhui's son. Zhuhui was both shocked and enraged. He braced himself and was about to speak when Liu Yiping waved his hand. The patriarch of the black-white deity palace let out a miserable shriek as countless fragments of light flew out from his forehead. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the light fragments. "Are these memory fragments?" Su Dingfeng asked in shock. A person's memory was formless and intangible. This Che family expert could directly pull out a person's memory fragments from the soul sea and condense them into substance. They had never heard of such a method. Liu Yiping had been comprehending the Fortune Jade Disc these days and had a deeper understanding of the Tao. He could now turn a person's memory into substance. In this way, he didn't need to search other people's souls. He could directly take out the memory fragments and read the useful ones. Soon, Liu Yiping found information about the Purple Extreme Demonic Clan's headquarters in the Eternal Star Field from the memory fragments. Liu Yiping casually flicked his finger and the ancestor turned into a bloody mist. Even his memory fragments dissipated between heaven and earth. Xianxia. Zhuhui was stunned for a moment and cried out in despair. Then, his eyes turned red and he roared like a madman, "Kill, kill." 5 heavens wheels that were close to 200 miles long flew out at the same time. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook. A shocking pressure enveloped heaven and earth. Zhuhui suddenly punched at Liu Yiping with both fists. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Since we're going to die anyway, let's attack together." Following Zhuhui's words, Su Dingfeng also shouted angrily, "Everyone, attack." Zhang Jilin also shouted to the 5 Directions Divine Sex ancestors, "Attack." Myriad god sects David and profound sun sects Xianxia shouted at the same time, attack. The other three super sects' strongest ancestors also roared and attacked. Instantly, to the 8 super sects more than 100 heavens mandate god kings and close to 1,011 totem ancient gods attacked. Boom, it blasted toward Liu Yiping with the power to destroy the heavens and destroy the world. They to the heavens, to deal with Taurus Longjiao first, to kill Liu Yu's group. And to deal to attack. To the end. When Zhuge Hui, Su Dingfeng, and more than 100 god kings of heaven's mandate attacked, nearly 1,011 totem ancient gods attacked, their terrifying power covered the sky and earth. The destructive power caused all the experts in the distance to pale. Run! Some of the god kings shouted to their subordinates. With more than 100 heavens mandate god kings attacking, Zhuge Hui, Su Dingfeng, Zhang Jilin, David, and Yan Ximing were all 5 wills god kings. Even a 5 wills god king might die if they were hit. As for 4 wills and 3 wills god kings, they were dead for sure. Needless to say, those with 2 wills and 1 wills were even worse. Everyone fled in fear. As Zhuge Hui, Su Dingfeng, and the rest attacked, the space in front of Liu Yiping was shattered. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying power arrived in front of Liu Yiping. Zhuge Hui's face twisted. Even if this Che family's expert had 13 totems, even if his totems were amazing, he would be heavily injured if not killed by the combined attacks of more than 100 god kings and close to 1,011 totem ancient gods. However, just as Zhuge Hui, Su Dingfeng, and the rest's attacks arrived in front of Liu Yiping, everyone felt as if heaven and earth had quieted down. Even the wind seemed to have stopped blowing. In the next moment, everyone saw Liu Yiping's body emitting a dazzling light. Space trembled violently as if something terrifying was about to burst out. Zhuge Hui, Su Dingfeng, and the rest saw an incomparably large black shadow rising up. As this black shadow rose, darkness descended. When this black shadow rose up, it created shockwaves that actually caused Zhuge Hui and the rest's attacks to stagnate. Zhuge Hui, who had a ferocious expression, was dumbfounded when he saw this black shadow rise up. So it's really this big? Su Dingfeng muttered to himself. Subsequently, one after another, incomparably large black shadows soared into the sky with the momentum of bombarding the Jiutian. Soon, 13 totems hung above the Jiutian. Under the impact of the 13 totems, the destructive attacks of Zhuge Hui, Su Dingfeng, and the rest of the god kings and close to 1,011 totem ancient gods actually slowed down. The 13 totems towered above the Jiutian. There was no longer a sky, only 13 totems. As one of the eternal star field's 100 sects, the black-white deity palace's heritage spanned nearly 2 million years. Many of the black-white deity palace's disciples had always thought that the black-white deity palace was boundless, but when the 13 totems appeared above the Jiutian, they realized that the boundless black-white deity palace was actually so small. It was like the difference between a giant dragon and an earthworm. Suddenly, the world shook violently as the 14th totem slowly rose into the air. Everyone's mind buzzed, and their jaws dropped. The 14th totem? There are actually 14 totems in this world? Zhuge Hui was dumbfounded. Su Dingfeng, David, and the rest of the god kings were dumbfounded. Experts from various forces were dumbfounded. According to the historical records, 13 totems was the limit. In the ancient times, when the Lord of Myriad Gods was an ancient god, he had only condensed 13 totems. In the ancient times, Liu Yiping's 49 totems were not recorded. Thus, the world only knew of the Lord of Myriad Gods' 13 totems. No one had ever heard of the existence of 14 totems in this world. Liu Yiping remained calm. The fact that he could comprehend the 49 totems was most likely related to the fortune jade disc. The 14 totems hung high in the air above the Jiutian. Under the impact of the 14 totems, Zhuge Hui, Su Dingfeng, and the others' attacks were halted. In the next moment, the 14 totems emitted a blinding light. Waves of energy poured down like a heavenly river, enveloping Zhuge Hui, Su Dingfeng, David, and the others. Zhuge Hui, Su Dingfeng, David, and the others felt despair when they saw the power of the 14 totems descending upon them. Black and white light. Zhuge Hui pushed his strength to the limit, even resorting to forbidden arts that consumed his vitality and life force. His 5 heavens wills shone brightly as he attacked. Su Dingfeng, David, and the others also used forbidden arts that consumed their vitality and life force. But it was useless. Even if Zhuo Zhihui, Su Dingfeng, and the others used forbidden arts that consumed their vitality and life force, they couldn't stop the power of the 14 totems. Zhuo Zhihui, Su Dingfeng, and the others' attacks were like ants trying to shake a tree. The power of the 14 totems came crashing down. Boom, Zhuo Zhihui, Su Dingfeng, more than 100 god kings, and close to 1,011 totem ancient gods were sealed into the ground. The dust continued for a long time, and the light continued to shine. The power of the 13 totems spread out in all directions. The ground around them crumbled, forming fissures. Endless earth energy spewed out from the depths of the earth. After a long time, when the dust settled, the light gradually stopped. Everyone looked over and saw that Zhuo Zhihui, Su Dingfeng, David, and the rest had all disappeared. To be more precise, it was completely blasted into blood and mixed together. As for Zhuo Zhihui, Su Dingfeng, and the rest, their totems had completely collapsed, returning to heaven and earth. Liu Yiping stood high in the sky like the sovereign of the heavens. Looking at the light blue figure standing under the 14 totems in the sky, other than shock, there was only shock in the hearts of the experts present. Some of them even knelt down in excitement. 14 totems, killing more than 100 god kings and close to 1,011 totem ancient gods in one strike. Such unimaginable power was enough to shake countless galaxies, enough to shock the ancients. It was enough to be recorded in the history of the gods and be praised for countless eras. Even Wan Lidong and Sun Quan of the Scarlet Flame Chamber of Commerce were trembling. As an ancient god, he killed more than 100 god kings, including 5 god kings with 5 great god wills and dozens of god kings with 4 great god wills. No one had done it before, and no one would do it in the future. Liu Yiping swept his gaze over the experts present. All the experts lowered their heads and bowed. Even Wan Lidong and Sun Quan lowered their heads. With just a glance, all the gods lowered their heads. The power of the 14 totems was still attacking White Feather Continent's several 100,000 cities and the continents around White Feather Continent. Violent waves rose and fell on the continents, reaching thousands of zhang high. It felt like millions of years had passed. When everyone raised their heads cautiously, they saw that Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao had already left. The light blue figure and the blonde figure gradually disappeared into the horizon. Only when Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's figures completely disappeared did the crowd dare to straighten their backs and raise their heads. They looked at the ruins, the rain of blood, and the flattened mountain peak. For a long time, no one spoke. The rain of blood was still falling from the sky. Before watching the battle, the black-white palace was majestic, with verdant mountains, countless spirit beasts, and waterfalls. It was like a paradise on earth. But now, the mountains were completely flattened and collapsed. There were palace fragments everywhere, and the terrifying power of the 14 totems still pervaded the black-white palace. The black-white divine palace is finished. A patriarch of a super sect sighed. Although the black-white deity palace still had ancient god experts, God King Tianming and the other 11 totems had been annihilated. What was left of the black and white divine palace were only some remnant soldiers and weak generals, and had completely fallen from the numerous sects. It's not just the black-white divine palace. There's also the Su family, the myriad god sect, the 5-direction divine sects, and the profound sun divine sect. Another super sect's patriarch shook his head. There were countless super sects in the eternal ancient star field, but only 100 of them were the strongest. But in this battle, the 5 super forces all fell out of the 100 sects and 100 families, because the black-white deity palace, the Su family, the myriad deities sect, the 5 deities sects, and the profound sun sect wanted to fight against one person. Do you guys think that this Che clan has 15 totems? An expert suddenly asked in a weak voice. 15 totems, everyone's hearts trembled when they heard this. Some wanted to say that it was impossible for there to be 15 totems in the world, but they couldn't bring themselves to say it. 15 totems? Someone muttered. If there really were 15 totems, then it would be enough to shock the entire star field. If the 14 totems were already so strong, how strong would the 15 totems be? Would they be able to kill a god king with 7 wills? Or even a god king with 8 wills? No one dared to imagine it. In the Ionic Divine Palace, Yifei listened to Commander Tao Jiong's report for a long time. 14 totems have appeared? All the god kings of the Black and White Divine Palace, the Su clan, Myriad God sect, Pentapath Divine sects, and Profound Sun sect have been annihilated. Nearly 1,011 totem ancient gods have fallen. Just one attack. Yifei found it hard to believe. Tao Jiong hesitated. Everyone is saying that this generation's heavens will belongs to this person. Our Lord is at the peak of 10 wills. If he meets this Che clan expert in the fight for the heavens will, won't he? At this point, he stopped. If the Ionic Divine Palace's Lord wanted to compete for the heavens will, he would definitely meet this Che clan expert. Yifei frowned. Tao Jiong said carefully, how about you wait for the next generation's heavens will to appear? Yifei's eyes turned cold as he glanced at Tao Jiong. Tao Jiong's heart tightened. You mean to say that my father, the strongest in the Ionic starfield, should give way to this Che clan expert? Yifei said coldly, you think my father isn't a match for an ancient god? Tao Jiong's heart tightened. That's not what this subordinate meant. I just think that there's no need to offend a 14-totem ancient god for the sake of one heaven's will. Once this person merges with the heaven's will, he'll be able to sweep through the lower realms. He has 14 totems, so he's definitely not a match for our Lord. However, some people think that he might have 15 totems. 15 totems, Yifei's heart sank. 15 totems, huh? He said solemnly, so what if he has 15 totems? In this generation, my father will definitely compete for the heaven's will. He's already at the peak of the late stage 10 heaven's will. Once he merges with 11 heaven's wills, he'll be able to sweep through the lower realms. In this generation, no matter who it is, my Ionic Divine Palace will annihilate them if they want to compete for the heaven's will. News of the battle at the Black-White Deity Palace quickly reached the ears of the various superpowers in the Boundless Plane. Then, it spread to the surrounding planes. In the end, the entire Ionic starfield learned of the battle. The Skyvault Palace, Cold Solitude Sect, Divine Dragon Valley, Golden Buddha Temple, Ying Family, Chongsun Clan, and the rest of the 100 sects and clans fell silent when they heard the news. The experts on the Sovereign Leaderboard were equally silent. Although the Black-White Deity Palace, Myriad God Sect, Profound Sun Divine Sect, and Five Directions Divine Sects didn't have high rankings among the 100 sects, the fact that the Che clan expert could kill more than 100 godly monarchs and close to 1,000 ancient gods with 11 totems was enough to prove his strength. Zhu Zhihui, Su Dingfeng, Dai Wei, Zhang Jilin, and Yan Siming were all godly monarchs with 5 heavens will. Now that Lu Yiping had killed 5 of them in one go, everyone was discussing how high Lu Yiping's ranking would be. At the same time, there were also people guessing how many totems Taurus Longjiao had by Lu Yiping's side. Taurus Longjiao destroyed the Black-White Deity Palace's protective formation with one strike. Some said that his strength wasn't any weaker than Lu Yiping's. In Ziwei City, Che Suping, Che Xiaoning, and the others also heard about the battle at the Black-White Deity Palace. There were several tens of thousands of planes in the Eternal Star Field. The Purple Thunder Plane was the northernmost plane in the Eternal Star Field. It was also the most dangerous plane in the Eternal Star Field. This was because the Purple Thunder Plane was shrouded in purple lightning all year round. This purple lightning was extremely powerful. The closer one was to the center of the Purple Thunder Plane, the denser and more powerful the purple lightning. Even many ancient gods would find it difficult to approach the center of the Purple Thunder Plane. Therefore, there were very few people in the Purple Thunder Plane. On this day, in the sky above the Purple Thunder Plane, a light flashed, and a light blue figure and a golden figure appeared. They were Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, who had just left the Boundless Plane. Lu Yiping learned from Zhu Zhihui's son's memory fragments that the Purple Extreme Devil Sect's headquarters in the lower realm was in the Purple Thunder Plane. Although he didn't know the exact location, it was enough for Lu Yiping to know that it was in the Purple Thunder Plane. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao flew forward. As they flew forward, they kept an eye on the changes in the Purple Thunder Plane. Now, his Purple Thunder Plane had grown to more than 4,800 meters, and his sensing range had reached an astonishing level. At the same time, Lu Yiping released his divine sense. However, the Purple Thunder Plane was shrouded in endless purple lightning. Therefore, his divine sense was affected. Night fell. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived at a small valley. They started a bonfire in the valley, drinking wine and eating meat. It seems like the Purple Extreme Devil Sect's headquarters in the lower realm should be in the center, Taurus Longjiao said. After a day of searching, the two of them had determined that the Purple Extreme Devil Sect's headquarters was in the center and east of the Purple Thunder Plain. Lu Yiping nodded. Tomorrow, we will go directly to the center. He then added, hopefully, there will be experts from the Dark Boar race. The Purple Extreme Devil Sect was just a small fry. The real boss was the Dark Boar race. The bonfire lit up the valley. The fragrance of wine filled the air. Just as Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were drinking the eternal wine, the sound of wind whistling came from the distance. This is Purple Extreme Demonic Qi. Lu Yiping could sense the Purple Extreme Demonic Qi coming from the newcomers. Immediately, he and Taurus Longjiao shot into the air. Soon, they saw the 6 Purple Extreme Demonic Clan experts. Lu Yiping did not waste any time. He immediately pulled the 6 of them in front of him. Then, he retrieved their memory fragments and flipped through them. Soon, Lu Yiping finished looking through the 6 people's memory fragments, and a bolt of chaos lightning blasted the 6 people into dust. Let's go to Thunder Waterfall, Lu Yiping said. From the memory fragments, he learned that the headquarters of the Purple Extreme Demon Clan was not located in the central region of the Purple Thunder Plain. Instead, it was located in the easternmost region of the Purple Thunder Plain, at a place called Thunder Waterfall. Immediately, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao rushed to the eastern part of the Purple Thunder Plain. Not long after, Lu Yiping arrived at the easternmost part of the Purple Lightning Plain. In front of him was a huge mountain range. Lightning energy rolled within the mountain range. The places where the lightning energy was the densest formed a waterfall, crashing down from the mountains. The formations here aren't weak, Taurus Longjiao said as he looked at the huge mountain range with lightning energy rolling in front of him. The Thunder Waterfall mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see didn't seem to have much on the surface. However, there were layers upon layers of formations. There were no less than 100 formations. Moreover, all of them were extremely powerful formations from ancient times. Not to mention ancient gods, even many divine kings would be killed in an instant if they rashly entered. After arriving here, the foundation tree inside Lu Yiping's body vibrated incessantly. Moreover, the vibrations were unprecedentedly violent. Lu Yiping could feel the foundation tree's excitement. Clearly, there were many foundation tree chunks here. Under the coverage of Lu Yiping's divine sense, he quickly discovered that there was a huge space under the Thunder Waterfall mountain range. Within this space, several 100,000 Purple Extreme Demon Clan experts were moving about. Some were cultivating, some were exchanging pointers, some were studying formations, some were refining pills, and some were leisurely sipping tea and drinking wine. Indifferent smile appeared on Lu Yiping's face. The cauldron of heaven and earth appeared in his hand. The moment the cauldron of heaven and earth appeared, it expanded countless times, turning into a giant cauldron that could hold up the sky. It was even bigger than the Thunder Waterfall mountain range in front of him. Under Lu Yiping's urging, the cauldron of heaven and earth's great formation emitted a terrifying light. At this moment, the several 100,000 Purple Extreme Demon Clan experts all felt the cauldron of heaven and earth's monstrous might. The Purple Extreme Demon Clan experts were shocked. They all opened their heavenly eyes to see what was going on. The moment they opened their heavenly eyes, they saw a terrifying cauldron crashing down. Run! A Purple Extreme Demon Clan leader roared. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion shook the sky. Immediately after, the entire mountain range exploded. Several 100,000 Purple Extreme Demon Clan experts had just flown up when they were all suppressed by the explosion. Following the explosion, the Thunder Waterfall in the mountain range splashed out thousands of miles. The endless lightning that originally shrouded the mountain range disappeared. The destructive power lingered on for a long time. Lu Yiping withdrew the cauldron of heaven and earth. After a long while, when the dust settled, he and Taurus Longjiao stepped through the air and arrived at the Purple Extreme Demon Clan's underground world. Just like before, Lu Yiping left the strongest Purple Extreme Demon Clan leader alive and did not kill him. Lu Yiping walked toward the other party. The strongest Purple Extreme Demon Clan leader here was extremely young. He looked like he was only in his 20s, just like Lu Yiping. He lay there, looking at Lu Yiping walking over with fear. "Who are you?" He spoke with difficulty. "The Venerable One of the Ancient Era." Lu Yiping's expression was indifferent. "What, you, the Venerable One of the Ancient Era?" The Purple Extreme Demon Clan leader's body shook in disbelief. Lu Yiping was not surprised by the other party's reaction. Walking up to the other party, Lu Yiping extracted the other party's memory fragments and began to flip through them. After a while, Lu Yiping's brows furrowed. This person was not the Purple Extreme Demon Clan's supreme leader in the lower realm. The supreme leader had been summoned by the Dark Borer race's experts and left the Eternal Star Field several months ago. Lu Yiping was somewhat disappointed to learn that this person was not the Purple Extreme Demon Clan's supreme leader in the lower realm. After killing the other party, Lu Yiping arranged an illusory formation around the mountain range. From the outside, everything looked normal. Soon, Lu Yiping found the door to the treasury. When Lu Yiping pushed open the door, he saw a vast starry sky inside the treasury. Floating in the starry sky were continents. The continents were filled with all kinds of spirit herbs, spirit stones, natural treasures, and rare playthings. The Purple Extreme Demon Clan had collected a lot of treasures over the years. However, Lu Yiping ignored these things and flew into the depths of the starry sky. Finally, he arrived above a continent in the depths of the starry sky. He saw that this continent was full of builder tree chunks. These builder tree chunks filled the entire continent. Moreover, the Purple Extreme Demon Clan had already divided these tree chunks. Those that were less than 1 meter were piled into a mountain, while those that were less than 10 meters were piled together. Lu Yiping even saw a tree chunk that was several hundred meters tall. "Awesome, class." Taurus Longjiao looked at the builder tree chunks in front of him and grinned. Even Lu Yiping couldn't help but feel happy when he saw the entire land of tree chunks. The Purple Extreme Demon race's headquarters in the lower realm had so many tree chunks that it exceeded his expectations. With so many tree chunks, his creation tree would definitely grow to an astonishing level. Immediately, Lu Yiping sat cross-legged in the air above the land and began to use the creation tree to fuse with these tree chunks. Lu Yiping first fused with the tree chunks under 1 meter. There were a lot of tree chunks under 1 meter, as many as hundreds of mountains. As Lu Yiping continued to fuse, the 4,800-meter creation tree began to grow again. Finally, the creation tree broke through 5,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 7,000 meters. When Lu Yiping finished fusing with all the tree chunks under 1 meter, the creation tree broke through to 10,000 meters. The creation tree's leaves became even more luxuriant, and the 6th level of the Immortal Heaven technique finally appeared. However, after breaking through to 10,000 meters, the growth of the creation tree slowed down a lot. Then, Lu Yiping began to fuse with the tree chunks under 10 meters. Most of them were under 10 meters, and there were more than 1 meter. When the creation tree fused with all the tree chunks under 10 meters, its growth was astonishing, and it broke through to 46,000 meters. Then, Lu Yiping fused with the tree chunks under 100 meters. There were also many tree chunks under 100 meters. The creation tree broke through to 60,000 meters. Finally, Lu Yiping fused with the tree chunks above 100 meters. When Lu Yiping finished fusing with all the tree chunks of the creation tree finally broke through to 70,000 meters. As the creation tree continued to grow, the 7th and 8th levels of the Immortal Heavenwood technique also appeared one by one. However, the 9th level still couldn't appear. The creation tree that had grown to 70,000 meters was already terrifyingly huge, and its trunk was dozens of miles thick. Standing under the creation tree, one couldn't see what the top looked like. The entire creation tree was filled with chaotic aura. Even the purple gold gourd couldn't keep up with the speed of its production. Even Taurus Longjiao was amazed standing under the creation tree. Anyone who saw the creation tree now would be shocked. Moreover, Lu Yiping discovered that the chaotic aura of the creation tree was beginning to change. It began to emit a faint black and yellow color, black, so black that it was deep yellow, a brilliant yellow. Looks like if it continues to grow, Xianxia's chaos chi will transform into Xianhuang chi? Taurus Longjiao was pleasantly surprised when he saw the changes in the chaos chi. The Xianhuang chi was more ancient and stronger than the primal chaos chi. The primal chaos chi had no effect on Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, but the Xianhuang qi was different. If the two of them could continuously absorb the black and yellow qi to cultivate, their cultivation speed would definitely increase again. When it grows to 100,000 meters, it should be able to produce Xianhuang qi, Lu Yiping said. Of course, it could only transform into Xianhuang qi. Not all of the chaos qi could transform into Xianhuang qi. 100,000 meters? That will take years. The dragonhorn golden bull shook its head. Even though it was already 70,000 meters tall, its growth was becoming slower and slower. It would most likely only be able to reach 100,000 meters after fusing with another continent. However, where were they going to find so many building tree blocks? Lu Yiping smiled and said, "It'll be done soon." He knew from the memory fragments of the second leader of the Purple Extreme Demon Clan that the Purple Extreme Demon Clan would send building tree blocks to the Imba clan every few years. Therefore, there were more building tree blocks in the Imba clan's headquarters. As long as the highest leader of the Purple Extreme Demon Clan in the lower realm returned, he would be able to find the Imba clan's headquarters. After fusing all the building tree blocks, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao sat cross-legged under the building tree and began to comprehend the 6th, 7th, and 8th levels of the immortal Skywood technique. At the same time, they waited for the first leader of the Purple Extreme Demon Clan to return. However, a few years had passed. The first leader of the Purple Extreme Demon Clan still had not returned. In these few years, not only had Lu Yiping comprehended the 6th, 7th, and 8th levels of the immortal Skywood technique, but he had also comprehended a lot of the great Daos in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th creation jade discs. His art of longevity had also improved a lot. Seeing that the first leader of the Purple Extreme Demon Clan still had not returned, Lu Yiping had no choice but to leave the Purple Extreme Demon Clan's headquarters with Taurus Longjiao. If the other party did not return for hundreds of years, he could not just stay here and do nothing. Moreover, the birth of the mandate of heaven in this life was imminent. However, before leaving, Lu Yiping took away all the treasures in the other party's treasury. Although Lu Yiping had the cauldron of heaven and earth, which allowed him to collect extremely fast, there were simply too many treasures in the treasury of the Purple Extreme Demon Clan. It took Lu Yiping an entire day to collect everything. After collecting all the treasures in the treasury, Lu Yiping set up a large formation. As long as the first leader of the Purple Extreme Demon Clan returned, he would be able to sense it. After leaving the Purple Thunder Realm, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao returned to the Boundless Realm and went to the headquarters of the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce. In the past few years in the Purple Thunder Realm, he had received several messages from Wan Lidong, saying that he could not find any tree blocks and stones. Wan Lidong and Sun Quan were receiving the Divine Dragon Valley's old ancestor Ao Yuding in the headquarters inner hall when someone came in to report that a Master Lu wanted to see him for tree blocks and stones. Wan Lidong and Sun Quan jumped in fright. Others might not know who this Master Lu was, but how could they not know? Wan Lidong quickly got up, cupping his fists at Ao Yuding and apologizing. Then, he and Sun Quan rushed out of the hall. Seeing this, the Divine Dragon Valley's old ancestor Ao Yuding was dumbfounded. Out of curiosity, he followed Wan Lidong and Sun Quan out. When they came out, Ao Yuding saw that Wan Lidong and Sun Quan were receiving a blue-robed young man and a golden retriever man. Ao Yuding was puzzled. "Lord Lu," Wan Lidong said, "in the past few years, the tree blocks and stones our Chamber of Commerce has found are all here." With both hands, he presented a spatial artifact to Lu Yiping in a reserved manner. Lu Yiping received the spatial artifact and opened it. Inside the spatial artifact were quite a number of tree blocks and Buzhou mountain stones. There were several thousand tree blocks, and even more Buzhou mountain stones, 20 to 30,000 pieces. This greatly surprised Lu Yiping. He didn't expect the Red Flame Chamber of Commerce to find so many tree blocks and Buzhou mountain stones in the past few years. Lu Yiping calculated for a moment, then handed over a bucket of Chaos Star water to Wan Lidong. Wan Lidong refused for a moment, then accepted it. "President Wan Lidong, which sect does this brother belong to?" Ao Yuding couldn't resist asking when he saw Lu Yiping easily take out a bucket of Chaos Star water. Wan Lidong looked at Lu Yiping, not knowing how to introduce him. "Lu Yiping, no sect," Lu Yiping said. Ao Yuding was shocked. "You're Ziwei City's Lord Lu." After the battle between Ziwei City and Black-White Deity Palace, Liu Yiping had gained many more titles. Liu Yiping's real name was also known by everyone. Ao Yuding didn't expect the blue-robed young man in front of him to be Liu Yiping, who killed more than 100 deity kings with a single strike of 14 totems. Liu Yiping turned to ask Wan Lidong, President Wan Lidong, is there any news about the jade disc I asked you to look for? Wan Lidong hesitated for a moment, then said, we found a piece, but it's a bit difficult to obtain. This morning, I saw a book called 80 Years of Signing In at the Cold Palace, I'm Invincible. The writing is trash, the tone is unsuitable, the plot is average, and there's nothing exciting about it. However, it's the #1 selling book on QQ and the top 10 selling fantasy novels on Qidian. Kamikaze has doubts about his current writing direction and is at a loss. This is also the reason why the update is late today. Difficult to obtain? Liu Yiping asked Wan Lidong. Wan Lidong nodded. According to our investigation, the patriarch of the House of Shadow Blight, Xiaoxing, bought the jade disc you mentioned at an auction several hundred years ago. Oh, the 36th ranked patriarch of Shadow Blight? Taurus Longjiao asked. Yes. Wan Lidong said, according to our investigation, Xiaoxing is currently cultivating in the poison continent of the Deep South Plain. As for where exactly he is, we can't find out. The Deep South Plain, the poison continent, Liu Yiping muttered. Wan Lidong said, yes. The poison continent is shrouded in countless poisons, including the poison of primal chaos. In some central regions, there are poisons even more terrifying than the poison of primal chaos. There are countless poisonous creatures, and unless one is a poison expert, it would be difficult to even take a single step. Furthermore, Xiaoxing has hidden himself, so no one can find him. In a place like the Toxic Continent, it would be extremely difficult for others to find an ordinary god king of destiny hiding there, let alone an existence like Xiaoxing who was ranked 36th on the sovereign ranking. Apart from this jade disc, is there any other news? Liu Yiping asked. The poison continent might be difficult for others, but it wasn't a problem for Liu Yiping. He had the fortune jade disc. As long as Xiaoxing was hiding in the poison continent, it wouldn't be difficult to find him. Wan Lidong shook his head. For now, we only have this information. Liu Yiping nodded. Although it was just information, Liu Yiping still gave the Scarlet Flame Merchant Guild 5 buckets of Star Chaos water. Back then, Liu Yiping had said that if the Scarlet Flame Merchant Guild helped him find a fortune jade disc, he would give them 10 buckets of Star Chaos water. Wan Lidong didn't dare to accept it, but Liu Yiping insisted, so he accepted it. Soon after, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the Scarlet Flame Merchant Guild's headquarters. Before leaving, Liu Yiping asked the Scarlet Flame Merchant Guild to help him inquire about the jade disc, stone, and tree block. Wan Lidong, Sun Quan, and the others escorted Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao out of the city. Only after Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's figures had disappeared for a long time did Wan Lidong, Sun Quan, and Ao Yuding retract their gazes. I didn't expect him to be Lord Liu Yiping. Ao Yuding wiped his forehead, which was covered in cold sweat. Though he was a 7-will divine king, he was still nervous when facing Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Now, everyone is saying that Lord Liu Yiping might have 15 totems. When the time comes, he will compete for the Heaven's Will. Ao Yuding sighed. The birth of the Heaven's Will in this generation is destined to cause rivers of blood. Wan Litong's interest waned. In this generation, our Scarlet Flame Merchant Guild will participate. Ao Yuding was stunned. The Scarlet Flame Merchant Guild was the #1 merchant guild in the Eternal Star Field. In the past, they would compete for the Heaven's Will every time. But this time, they were withdrawing, just because of this Liu Yiping. Ao Yuding's eyes flickered. Several days later, Liu Yiping and Ao Yuding arrived at the Deep South world. The Purple Lightning Plain was the northernmost part of the Eternal Star Field, and the Deep South world was the southernmost part. However, the Deep South world wasn't as desolate as the Purple Lightning Plain. It was still quite lively. After identifying the direction, Liu Yiping and Ao Yuding headed towards the Toxic Continent. Soon, they arrived at the Toxic Continent. The Toxic Continent was one of the most dangerous places in the Deep South world. It was filled with poisonous creatures. Even the Lord of the Toxic Continent didn't dare to enter. Even the master of the toxic continent only dared to stay at the periphery. Liu Yiping and Ao Yuding didn't raise any defenses. They directly broke through the poisonous miasma and entered the toxic continent. After entering, Liu Yiping sensed the changes in the good fortune jade disc. In the past, he only had one good fortune jade disc, so his sensing range wasn't large. But now, he had 5 good fortune jade discs, so his sensing range had greatly increased. However, other than sensing the changes in the good fortune jade disc, Liu Yiping also opened the Eye of Lightning punishment. At this time, in a certain primitive forest on the toxic continent, Shadow Poison ancestor Xiaoxing was holding a jade disc in his hand. He frowned and muttered to himself, "What kind of secret is this jade disc hiding?" Several hundred years ago, he had bought this jade disc with a shocking amount of spirit stones. Ever since he arrived on the toxic continent, he had been studying this jade disc. The more he studied it, the more he felt that this jade disc wasn't simple. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out the true secret of this jade disc. He even tried slashing the jade disc with his divine saber, but the jade disc wasn't damaged at all. Even if he used his full strength to slash the jade disc, the result was the same. Even if he burned it with divine fire or struck it with divine lightning, the jade disc didn't change. He also tried to use his divine sense to penetrate the jade disc, but to no avail. According to his guess, this jade disc must contain some kind of heaven-shaking secret art, but the jade disc didn't change in the slightest. Right at this time, the good fortune jade disc in Xiaoxing's hand suddenly lit up. Xiaoxing was stunned. For several hundred years, this jade disc hadn't changed at all. But now, it suddenly lit up. Xiaoxing thought he was seeing things, but in the next moment, the jade disc in his hand lit up again, and this time, it was even brighter. Then, the jade disc's light grew brighter, illuminating the surroundings. This primitive forest was shrouded in poisonous gas all year round, making it as dark as night. But now, under the jade disc's light, the surroundings were as bright as day. Xiaoxing was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the jade disc in his hand. At this time, he suddenly saw 2 figures approaching from the horizon. As these 2 figures approached, the jade disc in his hand grew brighter. Seeing this, Xiaoxing was bewildered. Did these 2 people have something on them that caused the jade disc in his hand to change? He got up and soared into the air, arriving above the primitive forest. These 2 people were none other than Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived in front of Xiaoxing. Liu Yiping's gaze fell on the jade disc in Xiaoxing's hand. Seeing Liu Yiping's expression, Xiaoxing said, "It seems you recognize the jade disc in my hand." "That's right," Liu Yiping said indifferently, "I came here specifically for the jade disc in your hand." Xiaoxing looked at Liu Yiping from head to toe with doubt in his eyes. Since these 2 people came for the jade disc in his hand, they obviously knew his identity. But why did they still dare to come looking for him? Xiaoxing was ranked 36th on the sovereign list. He recognized all the people ranked above him, but these 2 obviously weren't. Xiaoxing had cultivated on the toxic continent for several hundred years and had never left this primitive forest. Therefore, he didn't know about the recent battle between the Black-White Deity Palace and the Black-White Deity Palace. Although this jade disc is extraordinary, you can't comprehend its mysteries. In your hands, it's just a piece of trash. Liu Yiping said, "You spent 300 billion heaven-grade spirit stones to buy this jade disc. I'm willing to buy it for 10 times the price." 10 times? Xiaoxing's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. "That's right, 10 times," Liu Yiping said. At this time, an invisible and odorless poison spread out from Xiaoxing's body, enveloping the surroundings and seeping into Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's bodies. This poison was extremely powerful. Even if someone in the top 10 of the sovereign list accidentally got poisoned, it would be difficult to expel it. "Thank you, brothers." Indifferent smile appeared on Xiaoxing's face as he watched his poison seep into Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's bodies. His shadowless poison was formed after he had cultivated the shadowless poison scripture of an ancient poison ancestor more than 2 million years ago and swallowed all kinds of poisonous gases. It was useless no matter how strong they were after being struck by his shadowless poison. Taurus Longjiao chuckled at Xiaoxing's sneer, "You're too smart for your own good. We didn't have to kill you, but you're the one courting death now." "Is that so?" Xiaoxing was taken aback. However, his smile froze in the next moment. Light surged from Liu Yiping's body as his shadowless poison seeped out from Liu Yiping's body. You. Xiaoxing was shocked. It's just shadowless poison, Taurus Longjiao said. Do you know how forefathers shadowless died back then? Who are you? Xiaoxing retreated in shock. At the same time, he channeled all the divine energy in his body. One heavens will after another flew out, each one spanning 300 miles. Moreover, there were 8 of them. Earlier, Zhuhui of the Black-White Deity Palace only had 5 heavens wills, each spanning 200 miles. Indifferent smile appeared on Taurus Longjiao's face when he saw Xiaoxing's 8 heavens wills. Golden light erupted from his body as the world trembled. At first, it was only the primordial forest that was trembling. Then, the tremors spread to the surroundings at a terrifying speed. Soon, the entire toxic continent was shaking. It was as if something terrifying was about to come into being. Xiaoxing was alarmed. However, he had never seen Liu Yiping's totem before, so he didn't think too much about it. Then, Xiaoxing saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. He saw a totem that looked like a sun, emitting raging golden flames, fly through the air. Although it wasn't as big as Liu Yiping's totem, it was still tens of thousands of miles wide. The totem that spanned 10,000 miles slowly rose into the air. The God World's laws also flickered with golden flames. Every law of the God World was like a golden dragon with 9 claws. Liu Yiping's totems each contained 100 million God Realm laws, but Taurus Longjiao's totems contained 20 million. Then, the second totem, the third totem, and the fourth totem flew out. 13 totems stood tall in the sky. 13 totems. Xiaoxing was shocked. Just when Xiaoxing thought that it was over, Taurus Longjiao's body glowed brightly, and another totem flew out. This totem was different from the previous 13 totems. The previous 13 totems emitted golden flames, while this totem radiated with lightning. Similarly, it was tens of thousands of miles wide, and there were also 20 million strands of Divine World Law. However, instead of golden flames, each strand of Divine World Law was surrounded by layers of lightning, and there was a faint shadow of the lightning god. 14 totems. Xiaoxing found this hard to believe. But then, the 15th and 16th totems flew out one after another. 16. Xiaoxing's mind went blank. But it wasn't over yet. The 17th totem flew out. 13 golden dragon totems and 4 lightning god totems hung in the sky above the Jiutian. The 17 totems' power was boundless, and terrifying waves of energy spread out, covering the primeval forest in front of Xiaoxing, the surrounding mountains, and lakes. Under the pressure of Taurus Longjiao's 17 totems, Xiaoxing, who was an 8 wills god king, felt suffocated. Xiaoxing looked at Taurus Longjiao in fear. In this world, there was actually someone who could condense 17 totems. It was no wonder Xiaoxing was so frightened and shocked. During the battle at the Black-White Deity Palace, Liu Yiping's 14 totems had already shocked the world, and now, Taurus Longjiao's 17 totems, it was normal for Xiaoxing to feel fear. Taurus Longjiao snorted coldly, and his voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking the air. Then, Taurus Longjiao punched out. The 17 totems shone brightly, and their power merged with Taurus Longjiao's fist. Boom! Taurus Longjiao's fist blasted apart the poisonous fog in the primeval forest. Towering ancient trees were lifted up and turned to dust. Terrifying golden flames and lightning streaked across the sky, arriving in front of Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing retreated in fear and roared in anger. He madly activated the power of his 8 wills, trying to block Taurus Longjiao's fist. However, his 8 wills' power was instantly shattered by Taurus Longjiao. Next, Xiaoxing was struck by the golden flames and lightning fist, and he was blasted away at a terrifying speed. After sending Xiaoxing flying, the golden flames and lightning fist continued to push forward, blasting out of the primeval forest and finally landing on a mountain peak. The mountain peak turned into dust and flew into the sky. Golden flames and lightning swirled, spreading everywhere. After a long time, the dust settled. A path of several thousand miles was plowed through the forest, extending all the way to the end. It was as if a large piece of the forest had disappeared. After the dust settled, Liu Yiping took a step forward and arrived at the end of the primeval forest. He saw Xiaoxing lying there like a charred corpse, barely breathing. His 8 wills had already exploded. The good fortune jade disc was not far away. Lu Yiping waved his hand and sucked the good fortune jade disc into his hand. Xiaoxing looked at Taurus Longjiao and suddenly grinned. 17 totems, I actually died at the hands of a 17-totem ancient god. A god monarch with 8 wills had died at the hands of an ancient god. Was this mockery? However, he had died at the hands of a 17-totem ancient god, so this could be considered a special honor. Just how many totems do you have? Xiaoxing asked Taurus Longjiao. Before dying, he wanted to know how many totems this golden-haired man had. He felt that 17 totems was definitely not the opponent's limit. However, before Taurus Longjiao could answer, his eyes gradually dimmed and his vitality completely dissipated. 36th on the sovereign rankings had fallen. Moreover, no one knew about this. Taurus Longjiao saw a spatial item in the distance. He grabbed it and opened it. There were many spirit stones, spirit medicines, and divine pills inside, all of them belonging to Xiaoxing. A book emitting a poisonous aura attracted Taurus Longjiao's attention. Taurus Longjiao took it out and saw the words "Shadowless Poison" scripture written on it. However, the dragon-horn golden bull lost interest after looking at it for a while. What was this shadowless poison scripture? After cultivating it, the shadowless poison chi would be invisible, odorless, and not weak. However, it would require continuous consumption of poison to cultivate. Let's go. Lu Yiping said and flew into the air with Taurus Longjiao. Not long after Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the forest, several figures appeared in the sky above. They wore black robes with the image of a demon. They were the experts of the demon god sect, one of the many sections. There was only 100 sects in the deep south plain, and that was the demon god sect. When the experts of the demon god sect arrived in the air above the primeval forest, they were all shocked when they saw the thousands of miles wide primeval forest that stretched to the end of the forest. There seems to be a corpse there. One of them pointed at the end of the forest. Let's go take a look, said Yin Lin with a solemn expression. The 7 of them tore through the air and arrived at the end of the primeval forest. They saw the corpse that had been burned beyond recognition by the golden flames and lightning. It looked like charcoal. The 7 of them were shocked when they sensed the remnant energy of the golden flames and lightning around the corpse. The demon god sect's ancestor Hui, ranked 98th on the sovereign leaderboard, turned to look at the empty path that stretched for thousands of li. His mouth went dry as he said, "This person must have been blasted here from the forest. This path must have been flattened by the other party's fist." Although everyone had their own guesses, they still found it hard to believe. With such power, could it be a 9 wills god king? Yin Lin carefully guessed. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Hu Yi's expression turned grave. It should be a 9 wills god king. Only a godly monarch with 9 wills could possess such terrifying destructive power. Who is this person? Asked one of the demon god sect's experts. Everyone's attention returned to the charred corpse. Because the corpse was completely charred, they couldn't determine its identity. Hui observed for a while, but he couldn't find anything. Suddenly, he saw a small fragment in the distance and picked it up. Is this a token fragment? Asked Yin Lin. It should be. Everyone, look around and see if there are any more, said Hui. There are a few more here. There are some here as well. After searching for a while, they found a dozen or so token fragments and pieced them together. Although there was still a small piece that hadn't been found, when they pieced it together, everyone could clearly see what the token looked like and the words on it. Everyone read out, Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing. The others didn't know what it was, but Hui was shocked. Forefather Shadow Poison, Xiaoxing. What? Xiaoxing? He's the 36th on the sovereign leaderboard. Yin Lin and the others trembled in disbelief. It should be the forefather Shadow Poison. Hui said solemnly, I heard that he's been cultivating in our deep South Plains hypertoxic continent since several hundred years ago. After saying those words, Xianxia walked back to the corpse, and with a wave of his hand, he extracted the poison aura from the corpse. Because Patriarch Shadowblight had cultivated poison arts, even in death, his corpse was still filled with poison. The only person who could cultivate such a toxic aura is most likely forefather Shadowblight, Xiaoxing. Hui sighed. Who would have thought that forefather Shadowblight would die here? Who killed Patriarch Shadowblight? Could it be that the flame ancestor, Pang Fei, who ranks 9th on the sovereign leaderboard? Lin mused. Hui shook her head. I don't think so. Flame ancestor Pang Fei's fire attribute cultivation technique doesn't have the power of lightning. The group stayed for a while and walked around the area. They didn't find anything useful, so they left. As for Patriarch Shadowblight's corpse, no one paid it any mind. This time, demon god Zhongzhong's people had entered the toxic continent mainly to search for a highly poisonous creature, the Golden Light Rat. 2 days later, demon god Zhongzhong's men finally discovered the Golden Light Rat. However, the Golden Light Rat was extremely fast and poisonous, so capturing it was extremely difficult. The 7 of them chased after the Golden Light Rat. In the end, the Golden Light Rat hid in a valley. After entering the valley, the 7 of them were surprised to see someone roasting meat and drinking wine over a bonfire. The fragrance of wine permeated the air, and the flames danced, clearing the poisonous aura in the area. The 7 of them looked at the blue-robed young man and the burly golden retriever man sitting beside the bonfire and exchanged glances. One of the demon god sex experts said, 2 friends, we've tracked a Golden Light Rat to this place. I wonder if you two have seen it. The 2 people sitting by the bonfire were none other than Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. After killing Forefather Shadowblight, they didn't leave the toxic continent immediately. Instead, they stayed for 2 days to refine the 6th Fortune Jade Disc. Taurus Longjiao didn't even look at the other party. I didn't see it. You didn't see it? The other demon god sex expert's face sank. We clearly saw the Golden Light Rat hiding in this valley. You say you didn't see it? Taurus Longjiao raised his head and looked at the demon god sex brocade robe. He chuckled, so what if I saw it? You dare to play with us? The demon god sex expert's eyes turned cold. At this moment, Hui stretched out his hand and stopped the demon god sex expert. He then cupped his fists at the dragon horn golden bull and said, Brother, I'm Hui. My subordinate didn't know any better. Please forgive him. That Golden Light Rat is very important to our demon god sect. Just as Hui's words fell, a golden shadow leaped out from the valley and landed on Lu Yiping's shoulder. This golden shadow was none other than the Golden Light Rat. The palm-sized Golden Light Rat landed on Lu Yiping's shoulder and stroked its fur lazily, looking adorable. Golden Light Rat. Lin and the others were delighted. One of the demon god sex experts couldn't resist leaping up, grabbing Lu Yiping's shoulder. Just as the demon god sex expert was about to grab Lu Yiping, he froze in midair, just like that. Hui, Lin, and the others were dumbfounded. All 6 of them turned to look at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Hui's expression turned solemn. Was this time and space freezing? However, he didn't see the 2 of them making a move. Then, he looked at the Golden Light Rat on the blue-robed young man's shoulder and noticed something strange. The Golden Light Rat was a highly poisonous creature, its entire body was covered in poison. Even he didn't dare to touch it. Yet, when the Golden Light Rat landed on the blue-robed young man's shoulder, nothing happened to the blue-robed young man. 2 sirs, my subordinates only attacked because they wanted to catch the Golden Light Rat, not because they wanted to attack you too. I hope 2 sirs can forgive this lowly person. Hui cupped his fists, please spare him. His attitude was sincere. Just as his words fell, the demon god sex expert fell from the sky, his face covered in dust. The demon god sex expert got to his feet in fear, retreating to Hui, Lin, and the other's side. Many thanks for your mercy. Hui cupped his fists in gratitude, then his gaze fell on the Golden Light Rat, this Golden Light Rat. You can leave. Lu Yiping said indifferently. Hui was stunned. Lin frowned, we've been chasing this Golden Light Rat all the way here. So what? Lu Yiping retorted. Lin couldn't help but feel annoyed. Hui suddenly spoke, in that case, we'll excuse ourselves. He cupped his fists and turned to leave. Lin opened his mouth, but in the end, he followed Hui out of the valley. The more Lin thought about it, the angrier he became. He grumbled, Lord Hui, are we going to give up on that Golden Light Rat just like that? Hui said solemnly, these 2 people aren't simple. If I'm not mistaken, that thing in the Golden Retriever's hand should be the ancestor of Shadowblight's spatial artifact. Go over and vote in the village election now. 2 updates for today, 3 updates will resume tomorrow. End of chapter 315. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.